we have demonstrated it, and that is something which has worked for us, that we are only government is only as a medium to serve the people, and that's what we have done in the last 27 years. And we have won the confidence of the people and the Ashirwad.
Namaste, this is Anand here. This is Anand here. There are celebrations and Anand among the BJP, among the BJP karyakartas all around. But most importantly, look at the women karyakartas. It's the women who are leading the celebration across the board. Aman is also with us. Aman, on ground, this aspect of Labharti, this empowerment or making women more powerful, financially independent, digitally connecting them, and also giving them a belief that they are the ones who are going to drive the change in society and part of the story. Is this perhaps the secret recipe of the Prime Minister? Is this the connect that is giving the BJP the kind of vote share that that's reflecting on the Election Commission's website? 50% plus, nearly 53%.
53%, Anand. And I think women voters have strongly backed Mr. Modi, strongly backed the BJP. That has also been the history of Gujarat. If you look at the entire dairy sector revolution, if you look at schemes which have been rolled out, in fact, the BJP manifesto in Gujarat had focused in a big way on benefits for women. In a way, the Stree Shakti concept that Mr. Modi has adopted in many states, it is most visible, I think, in Gujarat, and that is what has really helped the party to come up with this huge success. Also, you know, the Modi magic. So if you traveled in Gujarat, Anand, you would have seen these posters all over saying security, safety, peace. This is the line that the BJP sold in Gujarat with Mr. Modi as the face. That the Gujarat is peaceful for the last 20 years, since 2002. This, I think, of a woman voter is also very much concerned that there should be peace in society. There should be a feeling of sense, safety and security. You also see how BJP this time, Anand, has swept not just the urban seats, even the rural seats of Saurashtra as well as the tribal belt. This also shows that the schemes of the Modi government, be it free cylinders, be it Swachh Bharat, be it the free rations during the COVID pandemic, have impacted the people on the ground. It has reached every person, and that is the reason that women, even in the tribal belt, in the rural belt areas where BJP was not strong in 2017 election, even the tribal belt has always voted for the Congress in Gujarat.
You know, the point that you're trying to make, there's a difference between Labhartis and those who saw that as freebies. So the Aam Aadmi Party had said कि मैं 1500 रुपए दूंगा. यहाँ पर, when you meet the women of Gujarat, they were saying that there is a party which has delivered. उन्होंने promise किया और deliver किया है अभी तक. Why shouldn't we trust them?
Absolutely, Mare. I think the Gujarat has clearly rejected this freebie model.
Yes.
If we can, that is very clear in this election. Gujarat has adopted the empowerment model, the model of beneficial development schemes actually reaching Gujarat. In fact, me and Maria had written a piece earlier on how the transformative changes that have come in Gujarat under Mr. Modi since 2002, you know, be it in the dairy sector, be it in other sectors, be it women empowerment, be it water of Narmada reaching every home. You know, these are transformative changes which are bringing returns to the BJP, and in this election we are seeing it at full might. You know, not just the Congress has been decimated, a 54% vote share, Anand, shows that the overwhelming majority of the state is backing Mr. Modi. They still see Mr. Modi as the face. Mr. Modi may have gone to Delhi 8 years back, but if you spoke to any voter in Gujarat, they said, "Hum son of the soil."
But that is also because Prime Minister Narendra Modi continues to be invested in Gujarat. He's never forgotten Gujarat or taken Gujarat for granted. He may be an MP from Varanasi now, so if he's adopted Varanasi and he's done a lot for Varanasi, he's come back and said, "I will never forget Gujarat and I will always do that." See, that is the kind of investment you need to give back to your roots and never forget it. The other part, Zaka, as you know, on the wall, earlier on in the morning, there were certain pockets where you thought that the BJP will still will suffer. But urban, rural and rural, all of it, it's a sweep.
Just to take you through the rural seats. Now the BJP, this is where it hurt them last time around. The rural seats, they were not doing well. But look at Saurashtra, sea of orange here. Look at central Gujarat. This is the cooperative belt that we were talking about. This is Anand, Kheda, that belt, the Amul belt as it's called, the milk cooperative belt. Again, huge gains for the BJP. Then you go up north, Mehsana, Patan, Sabarkanta, Banaskantha. Again, both the tribal belt as well as the north belt. Again, the BJP doing phenomenally well. I think in the rural seats, 79, almost 80 seats to the BJP, only 11 to the Congress party. Just compare this with 2017. Look at 2017 and how it was a different picture altogether. It was 53 to the Congress in the rural belt, primarily from Saurashtra, but some in North Gujarat as well, and 39 to the BJP. That is completely flipped now. The rural seats firmly with the BJP, almost 80 seats. It's a gain of 40 seats compared to 2017. The Congress going down 42 seats. So everything that the Congress lost, the BJP has absorbed and then some more. Aam Aadmi Party has hurt the Congress in the rural seats. I think this is primarily in Saurashtra. I think two strands that are emerging as far as the AAP and the division in the opposition vote is. One, in Saurashtra, clearly some amount of the rural vote has gone to the Aam Aadmi Party, and the other, one seat in South Gujarat, one seat in North Gujarat, tribal reserved seats. The AAP is currently leading in. Tribal votes used to be the Congress's strength, certainly in the last election, and historically it has been. Again, there it seems like a good chunk of people are willing to give the AAP a chance. So AAP has hurt Congress in its traditional pockets.
And would you say 2017 to now, Zaka and Murray, I'm just keeping it in the studio before we take it out, all the implementation of the Labharti schemes,
yes,
those 2 years of COVID, the direct benefit transfer, yes, Jan Dhan accounts, money going in, the dairy milk cards which have happened, ration in every house, this is embedding welfare into the house and empowering the person who's a pillar of the household, yes, that is the woman.
I'm reminded of the conversation I had with Mittal Ben, I'm thinking of Meena Ben, and also these women that I have interacted with. Anand, they were talking about double graduates, okay? They were talking about कि मेरे घर में जो पैसा है वो मेरा है and I'm running the house.
Yeah.
Imagine that sense of empowerment which comes and which is very different from what I've seen in other states. And of course that faith that this is the government which has delivered. Mittal Ben in fact told me कि अब कोऑपरेटिव मिनिस्ट्री जो है अमित शाह चलाते हैं, तो अगर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मजबूत होंगे तो वो अमित शाह को मजबूत करेंगे और अमित शाह हमको मजबूत
करेंगे. Correct, because cooperative was part of industries. It was segregated, brought out as a separate cooperative ministry, and there is so much work that's happening on the cooperative movement. Melinda Gates also giving a thumbs up to what's been achieved in the last 7 years since she came here. She said empowering of women, financial independence of women, women having dreams that they want to spend money for their child's education and for their own enterprise. All of that was manifest in Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why this halfway race is no race at all. It's like the others are still at the starting block, whereas the BJP is raced ahead. What we are seeing this right now is Himachal, where the Congress seems to be just there at that halfway number and perhaps a little beyond with 36. And that's where they seem to be currently placed. At this point, if this holds, then the Congress will form government in Himachal, but only just. They are going to be on tenterhooks. This is going to be nervous moments for the Congress party. The leaders are in a huddle. They will want to herd away their MLAs. The BJP would want to break into the 30s. If the BJP is at 29 and with the support of the independents, they are in to try and form government or retain power in Himachal. So the Rivaj will continue and of course the Sarkar will change. Akash is now joining us from Himachal. Akash, what's the update on ground? What's the buzz?
Right, so Anand, this is Happy Lodge and this is the residence of Pratibha Singh and also Vikramaditya. First of all, I'm showing you the visuals. You can see a number of supporters and also the media personals here because you see the trends are somewhere showing that, Congress has got a lead. 35 seats is what we are learning. And, I have some members of the Congress party, in fact, the members of the legal team. Deepak Sharma ji is with me. Deepak ji, अभी तो ये हो रहा है कि अभी तो लीड है लेकिन एक आध दो सीट रह जाएगी तो हमने देखा है कि पहले भी कैसे सरकारें बनती रही हैं इस बार क्या कुछ आपको लग रहा है क्या कुछ होने वाला है
देखिए निश्चित तौर पर हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक लोकतांत्रिक सरकार जनता को मिलेगी और कांग्रेस पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बना रही है और हिमाचल प्रदेश में विभिन्न मुद्दों ने काम किया है जैसे हमारा ओपीएस हो गया बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा
लेकिन आप बेशक कॉन्फिडेंस अपना दिखा रहे हैं मैं आपसे बात करना चाह रहा हूं कि हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन अगर हम ले लेते कि एक आध दो सीट आप कम रह जाते हैं जैसा कि एग्जिट पोल्स भी कहीं ना कहीं दिखा रहे थे बीते जो एक्सपीरियंस हैं उनमें हमने देखा है कि कैसे सरकारें बनती रही हैं यहाँ हिमाचल में क्या कुछ होने वाला है हालांकि हिमाचल की हिस्ट्री ऐसी नहीं है
देखिए हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो है वो लोकतांत्रिक सरकार प्रदेश को मिलेगी और जो इंडिपेंडेंट जीत कर आएंगे
देखिए उनको बस ये पूछिए कि अभी 36 सीटें हैं 36 सीटों में सरकार स्टेबल रहेगी 34 हाफे है 36 अभी कांग्रेस के पाले में है 36 में क्या सरकार स्टेबल रहेगी मान लीजिए एक इंडिपेंडेंट भी उनके साथ जुड़ जाता है तो 37 सीटों में सरकार स्टेबल रहेगी 37 से ज्यादा की उम्मीद है कि यहीं पे आके सुई रुकेगी
तो मैं दरअसल ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि हमने देखा कि किस तरह से इंडिपेंडेंट आपके भी लोग थे जो इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ रहे हैं, बीजेपी के भी लोग हैं इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ रहे हैं, कुल 25 सीटें थी। जानना ये चाहता हूँ कि अगर आपके पास 36 भी नंबर आ जाता है तो क्या श्योर हैं कि टूटेंगे नहीं विधायक या स्टेबल रहेगी आपकी गवर्नमेंट?
देखिए, ये हिमाचल प्रदेश है, ये देवभूमि है। यहाँ लोगों ने कांग्रेस के हक में वोट किया है और साफ तौर पे बीजेपी के खिलाफ वोट किया है। हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो है रुपयों की राजनीति नहीं चलेगी। इन्होंने यूपी में खरीदा होगा, बिहार में खरीदा होगा, लेकिन हिमाचल प्रदेश में यहाँ देवभूमि है, यहाँ लोगों का आस्था पे विश्वास है। यहाँ बिकने पे जो है कोई भी विधायक नहीं बिकेगा। और ये मेरा आपसे आश्वस्त होकर
why will they want to hurt them away if they are not worried? Well, let's see, because Himachal is still topsy-turvy. The margin of victory or the margin of votes between is going to be very close. So we'll have to wait till all rounds are over. 68 counting centers. Big news coming through at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be reaching the BJP headquarters post 6:30 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be reaching the BJP headquarters post 6:30 p.m. It's a victory lap and a big celebration, and we can expect the Prime Minister to not just address the gathering, but more importantly, he will speak to the people of Gujarat, because what they have returned for him, उनकी झोली भर दी है, सीटों से झोली भर दी है, आशीर्वाद से झोली भर दी है. That's exactly what they have done, the people of Gujarat have done, because this return is something which the BJP is also not expected. Griha is now joining us with more. Yes, Griha.
Right, Anand, even though we are giving Congress the leads when it comes to Himachal Pradesh, right now there has been result declaration in like 4 seats. All of them are going to the BJP. The latest one is Anil Sharma of the BJP winning from Mandi 33 constituency. And the fourth one is from the Karsog constituency, another win for BJP. So 4 victories for BJP that have been registered from Himachal Pradesh.
I'm going to make a request to you. When we come back next, can you please collate a list of the tight fights? Which are the 8 or 10 seats where the margin of difference between the leader and the challenger is less than, say, about 300 or 500 votes, because that's where the story will be. Abhijit Majumdar is there with us in the studio. We also have Rohan Gupta of the Congress Party, Nimita Rastogi of the AAP with us. Syed Zafar Islam continues to stay on. Rashid Kidwai is also with us. Zaka Jacob is with us here, back on the wall. And Himachal Pradesh.
It's swinging the last half an hour or so. One is the seat of Dehra, where an independent, Hoshiar Singh, is leading there. That's swinging between independent and BJP. You also have another seat in Banjar, which is again in rural Kulu Manali, where the INC's Kimi Ram is right now leading. It could go to that independent who was there. And also one, Ashish Sharma, who used to be in the Congress. He was denied a ticket in Hamirpur seat as an independent. He is now leading there. 3 independents leading, but Congress right now moving up to 38. Remember, even in 2012 when they won the state, they won with a slender majority of just 36. I suspect if these trends hold, you're looking at the Congress around 36 to 38, maybe even 39 seats. And of course, let's not forget that one rebel is a Congress rebel who, if he or she is promised ministership perhaps, would go back to the Congress. But I want to go to the story of the day, that is in Gujarat, and Rohan is joining us. Rohan is from Gujarat. Rohan, I mean, come on, tell me, there's got to be something up here. 156 seats. Never before in the history of your state have you seen 156 seats after 27 years in power for a party to come back with a record-breaking historic mandate. Surely they must be doing something right.
I completely agree with you, and I think whether they are doing something right or not, but we have done something wrong somewhere. We had this time strategy of going micro, door-to-door with our 8 promises and doing a low-key campaign, I think, but we have failed somewhere. Whether it is rural or urban, I think across the Gujarat, the message is the same. So I think, yes, it's a big defeat for us, and this was not expected out of us. Yes, Himachal is showing some sign for good news for us. So let us hold on to that. But as far as Gujarat is concerned, I concede that we have not been able to capitalize on the strong anti-incumbency on ground which was there, which was quite visible.
But
so maybe the issues which, yeah.
But Rohan, you know, I had met you in Ahmedabad. We had spoken on that show as well. But the question is that this is not anti-incumbency that the opposition could not encash on. This is, if anything, telling the Gujarati voters are telling Prime Minister Modi that we want to strengthen your hands, that we have faith in 27 years of governance of the BJP and we want to give you 5 years more. Shouldn't it be seen as a positive vote rather than a negative vote, the way in which you are saying? That there was no
No,
alternative and hence the BJP got it.
See, BJP has won this number of seats. That doesn't mean that there are no issues on ground. You were there in Gujarat. There was a strong anger in the people due to price rise, due to unemployment. 22 different groups of people were doing agitations in Gujarat. So what I'm saying is very simple, that yes, there was strong anger, but somewhere we could not match up to the expectation of people. We could not give people alternate that if people are not happy, if we are there as a Congress party, people can trust us. No. Okay. So they went to
Rohan, to be fair, मुझे ये नहीं दिखा, मुझे anger नहीं दिखा. In fact, I saw that people of Gujarat were very satisfied and happy with the current government. Abhijit Majumdar, the big takeaway for you, 156 and counting, it appears.
Yeah, so no, I actually tend to agree with what the Congress spokesperson just said, Rohan. BJP has done things in Gujarat, but not extraordinary things in the last 5 years. But the fact that there seems to be absolutely no opposition at all in Gujarat. That is what is startling. I mean, and AAP has not made that much of a dent. Congress can't say that AAP has cut our votes and which is why we have lost and all that. That is, that logic or that reasoning doesn't even hold. So Congress will have to introspect definitely in Gujarat. Himachal, they seem to be heading for a win, but again, I mean, in a small state with a lot of more votes to be counted, we need to wait and not stick our necks out yet. Yeah, Congress again, Himachal.
But it beats me, Abhijit Majumdar. The fact is, how can you go low-key when your distance is 77 to 92? How can you go where you got to traverse 15 seats to that halfway number? Would you go low-key or would you make noise? Look at the AAP. The AAP was nowhere in Gujarat. A municipal body poll where the Congress moved en masse and they ended up with 27 seats. It surprised the AAP itself, and they started making noise, and they made noise, and they've got 6. They've got 6 and they're on the leaderboard. Nimi Rastogi, would you want to psychologically claim the opposition place in the BJP in Gujarat? Because there is no opposition. Right now, there is no qualified opposition in the Vidhan Sabha. No party qualifies to take the place of opposition.
Absolutely. I would rather say that our graph is ascending like no other graph in the country in the history of independent India. And we have done exceedingly well in wherever we've tried our best. Actually, it's not an overnight phenomenon. Our work, our sincere work starts much earlier than that, and our model in Delhi has
I'm just interrupting you, just going across to Gujarat for a bit. The incumbent Home Minister, Harsh Sanghvi, who's also doing very well from his seat in the Surat district, is celebrating at the Gujarat BJP headquarters. There is huge celebrations there. Let's just go full frame to that picture, to those pictures, please, and stay with those visuals. Harsh Sanghvi at the Gujarat BJP headquarters. Huge noise. We'll try and connect with Arun Danta. Let's try and amp up the audio there. No, it doesn't look like Harsh Sanghvi. Is that really Harsh Sanghvi? I'm going to check with Arun Danta. Is that Harsh Sanghvi there?
That's another MLA.
No, it's that's not Harsh Sanghvi. Harsh is still, we are given to understand he was actually going to be in his constituency in the morning and come towards Ahmedabad only towards the afternoon. So we're going to check again. So it's just celebrations at the Gujarat BJP headquarters.
Even in Surat, of the 9 seats,
he's in Surat,
8 seats the BJP is leading in.
See, last time around they struggled. Struggled, and this time they were worried about 2 seats, that is Varacha and also in Mandvi. Now, one of the seats, so they were hoping to get 8 out of 9, and Varacha was a concern because the AAP candidate was strong. But
Varacha,
the PM's
Alpesh
rally
Kataria
actually swung things.
Yeah, Alpesh Kataria is a Patidar candidate. Of course, this is where it started for the Aam Aadmi Party, the Surat Municipal Corporation elections. He is trailing. And of course, in Katargam, which is the neighbouring constituency, Gopal Italia, the state president, he is trailing as well. So for the AAP, in Surat, certainly where their story began, there is not much to show for. The only seat that the opposition there seems to be having is Aslam Firozbhai Cyclewala of the Congress party in Surat East. But, a phenomenal story. And I sort of, I just want to, if the BJP won by 120 or 130, you could have said, yes, there are chinks in the opposition's armour. AAP is eating into Congress's votes, so on and so forth. But 156, 157 now. when everybody said, you know, the calm election of 85 under Madhav Singh Solanki was a watershed election, it changed the dynamics of the state. This also has to be a watershed election. Never before in the history of Gujarat state has any party crossed 150. It's got to be more than just, you know, a divided opposition. I think this is, like I said, a vote pro-incumbency, a vote affirming the Gujarat model of development, and most importantly, I think the Gujarati voter is telling the BJP, Modi साहब दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, उनको हमारा सहारा चाहिए, and we should be with him now. This is a message, I think, as you said, झोला भर दिया उन्होंने.
No, not just that.
exactly
They've also said that right now in the mind of the voter, there is no alternative. No, there is nobody who can replace Modi. It's not even about there's no alternative. There's no reason to replace Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the confidence is with him. We may have cribs, but the cribs can also be addressed by him.
I again
that's
feel
the
that
level.
it's 158. This is touching 160 now.
कुछ
भी हो सकता है. अब ये नंबर तो रुकने वाला नहीं है.
Let's just do some. Let's just bring down the leaderboard. The data dome and Alexa is a little upset कि आप मुझे भूल गए, हमको लाए नहीं. So let's just quickly look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fantastic leaderboard that's coming in at this point. Gujarat is with the BJP. And in absolute majority, close to about 158. Over in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress now looking much more comfortable and in position to form the government comfortably there, inching towards that 40 number. I remember Hemant Atri telling me 38 से 43 के बीच में आके कांग्रेस रुकेगी. 39 पे अभी है. Will there be a little bit of a change? We'll have to wait and watch. But it is 26 and 39. Let's try and go across to our reporter on ground. Siddhant or Arun, who's there with us? Siddhant, can you hear me? Where are you?
Yes, I can hear you, Anand. And what I'm witnessing today is historic. Anand, this Kamlam office of BJP witnessed history in 2014 when Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister of the country. And today, again, it is a historic moment for them because for the first time, BJP has crossed 150 mark. थोड़ा ढोल वोल बजाइए आप लोग. बीजेपी अभी नहीं बजा रहे ढोल. ढोल बजाइए, थोड़ा ढोल बजाइए. Polls have come, the sweets are being distributed. We'll speak to some of the leaders of the party, and here you can see the celebrations are going on. Excuse me, एक बार यहाँ पे कुछ महिलाएं हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं. कितने खुश हैं? बहुत खुश हैं. अच्छा, ये वही कार्यालय है बीजेपी का जहाँ से प्रधानमंत्री जब वो चीफ मिनिस्टर थे वो प्रधानमंत्री बने थे. एक वो दिन है, आज का दिन है. 150 बीजेपी ने पार किया है.
तो मतलब प्रधानमंत्री ने कितना बढ़िया काम किया है कि इस वजह से आज गुजरात का इतना बड़ा ऊपर जा रहा है.
150 के पार हो गए. कभी सोचा था कि 150 का पार?
हमने पहले से सोचा हुआ ही है. 150 प्लस हमारा टारगेट था और वो हम क्रॉस कर रहे हैं. 150 प्लस से हम क्रॉस कर रहे हैं.
प्रधानमंत्री की ही सफलता दिखाई रही है.
मोदी
गुजराती में तो गुजराती हर एक व्यक्ति मीठा है पहले से. हमारे को मिठाई की कोई जरूरत नहीं. अभी आ जाएगी मिठाई. पटाखे बहुत फूट गए अभी तो.
भी आ रहे हैं और दिवाली का माहौल.
मैं लेट हूँ पर सेलिब्रेशन तो पूरे हफ्ते
आ रहे हैं. भगवाधारी नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद.
आ रहे हैं भगवाधारी. आनंद, now behind me you can see Pratibha Singh Jadeja, who is a Sangathan Mantri here in Gujarat, and he is there. You know,
can you try and make your way to him, Siddhant? Try and make your way to Pratibha Singh Jadeja and get a word in.
Yes. Okay. Wait. Pratibha bhai. Celebrations are underway. We are at the Kamlam office, and you know it's getting really difficult for me to come this crowd.
Well, it is going to get all the more hectic and busy right now at this point. Siddhant, I'm just pulling away. I'll come back to you, swing back to you. Just, ladies and gentlemen, back in November, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, while speaking to our group editor-in-chief, Rahul Joshi, had said that BJP अब की बार प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ और एक रिकॉर्ड तोड़ जीत दर्ज करेगी गुजरात में. Listen into what he had to say.
कितनी सीट देते हैं गुजरात में आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी को? इतना निश्चित कह सकता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहां पर अपने सभी चुनावी रिकॉर्ड तोड़कर सर्वाधिक सीट और सर्वाधिक मत प्राप्त कर विजयी बनेगी और प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ यहां पर हम सरकार बनाएंगे.
Important part was Sarvadhik seat, that means most number of seats, but Sarvadhik Bahumat, most maximum vote share in a Vidhan Sabha, and that's exactly at 54% it's pointing to. He said, apne sabhi record tod ke. So he parked or hedged his bets, saying 127 or 149, even in between that, it will be BJP's best ever. But this has breached that 149 of Madhav Singh Solanki, and it's come to about nearly 160 seats. 159, 15 and 5. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The decimation of the opposition in Gujarat is a big narrative and a big thumbs up for PM Narendra Modi and the BJP under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Arun Dadda is on ground. Arun, celebrations galore at the Gujarat BJP headquarters. Mahilaएं, Purush and everybody, people from all walks of life. ढोल भी बज रहे हैं, छतरियां घूम रही हैं.
भी चल रहा है, Arun.
Well, Anand, the scenes are electrifying here at Bharatiya Janata Party as they are getting the trends. In fact, you can see the TV screen of News18 Gujarati is there where they are watching the news, the results, the poll results, and in fact, the Garba is being performed by the women here. We try to speak to them while going inside this program. We speak to them. जी बताइए कैसा लग रहा है? कैसा लग रहा है?
आज विजय का जश्न हम गरबा लेके मना रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 101 जंगी बहुमत से आज हमने लीड जो हासिल की है. चप्पा आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विजय हो रहा है. 180 बहुत ज्यादा विधान.
आप बताइए, खुश हैं नतीजों से? खुश हैं आप? खुश हैं?
बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत खुश हैं. हमारी बहुत बड़ी.
Well, we'll stay with these visuals, but going across to our guests in the studio also. Nalen, Garvo Ramye. Well, Abhijit Majumdar is also with us. We try and go across to our guest, Adwaita Kala, with us in the studio at this point. Adwaita, the celebrations, the ladies breaking into Garba. If you're going to have to be in Gujarat and you want to celebrate, then the natural step is Garba. So are you also feeling like joining them? I believe there's quite a bit of banter going on in the studio.
Well, yeah, we are discussing things, and you know, we have to keep it interesting because it's such a walkover in Gujarat. There isn't much to analyze here, so we're you know, trying to look for things to talk about. You know, Himachal, again, I think there's a lesson there for the BJP in Himachal. The kind of you know, difference as of now, 26 and 39, in such a small state, points to something that has gone terribly wrong for them, because there wasn't that anti-incumbency sentiment. So is it the rebel factor? Is it the factor that there was a lot of infighting that has brought the BJP down in Himachal? And I think BJP has really been its own worst enemy in the state.
What's the difference, Adwaita? You come from Uttarakhand. We were all saying Uttarakhand also, the Congress might come back. What's the difference between what happened in Uttarakhand 6 months ago and what happened in neighbouring Himachal today?
You know, I've always said that Uttarakhand was a pure Prime Minister Modi vote, and that was an election for Congress to lose, because there was anti-incumbency. I think if Harish Rawat had been supported enough, being the tallest leader in the Congress there, I think he could have pulled off something more like a near win than what it ended up being. The Prime Minister, once he came into campaigning there, is when it really shifted in favour of the BJP, because he's deeply loved, not just respected and admired, but he's deeply loved in Uttarakhand.
And I think that's what made the difference. It's definitely Prime Minister's state and Prime Minister's win.
What
because
about the old
BJP
pension
couldn't have
scheme?
done it on its own.
Do you think that had a role to play in Himachal?
I'm sorry?
Old pension scheme?
Old pension scheme, but I'm actually looking at it more from the point of view from the rebel factor. Because, you know, there were these factors, but there wasn't, I went to Himachal, there wasn't like a huge anti-incumbency or anything like that sentiment going on. It was a scandal-free governance. It was a chief minister who lasted his full term as opposed to Uttarakhand where they made 3 changes.
Yes.
It was, you know, stable. I think it's a really something that the BJP needs to analyze very carefully because this kind of a gap in a small state points to something, some sort of rot.
Was there internal factionalism to the extent that they actually ended up trying to
I think
hurt them, damage themselves? Aman Sharma is with us at this point. Aman, the other aspect is, did the Congress modus of campaigning their work? Did Priyanka Vadra's effective campaigning on ground to try and also push on the local issues, did that work? They steered clear of targeting PM Narendra Modi but kept focus on the local issues. Did that actually work? Or was it the factionalism within the BJP? Aman, can you hear me? Well, we'll try and go to Aman in just a bit. Let's go back to Siddhant. A lot of celebrations in Gujarat, over in Ahmedabad. Yes, Siddhant. Who all have arrived among the BJP leadership there?
Yes, Well, all the MLAs of Ahmedabad constituency, the winning MLAs, at the same time the karyakartas from Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar have gathered here, Anand. Let's get into the crowd and try to get a reaction for our viewers. What is exactly happening here? Now you can see the celebrations are underway. Let's go to some of the women candidates here. We'll speak to them. हाँ जी, क्या माहौल है? क्या माहौल है?
बहुत बढ़िया माहौल है, बहुत बढ़िया माहौल है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जंगी बहुमती से जीत हुई है।
अब ये बताइए कि ये सेलिब्रेशन कितने दिनों तक चलेगा? ये जश्न कितने दिनों तक मनाया जाएगा?
बहुत सारे दिनों तक चलेगा। हमारी जितनी जीत हुई है उतने दिनों तक हमारी
ये कैसे, ये जीत कितनी हिस्टोरिक है? ये जीत कितनी हिस्टोरिक है? कितनी महत्वपूर्ण जीत है? आप लोग क्या कैसे जश्न मना रहे हैं?
हम लोग
हिंदुस्तान में बीजेपी की जीत है।
हिंदुस्तान में बीजेपी हिंदुस्तान में जीत है। आप इसको कैसे मनाने चाहिए?
मोदी साहब जिंदाबाद था, जिंदाबाद रहेगा।
There you see, you know, the women celebrating here.
Modi sir, zindabad the, zindabad hai, zindabad rahenge. It's all about the adulation or the love for PM Modi. Advaita said it right, that it's not just respect, it's not about acceptance, but it's about adulation. It's moving to that level, and Gujarat has set the tone that when it comes to PM Modi, there is no cutting corners. It's like pura jholi bhar diya. Let's go across to Griha and understand what's happening in Himachal. The leads seem to be settling in. How many more rounds to go? Is there going to be a change in the picture, or the sense is that more or less the Congress is comfortably placed? Griha.
Now, there are interesting things that are coming out of Himachal, you know, Anand, because from all the 6 winners that have been announced, 5 of those are from the BJP. Only 1 so far is a Congress winner. Now, you're talking about what is the margin earlier. It's very, very tough call at the moment because some places there is round 3 of the counting that is, you know, being carried out. Some places it has gone up to round 8. But I've just collated that list that you were talking about, and I have few interesting things there. We're talking about the Congress bastion Haroli, from where Mukesh Agnihotri is currently ahead, but just by 3,000 votes. But I'd like to also mention that right now, 3rd round of counting is going on over there. If you look at Fatehpur, another important seat, 5th round of counting is currently on. Congress's Bhavani Patania is, you know, putting up a big fight against BJP's Rakesh Patania. The margin, mind you, is only 600 votes,
600 votes.
And if we look at Indora, Congress is ahead by just 400 votes against the BJP. Round 5 of the counting is happening over there.
How many rounds are there, Griha?
Yeah.
in Himachal, how many rounds in every constituency?
There are about 8 to 9 rounds of counting, depending upon the number of votes that have been polled. But 8 to 9. Right now, we've gone up to 8th round, but in Fatehpur, round 3 at the moment.
So there are certain constituencies where there are 3 or 5 rounds. There are some constituencies where there have been 8 rounds already. The final round is going on. Some constituencies, the wins have been declared already. Aman Sharma is with us. Aman, can you hear me?
Yeah.
The phenomenal aspect is about how the BJP went about its campaigning in Gujarat, and the leadership was focused. It was unanimous. Was there factionalism in Himachal? You were in Himachal. Was the Congress's method of campaigning and what Priyanka Vadra did, was that effective? The fact that there was no factionalism or there was no face to the leader, did that make a difference?
Well, if Congress wins in Himachal, I would call it the first electoral success of Priyanka Gandhi and a vote for the old pension scheme. I think Congress ran a very good campaign in Himachal. Priyanka Gandhi doing these rallies, the connect with women, and especially I think the old pension scheme promise in Himachal, Anand, it is the employees who make the government. As we heard on the ground when we went, it said Karamchari hi Himachal में सरकार बनाते हैं और बदलते हैं. The old pension scheme was a very, very strong promise. Priyanka Gandhi said it from every stage, and BJP stand on the old pension scheme was very ambivalent. You know, some leaders said, okay, we'll set up a committee. Some leaders said it has physical costs, we can't do it. But the Congress promise on old pension scheme, I think, has swung the state for the Congress. There was also this anti-incumbency and this cyclic change of power in Himachal, which happens every time. So that was also a factor against the BJP, though BJP had a very clear CM face. I think the Congress played it smartly by not declaring a CM face. So, you know, the factionalism between, you know, Pratibha Singh and Sukhu, you know, that didn't emerge at least till now, and they fought a collective election. I think that has what has swung the state for the Congress in Himachal. Rahul Gandhi couldn't go there, but I think Priyanka Gandhi's rallies, I attended one of those rallies, and I think her campaign was very simple because BJP was saying old pension scheme can't be implemented. Okay, there's a fiscal cost, but Priyanka Gandhi said no. It has been implemented in Rajasthan, it has been implemented in Jharkhand, in Chhattisgarh, and we will do it in the first cabinet meeting when we come to power in Himachal. So that promise was very, very clear. I think that has what helped the Congress take this lead in Himachal, and if these leads hold, I think Congress would be very happy with the result which is coming in Himachal. Though there are things, independents are there. I think what also costed them, Anand, is the 21 BJP rebels.
Yeah, I just want to run on the independents number, because right now the 3 who are leading, one of them is an ex-Congress candidate, Ashish Sharma. This is from the constituency of Ashish Sharma from Hamirpur. He was denied a Congress ticket, so likely that if the Congress is at 38, 39, past the halfway mark, likely that he will go with the Congress and not necessarily with the BJP. The other 2 are BJP rebels from Dehra. Hoshiar Singh is an independent who is fighting. And of course, in this constituency of Nalagarh, which is in Solan, KL Thakur again, a BJP rebel. So the number of rebels is actually lower. If you go back and check in 2012 when the Congress won, when Veerbhadra Singh became Chief Minister, again, it was just a slender majority. They were 36, the BJP was 26. Right now, the Congress is 39, BJP 26. And like I said, one of these rebels likely to go with the Congress. So the Congress number is looking closer to 40. I think one was OPS, which Aman Sharma talked about. I think there was also talk about Agnipath and Agniveer. I think there was some promise that Priyanka Gandhi had made. I'm not sure what it was, but I think that did have resonance. Let's not forget, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Haryana, these are all states that send a large number of people to the fore.
But in a state where it was largely Veerbhadra Singh versus PK Dhumal, in this case you have a Jairam Thakur. You have a Jairam Thakur. It is JP Nadda's home state. He's the BJP national president. In this case, if you have 21 rebels who are actually fighting the elections, and there was factionalism, look at those Hamirpur, and those are all bastions of the Dhumals. And there, if the Congress is doing well, then is that rebellion which is reeking off. Syed Zafar Islam, if you are there with us, this is something which the BJP can ill afford. This is then going down the Congress way. That's what's happening. When the Congress was at its point of dominance, factionalism was the undoing. And is that what is happening right now?
Look at the Thakur-dominated seats out of 25 seats, and that's a large chunk. Out of 68 seats, 25 are Thakur-dominated. The Congress just 1 ahead of the BJP. 12 to the Congress, up 4. The BJP down 5 from last time around. So this would have been 16 had they won as per the last time, 25 of the Thakur-dominated seats. Just quickly also, I want to run through the Brahmin-dominated seats, which of course is always Thakur versus Brahmin, the politics there. There the Congress run away, 7-1. BJP down 2, Congress up 2, but 7-1 is what the proportion is in the Brahmin-dominated seats. But I think really in the populous parts of the state, in Shimla, Hamirpur, Bilaspur, in Kulu Manali, there the Congress seems to have won. The BJP largely restricted to that Mandi Kangra belt.
So Zafar, what is becoming increasingly clear, and I think Zafar Islam of the BJP is continuing to be with us. Okay, let me take that question to Rohan Gupta. Rohan Gupta, I'm sure you're not looking at Gujarat numbers as much as Himachal, because Himachal is increasingly consolidating for you.
Oh, it's just gone back down by one.
Yes.
I am looking at both the numbers and I am trying to analyze. See, both the states, our campaign style was similar, right? We went with the local issues, whether it is OPS. Both the states we promised OPS. Both the states we have promised 300 units free electricity. So issues were similar. I think as per my person, see, today is the day of analysis. We have lost Gujarat and we are winning Himachal. This is written. So I don't want to go into politics. But what I feel that the method of communication, what we could do in Himachal, I think somewhere we could not touch as far as Gujarat is there. Our cadre was strong in Gujarat. Our candidates really fought good elections. But at the end of the day, I think the communication part or the credibility part was somewhere missing. And this is what I could analyze as of now.
But in Himachal, you also had Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who was there on ground interacting and holding rallies. In Gujarat, none of your top leaders were present.
You are right. Absolutely. I think that is also one of the factors that where Priyanka ji really campaigned very strongly on ground and she was involved in all decisions. I think it now at the end of the day, even if we were denying, but I think it has played important role. I think our head leaders should have been more. Mallikarjun Kharge was there for like 5-6 days, I think. But if more people from our central leadership had been there in Gujarat, I think we would have made difference. But see, I think it's a big defeat. At the end of the day, we need to analyze that.
Rohan, the simple point that last time along with the Patidar agitation, Hardik Patel, you had Jignesh Mewani, Alpesh Thakur. You had Ashok Gehlot and Rahul Gandhi also traversing the length and breadth of Gujarat and organizing, doing a lot of rallies and openly mounting a challenge. There was a lot of shore that took you to 77. 77 to 92, can you do it silently? Or should you have made more noise? It's a simple question. It's a no-brainer for anybody. But let's quickly go back to Arun Danta. Arun, you are on ground, celebrations at the BJP headquarters, women, men, everybody doing the dance and with the dhols and the nagaras. What's happening? मिठाई में क्या बट रहा है? Can you hear me, Arun? Well, I think we've just lost Arun Danta there, and we'll also try and connect with Siddhant Mishra. Plenty of celebrations. It's a moment to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, there may be local factors involved in what happened in Himachal, but if the opposition wanted to crowd Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi led BJP, the state where they had to mount a challenge was Gujarat. And somewhere perhaps the BJP realized that the state where they need to hold on to the narrative or set the narrative, set the tone is Gujarat. And look at the kind of effort that's been put, and that's what's given them rich dividends. And somewhere it's manifest. Is there any one pocket where you would perhaps fault the BJP of not doing well this time around?
Not at all. Look at all the regions. I'm going to go region-wise. Let's start with Saurashtra, which is where the BJP lost big time last time around. Look at the sweep. Out of 54 seats, BJP 45, a gain of 22 seats. Congress just 5 seats, down 25. Yes, the AAP would have hurt the Congress in some pockets. There are 3 seats in Saurashtra where the AAP is currently leading, including in Khambalia, which is the Isudan Gadvi seat. But 45 out of 54 to the BJP in Saurashtra. Go back and check in on 2017. It was 30 to the Congress, only 23 to the BJP. That's a huge change, a sea change in Saurashtra. Yes, 1 because of the Patidar factor, and 2, yes, AAP has hurt the Congress in rural parts of Saurashtra. Let me also look at some of the other regions. Let's look at the North region. That was the other part, Mehsana, Patan, Sabarkantha, Banaskantha, where the Congress did relatively well last time around. This time, out of 32 seats, BJP 25, up 11. Congress down 11. In 2017, go back and check in on how that played out in 2017. It was again Congress in the lead, 17 to Congress and 14 to BJP. Even though the vote share was lower for the Congress party, this time around, the Congress has gotten decimated in both Saurashtra and in North Gujarat, the 2 parts of the state, the 2 regions of the state where it did reasonably well last time around. So clearly, if you look at the length and breadth of Gujarat, from Saurashtra to South Gujarat to Central Gujarat, North Gujarat, there's not a single pocket where the opposition has any kind of bragging rights. It's the BJP all the way through, across the length and breadth of Gujarat. And like I said, you know, a 159, it could end up at 160. A 160 election, which has never happened in the history of Gujarat, for an incumbent party to come back after 27 years and record a historic mandate. I think this is as much a watershed election, if not more, than the 1985 Madhav Singh Solanki election that we keep talking about.
Well, there are certain jokes doing the rounds. One is BJP getting the kind of majority that AAP was claiming at the MCD polls but did not get, and the BJP is getting those numbers. But that aside, it's celebration for the BJP. It's the larger story, ladies and gentlemen. If you deliver on welfare, if you give Labhartis, if their due, if you empower or if you financially enable women, they will come back and remember outside of the kind of narratives that are set. Let's go across to Arun Danta. I'm going to first check. Arun, can you hear me?
Yes.
Take us through what's happening behind you.
Well, Anand, the scenes are crazy here. These karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party who come here from different parts of Gujarat are electrifying. And we'll go to that side. I'll show you color and the dance which they are performing. Look at the Garba scenes here. Garba scenes are going on. We'll try to speak to these women as well who are performing Garba and find out and see how traditional way for them to celebrate the entire victory of Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the entrance of the Kamlam where these karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party standing there on the stairs, and these women you can see performing. Let's speak to them. बताइए कौन सा डांस है ये? बताइए कैसा कितने खुश है कितने खुश है?
बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है, बहुत ही ज्यादा। मैं तो बोलती हूँ माजी का फकीर हो जाने के लिए बहुत बस ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी जीत है।
आप बताइए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बस we are winner, BJP is winner।
कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं आपकी?
182 सीट आएगी।
These are the scenes here at the Kamalam of Anand which you are seeing at this moment. We'll go to that side and
Yes, the dance is happening. Celebration. It is Navratri, which is out again. The ladies performing Garba, which is very traditional. And moment you hear these beats, that's what आपके पैर थिरकने लगते हैं. But this is celebration for the hard work that they have put on ground. It's the work of an entire electoral machinery that's been championed, fronted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But it's the karyakartas on ground who have worked tirelessly and hard. And it's an unstoppable process. It's a never-ending process. It's perennial, ladies and gentlemen, because we as a nation are always in election mode. And now, soon after this, what's going to happen as I pull back into the studio, ladies and gentlemen, is that Gujarat is going to get ready for Lok Sabha 2024. So these Panna Pramukhs, these karyakartas will be asked to work again and harder this time. But let's also put some work and let's put some hard yards as we do the race. It's Prime Minister Narendra Modi led BJP racing far beyond that 92 number to a record 159. 159, ladies and gentlemen. Who would have thought they would do this? Not when they're challenging or for the first time they're asking for the mandate. This is for the 8th time that the BJP will be in power. 7 successive consecutive wins that they are registering. And this is a record after 2.5 decades in power if they're returning this number, 159. I hope Shivraj Singh Chauhan is watching, because that's the pressure that will be put on him in Madhya Pradesh for him to do what he has to do come November 2023. But this is the story of Gujarat at this point. But let's quickly, as we roll out and we see that the BJP is far ahead in Gujarat and everybody else is far, far beyond. They don't even qualify collectively to form the opposition there in Gujarat. Let's try and roll and see what's happening in Himachal. Yahan picture, filhal, it's looking like that the Congress party is the hero with 39, near about 40, very, very comfortably clear, about 5 seats clear of the halfway mark. But ye picture abhi baki hai, because there are a few rounds left. The margins are not so great. The BJP would be hoping to play catch-up if they want to retain power. Anything in the vicinity of 34, 35 seats for the Congress spells trouble. But right now they seem to be comfortable. Something that they have done here has worked. Something that the BJP has not done, has not worked for them. Factionalism, 21 rebels, all those stories will come into play as we will talk about Himachal. But right now for Mallikarjun Kharge, at least there is one win in the bag soon as he has taken over as president of the Congress party.
BJP is at 160. BJP is at 160 in Gujarat. It's unbelievable. It is mind-boggling. We keep, no one's crossed 150, but 160 seats, ladies and gentlemen. Between AAP, Congress and others, independents, there's only 22 seats. The remaining 160 are in the BJP's pocket. I mean, this is a historic election. This is, like I said, this is comparable to 1985. This is bigger than 1985. Solanki's election, he got 149. This is, what, another 11 seats more.
1985 was Indira Gandhi's demise after her assassination.
Of course.
There was a lot of sympathy. There was a lot of, there were other factors that came in. Correct. Here, there should have been a drain. There should have been anti-incumbency or tiredness.
It didn't happen. I'm saying that that election was also about return of the Congress after a gap.
Yeah.
Here, a party has been in power for 2.5 decades and is returning with a bigger band. In fact, there is a soundbite that is coming in.
Yes, Dr. Shashi Tharoor is speaking to Pallavi.
One area where you people were there round the clock last time, and Rahul Gandhi was there. This time, a performance has been very good. And the second, of course, is you allowed AAP also to come in. What went wrong?
It's a very good question. Since I was neither on the official campaigners list nor...
Should you have been there?
That's a different matter for the party to respond to. But I think I really will leave this to the official spokespeople of the party to come back to you on it. I'm sure they've thought about all of this. There must be some real concerns that this kind of performance obviously points
Rahul Gandhi
especially given the good performance in Himachal.
Do you think in hindsight, maybe Rahul Gandhi going to Gujarat for his yatra could have helped?
Look, I really don't want to get into that. Let's leave it to the party to pronounce itself.
But also, the fact is that in Himachal, you had a more organized campaign. In Gujarat, there were personal attacks on the Prime Minister. The campaign on the ground looked disinterested. Do you think that's a rethink your party needs to make?
That's your assessment that they were disinterested. I think those who were campaigning will tell you they did their best. But again, people who were on the ground, on the spot, did the work. They are going to be in a better position.
What about the entry of AAP? Is AAP a concern which the Congress party needs to address?
I think AAP very clearly is attempting to supplant the Congress in many ways. They've succeeded in some ways in Punjab. They have made detailed inroads in Gujarat. And now my understanding is they're contemplating similar ventures in other states. And I think at some point one needs to talk and see, are we both in the opposition space together in order to try and overcome the challenge.
Well, that's the conversation Pallavi was having with Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Lots to introspect for the Congress party as far as Gujarat is concerned. Will they try and say blind spot Gujarat because they think they are in position to form government in Himachal? That would be perhaps a mistake for the Congress party. Likewise for the BJP to overlook what's happened in Himachal just because they're celebrating Gujarat. But Gujarat is a phenomenal story. Phenomenal. After BJP's historic win in Gujarat, there is update that's just come through at this point that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has congratulated Team Gujarat, and of course the person at the helm was C.R. Patel, and he was the one who's been involved in this along with Amit Shah, who's been camped in Gujarat for a while. But C.R. Patel was very strongly, very closely involved in the ticket distribution.
So the BJP saw them as a unit, and Amit Shah has also called and congratulated them. But interestingly, both Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah were equally responsible. They should take credit to themselves as well for this victory. Because Aka, I was in Gujarat and in Ahmedabad office. Mr. Shah was there till 2 a.m. 2:33 a.m. he was strategizing with the party leaders. So that the manner in which he was hands-on through the day, he would be campaigning. In the evening, would return to the party headquarters roughly around 7 to 8 p.m. and then would be there involved in the strategy. So that hands-on approach, then we see all hands on deck.
No, and what he said to Rahul Joshi was absolutely right. Yes. हमारे सारे record तोड़ के हम वापस आएंगे. And this is and this is not even apne. This is the state का record. Even the state record has been broken at 160. Like I said, you know, we have very convenient terms, anti-incumbency, you know, vote has been split between the opposition. This is far beyond all of that, ladies and gentlemen. There is something working in Gujarat. This is a huge affirmation for Mr. Modi, the Gujarat model of development. And most importantly, it is telling the BJP, it's telling the central leadership, Modi, tum aage badho, hum tumhare saath hai. I think that is what.
There has been a concentrated effort for the last 8, from the time the cabinet change has happened. Yeah. See, C.R. Patil, PMO was involved 18 months ago. PMO was involved. Not that anything was taken away from Amit Shah. But there was another element that came in with C.R. Patil. There is the Prime Minister and the PMO's direct involvement. On ground, all the Labhartis ensured all schemes are delivered, work is being done.
The kind of hands-on approach, the all hands on deck, सारे जुड़े हुए थे, वो दिख रहा था. Various ministers in charge of various constituencies, various chief ministers on ground campaigning. Himanta Biswa Sarma reaching out to the Assamese voters. You had Devendra Fadnavis reaching out to those who were there in that border area of Maharashtra. So, you know, that is the approach. Each person
assigned a role, but more importantly, not taking their home bastion lightly, not taking anything for granted, and somewhere realizing that Gujarat will set the tone, narrative, etc. for Lok Sabha 2024 and the critical next 12 to 15 months, ladies and gentlemen, where nearly 10 to 13 states and union territories of our country are going to go to the ballot. Let's listen to what Mallikarjun Kharge has to say, Congress President.
नहीं, मैं बोला ना, उसके लिए हम सेपरेट बात करेंगे. पूरे
हिमाचल में आपका क्या है आकलन सर? हिमाचल में आप लोगों को
मैं कहा ना है कि सभी रिजल्ट आने के बाद शाम में हमारे पार्टी का जो कुछ कहना है वो कहेंगे.
Under a non-Gandhi leader in Mr. Kharge himself saying that रात में analyze करेंगे. Perhaps the Congress would be okay. Vikramaditya, the son of
के साथ बनेगी और पूरे 5 साल हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार चलेगी. वीरभद्र सिंह विकास मॉडल के ऊपर ही सरकार चलेगी. मैं कह सकता हूं.
नेतृत्व कौन करेगा? किसे मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाएगा? आपकी क्या चाह है?
देखिए, मेरी चाह और ना चाह से ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. चाह जो है वो विधायक दल की होगी, हाईकमांड की होगी, और हम मिलकर हिमाचल प्रदेश को आगे ले जाने के लिए हम सब वचनबद्ध है. ये निश्चित तौर से ये बात मैं कह सकता हूं कि वीरभद्र सिंह जी का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम था जो इस चुनावों में हमको, जिससे कांग्रेस पार्टी को फायदा मिला है.
उनके ही चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा कांग्रेस.
उनके चुनावों पे, उनके नाम पे ये चुनाव लड़ा गया है निश्चित तौर से, और हाईकमांड का भी उसमें पूरा सहयोग था. प्रियंका गांधी जी की ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां हिमाचल के अंदर हुई है. सब चीजों का मिलकर
आप चाहेंगे कि प्रतिभा सिंह मुख्यमंत्री बने, क्योंकि उन्होंने अगुवाई की प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के तौर पर.
जो विधायक दल चाहेगा, हाईकमांड चाहेगी, हम उस चीज की पैरवी करेंगे.
वो रेस में
हाँ, बिल्कुल. शी इज वन ऑफ द कंटेंडर्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट.
क्या विधायकों को बाहर ले जाया जाएगा, प्रदेश के बाहर ले जाया जाएगा खरीद फरोख्त से बचाने के लिए?
हम हर वो चीज करेंगे जिसके लिए हमको लोकतंत्र को बचाना है, क्योंकि भाजपा कुछ भी कर सकती है. हमने छत्तीसगढ़, हमने महाराष्ट्र में देखा है, मेघालय में देखा है, गोवा में देखा है. वो चीज हिमाचल के अंदर रिपीट नहीं होगी, इसका मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं.
बात हुई सर सोनिया जी ने फोन किया सर मेजोरिटी आने के बाद.
अभी
बात हुई प्रतिभा जी के ऊपर.
अभी करेंगे बात. अभी थोड़ा सा मेजोरिटी क्लियर उसके बाद करेंगे.
So the Singhs are claiming victory. That is Vikramaditya Singh, Pratibha Singh. There are celebrations outside her residence. Akash is joining us. So Vikramaditya Singh saying that the legislative party or the legislators will decide and the central leadership will decide. But he has confirmed that his mother is in the race to become Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. Is the Congress claiming victory in Himachal already, or are they still waiting?
Hello.
Yes, Akash.
So Anand, I'm showing you the visuals of Laddu. The last my camera person to show you that visual there. You see supporters are basically happy with the current trend, and now they're confident that Congress is going to win finally. Just a few minutes back, we saw that how Vikramaditya was claiming that OPS was one of the main issues of Congress party.
पूरा करेंगे ये भी हम कह सकते हैं।
हिमाचल के लोगों से क्या कहना चाहिए?
मैं हिमाचल के लोगों का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा जिन्होंने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी का समर्थन किया है, और जैसे ही पूरी तरीके से रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर हो जाते हैं उसके बाद हम और धन्यवाद हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का करेंगे।
पहली कैबिनेट में कौन से मसले जो है वो कांग्रेस सुलझाएगी?
जो हमारे 10 गारंटीज है उनको हम पूरा करेंगे।
विक्रमादित्य बातचीत कर रहे थे कि जो 10 गारंटियां हैं उनको पूरा किया जाएगा, और कहीं ना कहीं
Aditya Singh, they're saying that they will be keeping with the promise that has been made, particularly of the OPS. But the Congress went for that gamble. They understood that legacy and that nostalgia that is there with Veerbhadra Singh could make the people of Himachal gravitate towards the Congress. His image was there in all posters. Akash is joining us live. So is the Congress more or less settled that they have the power in the state, or will they be still cautious because there are several rounds still left?
So Maria, I could not hear the question, but as of now, Congress is fully confident because they people are saying, in fact, Vikramaditya is saying that, you know, all the observers are now coming to Himachal Pradesh, and in fact, they are forming the government here. Also, a question was asked, "Aapko dar nahi hai khareed farokht ka?" So he replied that no, because our central observers are coming, and as far as the majority is concerned, so they are somewhere moving towards the magic number. 35 is the magic number that is required as of now, and Congress is leading on 37 seats as of now. Also, you know, OPS was the main issue as far as issues related to Himachal Pradesh are concerned, and Vikramaditya is somewhere maintaining that in the very first cabinet they'll be deciding on the OPS issue as well. So again, if I can show you the visuals, laddus are here and all the supporters, you can see just a few minutes back we heard the Narebazi, Congress Jindabad and all other things, and this is going to be a victory. This is what Congress supporters are saying. In fact, leaders are maintaining that this is going to be a big victory for them. Also, the important question was, who will be the CM? To which Vikramaditya has replied, and in fact has maintained that his mother Pratibha Singh is a very part of those candidates whose name.
Yeah, Pratibha Singh is a contender. Akash, I'm just going to check. Bhupesh Baghel is addressing a press conference. Let's go across to that.
शासकीय योजनाओं के प्रति लोगों में उत्साह भी है और उसका लाभ लोग ले रहे हैं। धान खरीदी भी लगातार चल रहा है और निर्बाध गति से चल रहा है। कहीं कोई शिकायत बारदाने की, तौलाई की या धान उठाव की या पेमेंट की कोई शिकायत नहीं है। सब बढ़िया से संचालित हो रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ प्रदेश में इस साल धान खरीदी का, वैसे तो हर साल रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहे हैं, इस साल भी रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा, तो काफ़ी अच्छे ढंग से संचालित हो रहा है। पैरा दान के लिए भी मैंने अपील की है, तो अधिकांश किसान हैं वो पैरा जलाने का काम नहीं किए हैं, कुछ एक किसान थोड़ा बहुत जलाएँ हैं, तो इसका अच्छा रिस्पांस आ रहा है। सभी से फिर से मैं निवेदन करूंगा और मीडिया के भी साथियों से कहना चाहूँगा, पैरा दान के लिए वो लोग प्रोत्साहित करें और उनको सम्मानित करना भी चाहिए, ताकि एक तो कार्बन उत्सर्जन नहीं होगा, दूसरा मवेशियों के लिए चारा उपलब्ध होगा। आप लोगों की तरफ से कोई सवाल हो?
मुलाकात के दौरान ऐसी कोई बातें जिसको आप शेयर करना चाहते हैं, ऐसी कोई समस्या जिसका निदान के
सबसे ज़्यादा बैंकों की मांग आ रही है, बोले हम लाइन लगाए रहते हैं, पैसा नहीं निकाल पाते हैं, भीड़ बहुत रहती है।
Talking about Chhattisgarh at the moment, no confirmation whether or not he is already en route or he is going to make his way to Himachal. At this point, there were talks that he may be sent there or he may air dash, but Congress looking comfortably placed at the moment to form government in Himachal. The family of Veerbhadra Singh, Pratibha Singh, and of course Veerbhadra Singh and Pratibha Singh's son Vikramaditya Singh, one of the youngest candidates this time around in the elections, has already come out and said that they are looking confident to form government. Quickly, just checking with Zaka Jacob on the wall, if we were to look at, I know we are focusing on Gujarat, but quickly on Himachal, if we can look at, where do you think the BJP has lost maximum ground? They've lost, they're minus 17 from the last time around.
Absolutely.
Which region has hurt them most?
Definitely Shimla. Definitely Shimla, because I think there almost all the seats, let me just bring out Shimla. The populated belts of Himachal, Hamirpur, Bilaspur, Shimla again, it's 6-2. I mean, in the capital of the state, if you're trailing 1:4 in that ratio, 6-2, I think that's a problem for the BJP. So in Shimla, definitely the Congress has done well. I just want to bring in Hamirpur and Bilaspur as well. Again, these are the populous parts of the state. Let's bring those districts again, Hamirpur and Bilaspur. Let's see how the BJP is doing there. All right, this is not working. The numbers are there. It's 4-4. It's evenly split. one to the other. So one of the independents, Ashish Sharma, is a Congress independent, but it's 4-4. But really, I think it's the Shimla story, the whole belt here, the Shimla belt, the Solan belt, Una belt. That's where the Congress is doing well, the BJP doing well in the Mandi, Kangra belt in the central part of the state. And of course, the outer constituencies as well, whether you go to Lahore, Spiti, Kinnaur, all of these outer constituencies, very sparsely populated, 30,000 people, 50,000 people. Again, there the Congress doing well. But I think the bulk of the Congress's gains have happened here in this Shimla belt as well as in this Hamirpur, Bilaspur belt. And I think that's where they've done
growers.
well.
Their discontent is a matter of concern. Perhaps did the BJP underestimate their discontent, and the Congress kept on promising the benefits for apple growers as well. Shama Mohammed of the Congress party is joining us. Shama, of course, this is a number which is looking very promising for the Congress party. And if these numbers hold, then Congress could very well form the government. So it is the Rivaj which is continuing in the state.
Yeah, so it is not if the numbers hold. I am sure the numbers will hold because there's no need for the numbers now, and I'm seeing the time also. So I think we've said before also we will form the government in Himachal. There's been a lot of issues, including the old pension scheme, the price of fertilizers, cartons for the apple farmers, unemployment, price rise, and also the Agniveer. A lot of Himachal people are Jawans. So that has also not gone down very well with the Himachalis. And the other thing is they try to bring in UCC, the Hindutva laboratory here. And they have to understand that that doesn't work in Himachal Pradesh like it works in Gujarat. The Gujarat, of course, you can play the communal divide, but this thing does not
Shama Mohammed, interrupting you. We've got an update coming in from Gujarat. We'll come back to you, ma'am, in just a bit. Harsh Sanghvi has won. He's won from the seat of Majura. That's the big key race alert that's just coming through. Harsh Sanghvi has won comfortably from Gujarat, in Gujarat, from the Surat district in Majura. That's the area. Raghavji Patel is also winning from Jamnagar Rural. We'll try and go across to Greha at the live results hub for a quick update on both Gujarat and Himachal in just a bit. But convincing wins, and it was a no-brainer as far as Harsh Sanghvi. Let's come back to Gujarat now.
All 9 seats. You were asking about Surat. All 9 seats the BJP is leading in, including in Varacha, where Alpesh Kataria of the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. In Katargam, Gopal Italia of the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. So all 9 seats in Surat district being won by the BJP, or the BJP is in lead, including in Majura, where the Home Minister of the state, Harsh Sanghvi, is leading. If you look at all the cities, in Jamnagar, both the seats, Jamnagar North, Ribaba Jadeja, Jamnagar South, the BJP candidate, in all 4 Rajkot seats, including Rajkot West, from where Vijayabhai Rupani used to fight, there again the BJP is leading. Surat, all 9 seats, BJP leading. Vadodara, all 5 seats, BJP leading. Even in Ahmedabad, out of the 16 seats, Congress last time had 4, BJP had 12. This time BJP has 14 and the Congress has only 2. I think 2 strands stand out for me. One, it'll be interesting to see, particularly in the minority-dominated seats in walled city. Again, the Congress had 4 last time, right now only 2. Also, the tribal-dominated seats, both in South Gujarat as well as in North Gujarat, where the Congress did relatively well last time around. The Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into it. In one seat, the AAP is leading. In the other seats, the BJP is leading. So both in tribal-dominated seats as well as in the minority-dominated seats, there seems to be a new claimant to the Congress vote, and that is what the Congress is being hurt by. And of course, Saurashtra. We've been talking about Saurashtra. Right. Maximum number of seats, 58 seats. Out of the 5 seats, AAP is leading in, 4 are in Saurashtra. So it is definitely hurting the Congress party in rural pockets of Saurashtra. I think that is something that they need to really...
So the BJP's overall tally going up significantly. So the BJP's growth is coming at the cost of other parties, but also the Congress has been decimated. The Aam Aadmi Party is trying to occupy that space of opposition, but Congress is in double digit. Aam Aadmi Party is in single digit.
Just that. See, 99 last time around, 57 seats the BJP is pinched from the Congress. So has the BJP retained its 99 while taking 57 out of the 58 away from the Congress party? So purely pinching it away, taking it away from the Congress straight up.
You know, we talked about the Patidar seats, even the OBC dominated seats, and they are much larger. 75 out of 182 are OBC dominated seats. Wow, look at this. 64 to just 9. The Congress reduced to single digits in OBC dominated seats. You go back and check in 2017, that figure was 34. If a party comes down from 34 seats just to 9 seats, and BJP has got 39, almost 40 of that, then I think there is a problem. There's a problem for the Congress party. The OBC vote has shrunk for them, the tribal vote has shrunk for them, and of course the minority vote has shrunk for them. So significant sections of vote bank, as it were, have shrunk for the Congress party.
And they seem to have done it with Griha, because the update that is coming from Jairam Thakur's office to me is that the BJP is leading in 6 seats after the 27 leads that we are showing.
Over and above. So that means they should get to about 33.
So that's what they are hoping, and then others at 3. So let's try and connect with Griha to get more details.
Griha, are you there? Can you take us through what's happening in Himachal and Gujarat?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at the main tally, Anand, Maria. The fact that we are looking at about 15 that have been right now declared, and out of them 8 to the BJP, 6 so far to the Congress, and 1 independent. That's the word from Himachal. If we look at the winning list in Himachal, sir, winning list ek baar dikhaiye. So we are looking at the main candidates here. Jairam Thakur, we had already declared the first winner. Then it came from Sundarnagar Mandi, another BJP victory. Anil Sharma from Mandi was another BJP victory. Deep Raj, Dilip Thakur, again BJP. After that, we've got Congress candidates who have been declared as winners. Jagat Singh Nergi from Kinnaur has won. Rohit Thakur from Jubbal Kotai. Hamirpur again, Congress has won. Ashish Sharma. Kullu also went to the Congress party. Shimla, Harish went to the Congress party. So all of that, this is the tally. Quickly, one look at Gujarat there, Anand. If we look at Gujarat, look at the main tally in Gujarat. Main tally, sir. There are so many results that have been declared. Out of kitna result declared हुआ है, sir? Total 18. 18 so far have been declared. 16 of those going to the BJP, 1 to the Congress.
Right,
and
but in Gujarat we are given to understand most of the seats there are no tight fights or really hot contests. It's winning by a distance. It's comfortable. In Himachal, if the news as Maria is sharing from Jairam Thakur's office is that 27 plus another 6 seats where currently the BJP is leading in the latest round of counting. Is there a story within the story there? Is there drama there? We'll keep close tabs. But ladies and gentlemen, nearly 4.5 hours of continuous coverage here on CNN News 18 on Result Day Live, with a historic mandate being handed over to the BJP by Gujarat. We are going to take a very short break. I'm being told it's 5.5 hours. We've lost track of time. It's been so engaging. I've been stuck to our screens. Hope you have been too. Stay with us. going to get underway.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
The first leads coming in right at the bottom of the screen for the BJP from Gujarat.
The best election team delivered yet again.
Story in Gujarat right now as the BJP crosses the halfway mark.
First time the BJP is at its best ever in Gujarat.
A party which has been in power for 27 years, uninterrupted, getting that number.
The Congress has passed the halfway mark and now has got the position of strength to form government in Himachal Pradesh.
Elections equals CNN News 18.
कवरेज अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त क्योंकि पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. Thank you for staying with us here. Elections equals CNN News 18. It's been fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Himachal story is changing, dynamic. By the time we went into the break and we came back, Congress is down 2 seats, BJP is up 2 seats. But this story is only increasing and getting better and better and better for the BJP. This is the strike rate of the BJP. Look at that, 156 seats where they have leads or confirmed wins on. Even as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel is reaching the Gujarat BJP headquarters. Let's quickly go across. C.R. Patil is also standing right next to him. Plenty of celebrations, we'll see. Yes, Bhupendra Patel, C.R. Patil. Yeah, mithai bhi khilaya ja raha hai. Let's go across to Siddhant and Arun. Yes, take us through what's happening on ground. We'll try and go across to them. हाँ वो गुजराती मिठाई तो खिलाया जा रहा है, but Bhupendra Patel has also played his cards very well. He has conducted himself very well. He has tried to steer clear of making any comments or which will draw unnecessary controversy. The first 2 or 3 times he tried to speak to the national media, after that steering clear and trying to speak a lot with the local media, interacting with the people on ground, leaving the central leadership to do the batting at the national level or with national media. And and somewhere he's also strength. Last 18 months he's also been able to build a certain base for himself. He's worked with the new leadership.
BJP that we look at.
Yeah.
The team BJP which says that the local leadership and the central leadership go hand in hand. The Prime Minister came in with that campaign blitzkrieg, interacting with the party leaders, and this was here, the party headquarters, where he sat for hours interacting with the karyakartas, interacting with the poll strategists. And now I think Bhupendra Patel is leaving his home for the party headquarters, where he will be going. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to him, Prime Minister has spoken to him and congratulated him. This is what the new BJP is. It's not about that the central leaders replace and take away the space of the regional players. The regional players are equally important. He is winning, and in fact he has won with a record margin once again. But Bhupendra Patel has been that quintessential silent player. The player.
But इसमें एक चीज है कि वो एक दायरा है and you play within that daira and everybody does their role, does their job, and you continue to remain there and it all works.
अपने पिच पे बैटिंग करो,
अपने पिच पे बैटिंग करो, वो बिल्कुल perfectly आपने बोला Zaka. And the other thing is with Bhupendra Patel, it was here on the News 18 platform at the Adhiveshan that Amit Shah first openly came out and said कि Bhupendra Patel हमारे मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा है, setting all matters to rest.
You know, we tend to forget this, that one of the reasons why Bhupendra Patel was made the chief minister was also the Patidar factor.
Yes.
Let's be very clear. The Patidar factor, which cost the BJP in 2017, the central leadership recognized that was a problem that needed to be addressed, and they brought in, he was a first-time MLA. I think he was a first-time MLA when he was nominated as chief minister. To bring in a first-time MLA, make him chief minister, I think, and for him to come back with this kind of returns. I do suspect though, and let's see, we'll know in the next couple of days, I do suspect that there will be changes in the cabinet. You will see a lot more younger leaders becoming ministers and perhaps signaling a generational change.
Thakur, Hardik Patel win.
Whether उनको representation मिलेगा नहीं, लेकिन but Zaka, this is what I'm saying, that this is a party which has redefined its own politics, which has expanded its own vote base and has constantly made an effort in making inroads. Who would have thought that a party which went below 100 in 2017 returns with a mandate which is phenomenally huge and has made inroads into all those pockets that they had lost. So the message for other political parties is जब रूट मजबूत होगा, जब जड़ मजबूत होगा, तभी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
And you cannot take any voter base voter for granted. You have to let your delivery talk. You have to take the message across, and you have to make a nice big song and dance about it.
Yep.
You know, this whole expectation from the voter is कि तुम आओ मेरे पास, मैं वोट तुम्हें दूंगा.
Yes.
But I want you to come to me. And then you have the likes of Prime Minister, Amit Shah, all the leaders, everybody saying, मैं आ रहा हूँ आपके पास. I'm coming to you because I appreciate what you have done.
In fact, Vijay Rupani is joining us, and interestingly, he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and that transition that happened from Vijay Rupani to Bhupendra Patel was smooth. Vijay bhai, namaskar. पहला सवाल आपसे, इतना बड़ा मत,
नमस्कार
कि आप एक्सपेक्ट करते थे भाजपा को इतना बड़ा, इतनी झोली में भर देगा पूरा गुजरात आपको?
देखिए, हम लोग तो एक्सपेक्ट करते ही थे, और प्रधानमंत्री ने भी 2-3 बार आम सभा में भी बताया था कि इस बार सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट जाएंगे, और हमने रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है कि गुजरात में 150 से ज्यादा सीटें पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्राप्त कर रही है। पिछले सालों में कोई पार्टी को 150 से ज्यादा सीटें नहीं मिली थी। दूसरा रिकॉर्ड कि 7वीं बार हमारी सरकार बन रही है। 32 साल तक लगातार कोई प्रदेश में एक ही पार्टी को निरंतर, यानी कि सातत्यपूर्ण स्वरूप से कोई पार्टी सत्ता पर आरूढ़ नहीं रही। ये भी एक बड़ा रिकॉर्ड भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बनाया है।
विजय भाई, आप इसका सेहरा किसको पहनाएंगे? आपको क्या लगता है, क्या क्या फैक्टर्स है जो भाजपा के पक्ष में उसने काम किया?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी, उनकी लोकप्रियता, गुजरात की जनता को उनके प्रति विश्वास, भरोसा, मोदी जी की जो पिछले 8-9 साल से जो सरकार दिल्ली में चल रही है, उन्होंने जो वादे निभाए, तो मोदी जी के प्रति और विश्वास बढ़ा। और गुजरात में पिछले 2 दशक से विकास निरंतर बढ़ता गया, और आम गुजरात की जनता उसका विकास का अनुभव भी कर रही है। ये सारे कारण है, और कांग्रेस इतनी वीक हो गई है, अब डूबती नैया बन गई है, इसलिए कोई सामने लड़ाई नहीं थी।
विजय रूपानी जी नमस्ते, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूँ। आपने राजकोट में, सौराष्ट्र में,
हाँ जी नमस्कार,
बहुत बहुत मेहनत की आपने। एक बात बताइए, हम लोग 5-5.5 घंटे से बोल रहे हैं, गला दर्द कर रहा है, मैं चाय पी रहा हूँ, आपने कैसे मैनेज किया? और सबसे बड़ी बात, सौराष्ट्र में जो पिछली बार आपकी तरफ से वोट चला गया था, अब की बार सबने घूम घूम कर आप ही को वोट दिया है, आपका मतलब यानी भाजपा को वोट दिया है। तो क्या सही किया आपकी बार जो पिछली बार नहीं किया था?
देखिए, पिछली बार इलेक्शन बहुत बड़ा बीजेपी के लिए टफ था, क्योंकि बहुत सारे आंदोलन चले, और कांग्रेस ने पूरा जातिवाद इतना भड़काया था। ये सारी बातें पिछले 5 साल में टोटल समाप्त हुई, वातावरण अच्छा और क्लीन हो गया। हमारी सरकार ने भी पूरे जितने बाई इलेक्शन हुए वो हम जीते थे। हम लोग कॉरपोरेशन, पंचायत चुनाव भी अच्छी तरह से 90% सीटें जीते थे, और ये वातावरण आगे बढ़ता गया सौराष्ट्र में। और सौराष्ट्र में जो खास तौर पर पानी की समस्या थी
जी,
वो भी खत्म हो गई, और अच्छी तरह से लोगों ने इस बार प्रेम से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट दिया है।
आप क्यों नहीं लड़े? आप क्यों नहीं लड़े चुनाव?
हमने बताया था, हम सीनियर लोगों ने सभी ने बताया था कि नए लोगों को मौका मिलना चाहिए, और गुजरात ही ऐसा प्रदेश है, बीजेपी का गढ़ है, यहां ही हम कर सकते हैं। हम लोग लड़ते तो चुनाव, हम लोग भी लाख वोट से जीतते
जी,
लेकिन नए लोगों को मौका मिले, और एक नई कैडर भी बने, और हमारे गुजरात के लीडर में और लीडर बढ़े, इस दृष्टि से हम लोगों ने चुनाव नहीं लड़ा।
विजय जी, ये हमने देखा है, ये भाजपा ही में शायद होता है, ये ट्रांजिशन जो हुआ आपसे भूपेंद्र पटेल की तरफ, या आप लोगों ने जो युवा चेहरा है, आपने बोला कि चलिए वो लड़ेंगे, हम पीछे हटेंगे, ये भाजपा में इस तरह का क्या तहजीब है कि ये सब स्मूथली हो जाता है?
देखिए, हमारे यहां हम पद के लिए काम नहीं करने वाले कार्यकर्ता है, हम देश के लिए, राष्ट्र के लिए समर्पित कार्यकर्ता है। तो पद तो आता है जाता है, पद बदलता रहता है, तो चुनौती और पार्टी का बेस कैसे बढ़े, आइडियोलॉजी कैसे हमारी ज्यादा लोगों में समर्पित हो, उस दृष्टि से हम काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ता है, इसलिए हमारे यहाँ इजीली होता है।
विजय रूपानी जी, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। गजेंद्र शेखावत जी भी जुड़ रहे हैं। गजेंद्र जी नमस्ते, आनंद नरसिम्हन बोल रहा हूं। आप भी चाय की चुस्की ले रहे हैं, मैं भी चाय की चुस्की ले रहा हूं, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, ये प्रचंड बहुमत जो मिला है इसके लिए आपको साधुवाद।
देखिए, बहुत सारा जनता को, गुजरात की जनता को बहुत सारा अभिनंदन है, बहुत सारा धन्यवाद है, गुजरात के नेतृत्व को बधाई है, देश के नेतृत्व को बधाई है कि जिस तरह की चर्चा हमने की थी, जिस तरह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, जिस तरह माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा था, जिस तरह से विजय रूपानी जी ने कहा था, CR पाटिल साहब ने कहा था कि हम नया इतिहास बनाएंगे, गुजरात की जनता ने एक बार फिर मोदी जी की डेवलपमेंटल पॉलिटिक्स पर मोहर लगाई है, डेवलपमेंटल एजेंडा पे मोहर लगाई है और एक नया इतिहास जो है गुजरात की जनता ने बना।
गुजरात में जो हुआ गजेंद्र जी, गुजरात में जो हुआ वो हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं होता हुआ दिख रहा? आपको आवाज आ रही है?
आनंद, बीच में कुछ और कनेक्ट हो गया है।
नहीं, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि गुजरात में जो बहुमत मिला है, जो भारी बहुमत मिला है, वो हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं दिख रहा?
हो गया, रामपुर और उत्तर प्रदेश आ गया।
अच्छा, we'll try and sort that audio। विजय रूपानी जी, मैं जल्दी से आपसे ही ये सवाल पूछ लेता हूँ जब तक कि गजेंद्र जी वापस जुड़ जाएं, उनके साथ ऑडियो ठीक हो जाए, कि जो सफलता गुजरात में मिली है वो हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं मिलता दिख रहा?
देखिए, हम लोग तो गुजरात के चुनाव में बिजी थे, हिमालय में एक्चुअली क्या हुआ है वो मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन बात सही है कि हिमाचल में जो हुआ उसमें बीजेपी को लॉस हुआ है।
ये जो ट्रांजिशन की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे ये समझना है कि सबका अपना अपना रोल होता है। स्टेट लीडरशिप का रोल होता है, प्रधानमंत्री का रोल था, होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह का मतलब होम स्टेट है तो इसलिए उनका भी रोल है। ये जो पूरा स्ट्रक्चर है भाजपा का, संगठन का जो स्ट्रक्चर है, सब लोग कोशिश करते हैं, ये भाजपा में क्या खासियत है विजय भाई?
एक्चुअली बीजेपी पार्टी विद द डिफरेंस है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है, आइडियोलॉजी पर चलने वाली पार्टी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक डिसिप्लिन में रहने वाली कार्यकर्ताओं की पार्टी है। इसलिए गुजरात में जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में ऑर्गेनाइजेशनली वी आर वेरी स्ट्रांग, हमारा गढ़ है गुजरात जी। और मोदी जी जब हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेक्रेटरी थे तब से ऐसा कार्यकर्ता का कैडर है कि हमारे यहाँ सब कुछ ये पार्टी की डिसिप्लिन पर चलता है, इसलिए इजीली होता है ये सब।
सर, आप लोग बहुत सारे हैं जो अभी भी हैं और पहले भी थे, जो कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के साथ इस पार्टी में सालों से साथ में काम करके आगे बढ़े भी हैं। गजेंद्र शेखावत जी जब वापस जुड़ गए हैं। गजेंद्र जी, अब आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? मैं बस पहले चेक करूंगा। आनंद बोल रहा हूं।
हाँ,
अब ठीक है, अब
आ रही है।
ये इस प्रश्न के दो भाग हैं। पहला भाग ये कि गुजरात में जो सफलता मिली वो हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं मिलती दिख रही, और दूसरा, गुजरात की सफलता क्या आने वाले चुनावों के लिए आगाज है? क्या यही सफलता अब राजस्थान में भी हम उम्मीद करें?
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से गुजरात की सब जो है वो चुनावों के परिणाम, राजस्थान बिल्कुल सटा हुआ प्रदेश है और गुजरात और राजस्थान का बहुत पुराना संबंध है। निश्चित रूप से राजस्थान में भी इसी तरह के परिणाम इस बार आने वाले हैं। और राजस्थान में जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां हैं, राजस्थान की जनता पिछले 4 साल से इस कुशासन से जिस तरह से त्रस्त है, जनता मानस बना चुकी है और जो है 100% ऐसा ही एक बार फिर इतिहास 2013 में जिस तरह से हमने 163 सीटें जनता ने आशीर्वाद देकर के जिताई थी, अब की बार मुझे लगता है वो भी टूटने वाला है। और मैं नहीं कहता, कांग्रेस के खुद ही विधायक और मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि हम एक इनोवा या फॉर्च्यूनर में जाने लायक ही बचने वाले हैं। इसलिए समय अभी उस पर नहीं है टिप्पणी करने का। लेकिन गुजरात में जनता ने जिस तरह से डेवलपमेंटल पॉलिटिक्स को पर मोहर लगाई है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर जिस तरह से एक बार फिर मोहर लगाई है, मोदी जी के एजेंडा पर जिस तरह से मोहर लगाई है, और जो कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, जिस तरह से व्यक्तिगत कीचड़ उछालने की कोशिश की गई थी, कोई वादे कर रहा था और कोई दावे कर रहा था, कागज पे लिख करके मीडिया के सामने ऑन स्क्रीन दावे कर रहा था, वो सब धराशायी हो गए। एक नया इतिहास, जिस तरह से हमने कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ में कहा था, हमारी लीडरशिप ने कहा था, एक नया इतिहास बनाने में हम कामयाब हुए।
लेकिन गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, मारिया बोल रही हूँ, मुझे आपसे सवाल ये भी है कि सब लोग लगे रहे, सब लोग मिलजुल करके चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, आप सबकी जिम्मेदारी थी, आप लोग सब गुजरात में काम कर रहे थे, बहुत सारे मुख्यमंत्री काम कर रहे थे। ये जो पूरा ऑल हैंड्स ऑन डेक अप्रोच जो होता है भाजपा का, कि सब चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाए और जीतने के लिए लड़ा जाए, ये कितना अहम है? और शायद बाकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अभी सीख नहीं पा रहे हैं कि भाजपा किस तरह से चुनाव लड़ रही है।
तो देखिए मारिया जी, ये तो निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी से सीखने की आवश्यकता है, और लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में चुनाव जो है वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है। कोई पार्टी, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी ताकत के साथ में, पूरी ऊर्जा के साथ में, पूरी क्षमता का नियोजन करके अगर चुनाव के मैदान में उतरती है, तो ये इस बात की परिचायक है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कितनी गंभीरता से उस लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व को लेती है। परिणाम चाहे कुछ भी हो, लेकिन प्रयास हम पूरी ताकत के साथ में करें, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वर्तमान नेतृत्व ने एक नई परिभाषा इस लोकतंत्र में दी है। माननीय अमित शाह जी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कुछ सिखाया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हर कार्यकर्ता को कार्यकर्ता भाव के साथ में, चाहे वो किसी भी पद पर, किसी भी दायित्व के साथ में काम कर रहा हो, मुख्यमंत्री है, गृह मंत्री है, देश का गृह मंत्री है, देश का मंत्री है, किसी प्रदेश का मंत्री है, प्रदेश का अध्यक्ष है, हर व्यक्ति कार्यकर्ता भाव से चुनाव के इस समर में अपना योगदान करने के लिए जुटे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नई परिभाषा देश के चुनाव के जो है वो क्षेत्र में दी है,
और वो दिखता है क्योंकि ग्राउंड पर कार्यकर्ता यही कहता है कि अगर मंत्रीगण, प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जैसे और आप जैसे यूनियन मिनिस्टर्स अगर काम कर रहे हैं तो हम क्यों ना करें। मेरा अंतिम प्रश्न आप दोनों से है, छोटा सा प्रश्न है, जवाब आप दीजिएगा। टॉस जीत गए तो मैच जीत गए ये कहा जाता है, तो क्या गुजरात को लोकसभा के लिए टॉस माने?
देखिए, मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि लोकसभा के चुनाव स्थानीय मुद्दों से कुछ इतर होते हैं, कुछ इतर होते हैं। 2018 के चुनाव में, जब चुनाव से ठीक पहले 3 ही महीने पहले राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ का चुनाव हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी हार गई थी, तब देश भर के मीडिया ने इस तरह का नैरेटिव बनाने की कोशिश अवश्य की थी कि ये लिटमस टेस्ट है, और लिटमस टेस्ट में जो जिस तरह का परिणाम आया, आने वाला 2019 का नैरेटिव अलग से होगा। लेकिन हुआ क्या? देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर भरोसा व्यक्त किया। उसी राजस्थान में जहां हम सरकार से बाहर हुए थे, उसी राजस्थान में कांग्रेस पार्टी एक भी सीट नहीं जीत पाई। हम 25 के 25 सीटें 3 महीने बाद में जीते। ठीक ऐसी परिस्थिति, लगभग ऐसी परिस्थिति एक छिंदवाड़ा को छोड़कर के मध्य प्रदेश में भी हुई। इसलिए यह तय मानिए, यकीन मानिए, ये गुजरात के चुनाव का ऐतिहासिक परिणाम कुछ उस हद तक हमारे कॉन्फिडेंस को बिल्टअप करेगा, देश में एक नया मैसेज तो देगा ही, लेकिन 2024 का चुनाव जो है वो अब की बार जिस तरह से 14 से 19 में ज्यादा मत देश की जनता ने दिया, देश ने ज्यादा आशीर्वाद दिया, 19 से 24 में और अधिक आशीर्वाद देश की जनता माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देने वाली है।
गजेंद्र शेखावत जी धन्यवाद। विजय रूपाणी जी, आपका जवाब। टॉस गुजरात, मैच लोकसभा 2024।
बस वही बात है कि गुजरात ने हमेशा देश को दिशा दर्शन किया है, करवाया है, और गुजरात का ये परिणाम आने वाले समय में लोकसभा चुनाव में जनता मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से मोदी जी की सरकार बनाने के लिए कटिबद्ध बनेगी, और जनता का मूड गुजरात ने बता दिया है। और यही जो ऐतिहासिक परिणाम आज गुजरात में आया है, वही 24 में भी वही परिणाम आएगा, हमें पूरा विश्वास है। हमारा भी कॉन्फिडेंस जनता पर है, जनता हमारे साथ ऐसे ही रहेगी।
इस जीत के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए विजय रूपाणी जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Live shots of Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel arriving at the Gujarat BJP headquarters. Huge posse of media there. Siddhant and Arun Danta should also be there in that entire melee, but it's celebrations galore, and what a victory. Still at 154, 155. Absolutely. They're hovering on that number.
Like I said, you know, 150 par, 150 par was the nara that was given. Yeah, and they've achieved that. Like I said, no party has done this in the history of Gujarat. No party has gone beyond that 150 mark. The BJP has, and the fact that they've done it after almost 3 decades in power, I think it's phenomenal in and of itself. This is This is an election, like I said, comparable to 1985. You know, if they finish 5 years in Gujarat, there will be 32 years unbroken in power. And in modern Indian political history, there's only the example of the left, the CPM in Bengal, which was there in power for 34 years. Whereas here in Gujarat, 32 years to be in power uninterrupted, and that too with the record mandate in this latest term. I think it's unbelievable.
And Zaka, in those elections or those states, the chief minister was the same.
Yeah.
So the people of the state voted for that phase. Here in the state of Gujarat, you have had multiple chief ministers change. The longest tenure was, of course, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi of 12 years. Thereafter, there has been 3 chief ministers. But the party, that is the BJP, which has been voted to power here, and it is the Modi voter. Let's be clear, it is the cult of Prime Minister Narendra Modi which is evident, for which the people of Gujarat have said, आइए हम आपको मजबूत करेंगे.
सूरत हाल हिमाचल में थोड़ा बदलता दिख रहा है. किसी के माथे पर पसीना निकलता दिख रहा है. Because it's BJP is inching towards 30, the Congress slipping from 39 to 36, the others continuing to hold on. Siddhant is joining us live from the Gujarat BJP headquarters. Siddhant, Bhupendra Patel, CR Patel, they're waving the victory sign. What's the plan now? What's going to happen?
Zubin, आशा मिलकर Zubin क्या होने जा रहा है? जल्दी बताइए. आनंद पूछ रहे हैं.
बताइए, ये गुजरात की जनता की जीत है. ये गुजरात की जनता ने बीजेपी को और मोदी जी के विकास के मॉडल को बहुत बड़ी जीत दी है.
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होने जा रही है. प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होने जा रही है. सुबिन हमको यहाँ से निकाल रहे हैं. और आपको बता दें, CR पाटिल और भूपेंद्र पटेल मेरे पीछे है. मेरे पीछे है CR पाटिल और भूपेंद्र पटेल, और ये मीडिया से इंटरैक्ट करने जा रहे हैं. दे आर गोइंग टू इंटरैक्ट विद मीडिया. Zubin is asking me to go to the main hall because if I will go, then other media will also follow. So that is the strategy. But I'm not going to listen to him today. Actually, you can see the security.
How are they planning to celebrate? Do you know how are they planning to celebrate?
Zubin से फिर से पूछिए, मीडिया इंचार्ज हैं, वो जवाब तो दें.
Zubin क्या होने वाला है? एंकर पूछ रहे हैं. Zubin क्या होने वाला है? बीजेपी ऑफिस में क्या? ये देखिए, फिर मुझे निकाल रहे हैं. ये फिर मुझे निकाल रहे हैं.
चलिए आप जाकर के भूपेंद्र पटेल और CR पाटिल से मिल लीजिए.
हमसे
In fact, Rivaba Jadeja, who has just won, she has also spoken. Let's listen in.
मीटर तक का जो रोड शो था, और गुजरात की जनता पर जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक इम्पैक्ट रहा है, वो CM से लेके PM तक अभी तक उत्तरोत्तर उसमें जो बढ़त है, लोगों की जो एक लोक चाहना है, सिर्फ गुजरात ही नहीं, आप विश्व में देखें जहाँ भी गुजराती हैं, तो एक मोदी जी की जो एक अमिट छाप है लोगों के दिल में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उसकी जो एक इम्पैक्ट है वो होना जाहिर सी बात है.
150 से ऊपर अब बीजेपी जा रही है. पाथ ब्रेकिंग विक्ट्री कहा जाएगी. पूरे गुजरात में क्या बीजेपी अब कांग्रेस खत्म हो गई है?
देखिए, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से तो डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि हम विकास की यात्रा में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं. गुजरात का जो मॉडल है, उसमें जहाँ अभी जो विकास चल रहे हैं, उसमें हम बेहतर मॉडल के तौर पे आगे बढ़े, और वही एक मंत्र रहेगा. मेरे साथ जितने भी प्रत्याशी के रूप में हैं, जीत के धारासभ्य बनते हैं, तो उनका एक वही चयन रहेगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधाराओं के साथ जुड़कर जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हो वो आगे बढ़ाए.
पूरा
जिस फर्राटे से रविंद्र बैटिंग करते हैं, उसी फर्राटे से रिवाबा आंसर्स भी दे रही है. बट कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू द जडेजास. रिवाबा जडेजा, दे आर विनिंग comfortably. It's a sea of saffron, ladies and gentlemen, on the wall here as far as Gujarat is concerned. What we are going to do as the celebrations mount in Gujarat, and then they will also translate into huge celebrations in the national capital. We'll also keep close tabs on what's happening in Himachal. Thank you for staying with us right through the morning, but we want you to stay with us right through the afternoon and into the evening, as that's the leaderboard as it looks as of now. Will this change? क्या इस पिक्चर में एक क्लाइमैक्स बाकी है, एक ट्विस्ट बाकी है? Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
The first leads coming in right at the bottom of the screen for the BJP from Gujarat.
The best election team delivered yet again.
Story in Gujarat right now as the BJP crosses the halfway mark. First time the BJP is at its best ever in Gujarat.
A party which has been in power for 27 years, uninterrupted, getting that number.
The Congress has crossed the halfway mark and now has got the position of strength to form government in Himachal Pradesh.
Elections equals CNN News 18.
It's a day to celebrate for the BJP in Gujarat because they won a landslide victory. Almost there, of course, leads suggesting they're going to break the record of the biggest electoral win in Gujarat's history. Bigger than what the Congress record at 149 was. And of course, bigger than what they won in 2002 under Narendra Modi. You know, if this was the Olympics, this is a little bit like Usain Bolt running the 100-meter sprint. And he's head and shoulders above everybody else. He's looking back and there's nobody inside. That's how bad the competition to the BJP is. Everybody is a distant second or third. Nobody inside to the BJP. And that's really the top story today as far as the Battle of the States is concerned. But there is possibly a photo finish in Himachal Pradesh where the Congress is resting a lot of its hopes on. And there are a lot of seats still there where the margin is about 500 votes. We'll get you to our results hub to get you a live update as well, exactly which way Himachal Pradesh is going to go. I'm Shivani Gupta. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18, your election headquarters. Joining me are my colleagues Ridhima Bhatnagar and Anusha Soni. And over the next few hours, we will be calling the two big state elections. Of course, Gujarat seems like a done deal, but there is, of course, some while to go before Himachal Pradesh can be called. And as we get you those live numbers and a lot of the newsmakers and faces from both these states, the updates that are coming in from all the parties in contention, let me first go across to my colleague Ridhima, who has something on the magic wall for us.
Absolutely, Shivani. What an exciting day it's turning out to be. As Shivani was rightly pointing out, Gujarat almost looks like a done deal, but really look what's happened here. It's a sea of saffron. Let me first just give you an overview of what had happened in 2017. 2017, when you had the Patidar agitation, GST demonetization, the areas of Saurashtra, South, North, these were the concern areas as far as the BJP was concerned. But now all of that has been taken back as far as the saffron surge is concerned. So the leads now suggesting onwards, upwards of 150, 99 was the number that we saw last time. And this was the largest question, that how far can the BJP take it? Just look at this. Congress at 19, the Aam Aadmi Party, which was the new entrant, at about 5 leads, and others at 4. So under 30 is all of this combined. And onwards of 150. Quickly, before I bring in Anusha also, just look at the pockets where the Aam Aadmi Party is actually making the dent. It's actually at the cost of the Congress Party. Just let me show you some of these pockets. Jamjodhpur is one of them. The other pocket, of course, is this tribal area that the Aam Aadmi Party now seems to be clawing from the Congress Party. So, the two big questions here. One, what does this mean for the Congress Party? Under 20, if these numbers hold. More importantly, what does this mean for the Aam Aadmi Party going forward as well?
Well, that's Ridhima telling us about what exactly does the magic wall tell us. Now, here we are going to put out for you what the numbers really look like, and the robo will come out and put out those graphics to give us a sense of what the numbers are really stacked up in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, the two key states that we are keenly watching on. All right, those are the numbers coming in. The robo is here and he's going to tell us a little bit more about how this is going to look like, the Gujarat and Himachal. All right, it's going up and it's going to show us the numbers, how they are stacked up. Let's have a key look at Gujarat, one state that the BJP has swept, breaking the records in the history that the state has seen, breaking the Congress record, and more importantly, how that we have seen. Behind me are the numbers of Gujarat, as you see how the assembly is stacked up. 154 for the BJP, Congress on 19, Aam Aadmi Party at 4 and the others at 4. clearly the BJP making all those gains as far as their numbers are concerned, and the gains are coming in from those seats, and the gains are from the Congress party and from the others. The consolidation of the Patidar vote, of course, clearly has worked. The losses that were made earlier in the Saurashtra region have been regained by the BJP. So that's clearly the lead which is showing as far as Gujarat is concerned. It was a lone race for the BJP, breaking the record, not just their own record, but the record that we have seen in the history of Gujarat. Let's go to Himachal Pradesh, and this is one of the key states where there's some good news for the Congress party. 38-27, of course, these are the leads. They will consolidate in the hours to go as we move forward. Others on 9, Aam Aadmi Party at 0. They were not able to open their bank account. But the Congress party has something to cling on as far as the state of Himachal Pradesh is concerned. That's the number for you. Congress on 38, BJP on 21. Congress has made huge gains as far as the region of Shimla is concerned, largely on the big areas of Himachal Pradesh. Let's come down. Let's get down slowly and get back to my colleagues who will tell us more about what exactly is happening in the states, the voices which are coming in. Himachal, of course, has been good news so far for the Congress party, but Gujarat is the big story. And within Gujarat, of course, the story of Saurashtra is the story to watch out for. How BJP made sure, Shivani, that the gains that were made by the Congress party and the political opponents, they were able to get.
Yeah, actually I feel we've been talking a little bit about how there's pro-incumbency in Gujarat, but I think there is anti-incumbency, but the anti-incumbency is not against BJP. The anti-incumbency was against Congress. Imagine you have 77 of your MLAs in one of your best performances in Gujarat fighting the BJP in the last elections. And what are you down to? 19. Yeah. That means your MLAs were not voted back. And that's actually the problem for the Congress party, to come from a position of that to this. Anti-incumbency is there, but it's against the opposition, the Congress, and some gains for the Aam Aadmi Party there because of that. We'll delve into that. I want to go across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's also live from Gujarat, from Gandhinagar, in fact, the BJP headquarters. And there are stories between stories in Gujarat results as well, Siddhant, but you could forgive the BJP for not caring about anything else right now, because, they've managed to do everything they wanted to do. They wanted to touch 150. They seem to be doing that. They wanted to increase their vote share. They've done that. They wanted to win the tribals over. They seem to have done that. And everybody else was already voting for them.
जी बिल्कुल, and in fact, while post elections, I was speaking to some of the senior leaders of BJP, and they were telling me we are going to cross 140 mark. तो हमको यही लगता था कि ये ऐसे ही बोल रहे हैं, just to create atmosphere of victory. They are saying this, but they were confident. They were saying this because they were confident about the work they have done.
Actually, वो अपने leaders को सिद्धांत बोल रहे थे, आप 180, 170 मत बोलो, हमारे लोग complacent हो जाएंगे, ऐसे मत बोलो, election अभी लड़ना है. वो बोल रहे थे कम बोलो.
हाँ, और एक्चुअली एक और चीज थी, व्हेन आई ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज वर क्वेश्चनिंग बीजेपी कि आपका बेस्टियन है, आपको क्या जरूरत है पीएम को उतारने की, अमित शाह को यहाँ कैंप करने की क्या जरूरत है. व्हेन आई आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन टू बीजेपी गाइज, दे टोल्ड मी कि द रोड शोज वर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड.
શરૂ થાય છે જે જવાબદારી આવતા 5 વર્ષ સુધી અમારા વિસ્તારની અંદર અમે નિભાવીશું.
He's won his election from Viramgam, which is his home base. Last time around, I remember going to the polling booth where he voted from, but he couldn't contest the last election. He was 24 years old. This time, he was, of course, he's fighting on the BJP ticket from his home base, has won. Let's play that out, what he has said.
સાહેબના કામોની છે આ જીત કાશ્મીરમાંથી 370 હટાવનાર દેશના ગૃહમંત્રી અમિતભાઈ શાહની છે. આ જીત રાજ્યના મૃદુદ મુખ્યમંત્રી માને ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબની છે. આ જીત સીઆર પાટીલ સાહેબના આક્રમક કામોની છે અને સ્વાભાવિક છે કે આ જીત આવતા 25 વર્ષનું ગુજરાત કેવું હશે એ નક્કી કરશે. અને સમગ્ર ગુજરાતના જેટલા પણ ઉમેદવારો જીત્યા છે ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીના સૌને ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભેચ્છાઓ પાઠવું છું. આજથી અમારી જવાબદારીઓ શરૂ થાય છે, જે જવાબદારી આવતા 5 વર્ષ સુધી અમારા વિસ્તારની અંદર અમે નિભાવીશું.
Big win for the BJP there, and one of the winners for them is their new entrant, Hardik Patel. partidar agitation phase against the BJP, although he has family lineage with the BJP, then with the Congress party, stayed in charge, disenchanted, came to the BJP, has fought on the ticket from Viramgam and has won from there. Let me go back across to my colleague Siddhant. Siddhant, yes, take it over.
Well, yes. So I was saying that when I asked this question to BJP guys, that why opposition is asking that why are you bringing Prime Minister to campaign? Why Amit Shah ji is campaigning here? What is the need if it is a BJP bastion? So the reply that I got from them is that it is nothing. It is just to to make sure that BJP voters come out to vote, and that has exactly worked. That has exactly worked in these elections, and this is the reason that the 150 mark has been crossed. Now behind me you can see this is the first floor of BJP office. I would ask my video journalist Bimba sir to pan and give shot. There you see that is the room where Bhupen Patel and CR Patil is currently sitting, and they are having a meeting with the other senior party leaders, and you can see all the karyakartas have gathered here on this first floor where we are reporting from. We are perhaps the only channel reporting from this floor because no other media personnel is allowed to report from here, and behind me you can see the BJP karyakartas meeting each other, celebrating, and that is the office where that is CR Patil's office on the first floor where usually CR Patil takes meeting, and inside that office CR Patil and Chief Minister Bhupen Patel are right now relaxing and speaking to the karyakartas and speaking to karyakartas in other districts as well. We have also been told that in some time from now they are going to address a press conference. Combined press conference is going to be addressed also. Okay, look, there is some movement. I guess CR Patil and Chief Minister both are all set to get down for a press conference. So they, the other karyakartas are rushing down. There is some movement that I can see right now. I'm not
sure. Siddhant, stay with us. We're going to cut back to you as soon as you have a BJP leader with you or the press conference begins. Let me quickly go across to Griha, my colleague, who's joining us from our results hub. Griha, the story in the Gujarat continues to be very, very clear. But I want to ask you a particular question. Could you show us exactly what is it, where is it that the Aam Aadmi Party is gaining? Because there's a lot of talk about how the traditional vote base of the Congress Party is, in whatever percentages we will know eventually, is shifting to the Aam Aadmi Party. They've not really managed to do what they were claiming they will do in Gujarat. And everything that they've managed to do, for example, right now at about 5 seats leads, is at the cost of the Congress Party. Just give us a sense of what you're picking up on the Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely, and Shivani, the fact that you've asked this question is perfect timing because just about 3 minutes back, we've got that one winner announcement when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party. So there's one thing in Aam Aadmi Party's kitty that has happened. This one has come from, sir, ek baar winning list dikhaiye aap mujhe. This one has come from where's this? Jamjodhpur. Ahir Hemant Bhai has won it from the Jamnagar district. One for the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the tally looking like when we're looking at the winner list in Gujarat. We already showed Hardik Patel winning his electoral battle, the first one, the maiden one for him. However, Valsad, we have seen BJP winning. There is the from Kaprada, you have BJP winning. We've just got an update from Mehsana district. Another win for the BJP. Rushikesh Ganesh Bhai Patel has won from there. Now, we were talking about how Himachal Pradesh could just turn out to be a photo finish, Shivani. So let's take a look at that tally also. We are looking at the main tally of Himachal Pradesh. If we look at right now, the declaration has happened on 28 seats. BJP 13, Congress is 13. That is the victory figure that is currently standing at. So 13-13. However, Congress does have a bigger lead with 38. So that's something.
We're going to talk about Himachal in full detail in just a bit because I do really want to know from you. Before I stepped into the studio, I was checking, the margins in Himachal Pradesh, and there are about 8 to 10 seats where the margins are hovering about 500. So I'm going to come back to you. Let me also go across to Delhi BJP MP Manoj Tiwari, who's joining us live now. Manoj Tiwari ji, दिल्ली के रिजल्ट तो कल आपने जो भी है डाइजेस्ट किए होंगे, लेकिन गुजरात में जो जीत मिली है भाजपा को, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, गुजरात की जीत तो बहुत ऐतिहासिक है और गुजरात के लोगों को अब लोग बार बार नमन करते हैं. शब्द भी छोटे हैं, भाव भी छोटे पड़ रहे हैं. ऐसी विजय तो बहुत कम ऐसी राजनीतिक पार्टियों को मिला है। तो ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का करिश्मा है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक एक चीज़ जैसे सजा के रखा है गुजरात का, और जिस प्रकार से गुजरात का पुनर्निर्माण किया, चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे वो सुरक्षा हो, चाहे वो गुजराती प्राइड हो। कहते हैं ना कि अभी हमारी कहीं बात हो रही थी तो हम लोग एक बात कर रहे थे कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैज इंक्रीज्ड गुजराती प्राइड, हेंस गुजराती प्राइड कभी भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को झुकने नहीं देगा। ऐसी बातें जब गुजरात में हो रही थी कि गुजराती प्राइड कभी भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को लेट डाउन नहीं होने देगा, तो तभी हम लोगों को पता चलता था कि जहां प्राइड भी बढ़ा हो, विकास भी हुआ हो, सुरक्षा भी बढ़ी हो, तो ये एक बड़ा कमाल का मॉडल है गुजरात का, जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को एक बार फिर से सम्मान किया है। और जो लोग नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माता जी को अपमानित करने वाले शब्द बोले थे, जिन लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी की औकात नापने की बात की थी, उनको भी गुजरात ने जवाब दे दिया।
जी मनोज जी, मैं आपसे ये समझना चाहती हूँ, जब हमने गुजरात के बारे में बात करना शुरू करी तो लोगों ने कहा 25 साल 27 साल एंटी इनकम्बेंसी तो जरूर होगी, कुछ मुद्दे ऐसे होंगे जहां भाजपा अपने प्रोमिसेस पूरे नहीं कर पाएगी। पर जब हमारे कॉलीग्स रिपोर्टर्स ग्राउंड पर गए तो लोग काफी खुश थे, उन्होंने कहा कोई मुद्दे ही नहीं है। तो ऐसा बीजेपी क्या सही कर रही है जो दूसरों के लिए भी एक लेसन बन सकता है?
ये आपने बहुत अच्छा सवाल किया। देखिए, बेसिकली जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी तब शासन की है जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, तो हर उस स्टेट में बीजेपी ने इतना दिलों को छुआ है लोगों को कि अब एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं होती है। आपने सेम उत्तराखंड में देखा होगा, आपने सेम उत्तर प्रदेश में देखा, आपने सेम असम में देखा, और हम लोगों ने जो हिमाचल का भी जो रिजल्ट आया है वो अभी जरूर हमारे पक्ष में नहीं दिख रहा है, लेकिन वहां भी नेक टू नेक फाइट होना, इसका मतलब होता है कि बिल्कुल जनता ने दिल से नहीं हटाया। हम चौथी बार एमसीडी में भी, जैसे आपने कहा, हमने डाइजेस्ट कर लिया होगा। देखिए, हम चौथी बार एमसीडी में आने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, फिर भी हमें 104 सीट मिला। और जो आम आदमी पार्टी 9 साल से डींगे हाँक रही है, उसको 220 कहने के बाद अपना 134 से संतोष करना पड़ा।
मनोज जी, आप बिल्कुल ठीक बोल रहे हैं।
रूप से एक मॉड्यूल है जो हर लोगों को सोचना पड़ेगा।
जी, आप बिल्कुल ठीक बोल रहे हैं कि हिमाचल में
पड़ेगा,
अभी भी नेक टू नेक फाइट
सेवा
है।
समझ के काम करती है।
जी, नेक टू नेक फाइट है। कांग्रेस को 38-27 लीड्स हैं, कुछ सीट्स पर विक्ट्री आ गई है, लेकिन हिमाचल की वो रिवायत जारी है कि हर साल पार्टी बदलती है, सरकार बदलती है। हिमाचल में क्या गलत हुआ, क्या सही हुआ?
उसकी समीक्षा पार्टी करेगी
जी,
जो भी अभी रिजल्ट फाइनली आ जाए, लेकिन हम समीक्षा करते ही हैं। हम जनता के जनादेश को सर माथे पे रख करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी समीक्षा करती है, और हम समीक्षा करेंगे क्योंकि हमने अपनी सेवा में तो कोई कमी नहीं रखी है। और भी कुछ कारण होंगे, वी विल टॉक ओवर दैट, लेकिन फिर भी हम समझते हैं कि जिस प्रकार से बीजेपी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है गुजरात में, वो एक बड़ा नजीर है, और उस पे हम लोगों को और भी अच्छा करने की ताकत मिलेगी।
ये गुजरात की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, मैं आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ आम आदमी पार्टी पर भी। आपने बोला आम आदमी पार्टी एमसीडी में भी बोल रही थी 200 वोट जीतेगी, 220 वोट जीतेगी। गुजरात में भी उन्होंने कहा था कि 70-80 सीट जीतेंगे, 90 सीट जीतेंगे, ऐसा बोला था उन्होंने। लेकिन आज जो रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं वो कुछ अलग आ रहे हैं। आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा कहती है, और इस वोट परसेंटेज और ये अगर 5 सीट भी जीतते हैं तो बोलेगी कि ये नेशनल मैसेज है और बीजेपी का अल्टरनेटिव आम आदमी पार्टी ही है।
नहीं, मेरा मानना है कि जिस प्रकार से विज्ञापन के बल पे अभी तक आई है आम आदमी पार्टी, उसको ये भी सोचना चाहिए कि हिमाचल में क्या हो गया। उसको 1% भी उसको वोट शेयर नहीं मिला है। हाँ, और इसलिए हो रहा है कि पंजाब से सटा हुआ है हिमाचल, वहां झूठ नहीं चल सका। 6-7 महीने के पंजाब के शासन के बाद आपकी यही स्थिति, तो पंजाब ही आम आदमी पार्टी के राजनीतिक पतन का बड़ा कारण बन जाएगा। और मेरा अनुमान है कि जिस प्रकार से 11% उनका वोट शेयर दिल्ली में भी गिरा है, तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब 2025 तक अब वो दोष भी नहीं दे पाएंगे किसी को। एमसीडी भी देख लें, सरकार तो उनकी देखी ली गई है। 2025 उनका आम आदमी पार्टी का समापन वर्ष हो सकता है।
चलिए मनोज जी, वैसे तो कहते हैं कि ऐसे एपिटैफ नहीं लिखने चाहिए, ओबिचुरी नहीं लिखनी चाहिए पॉलिटिक्स में, बट आप जो बोल रहे हैं हम सुन रहे हैं। Thank you so much for joining, and of course congratulations for the BJP victory in Gujarat. We'll see how Himachal goes. My colleague Anshul is also joining us from the BJP national headquarters in the national capital. Anshul, what are the scenes like there? What is the plan for this evening?
So yes, definitely history is being rewritten in Gujarat, where the BJP is on the verge of creating history. They are going to get the highest number of seats that has been gathered by any single party. But yes, there is a lot of tension in Himachal. It is going for a photo finish at this point in time. But yes, I'll try and show you the visuals over here that although the celebrations have started a bit late, but yes, finally they have started. The workers of the BJP have started gathering over here at the BJP headquarters. If you could see over here, a handful of workers have already gathered over here. Sir, गुजरात के लिए बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद। हिमाचल के लिए टेंशन है थोड़ी?
देखिए, ये ऐतिहासिक जीत गुजरात के अंदर है। मोदी मैजिक है। जिस प्रकार से आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को आशीर्वाद और प्यार जो गुजरात के और पूरे देश की जनता का मिल रहा है, और हिमाचल के अंदर भी जब अंतिम परिणाम आएंगे तो वहां पर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और वहां पर भी कमल खिलने वाला है।
गुजरात की जीत का सबसे बड़ा नायक कौन है?
देखिए, सबसे बड़े नायक हमारे परिवार के सबसे बड़े मुखिया हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री देश के आज प्रधानमंत्री हैं, हमारे सबसे बड़े नेता हैं, और विश्व के अंदर आज सबसे बड़े नेता के रूप में, सबसे प्रसिद्ध नेता के रूप में आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं, और पूरा विश्व जिनका लोहा मान रहा है, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भारत का लोहा मान रहा है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में ऐतिहासिक जीत गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक मोदी मैजिक सुनामी कह लीजिए, पूरा सुनामी ऐतिहासिक जीत दर्ज करा दी है।
So yes, the landslide, a word that is very familiar with Himachal, that is something that has happened in Gujarat, and the preparation for the celebrations have already started out here at the BJP headquarters. If you could see behind me, the speakers are being brought out. What we have been told over here on the ground is that at approximately 6 p.m. somewhere around that time is the time when the Prime Minister is likely to arrive over here at the BJP headquarters, and he will be speaking to the crowd, addressing the workforce that will gather over here to celebrate this massive victory that they have managed to gather in Gujarat. However, Himachal is still a bone of contention for the BJP, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, so it remains to be seen as to who is going to win that very crucial battle in Himachal and how does the election go from there. But yes, the Gujarat victory is something that has definitely motivated the entire cadre of the BJP, and as you can see in the visuals behind me, that the people have already gathered over here. The party is about to begin in the next few minutes.
Sure. Anshul, we'll of course continue to come back to you. Of course, the BJP already in celebratory mode. Let me also bring in our other guests at this point. We have the Vice President of the DPCC, Mudit Agarwal, and from the Aam Aadmi Party, we also have Nimi Rastogi. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Nimi, I'd like to begin with you. Let's talk about Gujarat. How are you seeing the Aam Aadmi Party's performance? Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party was in a celebratory mode yesterday from the MCD election, seeing that as a fillip as far as your national ambitions are concerned. But are you content with the kind of inroads that you've made today?
See, first of all, congratulations for the historical win to BJP. And coming to Gujarat from AP side, I would say since we were contesting our first election seriously, so for us everything is win-win. You know, we've secured more than 20 lakh votes and some seats are also there. So for us, our graph is going up and up. Anyways, of course, it's a matter of introspection as to what to do the next time and how to present our work and our model of Delhi to the people of Gujarat.
का presence नहीं दिख रहा है. जैसे सूरत में आप लोग बहुत optimistic थे because of the kind of local elections में जिस तरह से आपने 27 seats लाई थी. But सूरत को अगर आप देखें तो that's been completely taken over by the BJP. So do you think कि आपका खुद का calculation भी कहीं कम हुआ है?
जी हाँ, हमारे ये जो नतीजे हैं हमारे एक्सपेक्टेशंस के हिसाब से नहीं है, बट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि अगर जैसा कि मैं सुन रही हूँ आपके चैनल पे कि ये मोदी जी की महिमा है, ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की महिमा है, तो मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगी कि उनको
निमी जी, सॉरी आई एम
इलेक्शन में
CR पाटिल इज स्पीकिंग राइट नाउ, कटिंग
क्यों उतरना पड़ा, क्या ऐसी बात हो गई?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अपने हृदय से चाहती है। भाजपा ने आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गुजरात में सर्वस्पर्शी और सर्वसमावेशी विकास करके दिखाया है। इस विजय के लिए मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह साहब का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने पूरे गुजरात में 33 जनसभाएं की, रोड शो किए, कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साह बढ़ाने का और कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। साथ में मैं राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय श्री JP नड्डा जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उन्होंने गुजरात चुनाव में हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया और जनसभाएं संबोधित कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। पूरे प्रचार अभियान के दौरान हमें पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेतृत्व का निरंतर सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त हुआ। इसमें हमारे सहप्रभारी श्री गुप्ता साहब का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इसमें अपार शक्ति और प्रेरणा मिलती रही, कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साहवर्धन होता रहा। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस चुनाव में भव्य विजय के लिए मैं भाजपा के केंद्रीय नेतागण, मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य, भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री, अन्य राज्यों के हमें चुनाव में सहायता करने आए हमारे महिला एवं पुरुष कार्यकर्ता, गुजरात भाजपा के 80 लाख कठोर परिश्रमी पेज कमेटी के कार्यकर्ता और सदस्यों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विजयी संकल्प लेकर चुनाव के मैदान में उतरे। ये हमारे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपने अप्रतिम परिश्रम से जनता की सेवा करते हुए ये विजय प्राप्त किया है। मैं जब पूरे प्रचार अभियान पर नजर डालता हूं और मेरे मन में 3 शब्द आते हैं: संकल्प, कठोर परिश्रम और संतोषजनक परिणाम। चुनाव अभियान में मुझे सबसे ज्यादा प्रसन्नता कार्यकर्ताओं के उत्साह और उनके अथक परिश्रम को देखकर हुई। चुनाव प्रचार अभियान कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए जीवन का एक यादगार अनुभव होता है। यह संगठन के दृष्टिकरण और विस्तार का अवसर होता है। जनता और संगठन के रिश्तों में विश्वास और मजबूती लाने का भी अवसर होता है। कार्यकर्ता घर घर रहे, उन्होंने पार्टी के संदेश और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री की केंद्र की सरकार और गुजरात में भूपेंद्र पटेल जी की सरकार के विकास कार्य को जन जन तक पहुंचाया। हमें उन पर बहुत गर्व है। हमारा प्रचार भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता के कठिन परिश्रमों की कहानी है, जिसने एक बेहतर गुजरात के सर्जन के लिए निस्वार्थ योगदान दिया है। भाजपा की यह भव्य विजय 27 वर्ष के भाजपा के सकारात्मक कार्य का विजय है। हमने जनता की सेवा और कल्याण को आदर्श मानकर कार्य किया। हमने अपने प्रचार अभियान के दौरान सुशासन और विकास के हमारे जो वादे थे वो साकार किए। संकल्प को गुजरात के हर कोने तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया।
staying with us. We're cutting across directly to Darshna Jardosh, MOS Railways, joining us, MP from Surat. Darshna जी, बहुत बहुत आपको मुबारक हो जो रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं बीजेपी के लिए गुजरात में। और सूरत की मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि सूरत में आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़ा कैंपेन किया था और वो उन्होंने म्युनिसिपैलिटी इलेक्शंस में जो उनको थोड़ी सक्सेस मिली थी, वो चाह रहे थे कि ये रिजल्ट इलेक्शंस में, असेंबली इलेक्शन में भी आएंगे। लेकिन अभी तो पूरा सूरत बिल्कुल बीजेपी के साथ ही दिख रहा है। आपको क्या लगता है कि बीजेपी की इतनी बड़ी जीत कैसे हो रही है?
सभी एमएलए मेरे जाइंट किलर हैं क्योंकि आप पार्टी के बड़े लीडर्स जहां पे उन्होंने राजनीति करी वो सब लोग यहां भारी मतों से हारे हुए हैं। तो ये मैसेज पूरे गुजरात में भी जाएगा और हम लोग पहले से आश्वस्त थे, भरोसा था हम लोगों को कि जब मेरा चुनाव हुआ था तभी 76% वोट हम लोगों को मिले थे। इसके आगे वाले समय में भी ऐसा हुआ था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति लोगों को भरोसा है। डेवलपमेंट सबसे ज़्यादा सूरत में हुआ है क्योंकि वहाँ डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ में स्मार्ट सिटी के कॉन्क्लेव इतने भी हुए, स्वच्छ सिटी हुआ, तो ये लोगों को पसंद आता है। सरकार की जितनी योजना बनी और डबल इंजन की सरकार में ऐसा हुआ।
पटेल बोल रहे हैं अभी, इनकम्बेंट चीफ मिनिस्टर, उनका सुन लेते हैं एक बार।
कि 2 दशक से चली आ रही गुजरात की इस विकास यात्रा को अविरत चालू रखना है और वास्तव में हुआ भी यही। गुजरात के लोगों ने एक और कार्यकाल के लिए श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी को राज्य के शासन की जिम्मेदारी सौंप दी। एक बार फिर गुजरात के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी पर अटूट भरोसा और विश्वास दिखाया है। गुजरातियों ने एक बार फिर विकास की राजनीति को समर्थन किया। यह एक बार फिर साबित हो गया है कि गुजरात के लोग अपने प्रिय नेता श्री नरेंद्र भाई पर अपार विश्वास, प्रेम और आशीर्वाद की वर्षा करते हैं। गुजरात की जनता के इस जनादेश को हम विनम्रता पूर्वक स्वीकार करते हैं। गुजरात की जनता ने एक बार फिर देशद्रोही तत्वों को नकारे और राष्ट्रवादियों को सेवा का मौका दिया है। झूठा प्रलोभन देकर जनता को ठगने वाले लोगों को जनता ने ही नकार दिया क्योंकि गुजरात की जनता को सिर्फ विकास चाहिए और नरेंद्र भाई का नेतृत्व चाहिए। इस चुनाव में जीत के लिए भाजपा के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को जितना धन्यवाद और बधाई दी जाए वो कम है। भाजपा की जीत के पीछे कार्यकर्ताओं की अथाक मेहनत, पूरी लगन और संकल्प है। भाजपा का हर एक कार्यकर्ता जन सेवा के लिए भाजपा का प्रमुख सिपाही बना है, न किसी पद, प्रतिष्ठा या लाभ के लिए। भाजपा के इस जनाधार को श्री नरेंद्र भाई से हमारे समर्पित नेतृत्व ने बनाया है और इसे बचाए रखना अब हमारा कर्तव्य है। भाजपा का ध्येय जनता का विश्वास बनाए रखना है। हमारा संकल्प जन कल्याण है। पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय, श्री श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, श्रद्धेय अटल जी और अब वैश्विक नेता श्री नरेंद्र भाई के पद चिन्हों पर चलकर सेवा ही साधना हमारा मंत्र है। इस चुनाव में हमारी जीत का एक कारण हमारे लोकप्रिय और वैश्विक नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई और यशस्वी गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब का निरंतर मार्गदर्शन भी है। वे एक आम कार्यकर्ता की तरह हमारे साथ रहे, लगातार हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया। इसके लिए आदरणीय श्री अमित भाई जी को विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने हमारी छोटी बातों का ध्यान रखा और वे हमारे साथ चले और हमें निरंतर प्रेरित करते रहे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रियां, भाजपा शासित राज्यों के मंत्रियां और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री आर पाटिल जी और रत्नाकर जी और गुप्ता जी, अन्य सभी ने एक बार फिर सामूहिक नेतृत्व के साथ गुजरात में भाजपा की विजय पताका लहराई है। साथियों, ये जितना जश्न मनाने का मौका है, उतना ही ये परिपक्वता और साथ विचार करने और जनता को विश्वास व प्यार को समझाने का अवसर भी है। जनता के विश्वास के प्यार को भी समझने का अवसर है। अगर गुजरात की जनता बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिम्मेदारी सौंपती है, तो आइए हम आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई के दिशा दर्शन में पंचनिष्ठा और सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रवाद के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को मजबूत करें। राज्य के विकास और कल्याण के अपने लक्ष्य की और हमें तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएं। साथियों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का संकल्प अन्य पार्टियों की तरह सिर्फ चुनावी वादों का घोषणा पत्र नहीं, बल्कि यह गुजरात की अगले 5 वर्षों की लंबी सुनियोजित और वैश्विक यात्रा का प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई के मार्गदर्शन में बना हुआ दस्तावेज है। पिछले 2 दशक से हमने आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में जन सेवा को साधना बनाकर गुजरात के कोने कोने में विकास किया। हम सभी को गर्व है कि गुजरात आज पूरे देश का ग्रोथ इंजन बना है। प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं जहां भाजपा सरकार ने सेवा और सुविधा नहीं दी है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी की कड़ी मेहनत और मार्गदर्शन का परिणाम ही है कि गुजरात आज शासन और विकास के सभी मानकों पर देश में अग्रणी है। अब इस विकास यात्रा को और तेज गति देने हैं। इस संकल्प पत्र में श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने शेड्यूलेशन 100% लाभार्थी तक पहुंचने का जो विचार दिया है, उसे आने वाले दिनों में चरितार्थ करने का पूरा रोड मैप है। गुजरात कृषि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कोर्स के तहत एपीएमसी, किसान मंडियां, वर्गीकरण, ग्रेडिंग यूनिट्स, कोल्ड चेन, वेयर हाउस, प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स आदि के आधुनिकीकरण पर 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का निवेश किया जाएगा। ये हमारा संकल्प है। 25,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से पूरा गुजरात में सुजलाम सुफलाम, छावनी, लिफ्ट इरिगेशन, माइक्रो इरिगेशन, डीप इरिगेशन और अन्य तरीकों के माध्यम से कृषि सिंचाई के मौजूद नेटवर्क का विस्तार किया जाएगा। ये भी हमारा संकल्प है। पशुधन के व्यापक देखभाल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए गौशाला में 1000 अतिरिक्त मोबाइल पशु चिकित्सा टीकों का निर्माण और प्रत्येक पशु की टीकाकरण बीमा की व्यवस्था की जाए। हम देश का पहला ब्लू इकोनॉमी इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनाएंगे।
All right, that was Bhupenbhai Patel, and he was talking about how the BJP cemented that big victory, brick by brick, the entire strength of a Sangathan, and how on the ground you really mobilize your workers. The victory in Gujarat for the BJP is an example for any political party. Joining us on the broadcast is Mudit Agarwal, who is the Vice President of DPCC. I also have with me Nimi Rastogi from the Aam Aadmi Party. Both are joining us on the broadcast. Mudit, coming to you and talking to you about the performance of the Congress party. Yes, you have a lead in the state of Himachal and looks like that you have an edge there. But nothing can take away from the fact that the performance in Gujarat has been dismal. This is a state where you had a steady vote percentage that you had stuck onto. The Congress party, even at its worst performance, was not at the numbers where you are today. What went wrong?
Okay, I hope you will give me some time to answer that question.
Sure.
See, firstly, if you credit Mr. Modi with a huge victory in Gujarat, then surely he must take the blame for his loss in Himachal also.
Let's
also
talk about your victory and your losses. I take that point.
I'm talking, I take that
That's
what I said. I expected you to intervene. You can't just let us talk. I mean, don't even give us 1 minute.
I think, sir, that's a very personal comment to make, but please go ahead and make your argument. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on the argument. Let's focus on the argument. Make your argument. Yeah.
If you give Modi ji credit for BJP's victory in Gujarat, then surely he must take credit. He must take the blame for BJP's loss in Himachal is the first point. Secondly, look, I congratulate BJP on winning Gujarat and having such a mammoth victory. But let's understand the reasons for that. As per me, the reasons are not vikas or development. There were two weapons that BJP used very effectively. One was manipulation. Second was the politics of hate. Manipulation by using Mr. Kejriwal, who is BJP's B team, to actually campaign only in areas where Congress was strong and to make sure that he divides the vote so that they have a huge victory. And secondly, by fielding people like Yogi Adityanath, Smriti Irani, Hemant Biswa Sharma, all they did there was to talk about communal hate. These are the two weapons that used, and development had nothing to do with it. And I'll give you a reason for that. You see, in 2017, PM Modi and Amit Shah ji was really disturbed when they nearly lost Gujarat. Modi ji can lose any state, he cannot lose Gujarat, because the moment he loses Gujarat, he loses political capital. So this is how they manipulated by using our party. I wish this election was fought on development. I wish there were not 40 lakh unemployed people in Gujarat. I wish Gujarat was not number 21 state in India in terms of Human Development Index.
Modi ji, we take your arguments, but ultimately what matters is also the results that we're seeing on our screen. Fair enough to all the arguments you're making. But one of the criticisms is you're talking about the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party was at least vociferous in fighting the election. The Congress wasn't. So you can't quite blame them for your losses. They're actually eating into you. And I don't even want to get into who's A team or B team, but I will come back to you in just a bit. We're getting some updates from Himachal, a state you're very keenly watching out for. Now, the Congress's Rajiv Shukla has said that all winning MLAs will be called to Chandigarh or Shimla. The High Command will consult them, all the winning MLAs, and then a name, I guess, for the Chief Minister face will be finalized. Now, this is going to be one of the key things to watch out for in Himachal if the Congress indeed manages to seal the victory by a clear majority. Listen in.
मौका मिलना जा रहा है, इस बात की हमें पूरी उम्मीद है। और जो कांग्रेस ने वादे किए थे, 10 गारंटी जो कांग्रेस ने घोषित की थी, उन 10 गारंटियों को हम पूरी तरह से लागू करेंगे और भी हिमाचल की जनता विकास के लिए हम सब कुछ करेंगे। और जो वीरभद्र सिंह जी ने लगातार 6 टर्म में हिमाचल को विकास किया था, उसको भी अनवरत रूप से हम जारी रखेंगे। और वहाँ की जनता जो पिछले 5 साल से बिल्कुल त्रस्त थी, परेशान थी जो भाजपा की सरकार से, उन सब चीज़ों को हम सुधार करेंगे। और इस चुनाव में जिन लोगों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही, मैं कहना चाहूँगा, मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा प्रियंका गांधी जी का कि उन्होंने इसमें वक्त दिया और उन्होंने कांग्रेस के जो वहाँ चुनाव प्रचार की कमान थी उसको संभाल के बहुत अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने प्रचार किया, उसका बहुत असर गया। हम सोनिया जी का बराबर हर निर्णय में जो सहयोग रहा, जो उन्होंने एक तरह से फ्रीडम दी, उसकी हम जितनी भी सराहना करें वो कम है। और उनकी अध्यक्षता में ही कैंडिडेट फाइनलाइज किए गए थे और उसके बाद वो हटी थी। और राहुल जी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, भले वहाँ ना आए हों, लेकिन उसका असर जो है हिमाचल की जनता पे भी बहुत था। और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी हमारे नए अध्यक्ष आई, वहाँ प्रचार भी करने गए और खड़गे जी ने भी जिस तरह से हमें पूरी तरह से निर्णय की आजादी दी और जिस तरह से उन्होंने सहयोग।
You know, this is going to be very interesting to watch out for the credit of Himachal. Exactly who does the Congress give it to? You've heard all the Gandhis being named, even though frankly their presence was very limited in Himachal Pradesh. But Priyanka, of course, also lives in Himachal, so she did do a few rallies, but really wasn't the face of the campaign in Himachal. But you heard Rajiv Shukla there. I want to go across to the guests who continue to be with us. We've got both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party guests. Mudhaji, I'll give you one more opportunity. I want to go across to our representative from Aam Aadmi Party, Nimiji, in just a bit on what you said and some more questions that come from Gujarat for them. But who does the Himachal credit, if you manage to bag it, go to? And who's going to be your next Chief Minister?
Let's see who the Chief Minister will be. That'll be decided by the winning MLAs in consultation with the High Command. That includes the entire High Command of Congress, number one. See, as far as what I was saying about Gujarat was, let's not at least say it's a victory for development, because development was not even on the agenda.
Sir, how can you say that? Mudhaji, please do not disrespect the mandate of the public. You cannot say that they don't vote for development, and Gujarat is clearly, you see very good development there. It's one of the most urbanized states in the country. Yes, you have your issues. Really? I don't discount that. So but please respect the mandate.
I mean, more than anyone else, you seem to be more happy with the BJP's victory.
It's not about that. And this constant jive of the Congress spokesperson, I am reflecting what is the mandate. Please respect that.
I mean, at least I'm answering your questions. You are not even willing to give me a chance. I mean, come on.
What about development are you saying?
So why? So can I ask you this? So why did BJP not make development their agenda? Why did they went into manipulation and communal hatred? Please answer this question. Then they should have fought this election on development. There are 40 lakh unemployed people in Gujarat. Gujarat is number 21 Human Development Index.
But sir, that responsibility is yours. No, you should raise those issues. You did raise those issues.
We are raising that issue.
And the thing is, the public voted a certain way. So maybe the faith is still with the BJP. No, if these issues persist.
Why does it hurt? So why does it hurt anchors when we say something against BJP?
No, it doesn't hurt. You're not talking sense, sir. You look at the numbers and talk.
You seem to be personally hurt when I say these things.
But it is not making any logical sense. It is my responsibility, I'm sorry to say, to reflect what is the reality coming out from on ground.
Exactly. So
you cannot blame others for your loss. And what you're blaming communalization of the electorate. Frankly, this was one election in Gujarat where communal issues did not surface.
So can I ask you this?
Your opposition to the BJP aside, how is it that you are not reflecting on your performance?
We are reflecting on our performance, and we are very sad by what has happened. We have to look inwards also. But when you say that it is PM Modi's victory on development, that's the only
said
part.
That? I didn't say that.
But it was not our election to fight, it was your election to fight, and you had something to prove.
No, but
so from
everyone
2017 to 2022, if your numbers have reduced, if you've almost been decimated, then you have a lot to answer for.
Ridhima, he's saying that we are saying it's a victory of development.
It doesn't make sense.
But
and we've seen this pattern emerge.
I have one question, gentlemen. I have one question to you,
Anusha, I've seen a pattern emerge.
Just one question.
Let's talk about the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
I have one question to you. Sir, I have one question to you. Congress has been in power after the independence for the longest time in this country at the union level and at the various state levels. Have you run the government without manipulation? Is that what you're saying? And if manipulation was the tactic, why didn't you use it? Are you holier than thou? That's what you're claiming.
So great. So firstly, you have actually tacitly admitted that BJP
I have not
did a lot of
tacitly admitted anything.
There.
Thank you so much. Please answer the question.
As far as Congress is concerned, we have always done politics of development. That's why country has become the 5th largest economy in the world, because Congress ruled for 60 or 75 years. And you can actually put your hand on your heart and say Congress had nothing to do with that. From where we were in 1947, from a long way we have come, Congress had a huge contribution in development of India and putting India on the world map. Nobody can deny that. Let's put it right there on the table.
You cannot deny, Modi ji. All we are saying is you cannot deny the voice of the public. And to suggest that the public in Gujarat doesn't care for development, they care only for other issues, I frankly feel that's an insult of the mandate. And this is a mandate that's coming for the BJP after 27 years. There's absolutely nothing holding the Gujarat public from voting them out if they didn't work. Please respect that. That's all we are saying. And we are not saying that this is a vote for development, but we cannot also say that this is not a vote for the BJP. It is. So let's not kid ourselves. But I do thank you for joining us, Nimi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. We'll also get, of course, the BJP to respond to the charges that will come from the Congress party, especially when it comes to Gujarat. The question I asked the Congress spokesperson was actually on Himachal Pradesh.
No,
but they didn't answer that.
No, and at no point there is a thinking within, there's a recognition of what's going
on.
That's
for them to do.
It's always about asking the wrong questions or the media.
Why were we missing
and the media is a nice punching bag for everything.
Exactly.
Because somehow they believe that the media should fight the contest for them. Anyways, we'll leave it aside, slipping into a very short break. More on the other side.
Counting is going to get underway.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
The first leads coming in right at the bottom of the screen for the BJP from Gujarat.
The best election team delivered yet again.
Story right now as the BJP crosses the halfway mark. First time the BJP is at its best ever in Gujarat.
A party which has been in power for 27 years, uninterrupted, getting that number.
The Congress has crossed the halfway mark and now has got the position of strength to form government in Himachal Pradesh.
Elections equals CNN News 18.
Welcome here on CNN News 18, your election headquarters. We continue to track all the big stories with me, Shivani Gupta and Ridhima Bhatnagar. Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revire, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Till we have the last ballot count, it will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that. Because, you know, the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए. थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले. आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे. उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा. और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं. कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है. क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी. और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया.
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को. वो तो यही कहेंगे.
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है. तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ. देखिए, जहां पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए. इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी. और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी. वो उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी. आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के. हमारे तो वोट शेयर बढ़ते ही गए हैं.
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी.
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी. जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी. एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे. दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा। अब दो चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दिया जा रहा है।
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ, डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी, देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहां खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहां उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है बीजेपी का। संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए, हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई। 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये उत्साह और दोगुना हो जाएगा।
जी जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, हाँ। मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए। और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है. Darshana Jardosh, thank you so much for speaking to us. In fact, let's look at a little bit of more trends that are emerging from Gujarat, and one of the key trends will be, Ridhima, I think the tribal vote, because the tribal vote was not really with the BJP, so much, but I think this time around they've swept these tribal beds.
Yeah, but overall, Shivani, when the campaigning for Gujarat had started, one of the biggest criticism against the BJP was that why is the BJP still banking on the Modi factor? What about the others? Now, if you see, look at these numbers, and these numbers hold by evening, then this will be a winning mandate for the Modi factor, that something definitely has worked in their favor. But just look at all the urban areas, and this is where it becomes very interesting. Surat has been completely swept by the BJP. Jamnagar, completely swept by the BJP. Rajkot, again, completely swept by the BJP. In Ahmedabad, just 2 that have now gone to the Congress. Remember, in phase 1, we were speaking about urban apathy, that we're seeing a drop as far as voters on the ground are concerned. But if you look at as far as the bigger areas are concerned, as I said, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Surat, completely swept by the BJP. Surat became an interesting story. Why? This is something that we discussed earlier in the day as well. Here, the Aam Aadmi Party was hoping to make some sort of a dent because of the kind of optimism they'd seen at the municipal level when they had won about 27. But the larger story also is, one, of course, it's a clean sweep for the BJP. The other important story note is, who is the opposition? Who is second in command as far as Gujarat is concerned? If these are the numbers, then the Congress needs to be really, really worried. Under 20. What is their future? That is a larger question. I quickly want to bring in Greha also. Yes, Greha, and then we'll talk about Himachal as well.
Absolutely. In fact, let's actually, give you a brief pan of what the live result hub is actually looking like. The buzzing of morning has stopped, but the results continue to trickle in, and we are now getting to know more and more about the winning candidates. 2 quick updates from Gujarat. Isudan Gadvi has lost his Kambalia seat. Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial face losing that battle, and Bhupendra Patel is the one candidate for the BJP who has won with the highest voting margin, which is over 1,76,000 votes. So that is the kind of margin that Mr. Patel is looking at, and BJP is going to retain him as Chief Minister of Gujarat. Now let's look at Himachal. We were also talking about Himachal earlier, Ridhima. Right now, the total results that have been declared, thoda baith jati hu, you guys have just about entered. I have not got any break since the morning. So 45 results have been declared, and Congress is winning 27 of those. BJP is at 15. Winning list ek baar dekhte hain sir. Winning list pe interestingly, the latest candidate who has won is from Kangra, another one from the Congress party. There's an independent from Kangra, Dehra. By the way, a rebel BJP candidate running as independent, also now winning from Dehra, Hoshiar Singh, that has come. Palampur, there is Ashish Butel, again winning from Congress party. So these are the victories that have been announced when it comes to Himachal. So that margin is sort of increasing between Congress and BJP at the moment. Himachal Pradesh. So that photo finish that we were talking about, we'll see where that actually goes ahead with. But right now, this is how it stands. And Gujarat, quickly, if we take a look at the main tally in Gujarat, right now, the number of results that have been declared are 97, Ridhima. BJP 84. 6 for the Congress, 3 for Aam Aadmi Party. By the way, Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 2 other seats. We'll have to see what are those, and others 4. So that is what the tally stands at the moment from Gujarat.
Okay. Greha, we'll of course continue to come back to you, but I quickly want to bring our viewers up to speed with an overall view what's happening in Himachal as well. On one side, if we're saying Gujarat is already a done deal, what's happening in Himachal? Now, if you look at the map closely, you can see large pockets of blue, which are of course holds as far as the Congress is concerned. Now, which are the areas that the Congress is doing well? Look at all the bigger areas like Shimla, Bilaspur, Hamirpur. These are all areas that the Congress seems to be doing very well. When we started speaking about Himachal, there were 2 concerns as far as Himachal were concerned. One, of course, was as far as these 12 BJP rebels were concerned. The other was as far as these apple pockets are concerned, where the apple orchards are. All of that seems to have gone to the Congress party. The other long-standing issue in Himachal has been OPS, the old pension scheme. That, of course, again, seems to be working as far as the Congress party is concerned. So as of now, the numbers that we have is 39 to the Congress, 26 to the BJP. And our Aam Aadmi Party, unfortunately, they haven't made it to the leaderboard. Many will say if they continued the fight somehow, possibly we would have seen some numbers there.
All right, Ridhima, with all the number crunching, and it looks like that the Congress party has been able to make some gains, at least in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Cutting across to Meeta Chakrabarti from the Congress party. She is joining us on the broadcast. Meeta ji, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's begin with Himachal. That's a better story for you. There are significant gains that the Congress party has made. I'm curious, where is the entire credit of the victory really going to? Is it the regional satraps who have pulled out this battle for you and made the Congress party victorious? Or once again, it's about the Gandhis that have made you win this election? Because many would argue there wasn't hectic campaigning by the Gandhis in the state of Himachal Pradesh.
Okay, I think the winning combination has to be a combination of the central leadership and the state unit. It cannot be, politics is a team game. It cannot be attributed to only one individual. So yes, we had central leadership like Priyanka Gandhi ji, like Bhupesh Baghel ji, like Rajiv Shukla ji, who had spent months there in getting the unit of Himachal Pradesh Congress together and providing a political alternative to the people of Himachal Pradesh. So we had significant presence of central leadership there, while the credit goes to them as well as it goes to Pratibha ji, Mukesh ji, Sukhu ji and the entire state unit of Himachal Pradesh Congress. Fact is, we went with a manifesto which was very Himachal Pradesh specific manifesto, be it about the apple farmers, be it about providing loan to the startups, be it about OPS, be it about creating new employment, be it about setting up mobile clinics or setting up new English medium schools. So our development-oriented manifesto was very, very specific, based on the issues of the local people of Himachal Pradesh. And people of Himachal Pradesh have restored their faith in the Congress party, and I definitely congratulate the Congress party, both central leadership as well as the state unit, where Pratibha ji remains the state PCC president.
Right.
And now coming back to Gujarat.
Meeta ji, one second. We'll come back to Gujarat in just a second. Arun Anand, consulting editor, First Post, is also joining us. And let's stick to Himachal Pradesh for a bit, because this is, of course, a state, Arun, where, you know, the governments are switched from term to term. Given that, I think what the BJP is saying, and that vote share is actually, Himachal vote share is up on our screens. Let's stay with that. If you look at that vote share, the vote share is very close for the BJP and the Congress. It's a 1% difference. Usually what we see is in Himachal, the difference is much larger, about 4 to 5%, you know, when one wins over the other. So do you think there's a silver lining here for the BJP? As I think one of their spokespersons was suggesting to me earlier that it's not as if the public has rejected them completely.
No, I think, you know, Himachal is a very small state, and in small states, you know, the elections which happen in the big states and elections which happen in the small states, so, you know, there is a huge difference, there is a huge qualitative difference. But I think, you know, the kind of track record which Himachal has, that any party which comes to the power, it generally sweeps the polls, but it seems that BJP has been able to, you know, hold back.
Yeah.
The same thing we have witnessed in MCD also, and I just want to point this out that, you know, it's a broader trend actually. It seems that now BJP is becoming the default option for the people of the country, and until and unless they really do something bad, people really want to elect them again and again. So I think this is a silver lining for BJP. But there is also another important point, that it's a home state of the BJP national president.
Yes, yes.
So I think that thing also has to be taken into account. And in Delhi as well as in Himachal, we have also seen bitter infighting, bitter factional fighting in BJP. So I think BJP needs to take care of that in these states.
Yeah, and if they manage to change that Rivas in Uttarakhand, it didn't quite succeed for them in Himachal. And you're very right pointing out there will be some questions raised on just, you know, the in charges for Himachal and, you know, where the buck lies. But Hemant Attri, senior journalist, is also joining us. Hemant Attri, you know, what I find a little bit interesting right now is, even as the Congress seems to be gaining on the BJP and beyond the majority mark, there is a little bit of nervousness in the Congress camp. And Meeta ji can add to that in a bit about their MLAs switching, or the Operation Lotus, as they say. Now, you know, the question that arises is, when you are victorious, when you fought a campaign, you've managed to convince the public and you've got a clear majority, why should you be nervous? Because we're possibly going to have their MLAs carted to another Congress-ruled state now.
No, their nervousness seems to be justified as of now, for the very simple reason that they are only having 4 extra MLAs above the majority mark.
where 39 and 35 is the majority mark. And after Mr. Veerbhadra Singh's demise, one thing is very clear: there is no pan-Haryana, pan-Himachal leader in Congress party as well as in BJP also. That is the real problem. If you make A, B or C, then there are many other people who will be really, in a way feel like left out somewhere. See, there are three top leaders who are in the reckoning for the chief ministership. First of all is Mrs. Pratibha Singh, the widow of Mr. Veerbhadra Singh. Then Mr. Sukhu is there.
Yes.
And then Mukesh Agnihotri is also there. Kaul Singh and Asha Kumari, they have lost both of them. Otherwise, they would have been in the reckoning for the chief ministership. Now, the real issue comes as to how Congress High Command balances all the factions of Himachal government. Otherwise, what will happen? See, what happened in Madhya Pradesh? There was a government in place. There was a very thin majority at that point in time. And what happened? Just for the sake of one Rajya Sabha seat, everything happened, and Jyotiraditya Scindia along with many other.
You make an interesting point. Hemant Asriji, just stay with us. One of the CM contenders, Pratibha Singh, is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
देखिए, मैंने आपको ये कहा है कि पहले जो मेरे को हाई कमांड ने ड्यूटी दी, उन्होंने कहा आप चुनाव में मैदान में उतरे, वो मैंने बड़ी निष्ठा से, ईमानदारी से उस काम को किया और उसमें जीत हासिल की। जबकि विपरीत परिस्थिति थी, बीजेपी की सरकार केंद्र में, बीजेपी की सरकार हिमाचल प्रदेश में और मुख्यमंत्री मंडी से, उस स्थिति में मैंने वो चुनाव जीता, जिसके लिए मैं हाई कमांड का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ। दूसरी, उन्होंने जिम्मेवारी मुझे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बनाकर भेजा और उसके तहत मैंने पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश का दौरा किया और जो बात हम सब अपने लोगों से करना चाहते थे, जो संदेश देना चाहते थे, वो मैंने हर 68 के 68 हल्कों में जाकर दिया। तो आगे भी जो हाई कमांड मुझे जिम्मेवारी देगा उसको निभाएगा। बिल्कुल नहीं, कोई डर नहीं है। आखिरकार कहीं तो हमको बैठ के बात करनी है, कहीं तो हमको कोई निर्णय पर आना है। उसके लिए हम शिमला बैठे, चंडीगढ़ बैठे, कहीं ना कहीं बैठ के बात करेंगे। ये कोई डर की बात नहीं है। मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने, जिता कर भेजा है हम लोगों को, तो इसमें डरने की क्या बात है? क्या डरने की बात है?
रायपुर और जयपुर की बात हो रही है।
नो, नॉट एट ऑल, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा। हमारे पास हिमाचल प्रदेश में बहुत सारी जगहें हैं जहां हम बैठ सकते हैं, बातचीत कर सकते हैं। अगर लोगों को आने में दिक्कत तो हम चंडीगढ़ में बैठ सकते हैं, वहां भी बैठ सकते हैं।
क्या वजह रही जो जनता ने इतना मैंडेट दिया कांग्रेस को? पेंशन स्कीम या और क्या क्या मुद्दे रहे?
बहुत सी बातें हैं, जिसका जैसे ओपीएस हमने दिया, महिलाओं को हमने कहा कि हम 1500 महिलाओं को हर माह देंगे और युवाओं को हमने रोजगार देने की बात की है। और इसी तरह से जो हमारी योजना थी, मैनिफेस्टो में जो जो बातें कही है, उससे लोग बहुत खुश थे। हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश के किसान, बागवान इस सरकार से नाराज थे क्योंकि उन्होंने उनकी बात को अनदेखा किया, उनकी बात को तवज्जो नहीं दी। और हमने कहा हम आएंगे तो हम बागवानों का भी ख्याल रखेंगे, किसानों का भी ख्याल रखेंगे और जो हमारी हिमाचल प्रदेश की गरीब जनता है, जिसमें महिलाएं हैं, महिलाएं का मैंडेट हमारे को बहुत मिला इस बार, क्योंकि महिलाएं खुश थी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमारा ख्याल रखा और युवाओं को हमने रोजगार देने की बात की और युवाओं को हमने रोजगार देने की बात की और युवाओं ने भी इस काम को बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से की। हमारे प्रभारी शुक्ला जी रहे, शुक्ला जी ने भी एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश में निभाई है। हमारी हर तरीके से उन्होंने मदद की है। जो जो हमने उनको कहा, उन्होंने उस बात को जहन में लिया और उस काम को किया, जिसके लिए हम हाई कमांड का आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि आपने शुक्ला जी को भेजकर यहाँ पर हमारी बहुत मदद।
प्रतिभा जी, एक बार और क्लियर कर दीजिए, क्योंकि रूमर चल रही है कि आपके विधायक क्या कहीं जा रहे हैं, क्या डर है कि बीजेपी किसी तरीके से आपका काम खराब कर सकती है?
नहीं, आप मुझे बताओ क्यों जाएंगे? दे आर इलेक्टेड, दे हैव वन द इलेक्शंस, कहीं क्यों जाएंगे? क्यों जाएंगे?
कोई डर नहीं है?
नहीं, नॉट एट ऑल। ये एंटी डिफेक्शन में आ जाएगा, दोबारा इलेक्शन करना पड़ेगा। दे ऑल्सो नो दिस, सो दे विल नॉट डू इट।
विधायक क्या कहीं जा रहे हैं, क्या डर है कि बीजेपी किसी तरीके से आपका काम खराब कर सकती है?
नहीं, आप मुझे बताओ क्यों जाएंगे?
ये
दे आर इलेक्टेड, दे हैव वन द इलेक्शंस, कहीं क्यों जाएंगे?
कोई डर नहीं है कांग्रेस?
नहीं, नॉट एट ऑल। ये एंटी डिफेक्शन में आ जाएगा, दोबारा इलेक्शन करना पड़ेगा। दे ऑल्सो नो दिस, सो दे विल नॉट डू इट। जो जीत कर आए वो हमारे साथ ही रहेंगे और हमारा फुल मैंडेट है and we will form the government.
और कौन होगा सीएम? क्योंकि आप ये बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि वीरभद्र का ही मॉडल है और एक चुनौती वाली सीट आपको दी गई, आपने बड़ा कैंपेनिंग अच्छा किया, आप हैं उस रेस में, आपको जनता क्या स्वीकार कर रही है सीएम के तौर पर?
देखिए, मैं आपको सही तरीके से बोल रही हूँ कि वीरभद्र सिंह जी का नाम हम नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते। हमने इलेक्शन में भी ग्राउंड स्तर पे भी जाकर जो वोट मांगे हैं, वीरभद्र सिंह के किए हुए काम, उनका नाम वही चला इस इलेक्शन में और लोगों ने आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि के तौर पर उनको हमको वोट दिया है। इस बात को हम निगलेक्ट नहीं कर सकते। जहां तक सीएम की बात है, दैट इज फॉर द हाई कमांड। थैंक यू। क्या? ऑब्वियसली वीरभद्र सिंह जी भी यही करते थे, जो कहते थे उसको करके दिखाते थे, तो हमने भी उसी राह पे चलना है।
एक आखिरी सवाल मैम, जब हम देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस सब जगह निराशाजनक थी, आपने हिमाचल में वो करिश्मा करके दिखाया, तो किस तरीके से दिख रहे हैं यहाँ कांग्रेस की जीत या वीरभद्र नाम आगे चला या आपका काम? बस एक
नहीं, उसमें सभी कुछ सम्मिलित है। अब मेरा काम तो मीन्स वीरभद्र सिंह।
गुजरात में कांग्रेस किस तरीके से पिछड़ी, लेकिन हिमाचल में अच्छा प्रदर्शन।
देखिए, आप ये बात मानिए कि हाई कमांड ने जो ये जिम्मेवारी मुझे दी, उसको लेकर मैं आगे बढ़ी। क्यों दी ये जिम्मेवारी मुझे? क्योंकि वीरभद्र सिंह की लेगेसी थी, उनका परिवार था और उन्होंने कहा इस इलेक्शन में हम उनको नजरअंदाज।
Well, that was Pratibha Singh, the Congress chief in the state of Himachal Pradesh, talking about the victory of the Congress party, also saying that the MLAs from the state are not going anywhere. They're not scared of the BJP. Those were the questions asked by the journalists. I'm cutting across to my colleague Anshul and Arun Dhata. Both are joining us on the broadcast. Anshul, coming to you first. You're at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. What's the mood like? The numbers in Gujarat are a historical mandate, a clear reason for the BJP to celebrate. I can hear the dhol in the background.
Definitely the mood out inside the BJP headquarters right now is that the party is already warming up out here. The dhols are out, the bands are out. They are absolutely celebrating this historic victory that the BJP has been able to gather in Gujarat. However, the results that have come from Himachal Pradesh, that is something that has disappointed a few of these workers. But yes, their josh is definitely really very high. I'll just speak to a few of them. सर, आज गुजरात में इतनी ऐतिहासिक जीत मिली है, कैसे देखते हैं गुजरात की जीत को? कैसे देखते हैं इतनी ऐतिहासिक जीत मिली है?
गुजरात की जीत भारत की जनता की जीत है। ये एक ऐतिहासिक जीत है, एक ऐसी जीत है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसे नेता के नेतृत्व में ही ऐसी जीत संभव हुई। हिमाचल में हमारा वोट बैंक बढ़ा है। हिमाचल में हम जहाँ पे डाउन रहे हैं, वहाँ नैरो वोट से डाउन रहे हैं, वो कहीं 100 वोट से, कहीं 200 वोट से। हिमाचल में हमारा वोट बैंक बढ़ा है। नहीं, इसमें दिल्ली के अंदर भी हमारा वोट बैंक बढ़ा है। दिल्ली में हमारा वोट बैंक यथावत रहा, 3% बढ़ोतरी हुई है, हमारे नहीं है, बस हमारे विरोध।
So yes, the workers are definitely positive about the kind of outcome that they have gotten. But yes, the results of Himachal are definitely disappointing for the BJP because they were expecting a victory over there as well. But yes, the results that have come from Gujarat is definitely very, very motivating, not only for the BJP workers, but also a moment of pride for the entire top brass of the BJP, because staying incumbent for so many years, elections after elections, and getting such sort of mandate in 2022, which is one of the highest mandate that the BJP has got at least in the last 30 years. So yes, this is something that is very, very historic, and that is the reason why the workers over here are absolutely elated and excited.
Absolutely. Mood of celebration in Delhi. Let me bring in Arun also in the conversation. Arun, of course, Gujarat will be celebrating. You're at the BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar. What are workers telling you? What is the plan for the rest of the day?
Well, see, workers here at BJP office in Gujarat are saying that koi nahi hai chakkar mein kyun pade ho, koi nahi hai takkar mein kyun pade ho chakkar mein. And I have karyakartas of BJP here with me, and we just heard the press conference of CR Patil where he said that Bhupendra Patel will be the next chief minister, and on 12th, in the presence of Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the oath taking ceremony will take place. आप बताइए सर, आज आप लोगों ने जो अचीव किया है 150 के करीब आपकी सीटें आ रही, कैसे देखते हैं और कितना जोश है कार्यकर्ताओं में?
नरेंद्र मोदी के हिसाब से ही मिले है सब, जो है नरेंद्र मोदी ही है बस।
आप बताइए
जो जीत है वो भारत देश का प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का ही जीत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी वो जो काम कर रही है वो काम के हिसाब से ही वो उनको प्रतिशत मिल रहा है।
तो आम आदमी पार्टी को जो है वो कह रही थी कि फ्री बिजली, फ्री पानी, ये सब चीजें देंगे आपको। आपको लगता है कि लोगों ने नहीं सुना?
लोग जो है वो बहुत ही जागृत है। उनको पता है कि मुफ्त में देकर कोई भी सरकार नहीं चल पाई है, नहीं चल पाएगी। बीजेपी में सबसे बड़ा कार्यकर्ता है और ये जो सब कुछ हुआ वो कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत और केंद्रीय नेतृत्व गृह और उनके मार्गदर्शन से हुआ है। ये जो भी लक्ष्यांक हमें मिला है वो हमारा सपना नहीं था, लेकिन पूरा यकीन था, कार्यकर्ताओं के भरोसा था हम सब पर।
ठीक है। आप बताइए सर, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखो, मोदी सर का एक स्लोगन है कि यू नेवर बी टायर्ड विद द हार्ड वर्क, इट ऑलवेज गिव द सेटिस्फिकेशंस। और मोदी साहब ने वही काम किया है। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जो गुजरात की गली गली को जानते हैं, छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता को जानते हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस ही था कि हम आने ही वाले हैं, क्योंकि वो हार्ड वर्क में बिलीव करते हैं। और उन्होंने जो मुद्दे से चुनरी लड़ा है वो प्रजा के सामने ही है। प्रजा ने बहुत मैंडेट दिया है, उसका रिजल्ट है।
And Ridhima, BJP was under tremendous pressure with what they got in 2017, below 100, and therefore it was Prime Minister Modi's effort. More than 30 road shows and rallies in Gujarat. Union Home Minister spending more than a month strategizing, campaigning, and everything. And therefore, today, result of that, we are seeing, unprecedented results, complete decimation by Bharatiya Janata Party. We have few Mahila Morcha leaders with us.
At 157. So they did talk about 150, but they're actually succeeding even beyond that. Possibly could touch 160. Who knows? This is already historic. Above 149 of Madhav Singh Solanki in 1985 for the Congress. Aman Sharma, senior editor, News18.com, is also joining us. Aman, and we've also got Meeta Chakrabarti, who continues to stay with us from the Congress. Advaita Kala, author. Arunanand, consulting editor, First Post, all with us. Thank you for your time. Aman, coming to you first up. This is, beyond historic. I was saying earlier, this is like, Usain Bolt running the 100-meter sprint, and there's nobody in second. There's like a yards of difference between him and between the second placed person. And if we ran our track here in the studio as well. You've got BJP led by Narendra Modi at the top, and you can't see who's second. Look at the Congress numbers.
See, I think, Shivani, this is not an overnight success. No, let us be very clear about it. I think 2017 was a reality check for the BJP. The kind of election that happened at that time, BJP realized it was a bit laid back. Congress got its mojo back, climbed up to 77 seats. Since then, you see what all BJP has done in Gujarat. Mr. Modi has constantly gone to Gujarat, been investing in Gujarat. 2 years back, the BJP did not just change its chief minister, it changed its entire council of ministers, changed its CM, brought Mr. C.R. Patel as the new BJP state chief. The Patidar anger which was there against the BJP in 2017, the whole agitation of the Patidars which costed the BJP in that election. Since then, the EWS reservation of 10% was brought, which attended to the reservation demand of the Patidars. The biggest Patidar protest phase, Hardik Patel, shifted to the BJP camp. In a way, this is all is reflecting in the result now. You see, not just
even the tribal vote, Aman, we'll discuss that. In fact, we were getting visuals of Rivaba, wife of cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, who fought from Jamnagar North, if I remember correctly. And of course, she has won her seat. This is, of course, the heart of Saurashtra as well. And there are gains after gains after gains, Aman, in every region, amongst every community. I think the only thing we need to talk about is the Muslim vote, whether that is still with the Congress or has shifted to maybe the MIMs or the Aam Aadmi parties. But actually, even in Gujarat, the Muslims also do vote for the BJP.
Absolutely. I think, Shivani, this kind of verdict, if we look at it, I can't believe that Muslims haven't voted for BJP. Even some degree of Muslim vote has also gone to the BJP, the kind of victory that has been seen clearly. And I think also, Shivani, the rural sweep. BJP in Gujarat was always very, very strong in the urban areas of Surat, of Rajkot, of Ahmedabad, of Vadodara. But this time, the rural sweep, the Saurashtra sweep by the BJP, I think answers many questions. Also, the tribal vote shifting totally from the Congress to the BJP. I think these are very big signals and also shows the complete decimation of the Congress in Gujarat.
And can I take that to Meeta Chakrabarti? Because I was saying earlier, Meeta, you had 77 MLAs. If you've come down to 16, that actually means your MLAs didn't do enough. Your MLAs were not voted back. The anti-incumbency is actually against the Congress in Gujarat.
Okay, we definitely have to accept that we haven't done well in Gujarat, and we need to do much more than just self-introspection and course correction. We definitely need to find out the gap areas and address them immediately. But I would like to make a couple of quick points here. As we look at the results of the elections today and yesterday, before yesterday, it was BJP that had both the states of Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat and Delhi Municipal Corporation body. Today, after the results have been declared, Congress is going to replace the BJP government in the state of Himachal Pradesh, and AAP is likely to replace BJP in Delhi Municipal Corporation. So fact is, out of 3, yes, I'm congratulating BJP for such a decisive victory in the state of Gujarat, not taking anything away from them. But having said that, it is only one of the 3 places where BJP has retained its power while having lost power to Congress and AAP.
Okay, I'll come to Himachal in just a bit.
So it's important
I'll come to Himachal in just a bit. I do take your point that it's 1 out of 3, but the victory in Gujarat is of a scale that is actually mind-boggling. Advaita, you know, the other thing is that the Congress talked about this hyper-local campaign. Now, that means you want to focus on the MLA. You don't want to focus on the national leadership. But here, again, I come back to the point, then what happened to your 77 MLAs? At least they should be able to hold on, right? If they had worked. But there seems to be disenchantment with the Congress. All their vote is going away, either to the opposition or to the BJP.
Right. I mean, you know, till a few days ago, we were talking about the Congress vote bank of 40 seats, or rather the vote, I guess a vote bank really, which translated into 40 seats, and that didn't go anywhere. That didn't shift. I think that decisively has happened in this election, and this is a historic win, not just for the BJP, but I think in India's electoral history. This win is going to be something that is going to be analysed, discussed for years together, because what they've managed to do in Gujarat is buck 27 years of being in power. So, you know, that whole anti-incumbency concept goes out of the window. In fact, now we're going to be talking about a pro-incumbency concept. Secondly, what the other thing that they've really done is beat that historic record back from 1985 of 149 seats, and beat it decisively. And this is after, Shivani, you know, the last couple of years since CM Modi became PM Modi, there hasn't really been a follow-up CM leader in Gujarat who has been able to match him in terms of persona and in terms of impact in the state. Despite that, despite the distance, for the BJP to come back with such a thumping majority says a lot about Amit Shah's personal kind of commitment to this, and the genius and the strategic genius in electoral politics that is attributed to him.
They've worked hard, over the last 5 years also.
They worked hard
as
well.
The issues that were against them, they worked hard to, I would say, dissipate those issues. Those issues don't go away, but they worked. And the rebels also in Gujarat, they cut 40 seats of their sitting MLAs. 19 of them, if I remember correctly, still fought as rebels, but they did try to minimize that damage as much as possible. Arun Anand, the strike rate for the BJP today, as Hemant Attri also stays with us, is over 80%. That's just mind-boggling.
No, for me, actually, you know, it is not a surprise. I've been tracking, you know, BJP for almost 3 decades now. See, what has happened is that when they have got that ideal combination, and I believe I was listening to Meeta ji from Congress, and with all due respect, you know, वो जो बात कर रही थी वो ऐसी थी कि चलो मेरी अगर एक आंख फूट गई तो कोई बात नहीं, सामने वाले की मेरी 2 आंखें फूट गई है, कोई बात नहीं, इस बात का दुख नहीं है, खुशी इस बात की है कि सामने वाले की एक आंख फूट गई है. तो ये मेंटलिटी जो है, विद दिस काइंड ऑफ अ साइकी, यू नो, नो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कैन एक्सपेक्ट टू मेक अ कमबैक कि हम हारे तो कोई बात नहीं या जीते कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन कम से कम ये तो हारे 2 जगह पे. One is that. Second is, you know, BJP has got an ideal.
One of the places.
Let me finish, Meeta ji. BJP has got the ideal formula. They have got a highly, impactful leader.
Yeah.
Second thing is that they have got a very well-oiled organizational machinery. Third thing is that their ideology is absolutely clear. Their ideological roadmap is absolutely clear. And fourth, the governments are delivering on the ground.
And you rightly point out that it's the combination of all of these three.
Yeah, it's a combination. I think Congress and other opposition parties they need to address this
brick. There's a press conference by Bhupendra Hooda, and this is on the Himachal Pradesh results. Let's cut across to that.
सारे विधायकों से सलाह करेंगे, जैसे लेगा एक पॉइंट.
सर, जो नतीजे आए हैं हरियाणा में, इसका क्या आने वाले समय में इसका असर होगा?
हिमाचल में,
हरियाणा में
हरियाणा में तो पहले ही आपने देख लिया, आदमपुर से साफ है, आने वाले चुनाव में 2024 में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, स्वीप होगा।
2024 से पहले इस गुजरात चुनाव को, हिमाचल चुनाव को एक बड़ा चुनाव माना जाता था। हालांकि इसके बाद और भी चुनाव है राज्यों में, लेकिन इस चुनाव का आप असर मानते हैं कि वो जो चुनाव हारी है कई जगह पर बीजेपी, तो अब लोग जो है वो बीजेपी के साथ जिस तरीके से चले आ रहे थे, कहीं ना कहीं एक हर्डल है बीजेपी।
देखिए, हिमाचल जो है पहाड़ों में बसा हुआ है, ऊंची जगह बसा हुआ है। ऊपर से आप पत्थर मारोगे नीचे जाएंगे, ऊपर आवाज जाओगे तो सब जगह जाएगी, नीचे से आवाज मारो तो ऊपर नहीं जाती है। तो इस वास्ते यहाँ वहाँ की जो फैसला लिया लोगों ने, पूरे देश में इस बात का असर रहेगा।
सर, गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी ने फिर भी अच्छी सीटें जीत ली हैं, 5 से ऊपर की सीटें आ रही हैं, तो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है, इसे किस तरह से देखते हैं?
राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बनी, लेकिन उनके क्या क्लेम थे? वो तो सरकार बनाने की बात कर रहे थे वहाँ, लेकिन अल्टीमेट वही है कि कांग्रेस की वोट काटने के।
सर, ये शाम तक ही तय होगा जो जीते हुए विधायक हैं उनकी बैठक जो है चंडीगढ़ में होगी या फिर शिमला में?
हाँ, ठीक है, क्योंकि विधायकों की सुविधा देख के जो भी फैसला होता है।
अगर छत्तीसगढ़ ले जाना पड़ा तो वहाँ पे लेके जाया जाएगा?
कोई ऐसा कोई विचार नहीं, पहले विधायकों की मीटिंग होनी है।
ठीक है, ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर, धन्यवाद सर।
Congress getting set to form the next government in Himachal Pradesh, but there's a little bit of anticipation still left because the margin of victory is very close for them. Bhupinder Hunda, they're talking about the Aam Aadmi Party, saying they're exposed because they wanted to cut into the Congress vote bank, which they haven't managed to do. We'll analyze both of these results as the wins get consolidated, the leads turn into wins, but a reminder of how both states are looking right now. Now, when it comes to Gujarat, it is, of course, an orange sweep all through. Every region, amongst every community, everywhere in Gujarat, the BJP has taken on more and more and more, and that is why their number now stands at a whopping 157. Everybody relegated to also ranks. In Himachal, the Congress has some consolation. They've got a clear majority, but they seem a little bit nervous. Why? We don't know. But Himachal Pradesh looks like going the Congress way. We'll be back after a short break. बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, हाँ। मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति, और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है, और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए, और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshana Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshana ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए. थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा. और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं. कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है. क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी. और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया.
और वहां वो तो कहेंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे.
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है. तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ. देखिए, जहां पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए. इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी. और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी. वो उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी. आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट दिखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के. हमारे तो वोट बढ़ते ही गए हैं.
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी.
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी. जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी. एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे. दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18, your election headquarters. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. With me are my colleagues in the studio, Shivani Gupta as well as Anusha Soni. As we continue to talk about the story of Gujarat, which has been a landslide sweep for the BJP, it's now important to focus on areas. Where have they gotten this big number from? So if you look at 2 factors that have really contributed, one is of course the OBC vote and one is the tribal vote that has now gone to the BJP. I actually want to begin with one particular seat, which is Jhagadia, where you had Chotu Bhai Vasawa, who is a 7-time MLA, but this time has lost to the BJP candidate, which means should give you an extent of the kind of domination that the BJP is seen as far as the tribal area is concerned, where they've gotten 26 out of the 30, the Congress just 3. And if you compare this to the 2017 picture, look how different it was, where out of 30 seats, the Congress had gotten 15 and the BJP was just gotten 12. But as I said, this time around, it's a sweep as far as the BJP is concerned. Look at this entire area, which is now being taken by the BJP. So what are the factors that have contributed to the win of the BJP? One, of course, you have to give it to the magic of the Prime Minister. Of course, this is a hands-on approach. This is something that we've been talking about. You had the Home Minister who was stationed in Gujarat. You had the Prime Minister who took out multiple road shows and rallies. Even on the day when you had phase 1, as soon as that finished, you saw him go to the next road show, almost 50 kilometers and others. So all of the leadership came together. Stark comparison to what we saw from the Congress party. Hardly any presence on the ground. And that's the largest story, Shivani.
Yeah.
One, of course, story is the sweep by the BJP. The second was, who will be the second in command? Will it be the Congress or will it be the Aam Aadmi Party? This name-calling by the Congress party of Mallikarjun Kharge, comparing him with Ravana, all that seems to have backfired as far as these numbers are concerned.
I mean, I feel ultimately the Congress did not quite fight the campaign that it needed to if you want to take on the BJP, especially with another opponent entering. But you know, Ridhima, you were showing the tribal belt, and I think we were talking about this when the phase 1 polling was happening. In the tribal area, 30 seats, the BJP this time around had set a target of 27. And you know, they're just about there. So you look at this results that is coming in, it's a dream run for the BJP. Virtually every box they wanted to tick. They wanted to break the record in Gujarat. They've managed to do that, their own record, the Congress's all-time record. They wanted to touch 150. They're almost at 160 now. They wanted to win over the tribal belt. They've managed to do now. And they swept all other areas, Saurashtra, for example, where the Congress used to be, you know, good. So all of that has gone to the BJP.
And the one factor that was responsible in 2017 was the Patidar factor.
Yeah.
The defections that happened from the Congress party, of course, the leaders like Hardik Patel and others, but more importantly at the local level as well, they ensured that the Patidar votes and the community, I mean, the entire cabinet was changed. We have seen how chief ministerial faces changed. But with those kind of changes in Gujarat, the Patidar community, that one big factor, along with the tribal factor, was clearly taken care of by the BJP. They learned from their mistakes and the lessons of 2017.
Yes, and the one thing that is what the opposition will have to understand is that, you know, even if there is some discontent, the public still feels that the BJP is still the choice for them. You cannot have a mandate like this otherwise. It's another story that the Congress as the opposition has, of course, been relegated to also ran and they've been decimated. But the AAP also doesn't have that kind of gains. And I think the Aam Aadmi Party will also have to now start accepting...
But that's an unfair comparison, no, Shivani?
Just 1 second, if I may finish. The Aam Aadmi Party will have to start behaving proportionate to their presence nationally. They keep building up their national image. But frankly, Uttarakhand, Himachal, you know, virtually all of their candidates have lost their deposits. And even in Gujarat, they've built themselves too much. They need to be cognizant of the fact that they cannot start talking about beating BJP in Gujarat.
But you know what I was saying? It's an unfair comparison when you say that Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress can be compared together. It's a 10-year-old party that we're talking about.
The Aam Aadmi Party compares themselves to the Congress. I'm not comparing them. That's what I'm talking about. They need to start getting their rhetoric right.
But and I also think for the Aam Aadmi Party, the kind of gains that they've made, it's a direct loss of the Congress party. I remember when we were covering the different phases of polling, we were talking about how Aam Aadmi Party is a double-edged sword. Is it going to eat into the vote bank of the BJP? Will it affect the urban voters? It did not. It affected the tribal areas. It has affected certain regions of Saurashtra that you were showing on the magic wall as well. So that entire dynamic of the Aam Aadmi Party eating into the vote bank of the Congress party that has happened in multiple states continues in Gujarat as well, to the detriment of the grand old party. And that's something that they have to really watch out for.
In Himachal, in fact, the BJP has lost almost 6% of the vote share. The Congress has gained only 2%. So where has the other losses of the BJP gone to? It will be interesting to watch out for. But in Gujarat, the story is opposite. Actually, in Gujarat, the BJP has managed to up its vote share. Alpesh Thakur is speaking. Let's listen in.
देखिए अल्पेश ठाकुर हमारे साथ हैं जो जीत कर अभी अभी आए हैं।
देखिए जिस तरह से गुजरात के अंदर जो लोग आके मोदी साहब के बारे में बोलते हैं उनको ये करारा जवाब है। ये गुजरात मोदी साहब ने बना हुआ डेवलप गुजरात है। उनके शासन में जो बदहाल गुजरात था, जो गुंडों के हाथ में शासन था, उसको जवाब है। मोदी साहब पे गुजरातियों को बहुत भरोसा है और प्यार भी बहुत करते हैं।
आपकी जीत का आपको क्या लगता है, क्या कारण रहा?
मैंने बोला ना, मोदी साहब, पूरा करिश्मा मोदी साहब का है।
आपने 2017 में हमने देखा था किस तरह से
Okay, so Alpesh Thakur from Gandhinagar South has won. This is another face of the trinity that was opposed to the BJP in 2017 and now of course is with the BJP. All their big faces registering some handsome wins as well. Neha Joshi is joining us from the BJP. Meeta continues from the Congress. Adwaita, Arun and others, and Hemant Attri as well. Neha, why don't I come to you first up? What would you say about Himachal Pradesh? I mean, this is where the BJP would have liked to break the rivas as they did in Uttarakhand, your state, but they couldn't quite do it.
Thank you, Shivani. Very good afternoon to everyone. Yes, Shivani, this hasn't been a good run for us in Himachal. We were really hoping that we could repeat in Uttarakhand there. But you know, Himachal has been a pendulum state, as was Uttarakhand, and BJP fights every election to win it. You know, we gave it 100%. Our top leadership campaign, we were on the ground, we were within people, and you see the difference in vote share is just 1%. However, the difference in seats is more. So I think, like any other election, we celebrate our wins and we analyze our losses. So our top leadership is going to definitely look at what went wrong and how did this happen. So we take our wins and losses very, very seriously.
What would you say about the fact, Neha, that the Congress is already feeling like you could try some Operation Lotus in Himachal?
I mean, I don't even want to get into what the Congress feels. The Congress party, there's virtually no leadership present, and somehow, even before the results are declared, the Congress already behaves as if their MLAs are up for sale. So I think the Congress needs to do some introspection, that why is it that their own perception is that their MLAs are up for sale always. So our party accepts the people's mandate. I mean, the final result is yet to come.
Yeah.
But whatever is the people's mandate, our party respects that.
And that's the custom and the holy custom of democracy, that whatever is the people's mandate, everybody has to accept. I want to cut across to Arun Anand as well, the consulting editor for First Post. He continues to be with us on the broadcast. Arunji, I want to talk about two critical factors and what did the BJP do right to get and seal the historic mandate that they've got in the state of Gujarat. The Patidar vote and also the tribal votes. Now, before I go to Arun Anand, there's a press conference happening of Jairam Thakur. Let's cut across to that.
और जो भी नतीजे आए हैं उसमें मैं जनता के जनादेश का सम्मान करता हूं और हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि 5 वर्ष हिमाचल प्रदेश की सेवा करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ और हर कदम पर सहयोग मिला है, समर्थन मिला है, बेहतर करने की कोशिश की है। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से जनमत अभी आया है तो हमारा विपक्ष को सत्ता मिलने की संभावना जो है वो पूर्ण होने की दिशा में है और मैं बधाई देता हूं हिमाचल प्रदेश के सभी लोगों का, मतदाताओं को विशेष तौर से, क्योंकि चुनाव की प्रक्रिया में उनका बहुत सकारात्मक सहयोग रहा है। कहीं भी कोई भी इस प्रकार की कोई घटना घटित नहीं हुई जिसके कारण समाज पर बुरा असर पड़े और अब पूरा कैंपेन बहुत बेहतर ढंग से पूर्ण हुआ। और मैं इस बात के लिए भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का कि मतदान में बहुत बढ़ चढ़ करके उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया है और अब की बार रिकॉर्ड मतदान हिमाचल प्रदेश में हुआ, सबसे बड़ा मतदान अब की बार हुआ है। उसके लिए भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। और जनादेश का मैं सम्मान करते हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जो इन 5 वर्षों में हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए उनके आशीर्वाद से जो विकास के लिए सहयोग मिला है, जो हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए उनका प्यार मिला है, उसके लिए हम हिमाचल प्रदेश देवभूमि के सब लोग उनके जीवन भर एहसानमंद रहेंगे। वो ऋण हम चुकता नहीं कर सकते हैं। हर क्षेत्र में विकास हुआ है और स्वाभाविक रूप से उस विकास का श्रेय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को जाता है। चुनाव की कैंपेन में भी उन्होंने बहुत बेहतर ढंग से कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सबका मार्गदर्शन भी किया, हम सबको सहयोग भी दिया। मैं आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उनके मार्गदर्शन में हमने हिमाचल प्रदेश में कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाया और उनका भी बहुत बड़ा सहयोग रहा। भाई अमित शाह जी का और केंद्रीय नेतृत्व जो भी हिमाचल प्रदेश में इस चुनाव के दौरान प्रचार करने के लिए आए, उन सबका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। अब नई सरकार बनेगी, मेरी ओर से उनको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और उम्मीद करता हूं जो वादे उनने किए हैं उन वादों को वो पूरा करेंगे और हिमाचल प्रदेश आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल प्रदेश में विकास की गति तेज हो, हमारा अंतिम लक्ष्य यही है। और उस दृष्टि से हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सकारात्मक भूमिका सदैव रहेगी। जहां हिमाचल का भला होगा वहां निश्चित रूप से हमारा सहयोग होगा, राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके भी। जहां हिमाचल प्रदेश के हितों की हमको लगेगा जहां रक्षा नहीं हो पा रही है, ठीक प्रकार से नहीं हो पा रही है, तो निश्चित रूप से उस बात को भी जनता के सामने भी, और चाहे वो विधानसभा के अंदर विधानसभा के बाहर भी पुरजोर ढंग से रखेंगे। इस चुनाव में सबसे बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण एक चीज आप लोगों ने देखी कि बहुत सारी सीटें बहुत कम अंतर से आ रही हैं, 100 वोट से कम भी और 100-200 वोट के बीच में भी, 500 वोट के बीच में भी। और इसलिए चुनाव बहुत नजदीक का चुनाव रहा है। लगभग 11-12 सीटें ऐसी हैं जिनमें 1000 से कम का अंतर है चुनाव जीतने हारने का। अगर वोट शेयर की अगर मैं बात कहूं, वोट शेयर में आप देखेंगे कि मात्र डिफरेंस जो है वो सिर्फ 1% का है, 1% का डिफरेंस है। लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद सीटों के आंकड़े में कांग्रेस हमसे आगे निकल गई। और इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, जो जनमत आया है उसका अभिनंदन, उसका स्वागत और उसका सम्मान करता हूं। और आने वाले समय में हिमाचल प्रदेश की हित की लड़ाई के लिए सदैव हम हर जगह मौजूद रहेंगे, यही मैं कहना चाहता हूं। और आप मीडिया के सब साथियों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। समय समय पर आप सबके बीच में अपनी बात कहने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ और आप सबके बीच में बात कहते हुए जिन मुद्दों को लेकर के हमने बात कही है, उन मुद्दों का आप लोगों ने सही परिप्रेक्ष्य में जनता तक पहुंचाने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, जो कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता हैं उनके बयान सामने आ रहे हैं, वो डर है कि कहीं हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग ना हो, खरीद फरोख्त ना हो, इस तरह की उनकी तरफ से
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि उन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के मैं खुद ही विराम लगा देता हूँ। मैंने कहा कि हम जनमत का सम्मान करते हैं, उनका बहुमत आया, बहुमत संभालना मेरा काम तो नहीं है, वो तो उनका ही काम है, उस काम को वो करें। और मैं अभी थोड़ी देर के पश्चात अपना त्याग पत्र राज्यपाल महोदय जी को सौंपने जा रहा हूँ।
सर, वोट बैंक ट्रोल लगातार हिमाचल प्रदेश में हम आपसे लगातार बात करते रहे, मिलते रहे, सब तरह से विकास की बातें हुई। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने फंडिंग करा हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए, जो हुई था वो सब तमाम चीज़ें हुई। आप लगातार पूरे क्षेत्र में घूमते रहे। ऐसा क्या हुआ कि ये मार्जिन, ये जो आपकी लड़ाई थी वो उसमें पीछे रह गए? क्या आपको लगता है कि
मैंने कहा कि देखिए, अगर वोट शेयर में देखेंगे 1%, देखिए बहुत कम अंतर से जी सारी चीज़ें जो है वो चुनाव को प्रभावित कर गई हैं। और इस सारी चीज़ के लिए हम विश्लेषण करेंगे, हम बैठेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे और चर्चा करने के बाद फिर आने वाले समय में हम बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज देश की नहीं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, इसलिए हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व भी इस पर विश्लेषण करेगा, चर्चा करेगा और उसके साथ साथ में हम सब लोग भी इस पर चर्चा करेंगे।
मंडी में पार्टी ने बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म किया, 10 में से लगभग 9 सीटें अभी जो देख रहे हैं जीत रही हैं भाजपा। मंडी को लेकर या बाकी
देखिए, मैं पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और मंडी के लोगों ने मेरी भावनाओं को सम्मान दिया, उनका मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और उनने बहुत बड़ा समर्थन दिया। और ये भी मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश के इतिहास में मुझसे पहले 5 मुख्यमंत्री और भी रहे, लेकिन किसी का भी जीतने का अंतर इतना नहीं रहा जितना सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र से भी सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र से अब की बार जो जीत का अंतर रहा है, लगभग 38,000 की जीत वहाँ पर दर्ज हुई है। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ ये मेरा दायित्व बनता है कि मैं सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र की जनता का, जिन्होंने मुझे बहुत स्नेह दिया, प्यार दिया, सहयोग दिया, और मैं वहाँ पर चुनाव की कैंपेन के दौरान बहुत कम जा पाया। नॉमिनेशन के लिए गया था, उसके बाद आधे घंटे के लिए 3 कार्यक्रम मैंने किए थे और उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा समर्थन दिया। आज तक का सारा पिछला रिकॉर्ड सभी मुख्यमंत्री का
क्या ओपीएस एक बड़ा इशू रहा आपको लगता है?
देखिए, इन सारी चीज़ों में हम देखिए, अब हम बिल्कुल तुरंत हम किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं जाएंगे। कारण क्या रहे ये हम बहुत जल्दी नहीं, और हम थोड़ा विचार करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे सब साथियों के साथ और अलग अलग तरह से फीडबैक लेंगे। कहाँ
बागियों को संभाल नहीं पाए?
देखिए, मैंने कहा ना, कारण रहे हैं और कारण रहे हैं तो उन कारणों पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। चर्चा करने के बाद विचार करेंगे। पार्टी में इस तरह की चीज़ें आने वाले समय में ना मिल पाए और हम बेहतर ढंग से काम कर सकें हिमाचल प्रदेश में और पार्टी को सत्ता में लाने के लिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मजबूत करने के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। देखिए, मैं उस पर कुछ नहीं, मैंने कहा कि इन सारी चीज़ों का हम विश्लेषण करेंगे, उसके बाद देखेंगे।
कांग्रेस बात कर रही है वो सारे एमएलए को लेके चंडीगढ़ जाएंगे।
मुझे मालूम नहीं है क्या मजाक बना रखा है और ये परिहास का विषय बना हुआ है। विधायक हैं, वो चुन करके आए हैं और ऐसी परिस्थिति में इस प्रकार की बातों करने का कोई औचित्य नहीं है और स्वाभाविक रूप से हमसे कम है, लेकिन उन्हें अंदर की बातें जो उनकी हैं, जिस प्रकार की उनकी अपनी पार्टी में मुख्यमंत्री बनने की जो होड़ में जो लोग लगे हैं, जो दौड़े हैं, उनको शायद उससे ज़्यादा डर है। तो इतने मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, हमसे मत डरिए, खुद से डरिए।
आम आदमी पार्टी ने कहीं वोट काटा?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रेजेंस ही नहीं यहाँ पर हिमाचल प्रदेश में हो पाई। अगर होती तो मैं सबको परिणाम अलग तरह के।
राजनीति को कितना उपयुक्त मानते हैं?
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ बिल्कुल भी।
सर, गुजरात में लगातार बड़ी जीत हुई है, इसके ऊपर
गुजरात को मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और वहाँ के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को और भूपेंद्र भाई जी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और गुजरात इतिहास बना करके 27 वर्षों का लंबा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन के बाद 5 वर्ष के लिए और एक टर्म जो है वो जिस रूप में मिली है, उसके लिए मैं बधाई देता हूँ।
आपने कहा कि जनादेश का आप सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन भूपेश बघेल कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी कुछ भी कर सकती है।
देखिए, उनके कहने का कोई मतलब नहीं हमारे लिए है, वो जो कहते हैं वो कहते रहे, लेकिन हमने अपनी बात कह दी और बाकी जो जनमत उनको मिला उसको संभालना, उसको संभाल करके रखना वो उनका कार्य है।
सर, उनको कोई हौसला देंगे सर? लोग सारे डरे हुए, उनको भी हौसला
नहीं। देखिए, मैं सभी साथियों को सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा सहयोग मिला है, हर वर्ग से मिला है और मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो लोगों का इन 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में जिस रूप में सहयोग मिला, समर्थन मिला, उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Well, that was the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh there. The BJP conceding defeat as far as Himachal is concerned, saying we respect the mandate of the people as the Congress consolidates their position. The larger question is what has worked for the Congress party and what has not worked for the BJP. We'll get into all of those finer details, but let me also bring in my colleague Anusha to give us an overview of what has worked in favor of the BJP as far as that landslide in Gujarat is concerned and what possibly hasn't worked for them in Himachal. Anusha.
Well, Ridhima, here at CNN News 18 at the election headquarters, we'll get you all the numbers through the best of the technology. And let's tell you a little bit more about how these numbers have stacked up. What does the tally look like with the leads and many of the final results coming in Gujarat and in the state of Himachal Pradesh? It's good news for BJP in the state of Gujarat. Let me just try and get on this. And it'll take me up as we get all the numbers for you. This is the broad picture. All right. All right, let's try and get a broad picture for the state of Gujarat and how does it look like for the BJP and the Congress party. Let's have the number. Behind me, you can see these numbers. For the BJP, it is 158, Congress on 15, Aam Aadmi Party at 5, opening their account, and others at 4. A historic mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Gujarat in the independent India's history, in the electoral politics of the state. A precedent like this is unknown. The manner in which BJP has broken all the records, not just of the Congress party, but any kind of historical record that existed. It's a big victory for them. All the factors in the last election that were against them are finally something that they've taken care of. The story is good for the Congress party in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Let's talk about Himachal Pradesh here. And those are the numbers coming up for you. What does Himachal Pradesh tell us? Well, if you look at Himachal Pradesh, there's a clear edge to the Congress party. The numbers are stacked up in their favors. You had the present chief minister from the BJP conceding defeat, and he's saying he'll go to the governor and hand over his resignation. Congress at 39, BJP at 26, others at 3. So the independents also have a very, very small role to play. All right, so that's how the numbers really look like. Let's go down. Those are the numbers which are stacked up. There's something for the BJP, something for the Congress party in the two crucial election results that have really come out. Aam Aadmi Party, of course, opening its account in the state of Gujarat. Let me get off this. All right, let me cut across to Ridhima as well. And Ridhima will tell us threadbare about what does it look like for rural Gujarat. Ridhima, interestingly, the argument has been that rural belt is something which has been traditionally the stronghold of the Congress party. What's the story after today's results?
It's completely the opposite. If you're looking at the numbers, upwards of 150, which means, as you rightly pointed out, Anusha, the urban areas are traditionally seen as the gur of the BJP, and that's what we showed you earlier. So when you had areas like Surat, Jamnagar, Rajkot, all of those, of course, have been swept by the BJP. But just look at the picture as far as rural is concerned. Out of 98 seats, you have 81 going to the BJP, and the Congress reduced to just 9, with the Aam Aadmi Party and the others both at 4-4. But just compare this picture to 2017. This is where the entire game has changed. Rural was the stronghold of the Congress party. There was a sea of blue. In 2017, out of the 98, the Congress had 53, the BJP had just about 39. But go back to 2022 and they've lost their bastion as far as these strong footholds of the rural area as well. So other than urban, which of course, as I said, was the guard of the BJP, they've also taken votes as far as the rural areas was concerned from the Congress and added to their tally. And that's why we're seeing those upward numbers of 150. Possibly by the end of the day, we could see it close to 160 as well, Shivani.
Yeah, I mean, that will be historic. And I think this seventh successive term for the BJP will take them into their third decade of governance in Gujarat. So that's comparable to the left run in Tripura and comparable to the left run in West Bengal. Other than that, there are frankly no comparisons or parallels, and that's the kind of hegemony that the BJP is now building in Gujarat. We've got fresh spokespersons joining us. Lavanya Balal is joining us from the Congress party, as some of our other guests continue to stay with us. Lavanya, the big question that emerges, now the Congress has lost its traditional vote bank in Gujarat, which even at its lowest point was loyal to it. Where does the Congress party go from here, Lavanya? That's the biggest question.
Clearly, 2017 wasn't the lowest point. The lowest point was current situation. I don't think the previous one was the lowest situation.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that even at the lowest that the Congress had, you still had a consistent vote bank. That consistent vote bank has deserted you this time around.
See, first of all, I was telling this in the other debate as well. There needs to be accountability, and we always talk about retrospection in the party. As much as this point of view is very unpopular, I'm sure, we also need to hold quite a lot of people accountable for this kind of loss that we have had in Gujarat. But clearly, our cadre has worked very hard in Himachal Pradesh. That has been an amazing success for us. and Gujarat, in spite of such hard work by quite a lot of leaders there, the question is, why did we lose our stronghold at such a crucial point? 2017, the only difference was Mr. Rahul Gandhi had extensively campaigned in Gujarat, and this time he had not campaigned in Gujarat. So that could be one of the reasons why we have lost our rural belt.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's the point that's been made by the Congress party. But Lavanya, many would argue that there is a lack of introspection. This is a big defeat that has come in for the Congress party. And somewhere you're not taking it as seriously as you should. Look at the dent that the newcomer, the newbie, Aam Aadmi Party has made to you. The BJP had their introspection at the right place. They said the Patidar votes, the tribal votes, these are the regions we need to capture. The so-called silent campaign of the Congress party clearly didn't work.
Well, see, I would like to say this thing. One, the Election Commission is clearly very biased. Well, look at the last day of the voting. Our Prime Minister Modi walks to the voting booth with the rally, and Election Commission clearly says there was no rally. And then there was this release of former rapists.
Come on, Lavanya. I mean, sometimes it's the EVM, sometimes it's the Election Commission. Own up. I mean, you do good, great, congratulations. You don't do well, own up. That's how you deal with it, don't you?
Yeah. Listen, you need to let me complete.
Please finish your argument.
All of these factors. Tell me one time when Gujarat campaign spoke about, the BJP campaign spoke about inflation, spoke about unemployment, spoke about corruption. Did they speak about it? Mr. Amit Shah went on to say, we taught them a lesson in 2002. Clearly, I'm sure all of this worked for the BJP. They are moving on to, by the time they complete this term, they'll be completing 37 years of, unbroken record in Gujarat. Good for them. Congratulations to the BJP. They are doing something right. And this is exactly what Congress needs to know and understand, learn, and, implement this. All I'm saying is, there are a lot of people within the party in Congress who need to be held accountable, who need to give answers. The karyakartas and the voters deserve an answer from the Congress party,
so
whoever
who will
was
fix
in
that
charge.
accountability? Advaita, let me bring you in. Today you have the Congress spokesperson saying that accountability needs to be fixed. But who will fix that accountability? Because today also, if we see the reactions that are coming in from Himachal, when you see people they're thanking the Gandhis. I don't see the local leadership, I don't see the workers on the ground being thanked. So isn't there a lag of when you win, the credit goes to the Gandhis, but when you lose, you'll try and still fix accountability on the ground. Let's go back to Gujarat of what really has happened there. You had a lot of name calling that the Congress once again indulged in. You had the Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, comparing the Prime Minister to Ravan. This name calling has backfired for them in the past as well. So clearly, there were no lessons learned. And this was, of course, coming at a very embarrassing time for them when you had the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which wasn't even going through the state, which was supposed to be very crucial for them.
Absolutely. I think, the Gujarat win is historic, not just for the Bharatiya Janata Party, but like I said earlier, in electoral politics in India, it's very rare that you see something so decisive, and that too after 27 years of being in office. So full credit to them. And as for the Himachal Pradesh, I think the Congress does deserve credit. It's a small state, and usually, one expected a couple of seats here and there. But this is a big gap. 26-39, it's a decisive win for the Congress. And they fought this election primarily on Veerbhadra Singh's image and legacy, who's no longer with us. So I think that was an emotive issue. It was a risky, strategy, but it's delivered for them. And the real lesson for the BJP in the Himachal elections is really to figure out whether the infighting that one was hearing of, the rebel netas that went out on their own, has that done them in? And I have a feeling that that is what has done them in. So they really kind of damaged their own chances in Himachal. Because I said this earlier, there was an absence of a credible opposition face in the state with Veerbhadra Singh not being there anymore. There was not that level of anti-incumbency sentiment against the government. And thirdly, it was a stable government, unlike Uttarakhand, where you had 3 chief ministers in the 5 years. Here you had 1 chief minister from start to finish who wasn't greatly disliked. So I think, they really need to figure out what is their rot in the system. I'm sorry if that's a harsh word, but this kind of a gap in a small state, 26 and 39, that's really unacceptable.
Yeah, they were pointing out, I think Jairam Ramesh was pointing out to the fact that their vote share gap is not too large. But ultimately what does matter is the seats, and the Congress does have a clear majority there. Vipin Pabbi, senior journalist, is also joining us. Vipin, settle this for us, because this is going to be very interesting to watch out for. Where does the credit for Himachal go for the Congress, and where does the blame for Gujarat go? Because they're talking about Bharat Jodo, they're crediting Bharat Jodo for Himachal, but then why didn't it not work in Gujarat? Right? They didn't have their tall leadership or the big national leadership as the big faces in the elections. Possibly worked in Himachal, but why didn't it work in Gujarat? They were talking about a hyper-local campaign, possibly worked in Himachal, but then why didn't it work in Gujarat? So there is a very contrasting story for the Congress party. What are the lessons for them, Vipin, you think?
I think the issues were completely different in Himachal and Gujarat. And Himachal particularly, I would like to point it out, Himachal doesn't have much of an industry, doesn't have agriculture, it doesn't have services, jobs. So employment was one of the major issues that was there in Himachal Pradesh. You would know that almost from every family in Himachal Pradesh, there is a government employee. So this was one of the factors that the Congress said that they would like to go in for old pension scheme. Yeah. That actually clicked with the voters, because every family gets affected by that. And secondly, another reason which is connected to this is the Agniveer scheme. You know that Himachal Pradesh has been contributing a disproportionate number of Jawans to the Indian Army, and that is also employment. So both these employment related issues played a very important part. BJP could not come out and offer that, okay, they can go for the old pension scheme, because it is a bad economic, it makes bad economic sense. Congress could do it because already Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh had, offered that, and it doesn't have too much of at stake. While for BJP, it would have been a big problem because they're ruling in so many states. So if they had offered old pension scheme in Himachal Pradesh, they would have had to offer it in other states. Also,
Vipin Pabbi, can I just come in? Another big thing that we're noticing, really hurt the BJP in Himachal Pradesh were the rebels. And let Neha Joshi come in on this. You've got multiple of the rebels who've actually contested as independents, hurting your party and winning their seats. That has been a big learning and thrashing for you, Neha Joshi, this time around.
Shivani, not a lot of them have actually been able to translate their candidature into wins. And I think,
am reading, Neha, just one second. I think we've confirmed about 6 to 7 of them. Now, if you look at the margin of 6 to 7, I think that has cost you dearly. This is just till now.
No. So that's what I'm saying, Shivani, that while it's, our tendency is to immediately start analyzing the results, as we should, I think when the difference in vote share is as low as 1%, you can't just attribute it. I was listening to Mr. Pabbi speaking, and he spoke about the Agniveer scheme and the OPS scheme. The analysts in the run-up to the elections predicted that it was going to have a huge impact, and if you look at the sheer number of government employees, the difference in vote share should have been much larger. So I don't think we should immediately jump to conclusions that it was the OPS scheme that led to this. Yes, there could be issues with certain seats in terms of ticket distribution. There is also the factor of Himachal traditionally being a pendulum state where it swings towards the Congress on one time and the other time towards BJP. In Uttarakhand, we were able to successfully break that trend, and that's what we were going for here. But like in true BJP fashion, we are going to dissect this loss even more than we dissect our win in Gujarat. So this is serious business for us, and we'll come out with our own reasons soon.
Well, you clearly have a very good story playing out in the state of Gujarat. That's where I want to once again take our focus to. Mr. Arun Anand, I'm coming to you. The Gujarat victory, how historic it is, what are the critical factors that the BJP took notice of after the 2017 numbers? We've spoken about all of that, but I want to talk about in the context of the upcoming Lok Sabha election, the big battle 2024. What kind of context does the BJP numbers, and especially what the kind of results that they've got in Gujarat, set for the BJP? This is their guard. This is the home state of the Prime Minister and Home Minister. And this kind of emphatic victory, there's a clear message going out there.
I think BJP, the way they have worked on Gujarat, they have specifically kept in mind the 2024 election. It's a perfect start for that.
Yeah.
So BJP has a typical style of, a typical way of planning the election. They generally start working on an election 18 months before the polling. So it's almost basically, you can say, kind of 18 months or 14 months before the 2024 elections.
Yeah.
So they got a perfect start. The karyakartas are, electrified. They have also sent a message across that the advantage is with BJP, and the general mood in the party. It is going to give them, let me point out that, going ahead, Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh, these are going to be two very, very tough states for BJP in the assembly elections, and they can, take the sheen of the Gujarat victory. But it's a perfect start, and the momentum has been created, and this is what BJP wanted, and that is why they have worked really so hard on, they haven't looked at it only for making, a comeback or a strong comeback. It is basically opening, that floodgate for 2024 because the whole nation watches Gujarat.
That you're rightly talking about, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, the critical ones to watch out for. What are the other key factors? What do the numbers today really tell us? Muslim-dominated seats, that's what Ridhima has up on the magic wall.
Because Anusha, now considering the fact we've seen the overview of 150 onwards, it's important to understand what has led to that number that the BJP is today looking at. And I agree with the point that Arun was making, that there is all the joint forces that have come together. There is no sense of callousness. Even now, post this landslide victory, the BJP works in a mode that they'll start preparing for the next elections. But earlier we spoke about the tribal factor that has contributed to this number. We also spoke about the rural area. Now this was something that Aman was also pointing out a little earlier, that even the Muslims seem to have voted more for the BJP and less for the Congress. Out of the 12 seats which were in the Muslim-dominated areas, you have 10 going to the BJP and just 2 to the Congress. And if I just compare this picture to 2017, it was pretty neck to neck between the BJP and the Congress at that time, with both getting about 6 to 6. So they've managed to make inroads even in the Muslim-dominated areas, and that should give us a sense of understanding as far as how aggressive they have been with their campaigning, and that's exactly what we'll see with the next state and then 2024 as well.
The entire cliche of, the Muslim votes going to a particular political party, that doesn't work in the state of Gujarat. There's a press conference by Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. Let's go to that.
असा विजय मिळालेला आहे. सर्व प्रकारचे रेकॉर्ड हे भारतीय जनता पक्षाने तोडले आहेत, आणि यात सर्वात महत्त्वाचं 27 वर्ष राज्य केल्यानंतर इतक्या रेकॉर्ड सीट्स जेव्हा जनता देते, याचा अर्थ गुजरातच्या जनतेला हा विश्वास आहे की गुजरातमध्ये जे परिवर्तन झालं ते मोदीजींनी भारतीय जनता पक्षाने केलं, आणि पुढेही भारतीय जनता पक्षच गुजरातच्या हिताचे निर्णय करू शकते. मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वातच देश पुढे जाऊ शकतो.
It is only under the leadership of Modi ji that the country will go ahead.
गुजरातच्या जनतेने
And this is the
या
very faith
निवडणुकीच्या
and trust
माध्यमातून
that people of Gujarat have reposed
दाखवलेला आहे.
in BJP.
52% वोट्स हे भारतीय जनता पक्षाला मिळाले
52%
आहेत.
votes have been garnered by the BJP.
आतापर्यंत जे काही ट्रेंड्स आहेत आणि ज्या सीट्स आल्या आहेत,
Till now,
कमी
the
अधिक
trends
प्रमाणात
that we are able to see,
157 जागी भाजपा जिंकलाय किंवा पुढे आहे अशी परिस्थिती आहे.
we are either leading or have won
काँग्रेस
on
आजपर्यंतच्या
157 seats.
इतिहासातल्या सर्वात लोएस्ट स्कोरवर तिथे गेलेला आहे.
Congress is
16
on
जागा.
the lowest score in its entire
आणि ज्यांनी
history.
मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा उमेदवार
Only 16 places.
घोषित केला होता
And those
आणि
who had
आम्ही निवडून
announced
येणार
the
असं
same
लेखी दिलं
candidate
होतं,
and had
अशा
given in
आप
writing
नावाच्या
that they will
पार्टीचे
come in
त्या
power.
ठिकाणी पुरते 12 वाजले आहेत, आणि
AAP is in doldrums
जनतेने
there
त्यांना
now.
पूर्णपणे नाकारलेलं आहे.
The people of
त्यामुळे
Gujarat have completely denied
आप पार्टी ही दिल्ली पुरतं मर्यादित पार्टी आहे.
The power.
एकदा पुन्हा
AAP is
गुजरातने
only
या
limited
ठिकाणी
to
दाखवून
Delhi,
दिलेलं आहे.
and Gujarat has proven that.
गुजरातच्या जनतेचे मनापासनं आभार मानतो, अभिनंदन करतो.
I heartily thank the people of Gujarat.
मी देखील त्या ठिकाणी प्रचाराला गेलो होतो.
Even I had gone there campaigning.
जनतेचा मूड अतिशय स्पष्ट दिसत होता.
Even at that time, I could sense the mood of the people. Gujarat was.
Well, that was Mr. Devendra Fadnavis addressing a press conference talking about the historic victory in the state of Gujarat. Our guests continue to stay with us on the broadcast. I want to cut across to Vipin Pabbi, who's a senior journalist. He continues to be with us on the show. Vipinji, that's the part I want to understand from you. The state of Gujarat, the factors that worked for the BJP. What is the story for the Congress party? Focusing on the local issues in the state of Himachal Pradesh has yielded them a lot of results. The so-called silent campaign that the Congress party spoke of in the state of Gujarat, that hasn't worked. The Aam Aadmi Party, as expected, and going with the trend that we've seen in the past as well, has eaten into the vote share of the Congress party, not hurting the BJP as much or at all in the urban centres, because they continue to dominate the urban centres, talking about the BJP. Vipinji.
Yes, as far as Gujarat is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party, tried in certain ways and had made very, very tall claims. But apparently, people have not reposed faith in that. And Congress, in fact, they have damaged the Congress much more. So perhaps, if that kind of a thing had happened, perhaps in Himachal also, if Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere in Himachal Pradesh, but if it had cut into Congress votes, things could have been different. But in Himachal Pradesh, they almost gave up the campaign, and in the last few days, they were nowhere in the picture at all. While in Gujarat, they did a campaign. Kejriwal and all the senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party spent a lot of time in Gujarat, and of course, they had staked very high claims, but the fact is that they were not really able to convince the people of Gujarat, and the result is for all of us to see.
Interesting point that Vipin Pabbi and I think Arun Anand were also making earlier is, what does this mean for 2024? Advaita, what do you think? If you look at the Congress vote share, they got about 19-20% vote share in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. If we go by the trends that we're witnessing, for example, in Gujarat, that their vote share, even the traditional vote share, is depleting, this could open the floodgates for the BJP to maybe cross 50% in 2024.
I think this also speaks to the attitude of the party. This was a party that, had a fight in 2017 with the Congress because of the Patidar agitation. Certainly an external factor, but it did push the Congress's performance in 2017 with 77 seats. And although the BJP was still in office, they came back to power. I think this is what makes them different. They took that very seriously. And they said that, this was a fight this time around. The next time around when we go into an election, it doesn't matter if we've tacked on another 5 years of government. We're going to make sure that we overcome this, this sort of fight that we experienced. And that's exactly what they've done. They have just smashed it. There is no opposition in Gujarat, let's be very clear. This is a big state. This is a state that has seen this government for 27 years. And they've just decided that there's going to be no fight here. And I think that indicates to the public in general, and definitely to the polity of this country, that the BJP is going to fight, whether they're in office, whether they're not, whether they're comfortable or they're uncomfortable, they're going to bring it. And I think the other parties need to recognize that about them.
I want to cut across to Mr. R.P. Singh as well, the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us on the show. Congratulations on the victory in Gujarat, and I'm sure there would be a lot of introspection as to what went wrong in the state of Himachal Pradesh. My colleague Shivani was talking about 2024 and what kind of message is the BJP sending across when it comes to that big battle, the Lok Sabha elections. What do the Gujarat numbers tell you? And more importantly, your fight in states like Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh. You get the much needed encouragement from the numbers which are showing up in the state of Gujarat, don't you?
Well, the crux is that we need a leader and a policies, and we have both of them. For any political party to go ahead, move ahead and ensure victory after victory, very categorical. You need a good leader with policies which are meaningful and helpful to the people, which ultimately benefits people. When Ayushman Bharat is introduced with 5 lakh people, 5 lakh health insurance for each and everyone, so that helps. When roof is given to people on their head, it helps. When water, 97 people in Gujarat, for example, get tap water, it works. When you provide 3-phase electricity in every village, it builds up small-scale industry in the villages also. So these are not seen outside, but inside or on ground it works. So these are factors which has worked, and top it up with a leader like Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji. Things works in our favor.
I also want to quickly take that point to Lavanya Balal as well. Lavanya, women voters in the state of Gujarat, and I think across the country when you talk about local Lok Sabha elections, we're talking particularly about the state of Gujarat, the direct benefit transfers, the kind of schemes that we have seen in the cooperative belt called the Amul belt, and that belt of course now is dominated by the BJP. The manner in which there's a woman voter base that the BJP has consolidated, nurtured and created over the years is outstanding. And that's something that speaks of brand Narendra Modi as well. They say we are financially empowered. Our ground reportage has shown that, and that's showing in the numbers as well for the BJP. Advaita.
Yes, and it was very interesting to watch.
That was for me?
No, for Advaita.
It was very interesting to watch the election because, so often when we listen to voters in upcoming elections and across the country in different states, you hear a lot about security, female safety. But here in Gujarat, it was different. They were not talking about security. In fact, when they were asked a direct question, a lot of them answered with saying, we can be out and about at midnight. And that's been happening for years. It's not just a recent thing. We want jobs. If you're a stay-at-home mom, how can I earn more money out of my home? How can I work from home and monetize that? I think the questions that they were raising, the demands that they had, for me was extremely heartening, because I feel that for the female voter, the conversation has definitely moved from the, if you look at the hierarchy of needs, it's definitely moved from physical security, which is so limiting and so inhibiting for women across this country, to in Gujarat to being about earning money, being more financially independent. And for me, that was one thing that was significantly different in this election and in this state.
I think, Advaita, you're making a very crucial point, and as Anusha was rightly pointing out, we did see that reflect in our ground reportage also of all the issues that were being raised by the women voters. But RP is saying, this is where I want to bring you in. Before the counting took place, and I'm making a shift to Himachal, when we were talking about the X factors that will contribute to what we could see in the end result of Himachal, we also spoke about the women voters, because there is now a pattern that's emerged that the women voters vote in favor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is a pattern that's emerging. Do you think there some sort of dent has been made, some sort of calculation has gone wrong? More importantly, considering the fact we are congratulating you today on Gujarat, we also want to understand what has not worked in favor of the BJP. Has it been the 12 rebels? Has it been the old pension scheme? Has it been the low prices as far as the apple traders are concerned? Because that entire region has gone to the Congress party. Where has it gone wrong for the BJP?
Well, the bill has worked as a factor, there's no doubt in that, and then we're accepting that we couldn't manage our rebels, so we couldn't manage our people in the party. But other than old pension scheme, now if Congress has said so, if they're going to implement it, then they have to implement the same in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh also. So it's not that the bell is round our neck only, it will be, they will also have to ring the same bell in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan also. I heard Navran Sam saying somewhere that things are different in Himachal, and if it comes to other places, it will be difficult to do it. But let's admit it, we are admitting that we went wrong somewhere. We need to analyze it. The party will do the self-introspection analysis, and then we'll come with a complete statement on it. But yes, the bell did hurted us.
Yeah, actually, wherever the BJP unit has in fighting also, it tends to hurt them. You see that in Delhi also. In Delhi also, the unit is not straight. Yeah. And that is why they've, met with the result they have. In Himachal also, there were those issues. Lavanya, let me bring you in. Now, the Congress party, I was asking you earlier, larger existential questions for the Congress party. Where does it really go in Gujarat from here? Decimated in Punjab, decimated in Delhi, decimated in Gujarat. You're getting wiped out. And people are beginning to question about your national status. I want to ask you, the threat that the Aam Aadmi Party poses to you and to your vote share. For example, in Gujarat, they've managed 12% roughly vote share right now. Most of it has come from your kitty. Why is the Congress party not taking that with the alarm that anybody should? Why is it that there's still some level of complacency about the Aam Aadmi Party? In fact, some of your spokespersons come out and say that at least the BJP is not winning if the AAP does well.
Well, that was an incorrect statement to make. opposition is an opposition parties are opposition parties. Having said that, yes, AAP has consistently been eating into the Congress party vote, and we have been taking due diligence, watching them out. And I also would like to put something in place. You know, you were discussing about Himachal Pradesh, and you said only the Gandhis have been given credit. Let me put it right. It is Mr. Rajesh Shukla, Bhupesh Bagelji, Sachin Pilot, Priyanka Gandhi, Sanjay Dutt, and Veerbhadra Singh, sir's wife and family, and the party cadre which has worked for Himachal Pradesh. All of these leaders have to be credited for the hard work they've put in Himachal Pradesh. There's no taking away from the work that they have done in Himachal Pradesh. Yes, we have been almost wiped out in Gujarat, but we have 2 more elections coming up.
But
I'm sure we will do wonderfully.
Lavanya, that's exactly the question. You had such a good opportunity from 2017 to build on from what you managed at that time. You weren't able to. Now it's gone even low. In fact, speaking of Himachal, Pratibha Singh is speaking. Let's listen into her and then we'll come back.
All right, we'll try and play out that reaction of Pratibha Singh, of course, the wife of late Veerbhadra Singh and the key contender in the chief ministerial phase for the Congress party. We're trying to get those reactions. Himachal, of course, has been a victory for the Congress party. Multiple factors that worked in their favor, and the Congress spokesperson also putting it on record that not just the Gandhis, but it's the team of the Congress party which is responsible for the victory that has come in. There are other reactions also lined up from the state of Himachal Pradesh. Let's try and listen.
एक बड़ी जीत किस तरह से देखते हैं? कांग्रेस की जीत 5 साल बाद जो है वो नजर आ रही है।
देखिए, मैं सबसे पहले तो हिमाचल की जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि हिमाचल की जनता ने जिस तरह पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हिमाचल प्रदेश में बनाई है, और उसके लिए हिमाचल की जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। यहाँ हिंदुत्व की विचारधारा को क्यों, जिसका प्रतीक भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने को मानती है, आज उस विचारधारा को क्यों धक्का दिया गया? क्योंकि ये विचारधारा इंसानियत की विचारधारा है। उस विचारधारा ने आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को सत्ता से बेदखल कर दिया गया है। मेरा ये मानना है ये हिमाचल की जनता की जीत है। प्रियंका गांधी की रणनीति इसमें काम आई, और प्रियंका गांधी जी की रणनीति के कारण आज हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी जीती है।
आपके समर्थक उनमें खुशी है, कह रहे हैं कि अगला सीएम कैसा हो, सुखविंदर सुक्खू जैसा हो। सीएम बनने जा रहे हैं आप।
ये तो हाईकमान तय करेगा। अभी तो रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं।
Various reactions coming in. We continue to keep our focus on the state of Himachal Pradesh. More reactions lined up.
टाइम हो गया मुन्ना की राजनीति में। 5वां इलेक्शन हमने जीत दिया। जो कहते हैं एंटी इनकम्बेंसी होती है, लोग बदल जाते हैं। हमारी जनता ने हमारा साथ दिया है। इस दफा मैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में अवेलेबल नहीं था, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं ने चुनाव लड़ा। इसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने एक शानदार लड़ाई लड़के एक जीत अर्जित की है। मैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं, हिमाचल के लोगों को बधाई देता हूं। कांग्रेस की सरकार बन रही है, एक साफ सुथरी सरकार, एक पारदर्शी सरकार, जो हिमाचल में जो वायदे किए गए हैं उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने वाली सरकार। देखिए, हमारा काम था सरकार लाना। जो जिम्मा मेरी पार्टी ने मुझे दिया मैंने निभा दिया। बाकी काम पार्टी हाईकमान का है। हिमाचल के कांग्रेस के जो लोग जीते हैं, किसी का जमीर बिका हुआ नहीं है, ये देवभूमि है।
Mukesh Agnihotri, Sukhvinder Sukkhu, and of course Pratibha Singh, all three are the big chief ministerial candidates for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. Speaking of the Congress, let's also bring in Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague. Pallavi, now the next headache is who should be the chief minister, isn't it? Could that be a tricky one for the Congress?
You know, the thing with the Congress party often is that they win, but the win also brings in more of an additional problem for the Congress party. In Himachal Pradesh, the three names you've taken, Mukesh Agnihotri, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, considered to be very, very close to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and of course Pratibha Singh, wife of late Veerbhadra Singh, and she's also the state Congress chief. So now the problem is, and that's where the game has begun. In fact, just a few days back, all the three leaders were parked over here in the national capital, where they were trying to kind of have the negotiations with the top Congress leadership, because they knew that in case the Congress party wins in Himachal Pradesh, they will really have to fight for their place. Each of the three of them give their own logic on why they should be made the chief minister. But you know, very quickly, if you go in for a one-man, one-post kind of an argument, then Pratibha Singh cannot become the chief minister. But you know, the Congress bends its rules as it suits them. In Madhya Pradesh, for example, Kamal Nath was a PCC chief, yet he became the CM. In Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot was a PCC but was not made the chief minister, using this argument. Pratibha Singh, the entire election was actually fought on the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh, and that's certainly something which she's going to put forward. And also the woman card. The woman power played a very, very important role as far as the Himachal elections goes. So, you know, this is going to be a very, very difficult choice. You cannot afford to break the party. You cannot have the MLAs turn against you. And therefore, it's not going to be an easy call for the party to take.
Absolutely. Pallavi, we'll request you to stay on with us. Let's take in a word from Akash also, in fact, is joining us from Shimla. Akash, there are two headaches for the Congress party, as we were discussing with Pallavi. One, of course, is who will be the next chief minister. The other is, can there be some sort of horse trading? Is that still a fear on the ground? Akash, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with Akash. But Pallavi, let me take that to you. What is the thinking that's going on within the Congress? Is there still a fear that there could be some sort of horse trading? Okay, we'll go to Pallavi in just a bit, but we've also gotten Griha in from our live result hub. Griha, over to you. What are you picking up?
Okay, Ridhima, just about 20 minutes, 20 minutes left. About 20 minutes, and all the results are going to be in. Himachal Pradesh slightly slowly. In fact, it is actually going on fast. Just 6 more seats of counting to be concluded, and they are probably in the higher reaches, the upper reaches of Himachal. So that is left right now. The tally from Himachal stands at 62. Those are the results that have been declared. 21 of those going to the BJP, 38 to the Congress. So Congress still has an edge, 21 to the BJP. Gujarat, if we look at...
Ma'am, you look at the excitement of the workers at this point in time. Pratibha ji is meeting her supporters as of now. I'll try to talk to her as well. Ma'am, क्या मैं भावी मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहा हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश की?
Please, Abhi, this is not the agenda. We've just won the elections. The whole results are not fully out. Let the whole election results be out. Then whatever the people who have won the election, they say, that will be conveyed to the High Command. And what High Command takes a final decision, that will be acceptable to all.
Ma'am, what do you think went in your favor?
In our favor, in Congress favor, I think old pension scheme. And we said we'll help the women also, and we'll give employment to the youth also. So there were many factors which appealed to the people, and they said that we will vote for the Congress.
Also, what will be the next course of action as far as the forming of government is concerned, ma'am? Because some are saying that you people are going to Chandigarh for an important meeting. Some are saying that you'll be going to some place in Himachal Pradesh as well.
See, Chandigarh is a place where it is easy accessible for all. We have to all get together, all people who are elected, and then they decide what to take a further action.
All right. So Pratibha Singh ji as of now is saying that whichsoever place will be suitable, they all will be going there, and party high command will be deciding on the CM face as well. With camera person Neeraj, this is Akash Sharma for CNN News 18.
Right, Akash, thanks a lot for that. Let's go back across to my colleague Griha. Griha, you were talking about, I think, only a few leads left to be converted into definitive wins. What is it looking like? How many rounds of voting is still to be counted?
So
So picking up from where I left, if we actually take a look at Gujarat now, Shivani, just 9 more seats left to be counted. 173 is the total tally coming in from Gujarat. If we actually look at Himachal, 6 more seats left to be counted. 62 have been declared. 38 of those going to the Congress Party, 21 to the BJP. Gujarat, if we look at, like I said, 173 counted, 150 so far declared as winners of the BJP, 15 only to the Congress. AAP has 4 and others are 4. Now, if we actually look at the winning list from the BJP, interesting updates that are coming in. However, one thing from the Congress bastion, Anand district, especially from Khambhat, there is a Congress winner in Chirag Kumar Arvind Bhai Patel. So that's one.
Right, we're cutting across to Gandhinagar at the BJP headquarters, where of course celebrations continue galore. The Chief Minister, the incumbent, the next Chief Minister, Bhupendra Patel, there speaking to the public, the karyakarta possibly, which is rejoicing, which is celebrating. We will of course get you more of what he has said, but of course earlier he did talk about how everything that the BJP has been working on ground has been, the faith has been reposed by the public into them, and there's been a historic mandate for them. We're also learning more from the new Congress chief, Mallikarjun Kharge. What does he have to say? Let's listen in.
एक बड़ी जीत हिमाचल प्रदेश में आपको मिली है, किस तरीके से देखते हैं आपके अध्यक्ष बनने के तुरंत बाद?
नहीं, मेरे अध्यक्ष बनने के तुरंत बाद ये जो रिजल्ट निकला इसकी बात नहीं है। हिमाचल प्रदेश हम जीते हैं, इसीलिए मैं सभी वहाँ के लोगों को, मतदाताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और वहाँ जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता और मुखिया जो भी काम किए हैं, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट हो, सीएलपी लीडर हो, इंचार्ज जनरल सेक्रेटरी हो, इलेक्शन में जो भी काम किए हैं, उन तमाम लोगों के कोशिशों की वजह से ये रिजल्ट निकला है। और मैं धन्यवाद उनको भी करता हूँ जो प्रियंका गांधी जी ने और राहुल गांधी जी की जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, वो भी इसमें हमको मदद की है। और हमारे सर्वश्रेष्ठ नेता सोनिया गांधी जी का भी हमारे साथ उनके ब्लेसिंग्स हैं, तो हम जीते हैं। तो एक खुशी की बात है, मुझे भी बड़ी खुशी हो रही। लेकिन आगे अभी हमारा लंबा सफर है, उसके लिए क्या करना है उसके बारे में आपको कम्युनिकेशन और हमारे मीडिया के लोग आपसे डिटेल से बात करेंगे। अब वो हमारे ऑब्जर्वर्स जा रहे हैं, इंचार्ज सेक्रेटरी भी जा रहे हैं। जाने के बाद वो तय करेंगे गवर्नर को कब मिलना है, कितने बजे और कब मीटिंग बुलाना है, वो तय करेंगे।
Celebrations and statements from the Congress party there, because of course they can add Himachal to their kitty, Anusha, but there is a drubbing in Gujarat which they cannot quite brush under the carpet.
And as Pallavi pointed out, once they win, there are fresh problems here.
There are more headaches, absolutely. Yeah. And when we talk about the figures that we've seen, Ridhima, today, there are so many stories within stories emerging in both states.
Absolutely. So there is a lot of lessons to be learned, not just from this elections, but what can be the lessons going forward as well.
Absolutely. With that, we're signing off. Thanks a lot for staying with our continuous election coverage, and more will continue from on ground. A confirmation of the results that we've seen earlier today. BJP hammering everybody else and taking Gujarat for a record 7 successive term. The Congress, though, managing to flip Himachal one more time. Thanks a lot for watching.
आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दिया जा रहा है।
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ,
डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी, देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहां खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहां उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज द स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल के को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है बीजेपी का। संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए, हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई। 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये उत्साह और 2 गुना हो जाएगा।
जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए। और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those 2 states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that, because the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए. थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा. और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि
Welcome to Battle for the States, and what a battle this has been. Thank you for staying with our continuous coverage on CNN News 18 as far as the election results of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh are concerned. As far as Gujarat is concerned, let that be our top focus, because this is one state where BJP is celebrating its historic victory. Of course, riding high on the wave which was brought in by the larger-than-life persona of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and of course the ground-level workers as well. We'll be talking about all that in our continuous coverage on CNN News 18. Puna, let's also bring you what the Patidar leader representing the Bharatiya Janata Party, Hardik Patel, has to say.
I am joined by the youngest MLA in Gujarat. क्या मैंने सही बोला? आप youngest MLA हैं, सबसे छोटे MLA हैं, सबसे कैसा लग रहा है?
मैं हाइट में भी छोटा हूँ, उम्र में भी छोटा.
तो 2017 में आप नहीं लड़ पाए थे, इस बार आप लड़े हैं, इस बार जीते हैं, किसको देंगे ये श्रेय?
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि ये मेरे मतदाताओं को श्रेय है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को श्रेय जाता है और अमित भाई शाह की स्ट्रेटेजी को भी श्रेय जाता है. हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल साहब ने भी अच्छा काम किया, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब ने भी मजबूती से योजनाओं को लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम किया और इसी कारण लोगों को भरोसा था सरकार पे और फिर से यही सरकार चाहते थे, तो लोगों ने धमाके से वोट डाले और आज रिजल्ट भी धमाके से आया है.
कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी का देखे जाए, वोट शेयर देखा जाए तो आम आदमी पार्टी 15% वोट शेयर पे है. क्या ये एक मतलब डिफेक्ट है? आपको क्या लगता है?
डिफेक्ट कैसे होगा? 50,000 का अंतर है.
लेकिन आपका नहीं, ओवरऑल अगर हम देखा जाए,
ओवरऑल भी देखिए, कांग्रेस का वोट काटा, इसमें हम क्या करें? हमारा वोटर तो स्ट्रांग बेस मजबूत हुआ, 50% वोट मिले हमें.
तो अगर आप देखे जाए कि अगर मतलब जिग्नेश मेवानी हो गए, अल्पेश ठाकुर, आप तीनों ने एक साथ अपना स्टार्ट किया था 2017 में, इस बार जिग्नेश मेवानी थोड़ा पीछे रह गए हैं, तो उस पर क्या बोलेंगे?
मैं किसी पर दोष या आरोप प्रत्यारोप नहीं करना चाहता. हम तो गुजरात को एक नए मुकाम पर ले जाना चाहते हैं, जिस मुकाम पर है उससे भी आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं. निश्चित रूप से इस मुकाम का जो हमारा लक्ष्य लक्ष्य है, हमारा जो विचार है, सपना है, उसको हम पूर्ण करेंगे।
और कांग्रेस पार्टी को क्या सलाह देंगे आप पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी में थे और
राहुल गांधी जी को कहिए कि क्या सलाह देंगे।
That was Hardik Patel, who has in fact won with a huge margin from Viramgam constituency. With video journalist Narayan, this is Shen Elizabeth in Viramgam for.
What explains the BJP's victory, and it is a historic victory, which is what is going to be analysed by us right now. Let me quickly introduce my guests. I'm joined in by Shahzad Poonawala, who, as we all know, is the spokesperson for the BJP, Mahima Singh, who is the spokesperson for the Congress, also Professor Madhav Nalapat, who is a senior journalist. Many thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me. Shahzad, first of all, of course, a congratulatory note goes out there for you and your party. As we heard what Hardik Patel had to say, धमाके के साथ वोट्स दिए और धमाके के रिजल्ट्स आए हैं, किस तरह एक्सप्लेन करेंगे इस धमाकेदार रिजल्ट को?
Firstly, thank you. We accept the verdict given by the people of Gujarat and people of Himachal with all the humility. And let me explain to you what exactly this verdict in Gujarat means. Part of my family comes from Gujarat. When you win for a 7th time, and that too with a mandate that is historic, a mandate that is bigger than the last mandate that was historic with Madhav Singh Solanki's 149, which was on the back of a caste-based movement, which was on the back of a sympathy wave of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's unfortunate assassination. After that, when you win for the 7th time with such a historic mandate, it reflects 2 or 3 things. One, that the people of Gujarat have voted for a politics of performance and delivery and vikas. Performance, delivery and vikas is the buzzword with which the BJP has performed in Gujarat, and the Prime Minister is the best brand ambassador of this politics of performance and delivery, and that's what he's come to represent. Whether it is his vision for the state of Gujarat, for the country, whether it is his Jan Kalyankari Niti, the policies which he's given to the poorest of the poor, whereby they get houses, whereby they get Jal se Nal se Jal, whereby they get rations, the delivery of the social welfare measures to a whole new class of Labharthis. This has translated into a strong base of supporters for us in Gujarat and even in Himachal. Look, we may have lost this election in Himachal, but come to think of it from a perspective like this. In Gujarat, we have swept. The Congress is absolutely decimated. It had a 42% vote share. It's down to 26-27%. In Himachal, we are just 1% behind. 0.9% behind the Congress party. It's in 10 seats, the difference is hardly 1,000 votes. I'm not saying we've still lost that election, we accept the defeat.
We will be discussing Himachal, but right now I want the focus to be primarily on Gujarat. I will come to Himachal, but before that, Shahzad, I'm requesting you to hold on to your thoughts. I'm going to come back to my guests for now. Let me also quickly go across to my reporter, Anshul, who's stationed at the Delhi BJP office. If I could come to you, Anshul, what is the mood like on as far as the ground level in the BJP office there is concerned? Take us through what's happening over there.
So yes, the mood is absolutely electric. I'll just move out of the frame and show you the preparations are still on. They are waiting for their poster boy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to come over here. It is expected that Prime Minister would come over here at around 6 p.m. along with JP Nadda, where they will address this gathering that is already starting to happen out here at the BJP office in the national capital. I'll speak to a few workers. These workers are definitely really very excited by the manner in which they have managed to get this massive victory. Where Gujarat में इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है, कैसे देखते हैं, कितना ऐतिहासिक है ये जीत?
ये बहुत बड़ी ऐतिहासिक जीत है। हमारे मोदी जी का ये अचीवमेंट बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत बड़ा है।
हिमाचल में हार मिली है, कहीं रंग में भंग पड़ता हुआ दिख रहा है क्या उससे?
नहीं, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। ये तो छोटी सी वो है, पर सबके दिलों में बसे हुए अभी मोदी जी, ठीक है?
So yes, the people are definitely happy. They are expecting. All they are waiting for right now is for the Prime Minister to come over here and address them and congratulate them in this historic mandate that they have got this time around in Gujarat. And in just the next few hours, we are going to see the Prime Minister come over here along with the National President of the BJP, JP Nadda. They will come here and address this gathering of workers who are present over here. The dhols are out over here. The sweets are being distributed. Yes, the loss in Himachal, there might be a little there might be a little issue with the manner in which they have lost in Himachal, because yes, it was being expected that the BJP could win Himachal as well, and this is what the workers were also expecting. But yes, the verdict of Gujarat is definitely something that has elated the moods of each and every person who is present over here, and that is something that has definitely downtrodden what result that they have gotten in Himachal.
All
So, yes,
right.
just in the next few hours, we are expecting the Prime Minister to come over here, but at this point in time, the security is checking each and every person, and the workers have started gathering over here. The songs, the music and the dance has already started at the BJP headquarters in the national capital.
All right. I'm going to come back to you as in when more action takes place at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. For now, let me also go back to my guests. Mahima Singh, if I could come to you, there's also talk as far as Gujarat is concerned about how the vote share for the Congress party compared to how the performance was, which was a pretty good performance if one were to look at 2017, is now being compared to how the vote share has in fact shrunk in the year 2022. What was it that caused this debacle? Do you think it is also the failure to have kept the tribal belt under your control, which of course has been known to be a stronghold for the Congress party, and that this time has gone to the BJP?
Good Kanksha, and thank you for having me here. Nida Fazli Sahab has said, मैदान की हार जीत तो किस्मत की बात है
जी
है किसके हाथ में तलवार देखना. So victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin.
Right.
We accept the public's mandate wholeheartedly, and we bow down to what the public has decided. Yet, we heard multiple times the public say, the voters say that there are local issues, yet we'll vote for the Modi factor. So what you just asked me, you see, another saying that I'm reminded of is desperate diseases call for desperate remedies. You see, there's a bubble of complacency that the BJP has falsely created for the people of Gujarat. It has been there for the past 3 decades, yet a Morbi happens. Yet, a drug gate happens. Thousands of crores of drugs land on the ports there and nothing is done. Crimes rise. There's a huge revenue deficit. The CAG keeps on warning the state.
What is the bubble of complacency are you talking about? Because, as far as complacency that could have perhaps been explained was what happened during post-COVID times. Vijay Rupani was facing a lot of flack for it, and the government took action. They replaced him with the Bhupendra Patel, right?
Well, so they did. And of course, there has been a rebel factor also there. But if they did not have to maintain that bubble of complacency, then the Prime Minister himself and a whole array of ministers would not be away from their offices in Delhi where they are supposed to be, making policies.
No, but you have to understand that is also the Prime Minister's home state, right? A state that he was also the CM face for.
So be it. We heard Ravinder Jadeja in a video a couple of days back when he said कि अगर हम जीत गए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विकास के लिए काम करेंगे, पार्टी के विकास के लिए काम करेंगे. That is what the BJP is about. The Prime Minister, what the BJP cadres identify with him is more as as their own leader, that he's their brand ambassador, he's their poster boy. But then what about those Indians who are relying upon him, for being their Prime Minister? As my Prime Minister, I would like to see him working towards the nation's interest more. He doesn't question a China that's intruding.
All right. No, we are talking about Gujarat. Let's not go to China. And I think that's a foreign policy which has been very well outlined by India's External Affairs Minister. As someone who covers foreign policy, I can vouch for that.
I appreciate if you would allow me to complete my thought. A bubble of complacency that leads the public, resistant to question. There is a lot of resistance to question right now, thinking that the Modi factor will resolve all their problems. Well, let's get a reality check. If not sooner, then later we shall. I hope we get it sooner.
Professor Madhav Nalapat, do you think this is a mandate or as far as the persona of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is concerned, or the development that's been done in the past decades and is also being promised to the state of Gujarat?
Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that, a physical office these days, especially in the post-COVID days,
right.
A lot of people operate in a hybrid way. I am addressing you virtually.
Right.
I'm not sitting in my physical office in Manipal or in Delhi. So the fact is that, the work of the Prime Minister will go on irrespective of where he is in India or abroad. I'd like to point out, it's not just from last 27 years. From 1990 onwards, in some form or the other, BJP has been associated with the government in Gujarat. If I remember Chiman Patel, he had BJP as supporting party. So from that time onwards, this party has continued its run so far as Gujarat is concerned. And that is, quite interesting and extraordinary. Before the election, I had made my views clear, which is that the people of Gujarat, they have a special connect with Narendra Modi. They know that he's not CM anymore, he's PM Modi. But they also know that giving him a boost by a massive victory in Gujarat will strengthen his hands as Prime Minister Modi, not CM Modi. And so they thought, okay, this is our Namo, this is our Narendra Bhai, let's strengthen his hands, let's give him a big victory.
All right.
I think that's been a very big factor behind so many people voting for the BJP.
All right. If I could bring in author Dheeraj Sharma, who's also joining me on this broadcast right now. Mr. Sharma, how do you see this victory? Should this be solely resting on the shoulders of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Or do you look at it beyond? Because I see that there's also organizational strength which should be attributed to BJP's victory in Gujarat. Let's not forget that a lot of Congress turncoats were also given tickets. Dheeraj Sharma, can you hear me? All right. I'd like to take that question from Vipin Pabi, who's also a senior journalist and is joining me on this broadcast. Vipin Pabi, you heard my question. Would you like to solely pin this victory on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's larger-than-life persona, or do you think that there's also organizational strength which the BJP managed to carry out?
There is absolutely no doubt that Mr. Modi is their major mascot. He is the face on which basis the entire BJP works. Definitely, the state machinery is there, and he is not just the face, he is actively involved in it. So is Mr. Amit Shah, and the entire machinery functions flawlessly. So there is no doubt that the top credit has to be given to Mr. Modi rather than anybody else. And that's what they have done it. But they have also activated and regenerated their machinery within the state. So it is not just that it is just kind of a wave which without any effort. They have made good effort, and it can be seen that they have been having even Panna Pramukh booth wise and everywhere, constituency wise, they had done a lot of study. And that is why they have been getting much more number of votes. In fact, this time it's a record, all-time record that they've been able to achieve. So that is what they have done. Somehow they could not replicate the same in Himachal. Although in Himachal also Mr. Modi as a face still remains. He is popular and he campaigned heavily on that. But the issues are quite different in Gujarat and Himachal, and I think. Their BJP also kept its focus mainly on Gujarat rather than on Himachal. So the results reflect that. But I would say that Mr. Modi has a pan-India impact, and that is what counts for BJP the most.
All right, Shahzad Poonawalla, if I could bring you in right now, do you think that the BJP has tried to replace the lack of development, as the Congress has been alleging, with the face of Narendra Modi?
Is that question for me?
Yes,
because
Shahzad.
Yes, terrible audio.
Can you hear me? The question I'm posing is, do you think that, how do you react to Congress allegations of the lack of development work being replaced by the persona of Narendra Modi?
Akanksha, one must be humble in victory and gracious in defeat. And I think that the latter is lacking in the Congress party. Look, Gujarat is a story that one must examine very deeply, and I'm glad you have Madhav Nalapat on this panel, simply because he will tell you that and my family comes from Gujarat. Let me tell you, out of 50 years before Mr. Modi took over, 26 years of Gujarat was spent in drought because Gujarat did not have enough water. Mr. Modi took forward Nehruji's Sardar Sarovar project, which he inaugurated but never really completed. The Congress never completed it. Got the project completed. The Narmada Yojana was completed. Every village of the most distant areas in Gujarat got water. 97% of Gujarat has tap water connections. They have electricity 24/7. The dropout rate in Gujarat has drastically fallen and the literacy rate, particularly of girls, has drastically improved. Gujarat's GSDP growth rate remains higher than the national average. Its crime rate is much lower than the national average, and therefore for the last 4 years, Gujarat has been #1 in FDI. If this is not development, then I ask the Congress spokesperson, why don't you tell us in the Bagal ka state, Rajasthan, what is your model of development? How many years has it
Mahima
been
Singh, how do you
#1 in
respond
FDI?
to that?
What is the unemployment rate there?
Let Mahima respond to that. Mahima, your audio, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember, Akanksha, that in 2017-18, actually the growth rate of Gujarat went in a minus? And the state has been struggling to get a 2-digit growth rate. Actually, the investors have been running away. I cited CAG earlier. There have been scams after scams. But let me remind you of the Gujarat State Petroleum Corporation scam. You remember 2005, Narendra Modi ji come out and says, when he was a CM of the state, he says that, oh, we have discovered natural gas worth 50 billion crore. Then in 2008, he comes out and says that we have discovered 100 billion crores of worth of natural gas. And then when they come to power in the center, actually they sell that liability off to ONGC. ONGC is compelled to basically take that. So that's the way they have been governing Gujarat. The investors are actually looking out at Rajasthan now. You know, their crony capital friends, Modi ji's crony capital friends are actually looking at Rajasthan now, Chhattisgarh now, that they've already approached them. So that's the state of affairs there right now. And actually, there has been a lot of skullduggery in the management of this election by the BJP. The way they have maneuvered this election, I have to say that, their victory is not a...
Mahima, let's not be a spoiled sport out here. Let's call a spade. You won in Himachal. That's a victory that even the BJP is giving to you guys.
Let's by acceptance. I started by...
Don't call it skullduggery out here. No.
My words were, I accept wholeheartedly. If that's not dignity, I do not know what is. But then, of course, one needs to do introspection and one needs to reimagine. One needs to look into the factors, and these are the factors. I see that it is the bubble of complacency which has been created over the past 3 decades. The people of Gujarat actually, they need to be disillusioned. And so we will strategize and we'll see in the next 5 years.
Professor Madhav Nalabat, if I could bring you in right now, you heard what Mahima has to say. I don't know what is the bubble of complacency that she's referring to. She's not, in fact, able to elaborate it in factual terms, but I'm still going to refer to it as bubble of complacency, as she's put it. Do you see that coming into play, especially at a time when we are seeing a very strong pattern emerge as far as the stronghold over the tribals is concerned? That is something the Congress has lost, and what explains that?
Well, I'd only like to say that I think the Congress party needs to listen a lot more to grassroots voices when framing strategy. There was a lot of attack on Prime Minister Modi. No less an individual than...
No, which is why I'm talking about the fact that this is a victory which goes to the grassroots level all the way, it trickles down all the way from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the grassroots levels.
You're perfectly... Look, there's no question about that. That's why in phase 2, for example, BJP was a little worried about the lower part percentage of voting in phase 1, and they went all out in phase 2.
Right.
That's because of a great level. But the point is, attacking Narendra Modi in Gujarat is never a good idea for any party, frankly. He is popular there. And you're attacking somebody whom Gujaratis are very proud of, irrespective of political affiliation. So I'd only like to say, I think Congress did make a lot of tactical mistakes. So did the BJP, for example. If what I read in the newspapers is correct, and I'm not sure if this is correct or not, there was an effort to ensure that the Aam Aadmi Party would not campaign very much in Himachal. Well, as it happened, if they had campaigned a bit more, it would have been a BJP government in Himachal. But having said that, I'd like to say very clearly that this attack on Prime Minister Modi, right from Rahul Gandhi onwards, his mother before him, Mr. Kharge now, I think this kind of a thing, it certainly doesn't resonate in Gujarat. And frankly, it doesn't resonate in large parts of the country.
All right, Vipin Pabi, if I could bring you in, I'm going to in fact take just 5 seconds to quote figures of 2017 for the Congress party. In 2017, Congress's tally of 77 seats and a vote share of 41.4% was its best performance in the last over 2 decades. The party failed to build on that 2017 performance, which has now shrunk to 20 seats with a vote share of only 27.04%. Yes, Mahima, please go ahead. I will go to Vipin. I'll let you speak first. Yes, sure, go ahead.
Asking about the bubble of complacency, and you wanted me to elaborate on that. Well, I'm tempted to, and I'll yet again, I'll give you a very classic example. But before that, let me just take it from Professor's, what he just said. He talked about the popularity, and I want to ask, does popularity mean entitlement in a democracy? Does it give you validation to do and then your wrongs can become rights? And so I come to the bubble of complacency, wherein I mean that in Ranip, on the very morning of the polling, the Prime Minister can actually breach the model of code of conduct in the face of all of us. And yet we do not call a spade a spade. You were talking about calling a spade a spade. Please ask the panelists, was it not a breach of model code of conduct? I've been asking ever since, every single time I am raising my voice.
But Mahima, you have still not answered the question over here. What explains your own vote share which has reduced? There's a saying कि दूसरों पे वो जिनके घर शीशे के होते हैं वो दूसरों पे पत्थर नहीं फेंकते, आप दूसरों पे पत्थर फेंक रहे हैं। यहाँ घर आपका खुद शीशे का है।
मेरा घर शीशे का तब होता आकांक्षा जी अगर मेरे लीडर्स ने if we would have breached the model code of conduct, which we have not. We are the ones who have filed a complaint with the election commission.
This has become a model of defense for the Congress party, that whenever you cannot answer the questions which are being posed, let's digress. Vipin Pabi, if I could bring you in on this right now, what explains the shrinking vote share of the Congress party in Gujarat?
Yeah, you see, I've been watching Gujarat elections for a long time, and it was in the previous election, 2017, that the Congress had really made a real concerted attempt to take power, to gain power from there. And they had put in their best effort forward, and that reflected in the number of seats that they got and the number of percentage of votes that they got. But that same thing is completely lacking this time. Even during the run-up to the elections, of course, everyone knows Rahul Gandhi didn't visit. He paid just a couple of visits. And even the other leaders also had a very lukewarm kind of a response there, or their efforts were also not up to the mark. Plus, the leadership issue. Some of the top young leaders who even thought that, they could make a mark in the coming years, they just left the party. So I think all these factors did combine, and the Congress got demoralized.
And I think the BJP has in fact milked that. The BJP has milked that. There were Congress turncoats who were given tickets, right? Shahzad, if I could bring you in, because I believe in keeping it a fair discussion, I'm going to ask you to answer all those allegations that have come in from Mahima, who's representing the Congress party today, because let this be a fair and judicious discussion.
Even after we've swept Gujarat with 157 seats, if the spokesperson of the Congress feels that we are yet to answer some of our claims, I'm happy to do so. But at least she should not insult the wisdom of the people of Gujarat. The manner in which he's saying that they live in a bubble of complacency, this goes back to the same habit of the Congress to abuse Gujarat, abuse Gujaratis, abuse the Prime Minister, insult the Prime Minister, insult the Gujarat community just because they lose an election. So that tendency has to stop. Look, we lost the election in Himachal. We are not trying to raise questions on the people of Himachal. We accept the verdict with all the humility. We made mistakes. We have to go back to the drawing board and look at that. Even though we lost by 1%, we have to go back and we have to see where we went wrong. All questions need to be answered by us. So instead of accepting the defeat with humility, I see the spokesperson of the Congress party is still trying to say that Gujarati ko ye nahi pata. If you had so many issues, why didn't your leader go there and camp there?
Okay.
And why didn't Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi just
okay, Mahima, I'd like
whatever plans you had.
Let Mahima come in. Mahima, I'd like you to first give a rebuttal to what Shahzad had to say, and after that I will pose a question. Yes.
I would not like to be misrepresented at all. I have never said anything about what Gujaratis know or not know. I am talking about the BJP's, divisive politics of hatred, their misconduct, their unethical ways. That's what I'm talking about. I am talking about this illusion that the BJP and Modi ji have together created, there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not questioning the wisdom of a Gujarati, and I'm time and again.
Mahima, again, I'm coming to the same question.
This vote is on communalism.
It's only a matter of time before things come to light, and they will. We are on the ground working towards that.
What more can I say? That all the people of Gujarat have been branded communal because they ensured that the son of Gujarat gets a huge mandate. This is their attitude.
Also, the kind of blame game BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, the two sides of the same coin, have been playing in the amount of gaslighting. Their standards of gaslighting we can't match. Neither are we attempting to match. We will not stoop low to their levels just for the sake of victory. We won't. We'll do what needs to be done, and we are doing what.
But what did you do to cash in on that kind of incumbency, that sentiment that was being built around the election of Gujarat was something that you could have built on, your party could have built on, but you failed to do that?
See, as they keep on boasting at all times that they have a double engine ki sarkar. So that double engine ki sarkar and the misappropriation of those administrative powers, I've already talked about the skullduggery, the rules that they have put in place. All that is very visible.
Are you calling it skullduggery if there are Congress turncoats who've got tickets from the BJP? Is that skullduggery?
Sorry?
What explains the phenomena of those Congress turncoats who joined the BJP? Why did they join the BJP?
You tell me why did and
That's a question you can answer, Mahima.
Ashtra, see, I have raised in the earlier segment, I have raised a question about the breach of model code of conduct. There is no answer to that.
But you are not answering what I'm asking, because we are talking about the elections being won. The elections won over here. The verdict is in front of you.
So we should accept whatever unfair means Sam Dam Dandbhed have been resorted to, and we should just sit silently. That's the bubble of complacency I'm talking about.
All right, if I could bring in Vipin Pabbi on this. Vipin Pabbi, what is the bubble of complacency that we are looking at right now when Mahima talks about it? If there was to be a bubble of complacency, do you think this could have been such a historic mandate, one that surpasses what the Congress party had seen during Solanki's time in the 80s?
Absolutely. In fact, the Congress campaign really never picked up. Unlike the last time, 2017, when they had put in all their best foot forward and made all concerted efforts to, gain power there. But this time, right from the beginning, something or the other kept happening, and there was never that energy you could see in the Congress workers or supporters. Even the Yatra, although they say they want to keep it separately from the political parties and all political issues, but at the same time, not much effort had really gone in to build up. After all, what is a political party if it doesn't have political power? It can't do anything unless it comes to power. But that is where they almost neglected it. They say we are there for a larger cause of Bharat Jodo, but the duty of a political party is to get into power so that they can make a difference. But this time, apparently, Congress in Gujarat gave up much before that, and it was never really in the run. All exit polls and opinion polls and every common person will also know that it was a contest for the second and third place. Well, Congress has come to the second place because the Aam Aadmi Party did so badly. But they were nowhere in the contest right from the beginning. So that is a very sad kind of a state of affairs for the Congress, and they need to really introspect that if they are faring so poorly in a state where there has been a BJP government for 27 years. It's,
right.
For 27 years they have not been in power, and now they won't be there in power for 32 years. So they need to really get back to the drawing board and start working on it, preparing for it, like the BJP does. It's an election machinery. Yeah, today they have come with this result, but they are also talking about the elections next year. So Congress does need some kind of a rethinking on how they have got to proceed if they have to remain relevant to Indian politics.
Absolutely. Professor Madhav Nalapat, if I could bring you in on this, do you think it is complacency on the part of Congress party? Also, a word on the Aam Aadmi Party's performance. They are asserting that they are now in Gujarat as a third force. Do you see this party now becoming a third force at a time when it's looking to make inroads at the national level?
Well, I'd first like to say that the Congress has got a very articulate spokesperson. I congratulate the party and the spokesperson for that. But having said that, she's illustrated my point that the entire focus and attack on Prime Minister Modi. He walked 100 yards to the polling booth. I'm not entirely sure what subsection of the Model Code of Conduct, which is, it's not a law, by the way, it's a model code, was breached by walking 100 meters. So, but the entire attack is on Modi. So what happened? The Congress party willy-nilly made this campaign about Modi, about Prime Minister Modi.
Right. And perhaps that's where they lost. But do you see the same kind of complacency with the Aam Aadmi Party as well? Because one of the talking points about this election has also been how they have managed whatever marginal seat share they have only 10 years after coming into existence. And as I said, this is at a time when they are looking at making inroads at the national level.
Well, I've tracked Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time, his progress, and I'd said way back that they're going to focus in 2024 on demolishing the Congress party. Then in 2029, they'll turn their attention to the BJP. And this is what you're seeing play out in real time. Now, the point is, you have a very strong vote for the Prime Minister and for his government and for his party. Naturally, being a democracy, you have a vote opposed to that. The Aam Aadmi Party is now trying to cast itself as the natural opposition to the BJP. It's wisely not saying the natural opposition to Narendra Modi, who is very, very popular, but the BJP. Right. Now in Delhi election, they won the election. They beat the BJP. Congress was nowhere. So that is making their credentials even brighter as the natural opposition to the BJP. That is what they're preying on. The target is the Congress party in 2024. There's no question about it.
All right, Professor Nalapat, as we speak, there's some good news coming in for the Congress party, and that is my breaking input right now. As far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, Jairam Thakur has submitted his resignation to the governor. Remember, the BJP has lost the election in Himachal Pradesh, and with this resignation, it is the BJP now finally conceding defeat. Let's also listen in to a reaction come in.
कई बार बात की थी सर आपसे, उम्मीदें बहुत थी, लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि ठीक नहीं रहा?
देखिए, मैं इस सारी चीज पर मैंने कहा कि मैं जल्दबाजी में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाह रहा हूं। हम इसका एनालिसिस करेंगे, कहां कमी रही। बहुत अच्छी कैंपेन, बहुत सारी हमारी योजनाएं, बहुत सारे काम, लेकिन उसके बावजूद कई बार तो हो जाता है इस प्रकार से कोई एक दो इश्यूज ऐसे आ जाते हैं जिनके कारण चुनाव की सारी धारा जो है प्रभावित हो जाती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे इश्यूज बीच में रहे हैं जिसके कारण सारी चुनाव की वो जो है वो एक दिशा प्रभावित हुई, और निश्चित रूप से जो भी हुआ है उसमें अब कुछ कहना उचित।
कोई बैठक बुलाइएगा सर आपने?
करेंगे, चिंतन करेंगे, मंथन करेंगे, एनालिसिस करेंगे, कहाँ कमी रहेंगे। दिल्ली भी जाएंगे तो कहीं भी हम
नहीं मंथन करने के लिए दिल्ली जाएंगे।
देखो, पार्टी हाईकमान अपने स्तर पर करेंगे, दिल्ली वाले हमको बुलाएंगे तो जरूर अपनी बात जरूर कहने के लिए जाएगी। थैंक यू।
Right, let's quickly go across to Akash, who's currently in Shimla with the latest. Akash, tell us, what is the mood like within the BJP? We heard the reactions come in. Of course, manthan karenge. They are certainly, they come across in a mood to deliberate on where the failures were. But what is the mood within the BJP on the ground level as far as Himachal is concerned?
So, I won't be able to comment on BJP Akanksha, because right now I'm standing here at this particular place, Holy Lodge. This is the center of attraction today because this is the residence of Pratibha Singh and Vikramaditya. Remember, Congress has won 39 seats as of now, and what we are learning is that now Congress will be looking for a deliberation with their newly elected members, and this is the reason why we are learning that most probably tomorrow a meeting will happen in Chandigarh. Also, Jairam Thakur has somewhere accepted his defeat. What went wrong? he doesn't know, because he's saying that we'll be assessing as to what went wrong. Also, he's saying, people are saying, in fact, because this was the nara that, sarkar nahi riwaz badlenge, but now it is riwaz nahi badli, raz badal gaya. So this is what Congress was saying, in fact, that we'll not be, letting them change the riwaz, but we'll change the raz. So raz has been changed, and now Congress has got this thumping majority. Also, as far as exit polls are concerned, so exit polls were somewhere suggesting a situation where, polls were suggesting that both the parties will be standing on verge, and we can expect hung assembly, in fact. But it seems that Congress has got the majority, 39 seats, 35 is the, magic number. And if I can show you these visuals from inside the Holy Lodge, the particular place where you are seeing these Congress supporters. Just few minutes back, we were witnessing the traditional dance and music, and people are happy, and, they are saying that somewhere the name Veerbhadra Singh and also the magic of Pratibha Singh has worked in their favor, and now they are looking for next chief minister. As far as the Himachal Pradesh and the politics is concerned, so we know the kind of riwaz that the state has followed from last 40 years, where one time it is BJP and the other time it is Congress, and this time also it has continued. Also, Kangsha, OPS was one of the biggest issues, and Congress was riding on the same issue that once we'll be back in power, so we'll be working towards the old pension scheme. And today, while I had a word with Vikramaditya and
all right,
also
Akash,
Pratibha
I'm
Singh,
sorry to interrupt you right now. I have some breaking inputs coming in. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party chief Kejriwal has just declared the Aam Aadmi Party as a national party. Remember, this is something we were just discussing. You heard it on CNN News 18 first. This is a party that was 10 years, formed just 10 years ago, and has now is now making its inroads at the national level. This party can now claim its status as a national level party, because remember, they needed a fourth state to attain the national level status. It's already a state party as far as the state of Punjab, Delhi and Goa is concerned. Let's also listen in to what Arvind Kejriwal has to say.
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले सभी आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को, सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपकी आम आदमी पार्टी आज राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। आज गुजरात चुनाव के नतीजे आ रहे हैं, काफ़ी नतीजे आ चुके हैं, काफ़ी नतीजे अभी आ रहे हैं, और गुजरात के लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बना दिया है। जितने वोट गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी को मिले हैं, उनके हिसाब से कानूनन अब आम आदमी पार्टी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। देश में बहुत बहुत कम चंद पार्टियां हैं जिनको राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा है। उन चंद पार्टियों में अब आपकी आम आदमी पार्टी भी शामिल हो गई है। महज 10 साल पहले आम आदमी पार्टी बनी थी, छोटी सी पार्टी, एक जवान पार्टी जिसको अभी 10 साल हुए बस। उसकी 2 राज्यों में सरकार है और आज वो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। ये जब लोग सुनते हैं तो अपने दांतों तले उंगली दबा लेते हैं। बहुत आश्चर्यजनक अचीवमेंट है एक तरह से आप सब लोगों का। मैं गुजरात के लोगों को खासकर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ आपसे। मैं अभी जब गुजरात जितनी बार आया चुनाव के दौरान, आपसे जो प्यार मिला, सम्मान मिला, विश्वास मिला, उसका मैं ता जिंदगी आभारी रहूँगा। आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत ऋणी रहूँगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सब लोगों का। मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। और गुजरात एक तरह से बीजेपी का गढ़ माना जाता है। उस किले को भेदने में हम सफल हुए। आज हमें लगभग 13% के लगभग वोट मिला है। अभी तक 39 लाख के करीब वोट मिल चुके हैं और अभी गिनती जारी है, अभी और भी वोट मिलेंगे। इतने लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर भरोसा किया, इतने लोगों ने पहली बार में हमें वोट दिया। इसके लिए मैं उन सभी लोगों का आभारी हूँ जिन्होंने इतना प्रेम दिया। जैसा मैंने कहा कि इस बार किला भेदने में सफल हुए। आप सबके आशीर्वाद से अगली बार किला जीतने में भी सफल होंगे हम सब लोग मिलके। हमने पूरा कैंपेन बहुत पॉजिटिव चलाया। कोई गाली गलौच नहीं किया, किसी को हमने भद्दी भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया, किसी के खिलाफ हम नहीं बोले। हमने केवल ये कहा कि हमने इतना काम किया दिल्ली में, पंजाब में, और अगर गुजरात में मौका मिला तो हम ये काम करेंगे। केवल अपने काम की चर्चा की। यही चीज़ हमें दूसरी पार्टियों से अलग करती है। अभी तक 75 साल से इस देश के अंदर गाली गलौज की राजनीति, मारपीट की राजनीति, जाति की राजनीति, धर्म की राजनीति, यही सब चलता था। पहली बार एक पार्टी आई है जो इस देश के मुद्दों की, जनता के मुद्दों की बात करती है, देश को नंबर 1 बनाने की बात करती है, देश को आगे बढ़ाने की, देश के विकास की बात करती है। स्कूल, अस्पताल, बिजली, पानी, सड़क, जो रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में एक आम आदमी का जिससे वास्ता।
Quickly go across to Rupashri Nanda, who covers the Aam Aadmi Party for us. Rupashri, this is one election pattern that I was also discussing in the newsroom earlier. How the Gujarat election has not just been about the BJP, but has made it equally crucial for the Aam Aadmi Party to attain that national party status. It's important to first talk about that vote share eligibility for the understanding of our viewer. As also Kejriwal eloquently put it, हम किला भेदने में सफल हुए, अगली बार किला जीत भी जाएंगे. So take us through how crucial was the vote share eligibility for the Aam Aadmi Party this time to make it to the national level.
Well, two very quick points. Aam Aadmi Party needed to win 6% of the vote share in Gujarat and 2 assembly constituencies in order to be recognized as a national party. Aam Aadmi Party already has a presence in Delhi, Punjab and Goa. It has 2 MLAs in Goa, if I can remind our viewers of that. And now with, 2 MLAs, 2 candidates who have already won in Gujarat, plus around 15% vote share approximately, it does become eligible to become a national party. And once it gets that recognition, it is going to be the 9th political party in Indian political history to be given that recognition of a national party. Apart from that, I remember Aam Aadmi Party actually chose Gujarat over Himachal in order to, make that or announce its arrival on the national stage precisely because, as Arvind Kejriwal said it, Gujarat is the fortress of the BJP. It is the fortress of Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and therefore it was a very, very tough battle for the Aam Aadmi Party. And Arvind Kejriwal, I have watched him for about 11 years now, and I have not seen the kind of effort that he actually put in Gujarat this time. Taking everything, all the resources of the party, choosing to campaign in Gujarat over campaigning in Delhi for MCD elections, going to Gujarat every week, staying put over there, holding Jan Sabhas, road shows. The party put in a massive effort over there. However, as today the party celebrates its becoming a national party, it must also be remembered that Aam Aadmi Party actually had higher hopes from Gujarat than this. If you had talked with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they would have told you that at least they would do a Punjab 2017 in Gujarat, 2022. And then in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party had emerged as the principal opposition party with 20 seats. But that has not happened in Gujarat. In Gujarat, Aam Aadmi Party won 13% of the vote share, has won 2 candidates, 2 seats, and is leading on 3. So definitely a bit of disappointment for the party, but the party is putting up a very brave face, pointing out that this was perhaps one of the most difficult battles, considering that BJP was in power over there, and considering that it is such a prestige battle for the BJP over there.
Absolutely. So while it's been history in the making for the Bharatiya Janata Party, it has been a turning point for the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, as Rupashri was also telling us more about it, it is now declared as a national level party. Quite an important day for the Aam Aadmi Party and its chief Arvind Kejriwal. We'll be back with all the latest as far as the election coverage of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh is concerned. Stay with CNN News 18 as I take a short break.
कर लिया था तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए। इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी। वो उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं ना कि बीजेपी के। हमारे तो वोट शेयर बढ़ते ही गए हैं।
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी,
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी। जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो दो चीजें सामने आ रही थी, एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे। दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा। अब दो चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दिया जा रहा है।
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ, डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी। देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहां खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहां उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है बीजेपी का। संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई, 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये उत्साह और 2 गुना हो जाएगा।
जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, हाँ। मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए। मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने बांटने आ गए और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था
जी जी
कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean
by Merrill.
Welcome back to Battle for the States and the verdict. And with that, we shift our attention over to Himachal Pradesh. Incumbency has prevailed, and the hill states' time-honored tradition of voting out the sitting government has also prevailed. And that's why the breaking inputs we are bringing to you is that Rahul Gandhi is now rejoicing Congress's victory in Himachal Pradesh. He has tweeted his heartfelt thanks to the people of Himachal Pradesh. Let's quickly go across to our political editor, Pallavi. Pallavi, what do you attribute the Congress's victory to, and how crucial was the role of the government employees and the old pension scheme?
Well, I mean, the OPS scheme certainly was an important poll issue, which is what the Congress party pitched the entire campaign on. And there's been a substantial amount of anger. See, we have to understand that Himachal Pradesh is primarily a bureaucracy kind of oriented population over there, large number of senior population who also run their homes. And therefore, that clicked in favor. It was a very well thought out, very good run campaign, no personal attacks on the Prime Minister. State leaders, local leaders were given importance. Priyanka Gandhi also played an important role over there. So I think this is what works in the advantage of the Congress.
Absolutely. And before I quickly let you go, what is going to be working in favor of Pratibha Singh? Is it going to be the charisma that surrounds Veerbhadra Singh's reputation?
Well, the fact that the entire campaign was built on the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh, that's one reason. Second, of course, the woman factor. Being a woman herself, that could be one reason the Congress may think. Early days yet, because that CLP meeting is going to take place. And equally, the other side also see themselves as strong contenders.
All right. Many thanks to you, Pallavi, for bringing in all those details. And with that, brings me to the end of this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. But don't go anywhere. We'll be continuing our coverage on elections in Gujarat and Himachal.
डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया।
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को। वो तो यही कहेंगे।
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है। तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ। देखिए, जहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए। इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी। उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के। हमारे तो वोट बढ़ते ही गए हैं।
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी।
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी। जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी। एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे। दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा। अब दो चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दिया जा रहा है।
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ, डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी, देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहाँ खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहाँ उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है बीजेपी का। संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए, हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई, 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये और दोगुना हो जाएगा।
जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए। और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and this is our rolling coverage on the 2 elections, the historic verdict that has come out of at least one of them, which is Gujarat. and it is a moment of celebration for the BJP. They are growing pillar to pillar, strength to strength, and it is only going to give them the momentum ahead of 2024. A Union Minister, MOS Communications, also and a Member of Parliament from Gujarat, Devu Singh Chauhan, now joins us on this broadcast. Chauhan ji, बहुत मुबारकबाद आपको ऐतिहासिक जीत के लिए गुजरात में. क्या आपको लगा था कि इतनी बहुमत से आप सरकार बनाएंगे वापस गुजरात में?
पहले तो धन्यवाद. और मैं ये आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि डे 1 से हम शुरू से ही बोल रहे थे कि इस बार गुजरात में हम सारे सीट्स का रिकॉर्ड भी तोड़ेंगे और वोट शेयर भी हम पहले से ज़्यादा लेंगे और हमारा जो लीड का मार्जिन होगा वो भी सबसे ज़्यादा होगा. तो एक तरीके से ये प्रचंड जीत है, ऐतिहासिक जीत है और हमारी उम्मीद के हिसाब से हाँ ये ज़रूर है कि हमने 157 नहीं सोचा था. हमने ये जरूर सोचा था कि हम 149 जो हमारे पूर्व कांग्रेस के नेता का रिकॉर्ड था उसको हम जरूर तोड़ेंगे और आज हमने उसको पार करके इससे आगे भी पहुंच गए हैं.
चौहान जी, इसका श्रेय आप किसको देना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि काफी लोगों का ये कहना है, विपक्षियों का भी ये कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी ही सिर्फ एक ही कैंपेनर है भाजपा के पास, स्पेशली गुजरात में. वो उनके स्टार कैंपेनर नहीं है, वो उनके इकलौते कैंपेनर है.
देखिए, ये चुनाव में हम कैंपेनर को देखते हैं, लेकिन जब 5 साल देखते हैं और 5 साल के पीछे देखते हैं तो करीब करीब 27 साल से जिस तरीके से गुजरात की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारों ने जो गुजरात की जनता की सेवा की है, जो उनकी आकांक्षा अपेक्षा के में खरी उतरी है, एक भरोसा जो कमाया है और न केवल भरोसा लेकिन उनके ही गृह राज्य से जब देश के इतने बड़े नेता प्रधानमंत्री हो और विश्व में सब उसको इतना सम्मान मिलता है, तब अपने धरती के ये संतान को जब कोई गाली गलौज करता है, कोई निम्न भाषा में बोलता है, तब ये गुजरात का अपमान होता है. तो कुल मिला के ये 27 साल तक गुजरात का विकास और वैश्विक नेतृत्व और हमारी संगठन शक्ति, हमने हमारी जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं जेपी नड्डा जी के मार्गदर्शन में और प्रांत के अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल जी के अध्यक्षता में जो संगठन शक्ति हमने यहाँ गुजरात में पैदा की है. और सामने देखेंगे तो विपक्ष आज बिल्कुल नेतृत्वहीन है, संगठनहीन है और गुजरात में जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस की जो धरती एक तरीके से डे बाय डे खत्म हो रही है, उसके पीछे उसकी बहुत बड़ी गुटबाजी भी रही है.
जी, कांग्रेस का अभी का जो टैली है वो 17 पे है. आई थिंक इट्स देयर वर्स्ट एवर परफॉर्मेंस इन गुजरात. कांग्रेस के नेता थे जिन्होंने सोलंकी जी, जिनका सबसे हाईएस्ट रिकॉर्ड रहा है गुजरात में, और अब कांग्रेस की ये स्थिति है 1985 के बाद कि उनका वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस हो रहा है गुजरात में. क्या आपको लगता है कांग्रेस धीरे धीरे नेशनल लेवल पे भी खत्म होती जा रही है? जो कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत कहते हैं भाजपा के नेता, प्रधानमंत्री भी, क्या आपको लगता है 2024 तक वहां तक पहुंच जाएगी कांग्रेस?
जी बिल्कुल. देखिए, कांग्रेस का अब तक का जो लोएस्ट रिकॉर्ड था वो 33 था. 1990 के दशक में जब गुजरात में चुनाव हुए तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जनता दल मिल के युति बना के हम लोग चुनाव में गए थे. तब कांग्रेस 33 सीट जीती थी. तब भी माधव सिंह सोलंकी थे जिनके नाम पर हाईएस्ट रिकॉर्ड है. आज कांग्रेस की वो स्थिति है कि न केवल देश में लेकिन हर क्षेत्र में कांग्रेस का प्रति जो एक जन विश्वास होता है वो डे बाय डे कम होता जा रहा है. लोकतंत्र में सबसे अहम होता है विश्वास. वो जन का विश्वास किसी नेता में होता है और किसी पार्टी के नीति रीति में होता है, किसी सरकार के कार्य संस्कृति में होता है. और जो विश्वास है वो विश्वास आज पूरे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारों में हम देख पा रहे हैं और विशेष तौर पर गुजरात में 27 साल से एक, और मैं ये गर्व के साथ बोलता हूं कि 7 बार चुनाव जीतना मतलब इस देश में वेस्ट बंगाल में लेफ्टिस्ट के बाद पहली बार यह स्थिति आई है कि गुजरात में इतना प्रचंड बहुमत मिला है.
जी,
और इसका फायदा हमें 2024 में भी मिलेगा.
जी, आपने लेफ्ट का जिक्र किया, वहां 34 साल थे, आपके ये पूरे टर्म हो जाएंगे तो 32 साल हो जाएंगे गुजरात में, तो कांटे की टक्कर तो हो ही रही है. एंड दैट इज द ओनली कंपैरिजन दैट इज बीइंग मेड. बट कांटे की टक्कर की अगर बात हो तो आम आदमी पार्टी का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है, बेशक अरविंद केजरीवाल ने, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने कहा कि हम सरकार बनाएंगे, हमारी जो सीट टैली होगी वो काफी ज्यादा होगी, बट वो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा। अभी सिर्फ 5 सीट मिले हैं उनको, लेकिन उनका जो वोट शेयर है वो 13 से 14% तक का है, और ऐसा लग रहा है कि सारे जो वोट्स आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ गए हैं वो कांग्रेस के वोट बैंक से गए हैं। तो क्या गुजरात में या पूरे देश में आपको लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस की जगह लेके आपका ऑल्टरनेटिव बन जाएगी?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता जिस तरीके से गुजरात के चुनाव के प्रारंभ में बोल रहे थे और चुनाव के बाद भी लिख कर गारंटी दे रहे थे कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने आप झूठा साबित होने के बाद भी बड़ी हिम्मत से जनता के सामने प्रकट होते हैं, और एक तरीके से संस्कृत में जैसे बोलते हैं निर्जलम सुखम सुखम, तो ये निर्लज लोग हैं, वो हमेशा सुख में रहते हैं, उनको अपनी बात पे खरा उतरना आवश्यक नहीं लगता है, उनको तो जो मिला है उसमें कैसे फायदा उठाया जाए। और आने वाले समय में जिस तरीके से इस देश में कांग्रेस जैसी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी और पूरे भारत में जिसका कहीं ना कहीं वोट है, वो पार्टी अगर वीक होती है तो ऐसी आम आदमी पार्टी से भी बेहतर पार्टियां इस देश में है। आम आदमी पार्टी की तो न कोई विचारधारा है और न कोई वो राष्ट्र हित में काम करते हैं, न जनहित में काम करते हैं, वो एक तरीके से अर्बन नक्सलिज्म का एनजीओज है।
जी एक आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी मैं चौहान जी, जो सौराष्ट्र कच्छ का रीजन है या जो ट्राइबल ओबीसी वोट है, जो ट्रेडिशनली देखा जाता था कि जो भाजपा का वोट बैंक नहीं है, बट उन रीजन्स में भी, उन वोट बैंक से भी आपको सीटें मिली हैं इस बार, तो ऐसी क्या रणनीति रही आपकी पिछले 5 सालों में जो शायद कोई चूक हुई होगी जो 2017 में हुई, बट दैट हैज बीन बेटर्ड इन 2022? ऐसा क्या किया भाजपा ने ऑन ग्राउंड कि ये बदल गया कंप्लीटली?
जी, वो रणनीति केवल विकास की है। ये वो क्षेत्र है जो विकास की आकांक्षा लेकर बैठा था। हमने इतने सालों में धीरे धीरे हमारा जैसे जनाधार इस ट्राइबल एरिया में, और आपने जैसे बोला कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में, सौराष्ट्र के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में 2017 में जिस तरीके से वहाँ आंदोलन चला, पाटीदार आंदोलन चला, कहीं ओबीसी आंदोलन चला, तो ये आंदोलन के चलते कुछ लोग उस बहकावा में आ गए थे, लेकिन ये 5 साल में उन्होंने महसूस किया, और आज जब गांव के गरीब के पास ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में, ट्राइबल क्षेत्र में अगर कोई पक्की सड़क पहुंचती है तो उस पर 108, 108 आरोग्य की सेवा भी दौड़ती है, वहां टीचर भी पहुंचता है, वहां 24/7 बिजली पहुंचती है, उस घर में गैस पहुंचता है, और उस घर में इज्जत घर बनता है, पक्का मकान मिलता है, और एक तरीके से जो विकास की जो प्राथमिक सुविधाएं पहुंचनी चाहिए वो सारी सुविधाएं इन आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में पहुंची है। और आदिवासी क्षेत्र में अभी बड़ौदा से आसपास ये हालोल कालोल जो ट्राइबल एरिया है, वहां तो हम साइकिल से लेकर प्लान बनाने जा रहे हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का हब बन रहा है, तो यह एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का बहुत बड़ा काम ट्राइबल क्षेत्र में भी हुआ है। कुल मिला के जो विकास की जो इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ होना चाहिए, सबको साथ में लेकर सर्वसमावेशी जो डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए, वो हमने करके दिखाया है।
सो विकास मॉडल हैज बीन द मॉडल, और वही रेजोनेट हुआ है जनता के साथ गुजरात में, वही रेजोनेट होगा 2024 में देश की जनता के साथ भी, यही विश्वास बीजेपी का है। चौहान जी धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए यहाँ CNN News 18 पे। With that, we are shifting focus, but staying with the historic victory as far as Gujarat is concerned. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now taken to Twitter to thank the voters of Gujarat and of Himachal Pradesh as well. Not only is he thanking the people of Gujarat for the historic mandate that has come to the fore as far as this election goes, he's also thanked the people of Himachal Pradesh for the affection and support that came forth to the BJP. Remember, for the longest time this morning, it was a neck-and-neck battle in Himachal. There is now a lead for an edge for the Congress party, but it was a neck-and-neck fight, a cliffhanger until about 12 noon this afternoon. Anshul, my colleague, now joins us from the BJP headquarters in the national capital here. And Anshul, in just a few hours from now, perhaps an hour and a half or so, is when the Prime Minister is going to be arriving there. We are going to see a victory lap. Have supporters, have karyakartas already started coming there?
Well, yes, I'll just move out of the frame and show you that the entire BJP office is absolutely jam-packed, and we have just got that tweet from the Prime Minister where he has come out and thanked the karyakartas for the immense effort that they have put in all the three elections, be it the MCD elections, be it the Gujarat elections or the Himachal elections. And if you see the entire BJP forecourt is now jam-packed. All they are waiting for is the poster boy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to come out here and address them over here. And also a very crucial thing that is going to happen, which is going to be very interesting, is the statement that would be made by the party president JP Nadda, because he's going to give a vision to these workers who have come here to hear from the president himself as to where does he think that the BJP should go from here. Because yes, the BJP has lost the MCD elections, although it was a very tough elections. Secondly, they lost the Himachal elections. It was also a very close fight and a cliffhanger, at least for the initial 7 to 8 hours. So yes, what is the message that JP Nadda is going to give to these workers, and what is the message that the Prime Minister is going to give to these workers? That is going to be very crucial. But yes, on the other hand, the environment is absolutely ecstatic, because the manner in which the BJP has gone ahead and won these elections in Gujarat, in the historic mandate that they have got in Gujarat, is definitely something to celebrate upon. And today is going to be that day that this victory would be celebrated by the top brass of the BJP along with the workers of the BJP. So yes, in the next few hours we are expecting that the Prime Minister would come over here. The expected time from Prime Minister to reach over here is at around 6:30 p.m. and around 7 p.m. is the time when the PM would address this crowd, who is now waiting eagerly for the Prime Minister to come out here and speak to them. And if you could see the poster that is right behind me, the poster also says Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh or Delhi ki Janata ko Hardik Dhanyavad. So they also want, this is the message that the BJP is trying to give out to their workers, to not get disheartened. They tried their best, they fought their best, and even the elections they lost, those elections were very closely fought and the margins were very close. So yes, this is the kind of message that the BJP is trying to give to
we can
these
already
workers.
hear the Modi chants behind you. It's just 5:10 at 6:30 is when we are expecting the Prime Minister to come there, and yet the mood is extremely jubilant as expected there at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. It is a historic victory for any party to return to power after 27 years in governance. There is no anti-incumbency, there is pro-incumbency, as the BJP says, and that is what we are seeing in Gujarat today. BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya joins me on this broadcast. Congress's spokesperson Shama Mohammed will be joining us shortly. Senior journalists Vipin Pabbi and Professor Madhav Nalapat also join us on this broadcast. And Charu Pragya, let me begin by congratulating you for this historic victory and of course the tough fight that the BJP gave to the Congress in Himachal. But let's talk about Gujarat. That is the story of the moment, that is the story of the day. There is no anti-incumbency, there is just pro-incumbency, as the BJP likes to call it.
Yes, absolutely. Good evening, Poonam, and thank you very much on behalf of all the karyakartas of BJP. I want to thank the people of Gujarat and of Himachal, and I think Prime Minister Modi has just tweeted something so heartwarming, and I was just reading that tweet and smiling before I started speaking to you. Gujarat has been historic, but I was expecting that, because when I was in Gujarat, I saw the mood on ground. I saw the overwhelming love the people of Gujarat have for our Honorable Prime Minister and for his vision for the future. It's wonderful, and we've written history in Gujarat. Unfortunately, we couldn't do the same in Himachal Pradesh. We did our best. We tried our very best. But we will continue to be there, work for people, and be a positive force as an opposition party there.
Sure. And what is it that really didn't work in the favour of the BJP? Why the Congress had an edge, Professor Nalapat, is also because of the growing dissonance, or the growing discontent, especially among the apple growers in that particular belt in Himachal. We've seen the kind of numbers that came to the fore for the BJP, and we'll get into that in more detail. But let's talk about Gujarat and how the BJP has grown strength to strength as far as bettering their tally, bettering their vote share is also concerned. It's at 53% now after 27 years. They've maintained that. They've also wrested their old bastions, or even those areas that were not their strongholds, like the tribal belt, for instance.
Well, look, the BJP paid a lot of attention to Gujarat, and you can't blame them. The fact is, Gujarat is the home state of Prime Minister Modi. And, and it's so important for a political leader to ensure that the home base remains intact. Because the home base is the foundation. In fact, Gujarat has been the foundation of Prime Minister Modi's subsequent success in politics. And now, tremendous effort was put in there, and that effort has definitely paid off. And there's no question that there is a huge machinery there. There is a huge machinery in other parts of the country as well, including Himachal. But possibly there were one or two issues there, which, I would briefly like to touch upon. The first is the Aam Aadmi Party really did not put up a very strong fight in Himachal, and as a consequence, the Congress was able to reap more votes than it would have got. Some seats were marginal. The second, I think, a very important point, I think it's very important for the BJP, any BJP leader. I'm talking about the top 50. I'm not, there's one particular leader or maybe two or three, but I'm talking about those below. And I think it's important for them to avoid a high command culture and try to impose their preferences on the various constituencies on behalf of the party. I think some leaders in the BJP, I don't want to name them, they imposed a few candidates, and as a consequence, these candidates lost.
Sure.
I think that is a very important reason why the BJP failed to have Himachal, and it would have been such a huge thing if they had got both Gujarat and Himachal, but they had a good show, and I think the Prime Minister was very gracious, thanking the people of Himachal, thanking the people of Delhi, and thanking the people of Gujarat. I think that's a very gracious act.
Absolutely. It would have been historic if both those states would have gone to the BJP, because in one, they have been in power for 27 years and the other is known to alternatively choose parties as their government. And those are the scenes that are coming in from the BJP headquarters here in the national capital, where it's over an hour before the Prime Minister is expected, and yet we see the entire area of the headquarters there completely chock-a-block with people waiting to catch a glimpse and to hear what the Prime Minister has to say about this historic victory. But Arun Anand, consulting editor of the First Post, also with us on this broadcast. And Arun Anand, like Professor Nalapat was pointing out, that the Aam Aadmi Party perhaps didn't put a lot of effort as far as the Gujarat campaign was concerned. So the Congress actually gained. But many would suggest that the only votes that the Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into is the Congress's. So Congress's loss has been the Aam Aadmi Party's gain.
I think, if you look at the Gujarat election results, it's a massive wave. So I don't think, the role of Aam Aadmi Party has been too significant in especially the Gujarat elections. As well as a lot of people are saying, that probably they cut into the opposition votes and the opposition vote was divided, and that's why. But, these things matter when there is not a wave. But if you look at the numbers, BJP 156 and Congress 17, it's a wave, it's a massive wave. So I think all the calculations, when there is a massive wave, and why there is a massive wave, because I said in the earlier broadcast also that BJP has got its combination perfectly right, that they have got a very impactful leader, they have got their ideological roadmap very clear, they have got a government which is delivering on the ground, and they have got a highly mobile and very well-oiled organizational machinery. So I think these are the things which matter. I also want to bring in one important fact here, about which there has not been much discussion, that is the role of RSS. Especially when you look at the tribal areas. The RSS, one of the RSS inspired organizations called Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram. So they have got massive work in the tribal areas. And on the ground, especially in the rural belt, the RSS workers, they always play a very significant role. So, and they work very quietly. So I think in Gujarat especially, the RSS workers did had, RSS did had a huge contribution, especially in terms of cracking the tribal belt.
Right. Right, we're just cutting across to some news coming in, and those are visuals coming in of Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister now of Himachal, submitting his resignation, graciously conceding defeat. We did tell you that at 3:15 this afternoon is when he reached the Raj Bhavan, is when he met the governor and submitted his resignation. The resignation has now been accepted. So now it is for the Congress party to form government, for the Congress party to now pick their CM face. And Akash, my colleague who's reporting from Himachal on ground there, is with us. Akash, the state has been won. So one battle won for the Congress party. But the issue over who the next chief minister is going to be still persists for them.
Exactly, and there are three main contenders for this particular post, Poonam, and these are the visuals that we are getting of Jairam Thakur, who is basically tendering his resignation after accepting the particular loss. Also, as far as Congress is concerned, so Congress has trying to see that the sound of this particular celebration where Congress workers are celebrating very firecrackers now, because they used to say that they will not be changing the Rivaj, but they'll be changing the Raj, and this has happened here in Himachal Pradesh, where Congress has got the majority. 39 seats, as I mentioned earlier, and BJP has basically...
And we can imagine that you must be in thick of all the celebrations there, as we can hear fireworks perhaps going behind you. The audio is not very clear, but the Congress definitely in celebratory mode as far as Himachal is concerned. Two states, two parties that have majority, one in Gujarat, a historic mandate for the incumbent BJP. Himachal Pradesh, meanwhile, sticking to tradition as far as choosing alternative parties as the next government is concerned. The Congress's tally at the moment stands at 40. The halfway mark, of course, is 35. So there's clear majority there coming to the fore for the Congress party. Coming back to Gujarat and what we were discussing about the tribal votes and the bastions that traditionally weren't seen as that of BJP but now are with the BJP. And Vipin Pabbi, I'd like to get you in on that. We were talking about tribal seats. And in this election, the BJP has registered its biggest ever victory in that particular belt. We now know that at least 26 of 30 seats are with the BJP now. So like we were discussing earlier as well, it's not just the Prime Minister who's a star campaigner who goes there and is the only vote-catching machine. There is an entire system in place. Like Arunanand was pointing out, there is the machinery of not just the BJP, but of the RSS as well that is at work.
Absolutely, absolutely. Before I come to that, I'll just mention about Mr. Nalapat had mentioned about Himachal Pradesh, about the selection of candidates. Now, you know that there are very heavyweights from BJP were there, including the BJP president, and JP Nadda and Anurag Thakur, and of course, the Chief Minister's own base of supporters. So they denied tickets to 1/4 of their sitting MLAs, which of course led to the rebel factor, and they were not lightweight rebels, they were heavyweight rebels in some of the constituencies. So that did make a very important dent within the BJP, because there were at least 21 rebels you could count, but at least out of those 8 to 10 were really heavyweights, and they had actually dented the party's prospects in Himachal. Now coming to Gujarat, yes, Gujarat, Congress had been, among the tribals, Congress had been very popular right from several decades. It was not now, it was, in the 80s, 90s, almost the entire tribal belt was with the Congress, and it continued for quite some time. But apparently, 27 years is a very, very long time to remain out of power. And the BJP must be given credit for making inroads into the tribal areas, which were totally aligned earlier with Congress. And as you rightly pointed out, RSS. Yes, RSS has a huge role. It has had a huge role even in the Northeast, where it took them about 30, 35 years to get to power in some of the states, including Assam and others. Similarly, in Gujarat also, they have been working quietly, silently within the areas, and this is the result of it is now that almost the entire tribal belt has voted for BJP. So this is very, very commendable on the part of the grassroots workers, those who have been dedicatedly, working entirely, tirelessly, I would say, and with great planning. So that has turned the tables now from being the complete, Congress supporters. Now they are BJP supporters under Mr. Modi.
Right. So like we were discussing, it seems like it is pro-incumbency and not really anti-incumbency. And there is, this concept of Congress Mukt Bharat that the Prime Minister has often spoken of, that BJP leaders have often spoken of. And Professor Nalapat, do you think that is what we're heading towards as far as 2024 perhaps is concerned? Yes, the Congress has Himachal now, but look at the decimation in Gujarat. They were hoping to better their tally of 70 plus last time around. Look where they've landed. They're at 17 at last count.
Well, it's very difficult to make a prediction in Indian politics because like Lazarus, parties can rise from the dead. One never knows that. Morarji Desai, for example, as Mr. Pabbi will tell you, he was considered a finished. Narasimha Rao was considered finished, but he revived. The fact is, the Congress party was strong when it had strong local leadership. when it had strong chief ministers. And unfortunately, what happened was that this was seen as basically a threat to those in the higher reaches of the party. Very few people like that. And they were systematically eliminated. Now in Himachal, if they try and foist somebody as the chief minister who will listen to them, but who does not have grassroots support, well, that government is not going to last very long. So what I call this high command culture, it's a very dangerous culture. And the Congress party, unfortunately, has, in a sense, committed suicide by this high command culture. If it makes the wrong, an error in Himachal in choosing the chief minister and chooses somebody whom the grassroots workers do not respect, somebody whom the MLAs do not want, well, once again, the Congress will be committing harakiri.
And we already are seeing a contest between three contenders there. All of them are dropping hints. All of them are wanting somehow for the Congress High Command to pick them, even though they say, of course, it is the High Command that will decide, and that culture, like you says, permeates and that stays state after state as we see. And Arun Anand, as far as the Congress is concerned, we're discussing them. Yes, their footprint is shrinking overall. Himachal is theirs this time around, and it is a tradition that we've seen in Himachal as well. But as far as the promise of the old pension scheme that was being made by the Congress party, it's one of the reasons why perhaps they had the edge in Himachal. Many would say that's a double-edged sword. They made those promises, but going back to it is not financially prudent and would be a big task for them to actually implement.
I think we are going through an era, unfortunately, where most of the opposition parties, and I think this thing was started by largely Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi when they offered, free water and free electricity. So this freebies culture. So it's like, Nalapat Saab and Pabbi Saab would remember that, in 1980s, there used to be this culture of, free loans for farmers, this freebies culture. And it really wrecked, the economy, Indian economy, and it wrecked the economies of many prosperous states like Punjab. So I think this is a very, very dangerous phenomena, and I think cutting across party lines, basically there needs to be a consensus on this thing. The opposition has become so desperate that to come to power, they really, don't care about the financial prudence. See what is happening in basically Punjab right now. Punjab is going through one of the major economic crises under Aam Aadmi Party. I think if they will have to implement this pension scheme, and then I think it is going to, cripple the economy of Himachal Pradesh, and probably, in the long run, it will not be good for the state. And I think it's very difficult to implement it and carry it forward, as we are witnessing in Delhi also, that gradually the subsidies are the government is being compelled to withdraw the subsidies because they are no more feasible.
Right. So it is a promise on the back of which perhaps they came to power, but what exactly do they do now that they are in power in Himachal? That is something that we'll have to wait and watch. I request all my panelists to stay on with us, because the Gujarat mandate for the BJP is a historic one, and CNN News 18 caught up with the incumbent Chief Minister, who will be the Chief Minister once again. The oath taking happens on Monday is what we hear. Listen in to what he had to say.
क्या प्रतिक्रिया सबसे पहले आज के रिजल्ट को लेकर?
आदमी गुजरात की जनता है माननीय नरेंद्र भाई पर विश्वास मूक्यो છે, સાથે સાથે વિકાસની રાજનીતિને ફરીથી વિશ્વાસ મૂકી અને ફરીથી સિદ્ધાંત મૂક્યો.
सर, आप तो समय नहीं निकाल पाए थे, लेकिन फिर भी 1,93,000 वोट से आप जीते हैं. क्या कहेंगे उस पर? आप तो समय नहीं निकाल पाए थे.
नहीं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ कार्यकर्ता सभी अच्छी तरह से काम करते हैं और सब मेरे उम्मीदवार की तरह जो भी काम किया, इसका ये नतीजा है.
आम आदमी पार्टी का फैक्टर पूरी तरह से खत्म हो गया सर?
नहीं, हमने कभी उसको लिया ही नहीं है.
Charu Pragya, the BJP is going from strength to strength as far as electoral successes are concerned. There were 7 elections that were held this year. 5 have been won by the BJP. It definitely gives you momentum ahead of 2024, isn't it? But as far as the opposition is concerned, the opposition is trying to put up a united front, be it in the parliament, be it outside the Aam Aadmi Party. Even today, Arvind Kejriwal came out and said that we are a national party. We are looking at a national footprint. He has national ambitions as the challenger to the BJP and to Narendra Modi. How do you look at that?
Anusha, see, when Aam Aadmi Party says that they look at themselves as a national party, the question to ask is, are they strong enough to leave a mark on the country unless they come together with the rest of the opposition and form a united front. And that united front is basically a myth, because we have seen attempts to make that, I don't know how many times in the past, not just in national elections, but even when during state elections, opposition parties come together and they try to present a united front, it crumbles and falls more quickly than a stack of cards. It's that bad with them because there is no clear leadership. They have no idea what their common minimum program is going to be. And honestly, competing with both, I'm sorry, I can hear a lot of celebratory.
Yeah, we'll try and fix that audio line. They're just celebratory shots coming in from across the country, from Gujarat and from the national capital as well. We'll fix that audio, but go ahead. We'll try and reconnect with Charupya, but like we see on your screens, there are celebrations that have broken out, and all eyes are going to be at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital, where the stage is set for Prime Minister Modi to arrive there in just a short while from now. And my colleague Anshul is reporting from there for us. Anshul, do take our viewers through the mood that is there. Several karyakartas, several supporters are all there waiting to see Prime Minister Modi, to hear from him.
Definitely the entire BJP food court is now jam-packed. I'll just show you in the visuals. You could see hundreds of workers have already gathered over here, and there are still lines outside the BJP office. These people are trying to get inside the office, and the chants of Modi is something that is continuously going on without anyone provoking it. So yes, the people, the workers on the ground are actually very happy. I'll try and get in a word from them. कितनी बड़ी जीत है भैया आज गुजरात में जीते हैं, कितनी बड़ी जीत देखते हैं
आज गुजरात में? बहुत बड़ी जीत मानी जा रही है, बहुत ही ज्यादा, मतलब जो है बहुत ही ऐसी जीत मानी जा रही है कि मतलब कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता।
हिमाचल में हार मिल गई, एमसीडी में हार मिल गई, कहीं रंग में भंग पड़ रहा है उसकी वजह से?
नहीं, कोई रंग में भंग नहीं है। आने वाले टाइम पे फिर मतलब जो है हिमाचल को भी मतलब जो है हम अपने कब्जे में जरूर लेंगे, और इसमें मतलब जो है सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हो रहा है। और इसमें आप ये लगा लो कि गुजरात में इतनी बड़ी जीत है ये कि इसकी खुशी हर कार्यकर्ता को और हर मतलब जो है उसको इतनी बड़ी खुशी मनाई जा रही है ये आज बहुत ही ज्यादा।
So yes, these are the emotions of the BJP workers. They are still looking at the brighter side, and they are very confident. And in the upcoming elections, they are going to break those shackles and make sure that they form their governments in Himachal Pradesh as well. And this is the same thing that has been mentioned by the Prime Minister in the tweet that we had just put out just a few minutes ago. The Prime Minister initially thanked the workers, and that is the thing that he is going to come here and thank these workers who have worked relentlessly over the past many months just to make sure that such a historic victory is reached, especially in Gujarat, because if you see the records of many years has been broken by this historic mandate that they have been able to get. And if you could see, the stage is all set. The senior leaders of the BJP are on the stage. They are making sure that the last minute arrangements that are required, that everything is in place. Sanjay Mayuk, the BJP's media coordinator, is on the stage at this point in time. Right. And along with him, the security of PM is also making sure that everything is put in place right before the Prime Minister arrives over here.
Absolutely.
So yes, in the next 1 hour, we are expecting
is when the Prime Minister is going to be arriving at the BJP headquarters. There is going to be a victory lap, and deservedly so. Anshul, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us the latest from on ground there. I request all my panelists to stay on with us because our non-stop coverage here continues after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए, हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉरपोरेशन, तो कॉरपोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा, तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई। 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये उत्साह और 2 गुना हो जाएगा।
जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, हाँ। मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति, और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है, और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई, वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए, और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे, लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshana Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshana ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए। थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा। और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं। कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कॉम्पिटिशन में है। क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी। और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया।
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे।
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉरपोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है। तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ। देखिए, जहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए। इसके बाद में जो कॉरपोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी। उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं ना कि बीजेपी के। हमारे तो वोट बढ़ते ही गए हैं।
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी,
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी। जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी। एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे। दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का
कि सबसे पहले तो मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का और जन जन का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ, जिनके सहयोग से, जिनके आशीर्वाद से हम इस चुनाव को जीत पाए। दूसरी बात, हमारे पार्टी वर्कर, पार्टी के सभी आला नेता, पार्टी का सभी छोटे से छोटा और बड़े से बड़ा वर्कर, इनका भी मैं दिल से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। जिस तरीके से इन्होंने इस चुनाव में काम किया और हमारे पार्टी को इस मकाम तक पहुंचाया, उसमें उनका भी बहुत बहुत आभार। आप सब जानते हैं कि हाईकमांड श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी, इनका बहुत बड़ा वरदहस्त हमारे ऊपर रहा, इनका आशीर्वाद रहा, जिसकी वजह से हम इस ये सफलता हमको मिल पाई। तो आज उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हुए मैं हमारे जो प्रभारी रहे शुक्ला जी, तेजेंद्र बिट्टू जी और सभी कांग्रेस के जो बाहर से ऑब्जर्वर भी लगे, उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ कि आपने भी रात दिन मेहनत करके हमको इस चुनाव में सफलता प्रदान की। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको मुख्य कारण बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये जो चुनाव हमने जीता है, इसमें सबसे बड़ा कारण क्या रहा। स्वर्गीय वीरभद्र सिंह जी, जिनका एक चेहरा हर चुनाव में होता था और लोग उस चुनाव में बढ़ चढ़ के भाग लेते थे, इस बार उनकी कमी जरूर महसूस हुई और लोगों ने ये प्रण किया, ये फैसला किया कि आज माननीय वीरभद्र सिंह जी बेशक हमारे बीच में नहीं है, पर उनकी तस्वीर, उनकी यादें, उनके काम और उनका जो जुड़ाव लोगों से था वो आज भी बरकरार है। और इसलिए हर व्यक्ति ने ये महसूस किया कि वीरभद्र सिंह जी आज भी हमारे दिलों में जिंदा है। उनका ऋण हम एक वोट देकर चुकाना चाहते हैं। इसमें सभी ने, चाहे वो किसी भी पार्टी से संबंधित थे, उन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ के इसमें भाग लिया और हमें ये सहयोग दिया, जिसकी वजह से हमको ये सफलता मिल पाई। कुछ कारण ये भी रहे, भाजपा की सरकार ने बहुत से वायदे किए, लोगों की बहुत सी आशाएं थी कि भाजपा की सरकार, जिसको लोगों ने मौका दिया था, 5 साल उनकी सरकार प्रदेश में रही और 5 सालों में जयराम ठाकुर जी ने कोई ऐसा कार्य करके नहीं दिखाया कि उन्होंने हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता के लिए कोई काम किया। बड़ा दुर्भाग्य रहा कि इसी कार्यकाल में कोविड आया और 2 साल कोविड में भी लोगों को लगा कि शायद हम जहां कुछ और काम नहीं कर पा रहे, कम से कम ये हमारे को स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं देंगे और जो हमारे मरीज जिनको हम अस्पताल पहुंचा रहे हैं उनको मदद मिलेगी, चाहे वो ऑक्सीजन की उनको कमी लगी, दवाइयों की कमी लगी, उसमें भी ये सरकार बुरी तरह नाकाम रही। इन्होंने जो जिस तरीके का घोटाला इसमें हुआ है वो भी एक बहुत ही दुखद बात है कि ऐसे कार्यकाल, ऐसे वक्त में जबकि लोग और मरीज मौत और जिंदगी से जूझ रहे थे, उस वक्त इन्होंने इतना बड़ा स्कैंडल ये जो हुआ है वो जग जाहिर है, सभी जानते हैं कि कहाँ तो सेवाएं देनी थी। और इसमें भी मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि माननीय वीरभद्र सिंह जी ने जो बहुत पहले एक सोच की थी और एक ऑक्सीजन प्लांट जो लगाया जिसकी वजह से बहुत सी जानें बची और इस सरकार से लोगों को लगा कि शायद हमारे को मदद मिलेगी, पर चारों तरफ निराशा ही निराशा दिखी। तो ये भी एक मुख्य कारण था। जहाँ तक इस सरकार की बात है, अब आप सब जानते हैं कि ना कोई विकास का काम हुआ, ना ही कोई ऐसा बड़ा कार्य हुआ जिसको हम कह सकें कि इनके कार्यकाल में।
That is the chief of the Himachal Pradesh Congress there, congratulating her party workers and thanking the voters for the trust that has been reposed in them. She's also one of the chief ministerial contenders in the state. Who the Congress party picks, of course, remains to be seen. But joining us on this broadcast is BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya, Arun Anand, consulting editor of First Post, Professor Madhav Nalapat, senior journalist, and Vipin Pabbi continue to be with us on this broadcast. I would like to start with you, Charu Pragya, and what went wrong for the BJP in Himachal?
So, Anusha, like I was saying earlier, it's very difficult to pinpoint one exact reason where BJP could have gone wrong, but I can assure you and the viewers of one thing. We did not leave any stone unturned when it came to hard work on the ground and our dedication to give our absolute best for this election. But in our party, we have something which is called as a Samiksha Better. So soon enough, all the senior leaders will come together and discuss what went wrong, what we could have done differently, so we can learn for the future. That being said, we will continue to be devoted to the people of Himachal Pradesh and do our very best to serve them every single day.
Sure. Mr. Pabbi, was this an election for the Congress party, that of Priyanka Gandhi? Because Rahul was missing from the scene. Priyanka pretty much led the show for the Congress party in Himachal. It was her pick, Rajiv Shukla, who was the in charge, who was overseeing the election there in the state. Is this the rise of Priyanka Gandhi and is this one of her first electoral successes? Would that how it would be looked at? Vipin Pabbi? I believe we do not have that line, but Professor Nalapat, if you could take that question. The Congress party and Rahul Gandhi has been busy with Bharat Jodo, and they've been saying that the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been resonating with the people on ground and it's their attempt at raising the voice of the people. But he was missing from the scene completely as far as Himachal was concerned. He had very few rallies in Gujarat. So was this an emergence or was this a deliberate attempt of the Congress party, an emergence as far as Priyanka Gandhi for the Congress party is concerned?
Well, judging by the past, I think it was coincidental that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were busy elsewhere. And as a consequence, Priyanka was put forward in Himachal as a representative of the family. My own personal view is that Sonia Gandhi is very, very clear that her successor has got to be Rahul Gandhi. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And she is willing to give Rahul a lot of chances to ensure that he can establish his leadership if and when he does so. So no, I don't believe that there was any strategy on the part of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi to project Priyanka as the future face of the Congress party. But at the same time, I'd like to point out that Himachal is a state where the Congress has a very strong base. And it's an extremely strong base. And from that point of view, it's what the party president in Himachal said is actually very, very, very important. And that is the memories of a chief minister who was very, very good.
Sure.
And the fact, the connect the chief minister had with the rank and file. Look, a party cadre is not an employee. You know, you pay a salary and you expect the employee to do work. A party cadre has to be motivated, has to have high morale, has to have respect for those who are giving him instructions.
Right.
And if that is not there, it's just not going to work.
Absolutely. So it is that morale that is extremely important. It is the situation on ground and the structural mechanism that you have on ground that is very, very important as far as elections are concerned. That is what has worked for the BJP in Gujarat as well, and for the Congress perhaps in Himachal. I thank all my panelists for joining us here on this broadcast, but our rolling coverage here on CNN News 18 continues. We're also standing by for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the BJP headquarters in the national capital for that victory lap. We'll be live with you when that happens. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with just a short break. Don't go anywhere.
में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहां खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहां उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल के को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है। बीजेपी का संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई? 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये और दोगुना हो जाएगा।
जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए। मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने बांटने आ गए और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था
जी जी,
कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट होती है।
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that because, you know, the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए। थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा। और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं। कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कॉम्पिटिशन में है। क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी। और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया।
BJP has crossed the halfway. All the BJP leading in most of the seats that are reporting.
ये क्या हो गया है गुजरात में और क्या माहौल है ये?
कितनी सीट देते हैं गुजरात में आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी को?
इतना निश्चित कह सकता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहां पर अपने सभी चुनावी रिकॉर्ड तोड़कर सर्वाधिक सीट और सर्वाधिक मत प्राप्त कर विजयी बनेगी और प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ यहां पर हम सरकार
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the quadcopter brings in what is the story. The story is this man, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Phenomenal performance in Gujarat, record tod. Historic for somebody and a party who has been in power in Gujarat for nearly 2.5 decades, and a large part of it under Prime Minister Narendra Modi as Chief Minister, and of course under his shadow when he's become Prime Minister of this country. The fact is, what they have returned is phenomenal. It's a story in itself, and that becomes perhaps the foundation or pillar for this entire poll broadcast. Has 2022 been the year of the BJP saffron, and is this perhaps setting the tone for 2024? This man and his legacy and the organization, the machinery, election machinery that he's built, the Gujarat model, even electorally, which he's going to trying to replicate the nationwide, is this now becoming unbeatable, ladies and gentlemen? Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us right through. It's phenomenal the kind of feedback that we are getting from our viewers for staying with us right since 6 a.m. this morning, and of course well into the evening. Zaka Jacob and Mario Shakil all topped up on this shots of coffee and a quick bite. But what are you going to analyze on that wall, Zaka? Gujarat, kya karoge analysis?
कुछ बचा ही नहीं है analysis करने के लिए. Phenomenal victory. I said this in the morning as well. The only comparable example of one political party being in a state for decades, uninterrupted power. Gujarat now, at the end of this term, it will be 32 years in power for Gujarat. Only the left in Bengal comes close. And there again, you know, towards the fag end, the last two terms of Buddhadev Bhattacharya, they actually had very, very diminished majorities. Here, the opposite seems to be happening. This latest term is the highest ever, not only of the BJP, but ever in the state. And I think that is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's where there is a little, Bari, as I'm coming across to you, the joke that's going around is that those 9 which the BJP has not won and the Congress has not won, AAP and the others, उसमें भी कई सारे भाजपा ही है, और ये किस तरफ घूम जाएंगे, और जब तक सदन बैठेगा, will they also join the BJP eventually, so that number could go past 160, then what are we talking about? Yeah.
I think it's about a day of celebrations for the BJP, and Prime Minister Modi will be arriving at the BJP headquarters any moment now. It is about him, that Modi magic, that Modi cult, and that faith that he has generated in people, that mujh pe bharosa kariye, Bhajpa pe bharosa kariye. If you remember, in 2014, there was that symbol. Prime Minister Modi said, har ek vote mujhe mil raha hai. Today, again, he's saying the same, that a vote for BJP is a vote for Modi. And that is what is becoming increasingly clear, that the Modi factor is not only there in the Lok Sabha elections. It is about the assembly, and it is about each and every state.
This emotional connect is very important, ladies and gentlemen. And if you were to see, we'll try and pull out the Prime Minister's tweet just about an hour ago.
Yeah.
And there in those words itself, that emotion is mentioned. That emotion comes through even though it's in those 180 characters. What he says is, what Gujarat has given me makes me, I am overcome with emotions because of what Gujarat. And he says, thank you, Gujarat. Those are visuals coming in from the BJP party headquarters. Shehzad Poonawala, Zafar Islam, all of that.
Jitu is also there.
Yeah, they're all, everybody is there because this is a moment to savor. Nobody expected 156. They all said 125 to 135. There were those within the pathologists within, like GVL Narasimha Rao, who are more optimistic. They said 145. But the three of us here, we should pat ourselves in the back, because we are the ones who said, if it is 135, dude, it's going to go all the way close to 160.
And important to read that tweet. Yes, so Prime Minister said, thank you, Gujarat. I'm overcome with a lot of emotions seeing the phenomenal election results. People blessed politics of development and at the same time expressed a desire that they want this momentum to continue at a greater pace. I bow to Gujarat's Jan Shakti. Then he goes on to say, to all hard-working BJP for Gujarat karyakartas, I want to say, each of you is a champion. This historic win would never be possible without the exceptional hard work of our karyakartas, who are the real strength of our party. So this is the BJP that we keep talking about, that organizational strength, that Sangathan that we keep talking about. Any moment, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to arrive. We can see perhaps
Home Minister.
Leaders arriving.
Yes.
You can see Mr. Baluni. You can see Sanjay Mayuk there. You'll see leader after leader arriving. I think that is
Mr. Nadda.
That is Mr. Nadda. He's going to have mixed emotions today because obviously Gujarat is a historic win, but his home state of Himachal Pradesh, the BJP has lost. But I think just to go back to the tweet that the Prime Minister put, I think his speech tonight will also be very emotional. There will be the connection with Gujarat. I wouldn't be surprised if he wells up because clearly from that tweet, I think it's very, very clear that he was overwhelmed.
Look what the karyakartas have done, Zaka. 1 in 2 voters, more than 1 in 2 voters have actually come out and voted for the BJP in Gujarat. A 54% vote share is phenomenal. That too with 27 years in power. So there is an emotional moment, but it also sets the tone for the next 15 months building up to Lok Sabha 2024, doesn't it? JP Nadda, well, he is a little composed. He's not overtly celebrative or jubilant because you made that point that Himachal has been lost. But Himachal has stuck to Riwayat and Rivaj. That is another aspect which we will have to ponder, and the BJP will also have to ponder.
Yes.
And
the local issues, while we look at the Prime Minister's image, and Zaka, while we, this is that we say it's the new BJP, that not only is looking at catchment areas, looking at expanding its footprints, down south, northeast, eastern parts of India, Bengal, Odisha, it's also looking at ensuring that when it is about defense, they retain their roots. This is about where it all began. So the story of Prime Minister Narendra Modi begins in Gujarat, and this is what they are saying, and what a year it is.
And we have to be candid, because you have to say that's also a template saying "Aapas mein ladoge to phasoge." This is also the message going in as far as the MCD is concerned, and also with Himachal. The party's got to get that lesson. But let's bring out the race tracks, and this is the race which Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the karyakartas of Gujarat have won hands down. They've just gone marching past, so much so that it's gone way beyond the screens. Out of frame only. Itna fast dौड़ गया कि tape के साथ-साथ आगे ही निकल गए. That's what has happened. And whereas the opposition, ladies and gentlemen, is also out of frame. That's what's happened because they are far out, far away. There is no way, nobody close to this halfway mark, because this halfway mark has been left far behind by the BJP, which has gone far, far ahead with 156. So far out have they left the entire opposition behind that the joke is that abhi Vidhan Sabha mein inke khilaf khada kaun hoga? They don't even qualify to be called opposition. So a similar situation that the BJP faces, say in Delhi, or the Congress and the and the parties, Delhi Assembly, Assembly they face, or in Punjab, what the parties are facing vis-a-vis the AAP. The AAP is now staring at that vis-a-vis BJP in Gujarat. And it is important because Gujarat turns 26 seats into the Lok Sabha. Himachal Pradesh, 4 seats. It's not such a big consideration set if you look at the overall picture and the target for 333. So these are all aspects.
Mr. Kharge perhaps did not even complete that entire track. He left the मैदान छोड़ के सबके सब भाग गए.
देखिए,
दिख नहीं रहा कहीं पर.
गुजरात में ऑपोजिशन कहीं है ही नहीं, वो पीछे ही रह गए. वो ऐसा है कि ये रोज दौड़ नहीं सके. But and there will be the naysayers. For the naysayers, and if you were to play the devil's advocate, इस बाल में कोई खाल निकाल सकते हो? In terms of कि कहाँ पे BJP शायद 5 सीटें और जीत सकती थी.
The story for me in the Gujarat election is, if you go back, it's a comparison. You go back to 2017 and you look at the pockets where the BJP lost. It lost in Saurashtra in a big way. It lost in North Gujarat, Mehsana, Patan, etc. in a big way. And of course, some pockets of the tribal seats. So you look at the blues in the 2017 map, largely here in Saurashtra, some pockets here in Mehsana and Patan in the north, and then of course the tribal seats all the way south to Dungs and Navsari, etc. Cut to the 2022 map, wherever there was a sea of blue, wherever there was a cluster of blue, it is now an ocean of saffron. Saurashtra, North Gujarat, South Gujarat, everywhere. So basically the story of the Gujarat election is that every section of society which was disaffected or which was angry with the BJP in 2017, they have made effort to win those communities back. The Patidars, for example, the Patidars in Saurashtra as well as in North Gujarat. Look at this. 34 out of the 39 seats, 34 the BJP won this time around. That's a gain of 12. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has more seats in Saurashtra, the Patidar affected seats, so the Patidar dominant seats, than even the Congress party In 2017, the Congress ran the BJP close. In fact, it had more. It had 17 seats and the BJP had 22. But this time around, the Congress has been reduced to just 2 seats. Like I said, the Aam Aadmi Party has 1 seat more in the Patidar-dominated seat. So for me, the story of Gujarat 2022 is the lessons from 2017. Every section of society that was upset with the BJP or angry with the BJP, they have managed to woo back. Just to quickly run you through the tribal seats as well. Again, never been the BJP's strong suit, as it were, but look at this. Out of 30 seats, 26 seats the BJP has won in the tribal belt, a gain of 14. The Congress is down 12. And it's phenomenal. I mean, this entire belt, which is Narmada, Tapi, Dangs, the whole scheduled tribe belt in South Gujarat and also in the north, Banaskantha and Sabarkantha, it has been solidly with the BJP. You go back in 2017. The tribal belt, look at this blue here. In fact, the Congress had 12, the BJP had 15. The Congress had a 6% vote share more than the BJP in this entire tribal belt. But this time in 2022, BJP has corrected those mistakes. So for me, the story of the 2022 election in Gujarat is one, it's a historic verdict. The latest term after 27 years in power to cross the 150 mark is commendable, no doubt about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say something. You know, आपने देखा कैसे मक्खन की तरह इसके हाथ दौड़ते हैं ना magic ball पे. It's a touch screen, ladies. So it's not easy.
Okay, that's Amit Shah arriving at the BJP headquarters.
And now
and Anshul is there.
Anshul and Yash both are there live with us. But as we look at these pictures, we'll have to also see the body language of Amit Shah as he walks out. That confident gait is there, but there is also that smile. Ho gaya, it is done. But it is also business as usual. Let's move on. Let's move forward. Yash and Anshul, what's going on? Anshul, where are you?
So yes, I'm standing right at the place where the Prime Minister would come out in the next few minutes and address this massive crowd, the crowd of karyakartas who have gathered over here to just listen to the poster boy of the nation, the poster boy of the BJP Prime Minister Modi. And just a few minutes ago, as you mentioned, Anand, the tweet came out from the Prime Minister where he thanked the workers for the immense hard work that they had put in over the last few months to make sure that BJP gets this historic victory in Gujarat, and that is the reason why the entire forecourt of the BJP national headquarters is absolutely jam-packed. The dhols are out, the music is on, the sweets are being distributed, and this is the kind of environment that we are seeing at the ground, at the BJP headquarters. In fact, there is so much pushing in here that it is getting pretty difficult to stand as well.
This BJP headquarters has been very lucky for the party as well, Anand. You know, ever since they moved here, there have been victory celebrations, and in every election, that is Rajnath Singh, former BJP president, the defense minister, will there be a BJP parliamentary board? I won't be surprised. As soon as Prime Minister finishes his speech, all these leaders, the members of the BJP parliamentary board may well meet and complete the formalities in which the observers will be decided who will be sent to the state of Gujarat to complete the formality of the government formation. So Rajnath Singh, former BJP president.
He was also there on ground in the thick of the action, campaigning actively. There is Sanjay Mayuk there, Gaurav Bhatia. We also saw Amit Malviya walking in along with Amit Shah there. Amit Shah also on ground. And look how it happens in time, on time. They don't make a delay. 5 minutes before the Prime Minister is going to come in, the Defence Minister is there. 7 minutes before the Prime Minister is coming, the Home Minister is coming. And one by one, they will come in and they will take their place. There is no too much of Adambar, no shoe. There is the traditional greeting that will happen and they will all walk in. There is a time, ladies and gentlemen, where 3 strong cabinet ministers are all 3 past presidents of the BJP. And they're all there, and it's all within the last decade that they have all been presidents of the BJP, national presidents of the BJP.
From Mr. Gadkari to Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah,
and JP Nadda coming
there.
Look
at
that crowd.
Discipline that we keep talking about.
Look at
this
the crowd.
BJP headquarters has witnessed several celebrations. This BJP headquarters at ITO, which has 5 floors, and it is a very high-tech headquarters of the world's largest political party. We saw the celebrations recently when the Prime Minister arrived there, post the Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand results. You know, in just few minutes, perhaps the Prime Minister's cavalcade will start moving from LKM to the BJP office there. But you know, Zaka, from Ashoka Road to the new BJP headquarters, that journey that the BJP has travelled is also an indication of the journey that the party has travelled within the country.
No, it's
that
now
journey,
the
footprints.
natural party of governance in India. Let's be very, very clear. They're in power, I think, in 17 or 18 states now. In 2022 itself, they have retained 5 states. Yash is there. Yash, what's the mahal at the BJP headquarters?
Well, Zaka, the mahal is electrifying over here at the BJP headquarters. I'll start directly with the visuals over here. You can see the barrage of BJP workers who are present over here, and it's entirely saffron with BJP workers dressed in different attires, and they are just waiting to meet their Prime Minister, meet the one who made everything possible for them. In fact, today's win, it's not just a win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's a magical moment as they have broken all the records. You can see on the dais right now is Bharatiya Janata Party's National General Secretary Organization, Tarun Chugh. In fact, I can also see all the senior leaders, be it Amit Malviya, all the senior spokespersons are over here. And in fact, the karyakartas are also very much elated with today's win. And in fact, when we were speaking to them, they were all praises for the PM, and in fact, they were saying...
Yes, you have Shehzad Poonawalla right behind you. You have Shehzad Poonawalla right behind you.
Yes, I have Shehzad Poonawalla. I have Shehzad Poonawalla, absolutely. Shehzad, today I don't want to speak to you in the capacity of as a spokesperson, as a karyakarta. What you're feeling?
It is a matter of great pride that the people of Gujarat, the people of Delhi and the people of Himachal have once again given us their blessings, and particularly the massive victory that we've got in Gujarat is very, very heartening. It shows the faith, the Jan Shakti that people of Gujarat have entrusted upon Prime Minister Modi and our government in Gujarat, and we are very thankful to the people of Gujarat and to the people of Delhi who gave us 104 seats, and to the people of Himachal. We were only 1% away, but we fought a great fight, and thank you to the people of Gujarat and Delhi and Himachal once again, and we are with all our karyakartas here.
Like we were listening to so many people around from the opposition.
Jan Shakti will become the word going ahead because that coinage has been done by the Prime Minister today when he addresses the people of India, the karyakartas of the BJP. Any moment now, he's expected to arrive in another 10 minutes at that BJP headquarter. The massive structure that you can see, the karyakartas of the BJP present, senior leaders of the party are all there. Mr. Gadkari, Amit Shah, all of them being very hands-on on ground in Gujarat. Mr. Shah in particular, Zaka, when we look at his role, son of the soil, we keep talking about Modi Shah magic. It is about both of them. He was also campaigning, strategizing, looking at that nuts and bolts. We keep talking about him as the nuts and bolts guy. He is the person who established this BJP and ensuring that the party has office in each and every district of India. When he became the BJP president in 2014, December, and the story started changing.
No, absolutely. And what he said, he's been camped in Gujarat since Diwali. For a month and a half, the number 2 person in this cabinet, in this government, the Home Minister of India, camped in Gujarat. Not because they would not have won this election without him. They would have won this election. But this 156, I think that... there is this, what do you call it? It's like this shiddat. You need to get to that figure. When I have said that it'll be a record-breaking win, it will be a record-breaking win. And it is. 156.
And the effort comes from the top man himself. Now, if you have a Prime Minister who spent 25 days, then you expect the Home Minister to be spending so much more.
Exactly.
And such is the electoral dynamics in our country that every quarter you have the leaders busy with some election or the other, because we are perennially in election mode. So government happens simultaneously along with elections. You had the likes of a lot of the top ministers, even C.R. Patel and some of the others who are part of the Sangathan and organization, who have been there through the days from when Narendra Modi was Sangathan Mantri in 1995 when they came to power. He was organization man at that time. From there he's now then gone on to become the chief ministerial role, helped win Gujarat. And Gujarat is associated with Modi. So the story of Modi grows if Gujarat votes and if you have Gujarat firmly in control. So they realized all of that. But more importantly, they have not taken it lightly. If the PM works as a karyakarta, imagine what the karyakarta on ground will think, that I have to work harder.
Exactly.
So you set the benchmark like that, and that's exactly what they've done. The other aspect is that they've got this entire organizational discipline right down to the T. Everything happens in a particular manner, and for an organization, electoral machinery to function, you got to set that in place.
Interestingly, July 2020 is when the entire process begins. And in July 2020, the entire government is changed. And none of them raised a voice. All of them believe that this is for the larger good of the BJP in the state of Gujarat. That transition that happens from Vijay Rupani to Bhupendra Patel, in a matter of 24 hours, everything is done. The new government is on ground functioning. And then what did you see? In the last 8 months, the Prime Minister has been in and out of Gujarat, sending a message that he is there for government projects, inaugurating projects, laying foundation stone of multiple highways. That is the development model. If you look at the tweet of the Prime Minister, it's an emphasis on development-led politics of India, politics of performance, as the BJP keeps talking about.
No, and I think you got to give credit. One of the factors, I mean, people criticize the Chief Minister of Gujarat saying, you know, he was not visible, he was not talking to the media, all of that. But the fact is that BJP recognized that they had a problem amongst partidars. They appointed a Patel as the Chief Minister, and today look at it. I mean, out of the 38 seats, Patidar-dominated seats, which the BJP lost thoroughly in 2017, they have won 34 out of those 38.
And if you see the construct of the 38 cabinet ministers, representation of tribals is there, representation of OBCs is there, representation of Patidars is there, representation from every community and every region of Gujarat has been taken into consideration. Women are there, youngsters are there, first-timers are there. Lot of people, someone like a Harsh Sanghvi, a youngster, being given the Home Minister's post, he's stepping into Amit Shah's shoes.
Yes. So that's exactly that partnership that we keep talking about. And interestingly, Mr. Shah kept emphasizing. He said, Bhupendra Bhai or Harsh Sanghvi ne jo kaam kiya hai. So that transition that we keep talking about, and that's a smooth one. 43% change as far as the candidates are concerned. 43% MLAs were changed completely by the BJP. They were looking at anti-incumbency. They understood that there was certain anger locally which should be done away with. There was no rebellion. We did not see much.
But यहाँ rebellion managed किया तो हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं किया is a question that will come, and especially when you have the national president of the BJP who hails from Himachal. Although he doesn't spend so much of time in Himachal per se, you have a union minister, beg your pardon, who is from Himachal. There is the traditional rivalry that you are aware of. You had an incumbent chief minister who's completed a full term without any problems. Still, you have turned up only 25 seats and you have succumbed to the entire Rivaj aspect of it. So that is another thing which they will have to look at and say that, or maybe these are two templates. This works, this doesn't. You decide what you want to choose, and perhaps that's what they're telling the remaining states where they're either attacking or they're defending. Zaka.
I think this is going to have a huge spin-off effect, particularly in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh, because A, they are neighboring to Gujarat, and B, of course, you know, in Rajasthan anyway, there is anti-incumbency. We can see the infighting that's going on between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. But even in Madhya Pradesh, which is an election that, frankly, it's the Congresses for the taking, but this huge victory, this nature of this victory in Gujarat is going to have wider ramifications for Madhya Pradesh. I will not be surprised that even in Madhya Pradesh, where they've been now, at the end of this term, they would have been in power 20 years.
20 years.
I wouldn't be surprised if they win again, make it 25.
And it was Shivraj Singh Chauhan who continues to be the chief minister. So as far as the face of the party is concerned, they have been having faith in Shivraj Singh Chauhan's leadership. Arun Anand, 156 is what we are looking at. This is phenomenal. It's unimaginable. And we are running short of words to really describe this BJP victory.
I think it's unimaginable for people basically, you know, who are outside BJP. But the way Narendra Modi works and, you know, the way this party works. So I think, you know, nothing is kind of, you know, unimaginable for them. And they keep on setting the benchmark higher and higher. And I think, you know, you are going to witness this, you know, elevation of benchmarks, especially in the 2024 elections. I think it's a curtain raiser.
फर्स्ट पोस्ट में आपके आर्टिकल का हेडलाइन क्या है, पंच लाइन क्या है बताइए? कर्टन रेजर फॉर 2024 तो नहीं, आपका नुआंस टेक अवे क्या है इस चुनाव से?
See, my takeaway from this thing is that, as I've said in the earlier broadcast also, that the BJP has got the perfect winning combination right now, that they have an impactful leader who leads from the front. They have an organizational structure basically which is highly mobile and very aggressive and very well oiled. they have an ideological roadmap which is very clear, which is very significant. And that is where AAP, especially Aam Aadmi Party, falters. So, and along with that, there is a government which delivers on the ground. So when you take all these factors, this is the winning combination. A very simple winning combination, but they have been able to put that in place. And if the opposition wants to, challenge BJP, then they will have to challenge this winning combination.
Winning combination. Nalin Mehta, you have said it's not just Modi ka chehra. Your piece on News 18.
Yes, so I think Modi did 35 rallies. Modi, there is no question that this victory is because of Modi's Gujarat Connect. But, that is optics and that is the momentum. But below that, there is a deep cadre building process. There is a deep organizational process that long precedes Modi's political stardom. And I think this last mile connect, this organizational structure is what has delivered for BJP in Gujarat along with brand Modi. The other thing is that, BJP is not just the beneficiary of a opposition split in the Congress. It's increased its vote share and it increases cadre base. So that I think is testament to painstaking brickwork on the ground, the last mile connect that the BJP has perfected in Gujarat.
So BJP essentially as a political party works as an extended arm of the government that is run by the BJP. So the BJP karyakartas are ensuring that trickle-down impact actually happens. When it is about the beneficiaries or the labhartis, Nalin, they are ensuring that it is delivered on ground as well. So that extended arm that we keep talking about and also that governance model.
So I think there is no question that the Labharti model is very central to BJP's growth in the last 6 or 7 years. At the same time, it doesn't work. Look, in the North Indian states, it works very well. And there is a mobilization of the party cadre along with the list of the Labharti list, which the government is doing separately. They're two separate things. But I think every government spends money on welfare. Other non-BJP governments also spend money on welfare. Yes. What the BJP has done very well, along with this whole DBT pipeline of different schemes, the BJP has built a cadre mobilization which goes village to village to try and tell people, look, you're getting this because of BJP.
Correct.
And that extra layer is something which other parties in the past have not done as well. The Dravidian parties have done this very well in the past.
Yes.
And the BJP has essentially replicated that, but on a bigger scale across many North Indian states.
At the booth level, they are trying to do it, and this was also initiated by the Prime Minister, who in his internal meeting and briefing had said that all the party cadre and karyakartas need to go back to the Labhartis and underscore the fact that you have got it under the BJP government. And this was initiated even during Uttar Pradesh. Rashid Kidwai, what's your peg? Aapke soch kya hai?
Yeah,
Kalam pe kya likha hai aapne?
I think, Anand, my headline would be advantage BJP, but the opposition lives to fight another day. You look at 3 elections, 3 verdicts. The voter, as I had said it yesterday, has behaved a bit like Santa Claus. It has given something for everyone. The same, today perhaps it's not a day to deprive Prime Minister Narendra Modi from that thing, but he had put himself, his prestige at stake in Himachal. Repeatedly he had said that don't look at that MLA, look at me, vote for me, and it's not worked. So therefore, it's not that, this is not to take away, the kind of performance that's there in Gujarat. But the fact of the matter is, opposition can get its act together, and so this field is wide open.
Well, the opposition getting its act together is a story that's being said since 2014, sir. And with every big election that they win, there is some amount of postmortem which happens. Yes, many will turn around and say that ये जो 25 सीटें आई हैं वो इसीलिए आई हैं because PM said कि मुझे देख के वोट करो, and he did it towards the fag end of the Himachal campaigning. But there are other, but a point well taken that there are lessons to learn. There is opportunity also for the opposition. Swati Malik is also with us from the Congress party. Swati ji, what would you look at? The 40 seats at Himachal, or you have slipped from 77 to 17? 77 से 17 आ गए हैं आप गुजरात में.
No, I'm really happy about we are really happy about the Himachal results. And I'm sure the studio, I don't want to be a party pooper for the studio right now, because it seems like you guys seem to be really having a party out there, which is great to look at. But if you look at Himachal, that's where the double engine ki sarkar, Mr. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah ji were there. They had 10 rallies. They did whatever they could to, all those dialogues were repeated in Himachal as well, that vote for me, it is me you are voting for, etc. But none of them worked. And like I agree with Mr. Kadwai when he says that the public has behaved like little Santa Claus, given little something to all three parties here. So, this is the beauty of democracy, whether we like it or not. The results are something that the people decide. So while we obviously, we
Aam Aadmi Party headache hai. Swati Malik, Aam Aadmi Party 5 seats in the state of Gujarat and you are down to 17.
Absolutely, Myra. I agree that we really need to introspect, and Gujarat is not a news that we would like to, even it seems like a really bad dream, but it's happened, it's true. So we need to reassemble, revisit, re-strategize whatever we have done till now. We have to erase that from our memory and start afresh in Gujarat. So Gujarat is a big lesson for us to learn once again. We are not denying that. We are not denying any of that. But yes, we would also like to celebrate Himachal. We would like to thank people of Himachal who have
fine enough.
No, celebrate you must, because they have not just the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh, but the effort that's been put. Priyanka Gandhi was there on ground. Lots of rallies were held, and she was campaigning actively. Pratibha Singh and Vikramaditya have also put in a lot of effort along with the others. But there is also this trend of Rivayat. It's largely been regional, local leaders who have held sway. Could the Prime Minister and the BJP's national machinery have done better? Or was it internal factionalism within the BJP which also put paid? These are all aspects. But Himachal has a story.
I'll get to Himachal in 1 second. But I think there's one fascinating data point out of Gujarat and Saurashtra. And I keep maintaining this. In 2017, the momentum for the Congress was really in Saurashtra. You could say partidar agitation. You could say, farmer distress there. But what happened in Saurashtra, and I think this is an interesting data point, you can ask this to your guests as well. The Aam Aadmi Party, out of the 5 seats it's won, 4 of them are from Saurashtra. And look at this, there are 18 seats, not a small number, where the Aam Aadmi Party's tally or the margin of victory of the BJP candidate in 14 of those 18 seats, the victory margin is lesser than what the Aam Aadmi candidate polled. Basically, if the Aam Aadmi candidate was not there, then the Congress would have won in these 14 seats. In these 18 seats, all of which, by the way, the Congress won in 2017. It got nothing this time. 14 of those 18 seats, it is the AAP that has played spoiler. The remaining 4, the AAP has won. In fact, the AAP has got more vote share in those 4 constituencies than BJP candidate or the Congress candidate. So I think Saurashtra really, in that sense, for me this was surprising because you always think of the Aam Aadmi Party as an urban phenomena. You go back to Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party story began in Surat. That's where everybody said they will do well, 27 seats in the Surat municipality. Look at Surat, they've not won a single seat. In fact, in Varacha, which was their best hope, Alpesh Kataria lost pretty badly. He lost by I think about 20 or 25,000 votes. It is a Patidar-dominated seat. The neighboring seat of Katargam, from where their state president, Gopal Italia, was hoping to win, again lost by a substantial number of votes. I think, again, 25,000 plus. None of those Surat seats they were able to win. Where they actually made a dent was in rural Gujarat, was in rural Saurashtra. And like I said, not just in these 18 seats, but also across the region of Saurashtra, I think the Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into Congress, or at least in those constituencies where the Congress ended up as either the winner. Look at this, 46 of those seats the BJP has won. That's a gain of 23. Basically, in 2017, the BJP had only half this number. They had only 23 seats in 2017. They have doubled that. The AAP has got 4 again in Saurashtra. The Congress down 27. The Congress had 30 seats in Saurashtra. Out of these 54 last time around, they are down to 1/10 of that.
Zagat, the 2 faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, that is Gopal Italia and Isudan Gadvi, both of them have lost. But the story of this election is about the BJP, and that's where Anshul is. Anshul is joining us live. Yes.
Before we go across to our guest, I wanted to do this earlier. I want to do this now. I want to walk across and give this guy a handshake. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, and I'm serious, this is a full touch screen and it's coded, okay? And one finger here and there and it flies. And this man is working the magic on this magic wall so effortlessly. It's not easy. So Zaka Jacob, well done. No, that requires, because that's the reason why this magic wall is such a special tool for us at analytics. He's the man. He's the man that makes it happen. Yeah, we got somebody joining us live. Yeah.
Before I go to Anshul, Sachin Pilot is joining us live. Sachin, Of course, you'll be looking at the Himachal numbers, but Gujarat, the Congress party has been decimated. Isn't it embarrassing?
Well, it's a huge loss for us. What is embarrassing, I don't know, but it's a loss that needs to really be taken into account, and we have to start from scratch, I suspect, in Gujarat. Having said that, it's also the vote of the opposition getting divided. It's clear arithmetic. I don't think the Gujarat government's work was so astounding that they got 150 seats, because if that was the case, they didn't have to remove all the ministers and chief minister just a year before elections.
No, but
so
Sachin,
it's not about performance.
Sachin, the performance is that the BJP's overall vote share has also gone up. Besides your vote share reducing and getting divided between you and the Aam Aadmi Party. But the question is, since you are part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, could Rahul Gandhi have spent more time? 2017 में वो 2 महीने वहाँ थे, यहाँ पर तो एक दिन भी नहीं गुजारा उन्होंने.
So, but I mean, it's very easy for you to pick out and who's doing what and not doing what. I'm trying to make the point that, just to come back to Gujarat for a second, one more, that you're saying the vote share increased, fair enough, but when you create a perception that there is now a two-party force that is dividing the opposition votes, there are a lot of fence sitters who jump to the incumbent. Anyway, whatever the case may be, I'm more worried about my party's fortunes as opposed to the BJP. So we have to rework and start from scratch. I think we have to do that. But I do accept the verdict, and it's far below what we expected.
So, Sachin, Zaka here. What did you get right in Himachal which you got wrong in Gujarat?
Difficult to compare two states, but Himachal is a smaller state. One thing has been proven, Zaka, is that the notion that the BJP is trying to weave into the narrative is that the Congress party can't defeat BJP in North India, in Hindi-speaking belts. That's been now taken care of, because to defeat a double-engine government where it is the home state of the BJP president, Mr. Nadda, the Prime Minister did umpteen rallies there, the Home Minister, Defence Minister, Mr. Yogi, everybody was there with all their might, putting resources in a small state like Himachal, and yet we got a clear mandate. So it shows that if we do things, we are connected to the grassroots, good strategy, work with vigor, and we commit ourselves to performing. I think the people are there. Congress presence is there in every nook and corner.
Are you worried that the Gujarat result, that the scale of the Gujarat result could have a possible ripple effect both in Rajasthan and in Madhya Pradesh next year?
I don't think so, because you see, Gujarat, this is the 6th, 7th time BJP has won. We had about 35-40% vote share that slipped. Now that's a cause of concern, because that's shifted out of what the Congress party used to get. Don't forget, we got 77 seats last time the Gujarat elections happened. So the shifting of the vote share is, for me, is much more of a concern than the number of seats we get or we lose in the long run. But every state has unique stories, and I think it's wrong to say that the one state you lost will have a ripple effect on the other states. So Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh go to polls next year.
Himachal is a state which alternates between two political parties. It's same thing in Rajasthan as well. So has the Congress given up the fight कि अगर वही trend होगा तो शायद वहाँ पर भी वही दिखेगा?
Maya, one thing I must tell you, that I know Rajasthan a little bit more than you do.
Yes,
and,
certainly.
I'm not saying you don't, but I do a little bit better than you do. So I can tell you with a lot of humility and confidence that we are very well placed. We have 12 months to go. We will win back Rajasthan. We won back other states before. We've had government in Delhi for 3 terms. Sheila Dikshit was alive that time. Assam we won 3 times. Andhra we won twice. Haryana we won twice. So there's no reason why we can't break trends, and trends are meant to be broken.
But don't you think that was in a pre-Modi era, before 2014, and the politics of the country has changed drastically, dramatically post-2014?
Yes, but then we did win Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan 4 years ago. Today there was a by-election in Rajasthan which we won, a by-election against BJP in Chhattisgarh which we won. BJP lost MCD, so BJP lost Himachal. So please don't tell me that you will win all elections for all times to come. That's not appropriate in a democracy.
What about Aam Aadmi Party? Will you accept that they are the biggest headache for you in the opposition space now?
Who is?
Aam Aadmi Party.
Who is?
All right, I got the answer.
That's a fantastic answer. Sachinji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan. I have just one question. The aspect of anti...
I didn't really hear the question.
The Aam Aadmi Party. What about Aam Aadmi Party is the question that Maria asked you. And what I wanted to ask you is about anti-incumbency. Now, 8 out of the 10 ministers in Himachal have lost. The BJP changed its entire cabinet in Gujarat. Do you think there needs to be a thorough revisit in Rajasthan, because that could be an important factor?
It's not for me to say what changes we need to bring. That's a leadership decision to take. But I do believe that there were certain suggestions which I had given about how we should, change our strategy and move on. I think we're working on those issues and we'll resolve whatever needs to be resolved. But the notion that you said about who's the biggest concern, it's a competitive space. Let every party fight and let the better party win. Let's fight election with that spirit. It's not about animosity or enemy or who's your headache and who's your pro. It's a political space. People are the best judge. We put our best foot forward. Let the mandate of the people decide who will govern and who will be in opposition.
Sachin, thank you so much, because the news is just coming in that the Prime Minister has left 7 LKM and is heading to the BJP headquarters. It's a day of celebrations for the BJP. Tarun Chugh there conducting the ceremony.
So let's take it to the BJP headquarters now and stay there till the time the Prime Minister arrives and addresses that huge gathering that's turned around. And of course, the message will be to all of Gujarat, the entire set of karyakartas and the voters. More than 1 in 2 voters has voted for the BJP this time around in these elections. Prime Minister should arrive any moment now. Anshul, whereabouts are you? Yash, can you hear me? Anshul, we'll start with you.
So yes, it has just been announced that the Prime Minister is going to reach here in the next few minutes, and definitely the entire crowd is very elated right now. If you could see, the entire forecourt of the BJP national headquarters is absolutely jam-packed at this point in time. There are leaders who are standing on the porch as well, just waiting to welcome the Prime Minister. And if you see the kind of arrangements that have been made over here, the Prime Minister is going to come here and address this crowd who has been waiting very patiently for the past 2 hours now to hear to the Prime Minister as to what does the Prime Minister has to say. And also very important is going to be the speech that would be given by JP Nadda, because he is going to actually come out and give these workers the mantra as to how the party is looking forward from here on, because we know that the BJP is a very well-oiled election machinery.
So you can see 4 chairs
on a result for very, very long.
So it is the Prime Minister, Home Minister, Rajnath Singh and Mr. Nadda who will be seated there. And what a growth of the party it has been from 2012, where nobody gave a chance to the BJP. In 2013, the story changes during the national executive of the BJP in Goa, where the party announces Mr. Modi as the campaign committee chairman, not as the face, campaign committee chairman in July. And then the story changes. Today, it is the story of the complete dominance of the BJP in electoral politics. Indian politics has changed completely, and they will be always in pole position. They will always be in the talking point as the central pillar of politics in the coming decades, Zaka, because it's evident. If a party has grown and grown from the way it was, who would have thought? I mean, we were covering the party in opposition in 2012. Now it is the party which has complete dominance, and the footprints are increasing.
Like I said, it's the party of governance now. It's the party to beat across states in India. And just one marker of that, if you look at Gujarat, for example, everybody knew that, it was the BJP's strongholds were the urban pockets, right? Last time around, they won 44 out of the 46 urban pockets, and that sort of mitigated the effects of what we saw in Saurashtra. Look at the rural seats right now. In 2022, out of the 98, almost 100 seats, the BJP has 79 of them, almost 80 seats. So 8 out of 10 rural seats, the BJP has won. It's like 4/5 kind of a majority. The Congress just down to 11 seats, minus 42, plus 40 for the BJP. Which is what Maria and Anand were talking about, the Labhartis, women, the cooperatives, all of that is encompassed in this rural story. For a party that was seen as an urban party to win 79 out of 98, just compare this to 2017. Don't go too far back in time, just 2017, and look at that difference. BJP was just 39 out of 98, Congress was 53 out of 98. Today, the whole thing has changed. It is now a sea of saffron, whether it's in Saurashtra, whether it is in North Gujarat, whether it is in central, the milk cooperative belt. It is completely the dominant party in Gujarat, no question about it.
हम हमेशा ये बोलते थे, आधी आबादी पूरा हक। गुजरात की औरतों को वो मिला है आनंद। हमने देखा है गुजरात की औरतें किस तरह से अपनी सेंस ऑफ एम्पावरमेंट की बात करती हैं, किस तरह से ये बोलती हैं कि that it's about financial independence. It is about that pride that they take in the fact that there is Narendra Modi at the center taking care of them and ensuring that they will remain empowered. I think these are the women who were talking about infrastructure. I think that entire sense that I saw was phenomenal. I have not seen it.
There is another aspect. In Uttar Pradesh, if it was law and order and safety, which was a huge aspect, that aspect still remains in Gujarat.
Of course.
Raat ke 2 baje, a woman can walk out on her own. Do you want this to change or do you want this to remain? Was there in the back of the heads, and there were generations which were saying it. And then this adulation among the ladies and of course among the male folk, the adulation for PM Narendra Modi, that has also increased. Yash is there. Let's just quickly go across to Yash. Yash, whereabouts are you? We're going to check the bandwidth with you, but you are right in the thick of the crowd. So tell us what's happening.
Well, Anand, what is happening is that all the crowd, all the people, all the karyakartas are waiting for the Prime Minister over here, and actually they are also very much elated with the win which the BJP has witnessed in Gujarat, and in fact they are all praises for the Prime Minister, and in fact what we are given to understand, the Prime Minister has left from his residence, and in any moments from now he will be reaching the headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. There are lots of colors over here. People are dressed in different attires. People from different districts are over here, and they've been meaning to talk. क्या आज की जीत क्या मायने रखती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए?
ये बहुत ऐतिहासिक जीत है. पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि गुजरात के अंदर इतनी बड़ी
The Prime Minister's cavalcade now entering the BJP headquarters. It's a day of celebration for the BJP. This is how history was made today with 156, and it is the victory lap. We have seen that celebration at the BJP headquarters from 2017 at the old BJP office in Ashoka Road to now, from Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat. That is the journey. The Gujarat model, the Namo wave, the Modi wave is only growing. I mean, how do you describe this victory? We keep saying that there are words which have to be used for describing this victory, and it's unmatchable. Unmatchable.
I think this is as big, if not bigger, than the 1985 victory of Madhav Singh Solanki. Not just because of the numbers, 149 versus 156, but like you've been saying in the morning, the Solanki victory was A, creating a new social coalition, and B, it was immediately in the aftermath of Mrs. Gandhi's passing away, her assassination. So there was the sympathy factor as well. But this victory coming after 27 years of rule of one party, and let's be clear, I think Professor Nalapat was saying, it's not like, the governance there in Gujarat, at least at the local level, was any great shakes. They had all the problems that COVID threw up. Yes. There were concerns over government employment not coming through. I think the exam papers getting leaked was again a big issue amongst young people. So it's not like there weren't governance problems there. But at the end of those 27 years, to come back with the biggest mandate seen in the history of that state is something in and of itself. Nalin is there with us. He's been tracking the BJP since 2002. So Nalin, I mean, sometimes in politics you have to call it what it is. This is a watershed moment in Gujarat politics.
Absolutely, Zaka. There's no question about it. Look at this. The BJP, half of Gujarat's voters were not born when the BJP first came to power in Gujarat in 1995. By the time the next BJP government will finish its term in 2027, this would be almost the same as the left front's uninterrupted rule in West Bengal for which was about 34 years. But the left front was an amalgamation of different communist parties, with CPM being the lead, of course. In this case, this kind of unprecedented dominance by one party is unprecedented in Indian politics. The other thing I think is that if you look at any...
Well, Nalin, even as you speak, we just have the visuals of the Prime Minister's cavalcade making its entry into the BJP headquarters. So you can see the pictures. As we stay with the pictures, please make your point. Yes.
The point I was trying to make, Anand, was that if you look at any analytical category in this election to me is astounding for one reason, that on every single analytical category, whether you look at rural, urban, whether you look at the 4 parts of Gujarat, Saurashtra, Kutch, North, South, Central, Tribal.
The man of the moment.
Every
Prime Minister, I think that's important. Those are visuals we are seeing for the first time. The Prime Minister, he is the man who has won the state of Gujarat with a historic number for his party.
Modi!
And he's entering the BJP headquarters.
Well, that's what we need. The Modi chant as the Prime Minister is entering. It's a big moment, an emotional moment,
BJP
like he said.
president waiting to receive him. So that is the discipline that we see. That here it is about the BJP president, the Prime Minister, of course, the biggest face of the party, arriving, being welcomed by Mr. Nadda as he makes his way up to that dais, where Home Minister Amit Shah and the Defence Minister, both former party presidents are seated to welcome the Prime Minister.
Well, it'd be good to hear the ambient sound as the chants will go up because the Prime Minister is waving. There is an announcement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival because that forecourt is so jam-packed that you cannot actually see the arrival, but everybody would have sensed it. And as the PM walks in along with JP Nadda, it's a moment to savor. There is a lot of hard work that he has put in, and the confidence, the message will be important. What he tells the karyakartas, and by that way also to the rest of the country, the BJP in the rest of the country, the voters, and the narrative that he will set going forward will be important. There was a reflection of that even in the tweet, Zaka, where he said that it is the...
I'm overcome with emotion.
Overcome with emotion. He talked about Jan Shakti, and he said the politics of development is what is yielding the result that has come in. So he is going to set the tone. The evening sets in, it's getting chill. That's a
brief chat with Mr. Nadda, perhaps inquiring about what happened in Himachal as the Prime Minister makes his way through that gate. It's the gate on the backside of the building in BJP headquarters, and then he will be going up the staircase to where that ceremony would happen. The karyakartas of the BJP are waiting to listen to the Prime Minister, and this entire speech, of course, is being broadcast across channels and social media platforms and the BJP karyakartas would be waiting for this address to listen to the Prime Minister, the direction that he will give to the party going forward. What is his analysis of this 27+ year of victory of the BJP of 156 numbers? And that is the moment. Narendra Modi, the man of the moment, the man who won the state of Gujarat for his party once again.
Somehow one gets the feeling, Maria, that he's going to dedicate it to the karyakartas.
Yes.
He's not going to take the credit for it. He's going to be very emotional today.
Yes.
It's not going to be pride but humility that is going to show. And that emotion was rare. One could sense it. And for Gujarat to return something like a 156 seats is something which is only going to make him perhaps a little more energized to go and work harder and believe that there is one whole state that believes in him so much that he has to go ahead and work harder. And that is also reflected in those words in the tweet that he put out earlier, where he said that this tells us that it's working and we need to go ahead and take this forward.
So, I think the phrase you used in the morning is the perfect one. Jhola bhar diya. I think the people of Gujarat have given their... वो कहते हैं ना कि भगवान जब देता है छप्पड़ फाड़ के देता है. I think that's what has happened. Gujarat they have given everything to the BJP, to Mr. Modi. And it's phenomenal. I think, yes, you will see an emotional speech by the Prime Minister.
What a moment it has been for the BJP. What a moment and what a growth of the party it has been. 1980, where the BJP was born, and now, what a journey it has been.
Well, let's just stay with the live ambient sound there. PM there waving to the crowds.
Modi! 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 Bharat Mata ki! Shri Narendra Modi Zindabad! Shri Narendra Modi Zindabad!
And now he'll be walking down those staircase to the dais where the entire ceremony will unfold. You can see Mr. Nadda firmly with him, the BJP president. This is the message to the karyakartas that when it is about discipline at the BJP headquarters, it is the BJP president who will be leading the way for the party.
Modi! 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 Modi!
He's the star. He's the man of the moment, isn't it? And he's savoring it. But ladies and gentlemen, note the Prime Minister or the Narendra Modi of 2014 and see the transition or the change in the stature. And of course, the way the voter perceives, people perceive, and his conduct itself, it's become a little more statesmanly. He's also grown in stature, grown into the role as Prime Minister while continuing his role as a karyakarta.
भारत का नाम विश्व के अंदर रोशन करने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और मंचस्थ सभी नेताओं का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और निवेदन करता हूं मंचस्थ नेताओं से आप सभी बैठ जाइए। भारत माता की, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि मंच सभी नेता आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जिन्होंने हर मोर्चे पर भारत का नाम रोशन किया, देश के रक्षक, देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाले, देश को विश्व की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति बनाने वाले, हम सब के मसीहा प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, जिन्होंने इस विजय के अंदर मूल आधार, इस विजय का जो है, ऐसे हमारे नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सभी मंचस्थ नेता स्वागत कर रहे हैं। आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया बैठ जाइए। आपका जोश बता रहा है, कृपया बैठ जाइए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जिंदाबाद। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी से कि वो आए और हम सबके नेता पार्टी को हर विजय की ओर बढ़ाने वाले, हर विजय के मूल आधार प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का स्वागत करें। आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी।
बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी। श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। आज के इस विशाल विजय सभा में मंच पर उपस्थित हम सबके प्रिय नेता, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री सम्माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मंचस्थ हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ नेता और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए, जोश से भरे हुए, ओतप्रोत होते हुए विजय के इस सभा में अपना योगदान करने के लिए दूर दूर से आए, आप सबकी ओर से और मैं अपनी ओर से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से हम अपने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं। आज हम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं। साथ ही साथ गुजरात की जनता, गुजरात के कार्यकर्ता और तमाम कार्यकर्ता जो इस चुनाव में हिमाचल प्रदेश में, दिल्ली में लगे, उन सबको भी मैं तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह हम सबके लिए खुशी की बात है और आज बड़ा ऐतिहासिक दिन है। जब हम गुजरात के नतीजे देखते हैं तो आजाद भारत में रिकॉर्ड तोड़ते हुए ये जीत हासिल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सबको मिली है। इस प्रचंड जीत ने इस प्रचंड ऐतिहासिक जीत ने इस बात को स्पष्ट कर दिया है जिसकी नींव आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति में रखा है, और वह है विकासवाद, विकास की कहानी। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मूल मंत्र को लेकर जिस अथक प्रयास के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गुजरात की जनता, देश की जनता की सेवा की है, वह हमको प्रचंड जीत में दिखती हुई दिखाई देती है। हम जानते हैं कि विकास के साथ साथ कल्याणकारी नीति गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा व्यक्ति, उन सब के लिए जो आपने नीतियां बनाई, जो आपने कार्यक्रम बनाए, जो उनके दुख दर्द को समझा, जो उनके आंसुओं को पोंछने का आपने काम किया, उस गरीब के घर में रोटी मिल सके इसकी व्यवस्था की, उसके घर में अच्छा सा शौचालय हो जाए और वो जीवन इज्जत के साथ जी सके, इस यह परिवर्तन आपने ला करके दिखाया है। गरीब के घर में बिजली मिले 24 घंटे, उसको 2 वक्त की रोटी मिले, वह विकास करने के लिए उसकी शिक्षा की व्यवस्था हो, स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था हो, महिलाओं की चिंता हो, युवाओं की चिंता हो, किसानों को इज्जत से आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिले, ये सारी नीतियों को आपने प्रतिपादित किया है। और जिस तरीके से आपने गुजरात में विकास में सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़े हैं, गुजरात की जनता ने भी नतीजों में सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए, यह भी आपको देखने को मिला। हमें मालूम है 52.5% वोट हमारे को मिला गुजरात में, और उसके साथ साथ 156 सीटों पर हम विजय हासिल कर पाए हैं। जहां तक कांग्रेस का सवाल है, पिछले चुनाव में 41.4 से घट करके 27.3% पर कांग्रेस आकर के खड़ी हो गई। एक तरीके से उनका वंशवाद, परिवारवाद, अकर्मण्यता और गैर जिम्मेदाराना विपक्ष, यह सब मिलाकर के उनकी स्थिति इस तरीके की बनाता है। मैं यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, एक नई पार्टी आई गुजरात का अपमान करने के लिए। वो नई पार्टी क्या करती थी? एक पेपर लेकर के आए उनके नेता और कहने लगे, ये देखो, इसको नोट कर लो, और मैं यहां भविष्यवाणी करता हूं कि गुजरात में सरकार उनकी पार्टी की आ रही है। ऐसा गैर जिम्मेदाराना पार्टी का नेता जो इस तरीके से जनता के आंखों में धूल झोंकता हो, जनता को गुमराह करता हो, ऐसे नेता को आज नतीजों के बाद सार्वजनिक रूप से माफी मांगनी चाहिए गुजरात की जनता के साथ और भारत की जनता के साथ। यह कैसी राजनीति है? देखो, मैं लिख के दे रहा हूं, भविष्यवाणी कर रहा हूं। और दूसरा रिकॉर्ड उसने क्या तोड़ा? और दूसरा रिकॉर्ड क्या तोड़ा कि आजाद भारत में आज दिन तक ऐसा कोई नेता नहीं हुआ जो बोर्ड लेकर के चलता हो कि मैं कट्टर ईमानदार हूं। बोर्ड लेकर के ऐसे अपने बारे में बताने की आवश्यकता पड़ जाए, आप समझ सकते होंगे कि ये कितने कट्टर बेईमान हैं। मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करना है। मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन मैं फिर से गुजरात में जो हमें सफलता आपने दिलाई और आपके नेतृत्व में हमें मिला है, और जिस हर्षोल्लास के साथ सारा देश हर्षोल्लास के साथ है, मैं आपको भी बधाई देता हूं और आदरणीय मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश के बारे में भी कहना चाहता हूं। हिमाचल प्रदेश के मैं कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं। अथक प्रयास उन्होंने किया, बहुत मेहनत की। यह ठीक है कि हमें सफलता नहीं मिली, लेकिन यह भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि राज जरूर बदला, लेकिन साथ में राजनीति के रिवाज भी बदले। पहले जब पार्टियां बदलती थी तो 5% से वोट का फर्क पड़ता था। आज ठीक है कि हमारी सरकार नहीं बन पाई, लेकिन हमारे को 0.9% यानी 0.90 यानी 1% से कम वोट से हमारा फर्क रहा है। इस बात को भी हमको समझना चाहिए। मैं कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और साथ ही साथ जो सरकार में आने वाली पार्टी है उनका स्वागत भी करता हूं, अभिनंदन भी करता हूं। वो अच्छे काम में जुटे, अच्छे काम में, विकास में हम उनका साथ देंगे, लेकिन हम निश्चित रूप से एक कारगर विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाते हुए हिमाचल की जनता के इंटरेस्ट को और उनके हितों की चिंता करते हुए हम काम करेंगे। मैं यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि वहां भी पंजाब से सटा हुआ, जहां आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, उनसे सटा हुआ हिमाचल प्रदेश है। 67 सीटें चुनाव लड़ने आए थे और मैंने कहा था कि खाता तो खुलना छोड़ो, इनकी जमानत जब्त होगी, और 67 की 67 सीटों पर जमानत जब्त हुई और 25 सीटों पे नोटा से भी कम वोट आए हैं। 25 सीटों पे नोटा से भी कम वोट आए। मित्रों, अगर मैं दिल्ली की बात करूं, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की, बहुत मेहनत की। मैं दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं, अभिवादन करता हूं। मैं ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि यहां की दिल्ली की सरकार ने एमसीडी का 33,000 करोड़ रुपए जो एमसीडी को देने थे, वो देने से वंचित रखा। मैं ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि 720 करोड़ रुपए जो स्वास्थ्य के लिए देने थे, उससे देने से उन्होंने एमसीडी को वंचित रखा। मैं यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि लगभग 450 करोड़ जो शिक्षा पे खर्च होना था, ये दिल्ली के हितकारी बोलते हैं अपने आप को, इन्होंने जितना दिल्ली का हित का खनन किया है, वह आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। शिक्षा में भी 450 करोड़ रुपए जो एमसीडी को देना था, वह देने से उन्होंने वंचित रखा। और इतना ही नहीं, जब म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने कहा कि हम अपने बॉन्ड्स, म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स बना करके हम जनता से पैसा उठाते हैं, हम मार्केट से पैसा उठाते हैं, लेकिन हम दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा करने के लिए आतुर हैं, तो उसका भी परमिशन यहां की दिल्ली की सरकार, जो दिल्ली विरोधी है, उसने नहीं दिया। इसके बावजूद भी हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने शानदार प्रदर्शन करते हुए एक शानदार तरीके से चुनाव को लड़ा और बहुत कम अंतर है। और मैं जरूर कहूंगा कि एक अच्छी विपक्ष की भूमिका हम निभाते हुए उसको भी हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे और उसको भी हम पूरा करेंगे। मैं मित्रों, आपके और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच में बहुत समय नहीं लेना चाहता। आज एक बाई इलेक्शन हुआ है, जिसमें बिहार में हम कुर्नी में बाई इलेक्शन जीते हैं। यह चुनाव जब से जनता दल यूनाइटेड हमसे अलग हटी और महागठबंधन में गई, और ये कहते थे कि अब ये गठबंधन का कोई तोड़ नहीं है। इस महागठबंधन को भी दूसरी बार हराते हुए कुर्नी की भी विधानसभा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक तरफा जीती है। ये बिहार के आने वाले नतीजों के बारे में इंगित करता है, बिहार के आगे के चुनाव के बारे में इंगित करता है। ये दूसरा चुनाव है जब नीतीश जी आरजेडी से मिल गए और कहा कि ये तो अब बड़ा भारी कास्ट का अलायंस होगा। हम इनको भी ये बता देना चाहते हैं कि आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो चाहे बिहार हो, मैथमेटिक्स नहीं चलता, केमिस्ट्री चलती है, केमिस्ट्री चलती है, प्यार चलता है। और लोग विकास को वोट देते हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को वोट देते हैं। मित्रों, हम इसी तरीके से आगे बढ़ेंगे। आज आपके और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच में ज्यादा समय न रहता हुआ, आज सच में ऐतिहासिक दिन है, जिस दिन आजादी के बाद गुजरात में हमने सारे रिकॉर्ड आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में तोड़े। और मित्रों, ये भी याद रखना कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जितनी अथक मेहनत चुनाव में करते हैं, वो हम सब के लिए अनुकरणीय है, वो हम सब के लिए दिशा देता है, वो हम सबको बताता है कि किस तरीके से भारत की जनता को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी दिन रात काम करते हैं। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ पुनः उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं, और उनका जो मार्गदर्शन हमको मिलेगा, मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता आपके रास्ते पर चलेंगे और आपके माध्यम से देश को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना योगदान करेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
भारत माता की, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, जो हर जीत का आधार है, मूल आधार है, हमारे नेता हमें संबोधित करें, हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करें।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी, हमारे वरिष्ठ साथी श्री राजनाथ जी, श्री अमित भाई, सभी प्यारे साथियों, मैं सबसे पहले जनता जनार्दन के सामने नतमस्तक हूं। जनता जनार्दन का आशीर्वाद अभिभूत करने वाला है। श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो परिश्रम किया है, उसकी खुशबू आज हम चारों तरफ अनुभव कर रहे हैं। जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रत्यक्ष नहीं जीती, वहां भाजपा का वोट शेयर भाजपा के प्रति स्नेह का साक्षी है। मैं गुजरात और हिमाचल और दिल्ली और जनता का बहुत विनम्र भाव से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भाजपा के प्रति ये स्नेह देश के अलग अलग राज्यों के उपचुनाव में भी दिख रहा है। यूपी के रामपुर में भाजपा को जीत हासिल हुई है। बिहार के उपचुनावों में भाजपा का प्रदर्शन आने वाले दिनों का स्पष्ट संकेत कर रहा है। मैं आज चुनाव आयोग का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं, उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और ये चुनाव के दरमियान एक बहुत बड़ी बात जिसकी चर्चा होनी चाहिए थी, जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, एक भी पोलिंग बूथ में रीपोलिंग करवाने की नौबत नहीं आई है। मतलब कि सुख और शांतिपूर्ण रूप से लोकतंत्र की भावनाओं को पूरी तरह लेटर एंड स्पिरिट में स्वीकार करते हुए मतदाताओं ने लोकतंत्र के उस उत्सव को बहुत बड़ी ताकत दी है और इसके लिए भी चुनाव आयोग अभिनंदन का अधिकारी है। इस चुनाव में हिस्सा लेने वाले हर राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता को, हर दल को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। साथियों, आज मैं हिमाचल के हर मतदाता का भी बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। जैसे अभी नड्डा जी बता रहे थे, हिमाचल के चुनाव में 1% से भी कम अंतर से ये हार जीत का फैसला हुआ है। 1% से भी कम। इतना कम अंतर से हिमाचल में कभी नतीजे नहीं आए हैं। हिमाचल में हर 5 वर्ष में सरकारें बदली हैं, लेकिन हर में जब बदलाव हुआ है, कभी 5%, कभी 6%, कभी 7%। जीतने वाले और हार वाले के बीच में अंतर रहा है। इस बार 1% से भी कम। इसका मतलब है कि जनता ने भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विजय बनाने के लिए भरसक प्रयास किया है। मैं हिमाचल की जनता को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि भाजपा भले ही 1% से पीछे रह गई, लेकिन विकास के लिए हमारी प्रतिबद्धता 100% रहेगी। हिमाचल से जुड़े हर विषय को हम पूरी मजबूती से उठाएंगे और केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा हिमाचल की प्रगति का जो उसका हक है, उसमें भी कभी हम कमी नहीं आने देंगे। अभी जो मैंने दिल्ली का वर्णन सुना कि किस प्रकार से दिल्ली कॉरपोरेशन को विफल करने के इरादे से जनता के साथ धोखा किया गया, ये काम हम नहीं करते हैं। हम हिमाचल की प्रगति के लिए भी भारत सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता वैसी ही बनी रहेगी। साथियों, बीजेपी को मिला जन समर्थन इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि ये ऐसे समय में आया है जब भारत अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुका है। ये दिखाता है कि आने वाले 25 साल सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास की राजनीति के ही है। भाजपा को मिला जन समर्थन नए भारत की आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। भाजपा को मिला जन समर्थन भारत के युवाओं की युवा सोच का प्रकटीकरण है। भाजपा को मिला जन समर्थन गरीब, दलित, वंचित, पिछड़े, शोषित आदिवासियों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए है। लोगों ने भाजपा को वोट दिया क्योंकि भाजपा का हर सुविधा को प्रत्येक गरीब मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार तक जल्द से जल्द पहुंचाना चाहती है। लोगों ने भाजपा को वोट दिया क्योंकि भाजपा देश के हित में बड़े से बड़े और कड़े से कड़े फैसले लेने का दम रखती है। भाजपा का बढ़ता जन समर्थन ये दिखाता है कि परिवारवाद और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जन आक्रोश लगातार बढ़ रहा है। और मैं इस बात को स्वस्थ लोकतंत्र के लिए एक शुभ संकेत के रूप में देखता हूं। और साथियों, इस बार वाकई गुजरात ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया है। मैं नड्डा जी सहित सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और विशेष रूप से मैं गुजरात की जनता को भी नमन करता हूं। चुनावों के दौरान मैंने गुजरात के भाई बहनों और युवाओं से कहा था कि इस बार नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड टूटना चाहिए। और मैंने वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा। और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया। उसने गुजरात की स्थापना से लेकर के अब तक सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। गुजरात के इतिहास का सबसे प्रचंड जनादेश भाजपा को देकर गुजरात के लोगों ने नया इतिहास बना दिया है। 2.5 दशक से निरंतर सरकार में रहने के बावजूद इस प्रकार का प्यार अभूतपूर्व है, अद्भुत है। लोगों ने जाति, वर्ग, समुदाय और हर तरह के विभाजन से ऊपर उठकर भाजपा को वोट दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुजरात के हर घर का हिस्सा है, गुजरात के हर परिवार का हिस्सा है। साथियों, इस चुनाव में गुजरात में 1 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा ऐसे वोटर्स थे जिन्होंने मतदान किया, लेकिन ये वो मतदाता थे जिन्होंने कभी भी कांग्रेस के कुशासन को, उसकी बुराइयों को देखा नहीं था। वे फ्रेश थे, उन्होंने सिर्फ भाजपा की ही सरकार को देखा था। और युवाओं की तो प्रकृति होती है कि वो हमेशा सवाल पूछते हैं, जांचते हैं, परखते हैं, उसके बाद किसी फैसले पर पहुंचते हैं। युवा सिर्फ इसलिए किसी पार्टी को वोट नहीं करते क्योंकि वो दशकों से सत्ता में रही या फिर उस पार्टी के नेता किसी बड़ी परिवार के हैं। युवा तभी वोट देते हैं जब उन्हें भरोसा होता है, जब उन्हें सरकार का काम प्रत्यक्ष नजर आता है। और इसलिए आज युवाओं ने जब भाजपा को भारी संख्या में वोट दिया है, सीट से लेकर वोट तक के सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए हैं, तो इसके पीछे का संदेश बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसका मतलब है कि युवाओं ने हमारे काम को जांचा, परखा और उस पर भरोसा किया है। इसका मतलब ये है कि युवा भाजपा की विकास वाली राजनीति चाहते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि युवा ना तो जातिवाद के बहकावे में आते हैं न परिवारवाद के। युवाओं का दिल सिर्फ विजन और विकास से जीत सकते हैं और भाजपा में विजन भी है और विकास के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता भी है। साथियों, आज एक और बात याद करने वाली है। जब महामारी के घोर संकट के बीच बिहार में चुनाव हुए थे तो जनता ने भाजपा को भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया। जब महामारी के संकट से बाहर निकलते हुए असम, यूपी, उत्तराखंड, गोवा, मणिपुर एक के बाद एक चुनावों में जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही चुना। और आज जब भारत विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है तो भी देश की जनता का भरोसा सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा पर है। मैं बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स को भी ये याद दिलाना चाहता हूं कि गुजरात के इस चुनाव में भाजपा का आह्वान था विकसित गुजरात से विकसित भारत का निर्माण। गुजरात के नतीजों ने सिद्ध किया है कि सामान्य मानवी में विकसित भारत के लिए कितनी प्रबल आकांक्षा है। संदेश साफ है, जब देश के सामने कोई चुनौती होती है तो देश की जनता का भरोसा भाजपा पर होता है। जब देश पर कोई संकट आता है तो देश की जनता का भरोसा भाजपा पर होता है। जब देश बड़े लक्ष्य तय करता है तो उनकी प्राप्ति के लिए देशवासियों का भरोसा भाजपा पर होता है। जब देश की आकांक्षाएं चरम पर होती हैं तो भी उनकी पूर्ति के लिए देश की जनता का भरोसा भाजपा पर ही होता है। साथियों, भाजपा के आज हम जहां पहुंचे हैं, राज्यों में हो, स्थानीय स्वराज्य की निकायों में हो या केंद्र में हो, ये ऐसे ही नहीं पहुंचे हैं। 5 पीढ़ियां जनसंघ के जमाने से तपस्या करते हुए परिवार के परिवारों खपते रहे, तब जाकर के ये दल बना है, तब जाकर के हम यहां पहुंचे। भाजपा के लिए लाखों समर्पित कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपना जीवन खपा दिया है। व्यक्तिगत सुख, व्यक्तिगत आकांक्षाएं, व्यक्तिगत खुशी, व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षा, व्यक्तिगत सफलता, इन सबको तिलांजलि देकर भाजपा का प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता समाज और देश की सेवा करने में, समाज और देश को सशक्त करने में जुटा रहता है। हम विचार पर भी बल देते हैं और व्यवस्था को भी सबल बनाते रहते हैं। भाजपा अपने कार्यकर्ताओं की अथाह संगठन शक्ति पर भरोसा करके ही अपनी रणनीति बनाती है और सफल भी होती है। उतार चढ़ाव भाजपा के राजनीतिक जीवन में भी आए हैं, लेकिन हमने आदर्शों और मूल्यों पर अड़िग रहकर दिखाया है। साथियों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में देश में एक और बहुत बड़ा बदलाव अनुभव किया गया है। ये बदलाव कार्य का भी है, कार्यशैली का भी है। भाजपा की सरकारें भी कार्य को छोटा नहीं समझती। हम मानते हैं हर काम बड़े लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति का माध्यम बनता है। इसलिए भाजपा की सरकारों ने गरीबों के लिए पक्के घर, शौचालय, गैस कनेक्शन, बिजली कनेक्शन, नल से जल, बैंक में खाते, मुफ्त इलाज, मुफ्त भोजन, इंटरनेट, ऐसी बेसिक सुविधाओं पर फोकस किया है। पहले की राजनीति में ये बहुत फैंसी विकास नहीं माना जाता था। पहले की राजनीति में इसे बड़े काम के तौर पर देखा भी नहीं जाता था। इसलिए आज जो भी सरकारी लाभ है वो हर व्यक्ति, हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग जो उसका हकदार है उस तक तेजी से पहुंचने के लिए ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया जाता है। पूरा का पूरा पहुंचे, इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का भी भरपूर उपयोग किया जाता है। किस क्षेत्र, किस वर्ग, किस समुदाय में कितने वोट हैं, इस आधार पर न हम देश चलाते हैं, न राज चलाते हैं, न सरकारें चलाते हैं। और हमें आज इस बदली हुई राजनीति के सकारात्मक नतीजे भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं। आज बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट भी ये कह रहे हैं कि भारत में गरीबी कम हो रही है। साथियों, देश ने पिछले 8 वर्षों में गरीब को सशक्त करने के साथ ही गरीब तक मूलभूत सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के साथ ही आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी फोकस किया है। रोड हो, रेल हो, एयरपोर्ट्स हो, टनल्स हो, सोलर पावर प्लांट हो, स्टेडियम हो, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर नेटवर्क हो, जो भी हो, सबसे उत्तम हो, सबसे श्रेष्ठ हो, ये आकांक्षा लेकर आज भारत चल रहा है। और साथियों, मैं एक और बात आपको याद दिलाना चाहूंगा। हम सिर्फ घोषणा करने के लिए घोषणा नहीं करते, हम राष्ट्र निर्माण के व्यापक मिशन के लिए निकले हुए लोग हैं। इसलिए सिर्फ 5 वर्ष के राजनीतिक नफा नुकसान को देखते हुए हम कोई भी घोषणा नहीं करते। हमारी हर घोषणा के पीछे एक दूरगामी लक्ष्य होता है, एक रोड मैप होता है। ये बात स्पष्ट है कि देश आज शॉर्टकट नहीं चाहता। देश का मतदाता आज इतना जागरूक है कि क्या उसके हित में है, क्या उसके अहित में है, वो अच्छी तरह जानता है। देश का वोटर जानता है कि शॉर्टकट की राजनीति का कितना बड़ा नुकसान देश को उठाना पड़ेगा। आज देश में कोई संशय नहीं कि अगर देश रहेगा, देश समृद्ध होगा, तो सबकी समृद्धि तय है। हमारे पूर्वजों के पास अनुभव का अगाध ज्ञान था और अनुभव के निचोड़ से कहावतें बनती थी। और हमारे यहां हमारे पूर्वजों ने हमें विरासत में दी हुई एक कहावत है, आमदनी अठन्नी और खर्चा रुपया। अगर ये वाला हिसाब रहेगा तो क्या स्थिति होगी, ये हम दुनिया में हमारे अड़ोस पड़ोस में आज भली भांति देख रहे हैं। और इसलिए आज देश बहुत सतर्क है। देश के हर राजनीतिक दल को ये याद रखना होगा कि चुनावी हथकंडों से किसी का भला नहीं हो सकता। साथियों, आज के जनादेश में एक और संदेश है। समाज के बीच दूरियां बढ़ाकर राष्ट्र के सामने नई चुनौतियां खड़ी करके जो राजनीतिक दल तत्कालिक लाभ लेने की फिराक में रहते हैं, उन्हें देश की जनता, देश की युवा पीढ़ी देख भी रही है और समझ भी रही है। भारत का भविष्य फॉल्ट लाइंस को बढ़ा करके नहीं, फॉल्ट लाइंस को गिराकर ही उज्जवल बनेगा। कभी भाषा की दीवार, कभी रहन सहन, कभी क्षेत्र, कभी खान पान, कभी ये वर्ग, कभी वो वर्ग। लड़ने के लिए तो सैकड़ों वजह हो सकती है, लेकिन जुड़ने के लिए एक वजह ही काफी है, ये मातृभूमि, ये धरती, ये देश, ये हमारा भारत। जीने के लिए और मरने के लिए इससे बड़ी वजह कोई और नहीं हो सकती। इसलिए हमें देश प्रथम, इंडिया फर्स्ट की भावना के साथ आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि आज भारत के गांव हो या शहर, गरीब हो या मिडिल क्लास, किसान हो या श्रमिक, सभी की पहली पसंद भाजपा है। भाजपा को गुजरात के आदिवासी क्षेत्रों का भी अभूतपूर्व आशीर्वाद मिला है। और मुझे अभी जो जानकारी बताई गई, SC/ST की गुजरात में करीब 40 सीटें आरक्षित है। 40 में से 34 सीटें थम्बिंग मेजोरिटी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती है। आज आदिवासी भाजपा को अपनी आवाज मान रहे हैं। आज भाजपा को आदिवासी समुदाय का जबरदस्त समर्थन मिल रहा है। इस बदलाव को पूरे देश में महसूस किया जा रहा है। ऐसा इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि दशकों तक जिन आदिवासियों की आकांक्षाओं को नजरअंदाज किया गया, वो अब देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा लगातार उनकी उम्मीदें पूरी करने में जुटी है। ये भाजपा ही है जिसके प्रयासों से देश को पहली आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति मिली है। ये भाजपा ही है जिसने आदिवासी कल्याण के लिए बजट बढ़ाया और आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में विकास को रफ्तार दी। भाजपा सरकार ने ऐसे अनेक कदम उठाए हैं जिससे आदिवासी समुदाय के लोगों को आर्थिक रूप से मजबूत बनाया जा रहा है। देश भर में आदिवासी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के म्यूजियम बनाकर भाजपा आजादी के उन वीर योद्धाओं को सम्मान दे रही है। भगवान बिरसा मुंडा के जन्मदिन को भाजपा सरकार में ही जनजातीय गौरव दिवस घोषित किया गया है। हमारे इन प्रयासों ने आदिवासी युवाओं को उनके स्वाभिमान को ऊंचा किया है। आज भाजपा आदिवासियों को सशक्त करने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, आजकल हर चुनाव नतीजों के बाद ये चर्चा भी बहुत होती है कि देश की माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां भाजपा पर इतना आशीर्वाद क्यों बरसाती है। अगर कोई ईमानदारी से आत्मचिंतन करे तो ये पाएगा कि आजादी के बाद से पहली बार आज देश में एक ऐसी सरकार है जो महिलाओं की समस्याएं, उनकी चुनौतियां, उनकी आवश्यकताएं, उनकी आकांक्षाएं, उसे समझने का लगातार प्रयास कर रही है और उसके अनुसार काम की योजना बनाती है। गांव देहात से लेकर शहर तक घरेलू कार्य में व्यस्त महिला से लेकर स्वरोजगार करने वाली या किसी रोजगार से जुड़ी महिलाओं के लिए जितना भाजपा सरकार ने किया है उतना पहले किसी भी सरकार ने नहीं किया। महिलाओं के लिए पहले की सरकारों के 70 साल के कार्यों की तुलना में भाजपा सरकार के 7-8 साल के कार्य कहीं ज्यादा है और इसलिए आज जब भी चुनाव होते हैं तो देश की माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां कमल के निशान का सिर्फ बटन ही नहीं दबाती, उनके हाथों में एक आशीष का भाव होता है, आशीर्वाद का भाव होता है और जब वो उंगली कमल के बटन पर रखती हैं तब वो हम जैसे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं के सर पे विजय तिलक भी लगा देती है। महिलाओं के मुद्दे भाजपा के लिए चुनावी मुद्दे नहीं है, बल्कि भाजपा की हर योजना का वो प्राण तत्व है। महिलाओं का जीवन आसान बनाना हो, महिलाओं को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार के, स्वरोजगार के अवसर मुहैया कराना हो, ये भाजपा का कमिटमेंट है। मैं ऐसे अपनी सरकार का सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि हमें महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए इतना कुछ करने का मौका देश की जनता ने दिया है। साथियों, आने वाला समय देश के लिए, हम सभी के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस भावना पर आगे बढ़ते हुए हमें विकसित भारत के लिए काम करना है। हमें मिलकर एक दूसरे के साथ काम करना है। आइए, नागरिक के रूप में हम विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ जुड़े, विकसित भारत के इस अभियान से जुड़े। और मैं फिर एक बार देश भर के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को 5-5 पीढ़ी की तपस्या को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। उनके निरंतर आशीर्वाद हमारे लिए नित्य नूतन ऊर्जा बन जाते हैं। ये निरंतर समर्थन हमें सात्विक भाव से, सेवा भाव से, समर्पण भाव से कार्य करने की शक्ति देता है। जब हमें जनता जनार्दन का आशीर्वाद मिलता है तो हमें अधिक परिश्रम करने की प्रेरणा जगती है, अधिक पुरुषार्थ करने का संकल्प जगता है और संकल्पों को सिद्ध करने के लिए जीवन खपा दे करके सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने के लिए हम लगे रहते हैं, क्योंकि जनता जनार्दन, इसे हम ईश्वर का रूप मानते हैं। और यही सामर्थ्य, यही शक्ति एक सेवक के भाव से, सेवा भाव से, समर्पण की अप्रतिम राह को पकड़ते हुए चलते रहना, चलते रहना, चलते रहना, चरैवेति चरैवेति चरैवेति, इसी मंत्र को लेकर के हम चल रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, इस चुनाव में अब बहुत लोगों को जानने पहचानने का भी अवसर मिल चुका है। पिछले कुछ चुनावों का एक बड़े कैनवास पर एनालिसिस करना चाहिए कि जो अपने आप को न्यूट्रल कहते हैं, जिनका न्यूट्रल होना जरूरी होता है, वो कहां खड़े होते हैं, कब कैसे रंग बदलते हैं और कैसे कैसे खेल खेलते हैं, वो अब देश को जान लेना बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है। उत्तराखंड का इतना बड़ा चुनाव हुआ, कितनी जमानतें जब्त हुई, किसकी हुई, कोई चर्चा नहीं। हिमाचल में इतना बड़ा चुनाव हुआ, कितने लोगों की जमानत जब्त हुई, कितने लोगों का बुरा हाल हुआ, कोई चर्चा नहीं। भाइयों बहनों, उन लोगों को भी जानना चाहिए, पहचानना चाहिए कि ये भी ठेकेदार है। राजनीति में सेवा भाव से एक मूक सेवक की तरह काम करना, वो जैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन माना जा रहा है। कि क्या नौबत आई है, ये कैसे नए मापदंड लगाए गए हैं। अब देखिए, मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि हमारे गुजरात के सीएम भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल करीब करीब 2 लाख वोटों से जीते हैं। असेंबली सीट पे, लोकसभा में भी कोई 2 लाख से जीते तो बहुत बड़ी बात मानी जाती है। असेंबली में करीब करीब 2 लाख वोट से जीतना, लेकिन ठेकेदारों का, उनका तराजू कुछ और है। और इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, हमें निरंतर विपरीत इन जुल्मों के बीच में आगे बढ़ना है। हमें अपनी सहन शक्ति को बढ़ाना है, हमें अपनी समझ शक्ति को बढ़ाना है और हमें हमारे सेवा भाव का विस्तार भी करना है, हमारे सेवा भाव की गहराई भी बढ़ानी है और सेवा भाव से ही जीतना है। क्योंकि जो जहां बैठा है वो बदलने वाला नहीं है, उसका इरादा नेक नहीं है जी। और इसलिए हमारी कसौटी है हर पल, हमारी कसौटी है। और मैं तो कभी कभी मानता हूं, और खास करके 2002 के बाद मैं विशेष रूप से मानता हूं, शायद मेरे जीवन का कोई पल ऐसा नहीं गया, कोई कदम ऐसा नहीं रहा जिसकी धज्जियां न उड़ा दी गई हो, जिसकी आलोचना नहीं, धज्जियां उड़ा देना, बाल नोच लेना। लेकिन इसका मुझे बहुत फायदा हुआ, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा सतर्क रहा। हर इस प्रकार की बुरी प्रवृत्ति से कुछ न कुछ सकारात्मक खोजता रहा, खुद में बदलाव लाता रहा, सीखता गया, बढ़ता गया। और जिन लोगों को चारों तरफ से उछालने वाले लोग रहते हैं, कंधे पर बिठा करके नाचने वाले लोग रहते, उनसे सुधरने की भी संभावना नहीं होती। वो तो जो है वहां से भी बिगड़ेंगे। और इसलिए आलोचनाओं ने भी हमें बहुत सिखाया है। हर आलोचना में से हमारे काम की चीज हमें खोजते रहना है, हमें अपनी शक्ति को बढ़ाते रहना है और कठोर से कठोर झूठे आरोपों को सहने का सामर्थ्य भी बढ़ाना होगा साथियों, क्योंकि अब जुल्म बढ़ने वाला है। अब मान के चलिए, मुझ पर भी बढ़ने वाला है, आप सब पर भी बढ़ने वाला है, क्योंकि ये सहन नहीं कर पाएंगे, ये पचा नहीं पाएंगे। और उसका जवाब यही है, हमें अपनी सहन शक्ति बढ़ाना है, हमें अपनी समझदारी का विस्तार करना है, हमें अधिक से अधिक लोगों को समावेश करने की दिशा में अपने हाथ चौड़ा करके लोगों को स्वीकारना है, स्वागत करना है। सकारात्मक रास्ता, सेवा भाव का रास्ता, समर्पण का रास्ता, यही मार्ग हमने चुना है, वही मार्ग हमको यहां पहुंचाया है। और आगे भी हमारे पुरुषार्थ से, परिश्रम से देश की आकांक्षाओं वाला ये देश भी बनेगा। 2047 जब हिंदुस्तान आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, विकसित भारत हमारे नौजवानों के हाथ में हम देके जाएंगे। दोस्तों बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
भारत माता की, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद।
Mr. Narendra Modi's passionate speech there, and also starting with all humility towards the voter, the Janadesh, thanking not just the voters of Gujarat who have handed a historic decisive mandate, but also acknowledging that they were just perhaps 1% short in Himachal and that didn't return, but still thanking the voters of the Delhi MCD polls who have given the BJP more than 104 seats out of the 250, but also turning around and sending the message across that the work still continues. The job of the BJP karyakarta is to continue to work for the party just like every single person does. He has touched every single aspect of this entire two-state fight, the battle for 250 states, of which in the 182, the BJP is returning 156. He's also laid the roadmap for going ahead and what the karyakartas need to do, the party needs to do, plus the vision for the nation. There are a few pot shots, there is a lot of politics, but larger message is that you have to put India first. We'll take a very short break. Stay with us.
of the numbers and how they have panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए. थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा. और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं. कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है. क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी. और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया.
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे.
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है. तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ. देखिए, जहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए. इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी. और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी. उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी. आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के. हमारे तो वोट बढ़ते ही गए हैं.
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी.
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी. जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी. एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे. दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा. क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा. अब 2 चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दे जा रहा है.
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ, डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी. देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी. राहुल गांधी जी वहाँ खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था. तो कांग्रेस वहाँ उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया. यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ. मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते हैं। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल के को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है बीजेपी का, संगठन की जो शक्ति।
वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा। और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया, सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए।
वेलकम लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। बाकी सब मोह माया है, गुजरात पर सिर्फ मोदी ही छाया है। दैट्स द वर्डिक्ट फ्रॉम गुजरात, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एंड द प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेइंग very clearly that it's the effort of the karyakartas that's come and borne fruit, and of course the trust, the bharosa, the confidence of the voters of Gujarat. As the Statue of Unity stands tall, this beautiful vista overlooking the beautiful Narmada Valley in Kevadia, let's also call out how Gujarat has voted. It's a record-tode voting, ladies and gentlemen, and we present to you here in our continuous coverage at CNN News 18. This is a number which is going to be very hard to beat in the future Vidhan Sabha elections in Gujarat. 53% vote share. More than 1 in 2 voters has come out and voted decisively for the BJP. The opposition, the Congress and the AAP put together total 40% vote share, and the others add their 47% vote share. So they combined do not fall about 6 to 7% short of the BJP. That is the impact of this election. And that is after 27 years in power. A massive pro-incumbency trust vote that's been given, handed over into the jholi of Narendra Damodar Modi by the people of Gujarat, setting the tone for the next 15 months ahead of Lok Sabha 2024. And as I make my way back into the studio, it's over to Zaka and Maria, who've been there right through the day, getting you the best ever election coverage. Over to you, Zaka.
What a fascinating story this has been in Gujarat. The BJP has had now an institutional presence in Gujarat. And for me, the most fascinating aspect of this election, look at this map. It's a sea of saffron. It's a sea of saffron in a way that no party, forget about BJP or Congress, no party in the history of Gujarat has got. For me, the fascinating part about this election was all the mistakes that were made, all the lessons that needed to be learned from 2017 have been learned. Patidar dominated seats, look at this, BJP winning 34 out of 39. Compare that to 2017, where the Congress, particularly in Saurashtra, in the rural seats, the Congress ran the BJP very close. The BJP has learned from that mistake, and today the BJP completely dominating the Patidar seats, 34 out of 39. Another social demographic where they've really improved, again, learnt the lesson from 2017, is the tribal seats. And I want to specially mention the tribal seats because they spread all the way from Banaskantha and Sabarkantha in the north to Panchmahals, Dangs, Navsari. And remember, the tribal seats, many of those constituencies had 70% plus voter turnout. So a large number of tribals came to vote. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, 26 out of 30. 26 out of 30 at a strike rate of 95%. The Congress, and mind you, these are seats that are traditional Congress voters. The tribals have been traditional Congress voters, just 3 out of 30. Just compare that to 2017 and you see the difference. It was Congress at 15, it was BJP at 12. Once again, a social demographic where they've corrected it. The Prime Minister was talking about this, and I think it's a very important aspect. When India gets its first tribal woman president, the tribals of Navsari and Dangs and Panchmahals and Sabarkantha and Banaskantha have come out and affirmed the choice of the first woman tribal president and given the BJP
and
a huge mandate.
woman voter.
Yes.
The Prime Minister saying that women ne Ashirwad ka tika lagaya, tilak lagaya. But I think, for me, the story of this election is about the partnership. Partnership between the central leadership and the state leadership. What the Prime Minister said was very interesting, Zaka, that Narendra ne वादा किया था कि वो कोशिश करेंगे कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े. I think that is the beauty of this election partnership that we are looking at. The BJP sending a message, yes, it is about Narendra Modi, but it is equally about ensuring that the states have important leadership in, say, Bhupendra Patel this time around. And I think Anand is ready to step down.
Yes,
Anand?
absolutely. I've been listening to the two of you in my quadcopter. That's what this beauty of technology, real meeting, real, artificial meeting, virtual, all of that put together. But the fact is that in a assembly, Vidhan Sabha seat, the Prime Minister talked about it too, as we land Aram Se. This is where it just swings a bit. There you go. See? Now set me down properly, please. I was just saying that Bhupendra Patel won by merely 2 lakh votes in a Vidhan Sabha election. That's a record in itself. Let me get down and get across here. Thank you very much, Alexa. Zaka, that's important. Ghatlodia, BJP bastion. But the fact is that nearly 2 lakh votes, larger than the Lok Sabha victory.
Oh, absolutely. Ghatlodia, in fact, is the biggest constituency in all of Gujarat in terms of the voter population. The largest electorate is in this constituency, and this constituency has now given 2 chief ministers. Anandiben Patel was from this constituency, and now Bhupendra Patel twice from this constituency. I think it's a phenomenal achievement in an...
Well, I can't hear you, Zaka, because this quadcopter is making a lot of noise. Alexa, I know you like to be in the studio with us, but we don't want to have the discussion with your rotors on. So please, out of here. Thank you very much. The quadcopter has been great fun. You've done a fantastic job. I don't think we're going to be seeing you again very soon. Are we? Okay, we'll see. But story, like you said, you know, Amiben Yagnik, Rajya Sabha MP, what was the effort that was put there in the Congress party if they really wanted to challenge the incumbent chief minister? Returned more than 2 lakh votes. This is not just selection, outright rejection.
With 1 lakh, this time it has doubled to 2 lakhs.
Exactly, and that too in the average size of an assembly constituency is about 2.5, maybe 3 lakhs. To have a 1 lakh lead in such a constituency, like I said, the biggest in terms of the number of electors in this constituency. And remember, Bhupendra Patel, you know, I keep going back to that image from 2017-18. He was sitting in the last row.
Yes.
First time MLA, had no clue that he was going to be
You know the interesting story? As he was trying to get inside, the security guard stopped him. They said, "Aapko jaane ka permission nahi hai." They quite literally stopped him, and then suddenly they realized, oh, he is now going to be the chief minister. So he walked in as an ordinary karyakarta or an MLA at that time, and who was not even getting inside, and he walked out to Z security and getting into the car.
Unbelievable story, no doubt about it.
Before we move forward and talk a little more, let's listen into what the Prime Minister had to say. Quick short excerpt.
भाजपा का बढ़ता जन समर्थन ये दिखाता है कि परिवारवाद और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जन आक्रोश लगातार बढ़ रहा है और मैं इस बात को स्वस्थ लोकतंत्र के लिए एक शुभ संकेत के रूप में देखता हूं। और साथियों, इस बार वाकई गुजरात ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया है। मैं नड्डा जी सहित सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और विशेष रूप से मैं गुजरात की जनता को भी नमन करता हूं। चुनावों के दौरान मैंने गुजरात के भाई बहनों और युवाओं से कहा था कि इस बार नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड टूटना चाहिए और मैंने वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा। और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया। उसने गुजरात की स्थापना से लेकर के अब तक सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। गुजरात के इतिहास का सबसे प्रचंड जनादेश भाजपा को देकर गुजरात के लोगों ने नया इतिहास बना दिया है।
Formation of Gujarat in 1960 when the Bombay province broke away Junagadh and then merged with Gujarat. The state of Gujarat Singh तब से लेकर अब तक का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया, रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया. The gratitude is there, but also the message, ladies and gentlemen, that for the Modi magic to prevail, the karyakartas have continued to commit to the party. The work of Bhajpa, the rise of Bhajpa is because of the work discipline, the effort that's put on the ground, and it is the organizational structure that works. It's been put there, it's been tested, and it works, and that's what is the secret or recipe to success. The Modi magic casting a spell yet again. Driving force behind the BJP's biggest ever win in Gujarat, and this Gujarat model is what will now be taken across to the various states, union territories, and of course Lok Sabha 2024. Instrument in also Patidars, OBCs returning to the BJP fold. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's magic, Ashwasan, and the effort the PMO took in terms of the entire reshuffle of the cabinet and the assurance that the PM is still there, he's still connected and he's still reachable. Revved up this entire poll machinery to counter 27 years of anti-incumbency and to ensure that 2017 is an aberration in the BJP's performance in Gujarat, and it will be forgotten with this 156. Gujarat voters still in awe of the son of the soil. Not just in awe, we should replace that with adulation now. That's what's coming through. Respect, adulation, a certain level of reverence in certain groups who say we will do anything for that man who's always working for us. That's the belief they have on him, the trust they have. Left nothing to chance in the home state, held 31 rallies, 2 road shows, spent 25 days on ground, 25 days of the Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister there since Diwali, the effort that was put in, all of it coming together for a record-tod record. That's what's happened.
And चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाता है, चुनाव का लक्ष्य जीत होता है. That's clear, that's evident. Let me bring in the guests at this hour and go straight to Professor Nalin Mehta. Nalin Mehta, your big takeaway from Prime Minister's speech at the BJP headquarters.
I think the biggest takeaway for me was humility. I think the forward-looking message that he gave out on this, the point he made about Himachal as well, we shouldn't forget Himachal, about the very the sliver of a difference in vote share in Himachal, the assurance he gave to the people of Himachal in terms of central government assistance and things like that. But on Gujarat in particular, I think the message that he's setting the stage for election battles to come. He's saying this is a portent for days to come. He's talking about the always present Modi imagery of the people that attack him. He made sure that he mentioned that, which I think is now par for the course with the Prime Minister. But all in all, a very measured speech and something which I think Mr. Modi could have, he could have been more celebratory but he wasn't. I think it was very measured. He was very prime ministerial in his approach today.
Well, that's it. That is something that we've seen in the recent past. That's the change in the stature and also demeanor of the Prime Minister. He will do what he has got to do in his role as a campaigner. Right now he's talking as a Prime Minister and as a leader, and he wanted to celebrate the victory with the people. But Nishant Rawal and Sanju Verma ji, namaste, along with Nalin Mehta joining us this evening. Nishant ji, sabse pehle to congratulations on the victory in Himachal, but the focus will also be 77 se 17 in Gujarat.
Anandji, I've been doing debates since 8 o'clock in the morning, and you are the first one who congratulate us for Himachal Pradesh victory. Because today, what happens since entire day, people are congratulating to BJP. Even I am congratulating Bharatiya Janata Party Gujarat division and Pradhan Mantri ji as well for the amazing victory that they made the record. They broke the record of Congress Party, 149 seats in Gujarat. But other way around, Himachal Pradesh is also an important state of North India, and it was ruled by BJP. Two things happened today. BJP made the record in Gujarat with 156 seats, which was the amazing record. But other way around, in 2017, BJP won Himachal Pradesh, BJP won Gujarat, BJP was ruling in MCD as well. But today,
but Nishanji, I'll tell you what.
2 days, they won one state, Gujarat,
you should look at that.
And they lost two.
Then you should look at it's easy. I know you are a politician, you are a spokesperson of a political party, so you will have to make your arguments and you'll have to show your party in good light, and I respect that also. But let's look at the absolute numbers. What separates you in Himachal between the BJP and the Congress? 0.9% of the vote share. That's the difference. Okay, what separates you either in terms of vote share in Gujarat? 28%, and it is 53%. So nearly 30%. You are nearly 42% last time around. You have slid down. So the performance is also what separates you in Gujarat, 17 seats and 156 seats. This 1%, because it's a two-party race, no AAP, none of the, nobody else, the difference is 15 seats. So take the 15 seats and we commend you. But if you were to win Himachal hands down, sir, then you should have at least a 6 to 7% different vote share and a massive runaway victory that would have been registered. That's not happened, Nishanji. Sanju Verma ji, Himachal, the fact is there are two plans, and along with the congratulations which are all happening all around, the fact is the lesson is to be learned. If you are Sangathit and united, you will win like Gujarat. If there are factionalism and 21 rebels fighting within the inside a particular state, you will end up like Himachal.
Anand, I think that is very well put. First, let me start by congratulating, Nishant, the Congress counterpart on the panel, for that victory in Himachal Pradesh. I think let's not shove things under the carpet, and that is certainly not one of my strong points. Yes, the internal rebellion perhaps could have been contained. I think it would be improper on my part to sit here and wax eloquent, because the party top brass, I'm sure, has taken cognizance. For instance, look at a rebel like Ashwini Sharma in Himachal Pradesh. I mean, where in a constituency, the total voter size, because Himachal Pradesh, let's face it, is a very small state of barely a crore in terms of population. Somebody like Ashwini Sharma gets more than 13 or 14,000 votes. So certainly introspection needs to be done. Let's not try and beat, around the bush on that one. But I have to say this, what a stellar victory it has been in Gujarat. To say that you have won, I mean, even if we had won crossing 127, which was our record in 2002, it would have still been a landslide. But to get more than 156 odd seats, I think that is unbelievable. But my key takeaway, Zaka, Anand and Maria, is this. As the Prime Minister said, I think the last few lines of his speech, which was electrifying as always, was that abhi hum par aur zulm hone hain. हमको अपनी सहन शक्ति का विस्तार करना पड़ेगा, हमको अपनी समझदारी का विस्तार करना पड़ेगा. And I think Prime Minister is also not known to hold his punches. Yes. Nalin Mehta made a very important point about the Prime Minister's speech not being overduly celebratory, but at the same time it was measured. Right. And I'll tell you why.
Sanju, the point that you made... Seconds. Yes, okay, quickly, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. you know, this is not for CNN News 18, but I think media needs to learn that you cannot be calling Arvind Kejriwal an alternative to Narendra Modi. You know, this man said, मैं भविष्यवाणी दे रहा हूँ, आप लिख लीजिए, हमको 90-92, which means 90-92 सीट्स तो जरूर मिलेंगी. ये बड़े गंदे लोग हैं. आपको आम आदमी पार्टी को 150 सीट्स देनी है. Basically, when he said गंदे आदमी,
yes, I get that. You know, Sanju, the point that you made specifically about the rebels, I think that is actually reflecting in the numbers as well, Zaka. The rebels, the number of seats, in fact, the vote that they have polled is similar to the loss that the BJP has had.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, of those 21, I think the BJP managed to get a few of them back as well, got them to withdraw the nomination. But there were 10 of them who cost the BJP. BJP rebels who stood as independents who cost the BJP. Out of those 10 seats, the Congress has won 5. That's up 1 from last time. The BJP is down 2 from last time. So this figure should have been 5. It should have been 5-5. And the others 2 have won as well. So this figure should have been 5 plus 2, 7. So 7 of those people had won last time. This time only 3. And I just want to just quickly run through the constituencies. It's across. It's in Lower Himachal. It's in Upper Himachal. From the constituency of Indora, Malendra Rajan of the Congress has won. Here again, it was the fight between the two Pathaniyas, as it were. Yes. The Pathaniya from the Congress party, of course, won in that. In Dehra, Hoshiar Singh, BJP rebel, stood as an independent. He has won. He polled almost 25-26% of the vote in that constituency. Same here in the case of Nalagarh, KL Thakur, again BJP rebel. He polled, I mean, the difference was 17%. He won by 17 percentage points. That is not a small margin. So the point I'm making is that BJP rebels was a huge problem, and it was across the state. It was in the lower reaches. It was in the upper reaches. It was in Kulu Manali. It was in Kinnaur. So when you have a factor that is affecting a party, a ruling party, across regions, then that's a problem. This is a problem. Yes, the BJP did try to address it. Unfortunately, it didn't get resolved.
I think we'll talk Himachal in detail. But I think, you know, the factor and the story of this election will be about Gujarat.
Of course.
And Zaka, look at this. Tribals ne diya, महिलाओं ने दिया, OBCs ने दिया, पटीदार ने दिया, सब ने दे दिया बीजेपी को. मतलब कहां पर है चुनाव? यही बोल रहे हैं.
चुनाव भी नहीं, but the other part is the voter is also turning around and saying, Nalin Mehta, that we don't want an AAP. We don't want a third option in these states. Look, they kept it as a two-party fight. They kept it between the BJP and the Congress. It just looks like that the voter is calling out to the Congress and saying, come out and fight, wake up. We are happy with you. We want to vote for you, but you come out and fight. There is no campaign called a silent campaign. The AAP is getting things on a platter, sir. Punjab, Congress gave it away. They had it in their kitty. Even at the MCD elections, look, the AAP has lost in its bastions. It's down by about 12 to 14% votes in MCD. And the
impact of Punjab should have been felt on Himachal, which hasn't been the case. It's the neighbouring state.
The story of AAP in both of these states, in Himachal, its vote share is 1%.
Correct.
In Gujarat, its vote share is 13%. That is a story for me. I mean, why would, I mean, you would imagine that a new party, a 10-year-old party, has greater chance of success in a smaller state and not in a bigger state. And yet, how many rallies did Mr. Kejriwal address in Himachal Pradesh?
They didn't do it because they realized that the Congress was strong there even as a regional base of Veerbhadra Singh, and because it was Veerbhadra Singh versus P.K. Dhumal. Here the Congress said we are doing a silent campaign. They actually gave up the impetus. Nishant ji, and I'm going to ask you, Nalin Mehta and then Nishant, please. 77 to 92, मैं बार-बार यही कहता हूँ, 77 से 92 का रास्ता छोटा था या फिर 99 से 156 का. How could the Congress give it away on a platter to a party that's not even a decade old? Nalin Mehta.
So, the story of the Congress in Gujarat is of a party that simply deserted the battlefield. In the sense that if your generals are not going to lead from the front and you're not going to fight the fight yourself, why should voters fight for you? And these are voters who have stuck through thick and thin with the Congress across almost 3 decades of BJP dominance.
Yeah.
The Congress never fell below 38%, 35, 36, 37% in the last 20 years. Now, if you look at the non-BJP vote, that it was around 41% with the Congress last time. It's remained around 40% overall this time, but split between Congress and AAP. About 13% is the swing, minus swing against Congress, and 12.5% has gone to AAP. That's what has happened this time. So Kejriwal is now setting himself up to gobble up the Congress as you go forward. That was the punt. Now that's not gone deep enough, but he's made enough inroads, including in rural Gujarat. The other thing I want to say is that I've just been looking at some figures. It's not just that the BJP increased its vote share by around 4 percentage points to roughly around 54% plus. I'm looking at the vote percentage margins in the seats. Seats with over 50,000 margin in Gujarat are almost 50.
Wow.
Seats with over between 40,000 to 50,000 margin are 20 plus.
Yes.
30 to 40,000 is similar. There are very few seats in Gujarat which were by thin margins.
So
So,
it's
I think the scale of this victory is, on every analytical category, there is no analytical category in which there's been a contest.
And Bhupendra Patel winning with 2 lakh in an assembly constituency, and that will be perhaps the highest in this election, just as he won with 1 lakh votes, in last time around in 2017. But Rashid, again, the point that is being made, let's emphasize on that Himachal is a state which is close to Punjab. Punjab is a state which has been won by the Aam Aadmi Party recently, but it fails to make any impact in Himachal. As far as Gujarat is concerned, they realize that perhaps there is an option there, but it is the Congress which has completely collapsed in Gujarat, and it has led to the growth of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Maria, I think we must understand Arvind Kejriwal. He's in some ways he has national ambitions. He likes to play big. He always tries to draw attention, a spotlight on him. You look at his move to contest against Prime Minister Modi from Varanasi. He knew that his chances were next to nothing, but he did that. So I think in his assessment, he realized that it will be far more prudent to go to Gujarat and make a big issue about it. Somehow be a spoil sport or a kind of.
But Isudan Gadvi lost. The face Gopal Italia lost. And as far as these 5 seats are concerned, and I'll bring Zaka on this, where are these seats coming from, Zaka?
No, so 4 out of those 5 seats are coming from Saurashtra. I just want to run this quick data point, and you can get our guests to talk about this. Just in Saurashtra alone, and I'm stressing Saurashtra because, like I said, almost 60 seats are in Saurashtra, and this is where the Congress did exceedingly well last time. Yes, you could attribute it to Patidar agitation, farmer unrest, and so on. But look at this. 18 seats, where 14 of which the BJP won, the Aam Aadmi Party polled more than the victory margin. So which means 7 out of these seats the BJP won, 4 out of those 5 that I'm talking about, which the AAP won, are in Saurashtra. Net, the loss is to who? The loss is to the Congress party. So essentially the point I'm making is the Aam Aadmi Party has cut in deeply into the Congress votes in a way that had the AAP not been there, had it been a straight fight between BJP and Congress, this figure would have been a little more balanced. Congress won 0 seats out of this. Aam Aadmi Party finished second in 14 minus 4, 10 seats. 10 seats out of these 18. The Aam Aadmi Party was number 2 party. In 4 seats, of course, it was the leading party. So the point is that it hurt the Congress party in rural Saurashtra. I think somewhere both pollsters as well as even political parties were making this false assumption that in Gujarat, the AAP will only be visible in urban pockets, and if it hurts anyone, it will hurt the BJP as much as it would hurt the Congress. In Gujarat, it's actually hurt in rural Saurashtra more than it has hurt anywhere else.
The AAP was visible. The AAP was making noise even in social media. Nishant Rawal ji, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, भारत जोड़ो अभियान बढ़िया है, लेकिन गुजरात क्यों छोड़ दिया? It is nice that the party, there is an effort to rejuvenate the party and put it all together, but here it is, you've deserted Gujarat. You had 77 the last time. This was the biggest dent in the political narrative. If the Congress nationally wanted to say, we are the party who still are the fulcrum of the opposition. Had you mounted a challenge against PM Narendra Modi and the BJP?
Anandji, I'm completely agree what Zakaji just showed on the screen, that how the B team are being sent to Gujarat to eat the vote share of Congress completely. See, they were sitting on 2% of vote share just last year in 2021, all the Jilla Panchayat and Municipal Corporation elections. And suddenly their vote share increased to 13%. So it looks like that AAP came here in Gujarat not to get more seats, not to be on second position as the opposition party, but they came here for the status of their national party, to increase their vote share, to harm the voters and to harm the vote share of Congress party. If you combine, Aam Aadmi Party took the vote share of Congress completely. That is the initial assessment of Gujarat Congress and Indian National Congress as well.
Yeah.
The headquarters is also done so many meetings, and
So
we have
Congress
been
plus
that Aam Aadmi
AAP
Party
plus
maximum
others
seats,
are
they
still
each be
6%
Congress
less
only.
than
So
what
they
the
came
BJP
here-
has managed. So still the question here in Gujarat would be about 156. So Sanju, come in on this. For the longest time, we kept on saying it's a two-horse race. The first horse has just kept on, ran away completely. But the second and the third horse, are you seeing Aam Aadmi Party as a potential challenger in future in Gujarat?
Maria, without wanting to sound offensive, and I don't want to, seem overtly overconfident, but I think the Prime Minister summed it up very well. Obviously, he has his limitations, and he did not directly call out the bluff of the Aam Aadmi Party. But today, I am not going to hold back my punches on this. I think it needs to be said, Maria, let's be very clear about this, that Arvind Kejriwal started the campaign in Gujarat by saying they are on course to win between 90 to 92 seats, and he actually exhorted the Janata, saying 150 तो मुझे जरूर दीजिए, 90-92 तो हमको मिल ही जाएंगे. Look at the confidence, despite the fact that they only won 27 seats in the Surat Municipal Corporation elections. They lost deposits in Rajkot, lost deposits in Bhavnagar, lost deposits in Jamnagar, lost deposits in Ahmedabad. But what happened? The media only focused on Surat. Same thing happened in Goa. They won 2 seats with a 6.3% vote share. The media focused on those 2 seats, but did not champion the fact that this man who champions himself as the anti-corruption crusader lost deposits in 35 seats in Gujarat, lost deposits in 65 seats in Uttarakhand, with Ajay Kothiyal, their so-called CM face, abandoning them right after the elections. To be an alternative to Narendra Modi, to be an alternative to BJP, you have to have a track record. 10 years back, Arvind Kejriwal was largely limited to 1.5 states. Perhaps now it is 1.75 instead of 1.5, okay. But he is not a serious contender in the run-up to 2024.
Okay. Since you pointed out that part of the speech of the Prime Minister, Advaita is back with us. Advaita, according to you, the big takeaway of Prime Minister's speech?
Well, I think, he touched on very important factors. As always, he's a great messenger. And he knows exactly what message he wants to deliver. I think the historic nature of the Gujarat win is something that he didn't overstate, and he doesn't need to, because I think we're all aware of just what's happened in Gujarat. I mean, since independence, I think we've not seen a situation like this where you've been 27 years in government and then you buck the trends and you come back with a historic mandate that beats the best ever that's ever happened in Gujarat, which was Solanki and 149. Gone way beyond anything anyone predicted, any of the psephologists predicted. They kept saying, if you recall, it's going to be historic. But even then, like I mentioned at that time, that the BJP isn't really exactly sticking to a figure or saying what they mean by historic. But today, as we sit here and we look at the leaderboard, we know exactly what they mean by historic. There is no opposition in Gujarat. And AAP has whittled down. I mean, they've not even managed to get the Congress vote. So there was this huge discussion of, they'll be eating into the Congress vote and this and that and the other. No, all that we've realized is just pure analysis. No, BJP has scored in areas like the tribal belt where they were never a factor.
No, they
swept no seats.
See, BJP has made its efforts in areas where it realized that the Congress had scored the last time around. They wanted to correct that. So that was the approach of the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party had to come in with all guns blazing and making larger than life noises because they wanted to be heard. They were a nobody anyways. But what net stands out for me, Rashid Kidwai, is that on ground, and I'm telling you from personal experience, in 4 days from Surat all the way to Somnath, there were people who came out and said, "Hum to Congress hi hai, sir, lekin Congress kahan hai?" This sentiment, sir, I heard not just in Gujarat. I heard this in Uttar Pradesh. I spoke to people who said, "Hum to khade hain, sir. Netritva kahan hai? Congress kahan hai?" Same thing I heard even in Uttarakhand. Same thing I heard in Goa. It was. This is what the sentiment that
and
came.
I'm going to take that
and Rashid Kitwai.
Anand, in Anand, where in fact the Congress and the BJP has made significant. I mean, it's almost like 50-50. Now that entire cooperative belt has gone towards the BJP. I heard the same. Congress kahan hai?
Rashid ki duai. Now, who's to blame for that?
I think it's Congress party is to be blamed. There was a huge strategic mistake. You know, Anand, the result of Himachal Pradesh shows that if there is, men on the ground, political activities there, you have regional satraps, you micromanage elections, then results can be good. Mr. Modi can be, politically speaking, in an assembly election, BJP can be defeated. But that was not done in Gujarat, and there are consequences. There are a lot of things are being said about Arvind Kejriwal. I think Arvind Kejriwal has a legitimate political right to be ambitious. We have seen VP Singh, how quickly he had bridged that gap between him and Rajiv Gandhi within a span of 2 years or so.
Yes.
So let's not be very dismissive about Mr. Arvind Kejriwal just because of that. I think,
No, sir, it's not about being dismissive. Sir, if the MCD elections are to go by, then Arvind Kejriwal has a serious problem. The Aam Aadmi Party has a serious problem. Go into Punjab today and do a dipstick. People in Punjab are saying, aaj election karao, aap nahi jeetega. So they have a serious problem. In MCD, in May, June, in April, May, they were projecting 180 seats. They were planning to repeat what in 2017 the BJP had done in MCD. Now today they have barely, they were actually sweating. They were wondering, and now they've got the numbers, they've got majority, but the BJP has got 104. They were not even supposed to get 40. So that's
exactly. So Anand making tall claims is not a sole domain of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal.
No, sir. It's about electoral efficiency, sir. Electoral efficiency. BJP Delhi ke bahar, except for Punjab, where they were fed up of the Rivayati parties. Sir, you and me, had we formed a political party and worked for 1.5 years in Punjab, we would have gotten votes. I'll tell you why. Because look at the.
I'm not sure about that.
No. I'm just saying. Look at the people.
Sorry, I'm bringing this, but between a Tambram and a Muslim from Bhopal, I don't think you would win in Punjab. Joke. Okay,
I totally understand that, but that is the situation on ground. The frustration was, look who beat the Akali Dal, Sukhbir Badal. Look who beat the people who've been winning elections for 4-5 times, former chief minister, were beaten by people who are nobodies. Yeah. Because people said, koi bhi inke khilaf khada hoga, hum vote denge. That was the sentiment at that time. So can that be the parallel for the base to go and challenge Narendra Modi at his bastion and with only one particular pocket, and you didn't even have presence in booths? How many booths were the Aam Aadmi Party people mentioned? But people have come out and voted for the AAP despite them not being there in a lot of places.
Isudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia are losing, but they are voting for people who were not seen as much. Zaka.
Correct, because they said
so there is a message कि ठीक है आप अपना चेहरा जो बना रहे हो, लेकिन for me it could be the local factor.
नहीं, और दिखो. The simple point is कि आप सामने आके दिखो, BJP को भी वोट इसलिए नहीं मिला है क्योंकि they love Narendra Modi. They love Narendra Modi, but Modi आया. This part is important, ladies and gentlemen. Even in Ayodhya, Yogi aaye, Baba aaye to vote pada. This is a sentiment, and Baba gaye, Modi gaye.
Vote jab tak मांगिएगा नहीं तो
the leader has to go to the voter to show the humility that I am here and I need you. That aspect is something which was absent and if perhaps was lost on the Congress party in Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen. There are lots to talk about. We've turned the focus onto Himachal, but when we come back, we'll start with the national footprint of the BJP 2014 to 2022, the road that they are traversing and the challenges ahead. When we come back, request our guests to stay on with us. Stay with us.
आ गया है, भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, हाँ। मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति, और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ है। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है, 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए। और मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए। थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा। और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं। कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है। क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी। और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया।
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे।
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है। तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ। देखिए, जहां पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विद्रोह कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई, और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए। इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी, और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी। उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी, आप जहां जहां वो जीत में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट देखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के। हमारे तो वोट शेयर बढ़ते ही गए हैं। जब
यही
मुझे
सवाल
76%
दर्शना जी मैं
वोट
आपसे
मिले
पूछना
हैं,
चाहती
इससे
थी।
ज्यादा ये वोट
जी दर्शना जी यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी, जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो दो चीजें सामने आ रही थी। एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे। दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा?
The two champions of the two states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who championed the cause of the BJP along with the party president and of course his entire team, romping home in Gujarat. Phenomenal victory there, but along with that, Mallikarjun Kharge taking over as the Congress president. Does that augur well for the Congress that they have been able to wrest Himachal away from the BJP and continue the Rivaj? We'll have to wait and watch, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not the Congress party recalibrates, learns its lessons. But the BJP has set things in motion. And sources close to CNN News 18 telling us right now the election breaking that is coming through, that the BJP's core group meeting is currently underway at the party headquarters in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Party President JP Nadda, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who were there, all of them at the BJP national headquarters. They're all there, along with the National General Secretary BL Santosh, among other leaders. So they're strategizing, looking at what went right, what they did right, what they need to take and adopt into the national model, what next for the BJP, along with what went wrong. So all these aspects are being talked about.
And deciding the observers, Anand, that is the way party functions, that every time there is a victory of this nature, we have seen Prime Minister hold a stock-taking meeting, and also the party will be decided of observers who will be travelling to the state of Gujarat for the legislature party meeting, completing the formalities, and of course the big oath-taking ceremony which will be happening on 12th. So the party is not resting. It is about celebration, of course, but it is also about ensuring that the next course of action and the next processes are smooth.
All right, so now it's time to take the lift off again. इस बार क्या forklift है कि
well, we've got to
airlift
keep
है,
trying.
क्या
We've got
है?
to keep trying something or the other, and you know these guys want to keep me busy and they. पता नहीं इनका क्या system है Zaka, that they always want to take me out of the studio. यहाँ पे आपकी बार बोला studio से बाहर नहीं लेके जाएंगे. This arm comes in, studio के अंदर ही ले जाएंगे, लेकिन एक ऊपर अलग level पे ले जाएंगे. So I asked them, what have you made at this level? They said, ऊपर आओ, फिर पता लगेगा. So let's just take a look. It's just that I've got to be steady. Aram se. All right, lift me up. This. All right. There you go. Okay. All right. So we're back up here at the Alexa Data Dome. It's beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And let's try and open it up. Let's see how it looks at this point. 156 seats for the BJP in Gujarat. Let's also look at now at the Himachal picture. What happens if Gujarat is colored saffron? This time around, Himachal is colored blue, ladies and gentlemen, because of the 40 seats that Pratibha Singh led Congress party in Himachal has been able to win. Is this a legacy or a thank you for Veerbhadra Singh from the Congress supporters in Himachal? Or is it also a result of factionalism within the BJP, along with the issues like OPS and some other aspects, farmer, apple growers, discontent? All of these factors have contributed, but net-net, the difference between the two parties is less than 1% vote share. And that's translated into 15 seats plus for the advantage for the Congress over the BJP. That means this was a totally two-horse race. No Aam Aadmi Party here. They made tall claims. Even here on CNN News 18 during our poll coverage, AAP came and made tall claims. Zero. Nada. That's what's happened. Back as we head down, Zaka, it is important for us to understand that the AAP will make tall claims because they are a new party. They want to create a splash. But there has to be a certain responsibility and ownership about the statements that they make. They cannot run away from that.
No,
And
absolutely.
1%.
I think, I mean, the fact that AAP had 1% vote share in Himachal Pradesh as compared to 13% in Gujarat, bigger state, I think that is a story in and of itself. We talked about the rebels, the BJP rebels who cost the party. Let's also quickly run you through the different geographies of Himachal. I just want to quickly look at Upper Himachal and Lower Himachal. Upper Himachal, of course, Mandi, Kangra, and then, of course, you have the Lahaul Spiti, the sparsely populated centers, and then there is Kulu Manali. In the upper reaches of Himachal, it is, yeah, Congress was leading. It was 19 seats out of 34, BJP 14 out of 34. BJP was down 7, and the Congress was up 8. So it was by and large between the two parties. Yes, the BJP did lose, but the gap was only about 5 seats between the Congress and the BJP. This is, I'm talking about, you know, seats like Kangra, Mandi, where the BJP did reasonably okay. Then in Lower Himachal, which is Solan, Hamirpur, Bilaspur, these are again populated centers. Look at this difference. This is a difference of 10 seats. It's twice the difference that we saw in Upper Himachal, and a gain of 11 for the Congress, a loss of 12 for the BJP. And I think this is where the BJP sort of managed to lose the election in Lower Himachal, in Solan, in Una, and then Hamirpur and Bilaspur. I think this will take a lot of reflection, a lot of introspection to find out if, you know, the party president is from Bilaspur and a senior minister is from Hamirpur. Why did it go wrong there in those two significant districts?
With just 1% difference, you have 10 seats.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a small state. I mean, last election, I'm not sure about the numbers this time, but last election, there were 18 seats which had a victory margin between 500 and 2,000 votes.
And now in a lot of, it will be interesting analysis, the rebels, 21 rebels, the votes that they have polled, how many seats had they gone back to the BJP? What would the actual net result have been? Would it have been a 3% plus vote share for the BJP over the Congress? Then factionalism hurts. And that's also a lesson to learn for everybody. Other states, other regional groupings of the BJP have to realize, Sangathit rehna hai ki you need to have, are you going to be
No, this is a lesson for Rajasthan. Rajasthan, you know, we keep talking about Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. Of course, it's all there in the media, and you know, the rift is very open. Let's be very clear about it. The BJP in Rajasthan is also a divided house.
Also fractured.
Right.
Unless they fix that, I think Himachal is a wake-up call.
And Zaka, 13 states are going to polls next year.
Yes, yes.
And of which Karnataka is an important state, where the BJP has the challenge of that leadership and factionalism as well.
Like Rajasthan, Karnataka, two big states which contribute immensely to the Lok Sabha also, where you cannot have fractured Sangathan at all. Let's listen into what Pratibha Singh had to say. She spoke with Akash.
क्या मैं भावी मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहा हूं हिमाचल प्रदेश की?
Just won the elections. The whole results are not fully out. Let the whole election results be out. Then whatever the people who have won the election, they say, that will be conveyed to the High Command. And what High Command takes a final decision, that will be acceptable to all.
Ma'am, what do you think went in your favor?
I think old pension scheme. And we said we'll help the women also. And we'll give employment to the youth also. So there were many factors which appealed to the people, and they said we will vote for the Congress. We have to all get together, all people who are elected, and then they decide what to take a further action.
There's also the huge love or respect for Veerbhadra Singh ji, which is also translated into votes or gains for the Congress party. The other aspect is they didn't declare who their chief ministerial face will be. But अब लड़ाई चल रही है कि मुख्यमंत्री कैसा हो, सुखविंदर सुक्खू जैसा हो या प्रतिभा सिंह जैसा हो. We've just got news coming through that some of the senior leaders, Bhupesh Baghel, Bhupender Hooda and Rajiv Shukla will now be travelling to Shimla. Earlier there was talk that they will all be meeting in Chandigarh, but they're going to travel to Shimla to meet with the legislators, and perhaps a decision will be arrived on who will the chief ministerial face will be. If the indications are the person who wields the clout, the sentiment overall right now is Pratibha Singh, the widow of Veerbhadra Singh, and of course Vikramaditya Singh. But the Congress top leadership has been pushing Sukhwinder Sukkhu. So now will they have to decide carefully, or are we seeing drama in Himachal will be another story?
But Anand, you know, when you look at the poster there in Shimla and across Himachal, it was about Veerbhadra Singh. That image of late Veerbhadra Singh, the most, a leader of the Congress party, the longest serving chief minister. In fact, Pratibha Singh is joining us live. Pratibha ji, नमस्कार और सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाई. क्या हम भावी मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं? The next chief minister.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. That has not been decided yet. We have to decide that first. Let the all elected people sit down and talk about it, and then we'll decide what has to be done.
What worked for you, Pratibha ji? What worked for your party?
Actually, it was Veerbhadra Singh's legacy, his work done, and people appreciated that. And it was on his name only that we fought this election.
So because it was an election fought in the legacy and the name of Veerbhadra Singh, would you think that it will be only prudent for the Congress to have you as the chief ministerial face?
I'm not talking about the chief minister post. Just now we have to all get together. All the elected people have to sit down and decide what has to be done. It will be conveyed to the High Command, and High Command will decide what has to be done.
The difference between the Congress and the BJP is just 1%. In fact, less than 1%. Where do you think you have gained? And this 1% has translated into a seat gap of 15 seats.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, we'll try and see if we can fix that video with Pratibha Singh ji. But I think one of the factors is you've got to give credit where it's due. And I agree with what Maria was saying. This entire election was fought on Veerbhadra Singh's legacy. In fact, this victory, you go back and check the last time the Congress won, when Veerbhadra Singh was on the ticket, when he went on to become chief minister for his last term, the 7th term. It was today's victory is a bigger victory than that. That time, Congress had only 36, BJP had 26. This time, the Congress has 40 and the BJP has 25. So it's a bigger victory, both in terms of the Congress's scale of victory, here at 44 more than what they got in 2012. And BJP is 1 less than what they got in 2012. And that, of course, for the longest time, Himachal politics was PK Dhumal versus Veerbhadra Singh. Now you're seeing a generational shift. Also, one factor I think it's very important to point out. Pratibha Singh, if she's made Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, will be the second only woman chief minister in the country right now. I think that's significant.
Yes, it is significant, but it is also important that there are more women who are there in active politics and who are also now chief ministerial faces. Sanju Verma, I'm sure you will agree with that, but I just want to quickly get Nishant Rawal in here. Nishant Rawal, the Congress party, will it be able to keep its flock together? Are these lessons learned? Will they be implemented in Rajasthan? Or we've lost him there. Nalin Mehta is with us. Nalin, do you think Congress will learn the lessons before I go across to Sanjuji for a quick comment?
So I think we were just talking about this before we came on air, Anand. I think for the Congress, Himachal is a good result. The fact of Gujarat is a complete write-off. Gujarat is really a disaster for the Congress, lower than what was expected, even by the party's optimists. But Himachal is a good result. It allows the Congress to fight another day. It gives it hope. And it says that, look, all is not lost. And they've beaten the BJP in a straight head-to-head contest. Now, the margin of victory is less than 1%. While the seat share difference is high, in terms of vote share, it's about 0.9% difference, which the PM also pointed out in his speech. But the fact that the Congress now has another state government gives the Congress, it gives it hope to fight another day.
Right, absolutely. Adwaita Kala, quick comment, 30 seconds, your thoughts?
Couldn't agree more. I mean, exactly what we are discussing. You know, I think they needed a win. The march of the Aam Aadmi Party was something that was threatening the Congress in terms of the voter base, because they do have a shared voter base, and a lot of voters are confused whether the AAP is in that election or not in that election. There is sort of a split loyalty at this present time. With this win, I think what the Congress has communicated effectively, and with this win, with this kind of a gap, is that, look, we're still in the game. We're still alive, we're still kicking, and I think that's a very important message to go out to the section of voters who support these parties.
Right, this Himachal rebel factor we'll talk once again through the course of the conversation here. Just quickly trying to understand what the national picture is. Let's try and quickly take stock of what the national picture is and what are the implications overall. Right now, let's just look at the saffron footprint. The saffron footprint for the BJP, the national picture here with respect to the BJP is 2014, they were somewhere in 7 states. The NDA was present in 7 states. That now it's largely the BJP. Most of the NDA partners are out. But now the NDA overall, led by the BJP, is present across 17. So they've increased their spread. They were at a given point in time. They were more than 18 states. Now they're still 17. They dropped down to 14. They're at 17. Some of the challenges, they need to retain Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh. So that is going to be one more aspect. They need to increase their hold over Meghalaya, Nagaland, Mizoram and Tripura. So these will be the challenges in the run-up to 2024. Win back Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh to ensure that this huge base takes them all the way back, all the way across to 333, because that's the target that's set. Interestingly, even though they lost Chhattisgarh, they lost Rajasthan the last time around, even Madhya Pradesh, they returned rich dividends, almost 10% when it came to Lok Sabha. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the national picture. What does it mean for 2024? It all stems from that magic number of 156, a record in records. So the story tonight is around Narendra Damodar Das Modi and of course his home state, Gujarat.
वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा। और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया, सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए।
Prachand Bahumat, Pratyashit Jeet. That's what was expected and planned for in Gujarat. The BJP has got it. They wanted to change the rivaj. They couldn't. The Congress wrests control in Himachal Pradesh. The story of two states, 250 assembly constituencies or assembly seats, 182 in Gujarat, of which 156 have gone to the BJP. Again, with 68 in Himachal Pradesh, 40 have gone to the Congress party. So clear mandates in both cases. But the story for everyone will be Gujarat. The Gujarat model works. The Gujarati still believes in the son of the soil, the son of Gujarat, who is also the Vada Pradhan or the Prime Minister, that is Narendra Modi. That story, ladies and gentlemen, has flummoxed everybody. It's changed, and it is perhaps further going to change the political lexicon, because this is now pro-incumbency vote. And how do you win a pro-incumbency vote 2.5 decades later of being in power? Zaka Jacob, Maria Shakil with me, and let's just take it with you. How do you do it? This is how you do it. You continue to remain in power. 27-32 rahenge.
It is a bit like Virat Kohli going out of form and then coming back and scoring 100. Yeah. That is what the BJP has done this time around. As Anand, as we wait to forklift him, let's just quickly, for me the story, and I keep going back to this. 2017 was a wake-up call for the BJP. They have learnt every lesson from 2017. Where did they lose out in 2017? Most notably, most volubly in Saurashtra and in the Patidar-dominated seats. You can see how they have come back. Just take a look at that. In Saurashtra, the Congress only one seat. 34 out of the 39 seats in Saurashtra, the Patidar-dominated seats, the BJP has come back. And look at this. This is a gain of 12. The AAP has also had a gain of 3. Congress down 15 from 2017. Just compare this map for 1 second to what happened in 2017. Look at that sea of blue. Look at that sea of blue that has been completely replaced by a sea of orange. BJP had 22, Congress had 17, and now that story has completely reversed with a sea of orange here, just one blue. So I think that, for me, is one visible story. The other one, and this will have impact beyond Gujarat, and that is the tribal-dominated seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story that is going to have resonance in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, even in states like Karnataka. Look at this complete sea of saffron, not just in South Gujarat, even in North Gujarat as well. The BJP winning 26 out of 30 tribal-dominated seats, a gain of 14 seats. Never underestimate the power of symbolism. When you have the first ever woman tribal president, the tribals of Gujarat are enthused to vote in a way that they have never done in 6 decades of the existence of that
also
state.
indicates what it means for the tribals that they are getting representation at the highest seat in terms of constitutional authority. Let's just quickly bring down the robotic arm of Alexa and then quickly go up again and look at how the Gujarat Assembly will look like given the current scenario. There you go, come down slowly. अरे जिस इतनी आराम से जैसे नीचे आ रहे हो भाई, जब मुझे ऊपर ले जाते हो तो why can't you go in the same manner? ये झटका क्यों देते हो हर बार? मेरे को almost ले फिर गया. All right, let's just go. Carefully. All right, let me just turn around and look for the opposition. This data dome looks beautiful, doesn't it? Fantastic. There you go. All the dots coming through, 182 dots. That will be, this is the Gujarat Assembly. Where is the opposition? Where is it? Where is it? यहाँ सब तो orange ही तो है. BJP कहाँ है? Where is it? Oh, इधर कोने में. That's where. This is how small the opposition is. They actually don't qualify to be the opposition in the Vidhan Sabha because they are just about 22 seats together. 22 to 25 seats. 156 is with the BJP. They're running away. But the BJP also now has a problem of plenty. How do you keep these 156 MLAs occupied and get them to work? Yes, they have to work for Lok Sabha 2024, but you're not working election to election. That's what the Prime Minister said. So they got to continue the story forward so that they can retain it. Now, the benchmark for 2027, think about it, will be to hold on to 156. Can they do it? That's the big challenge for the BJP in Gujarat. But this is a phenomenal story. It will go in the record books. It will be a case study. It will be talked about in electoral history as a never before and perhaps a never again, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get down. Thank you very much, Alexa. Now, can you set me down so that we can take this conversation forward with our guests?
So it's pro-incumbency plus pro-incumbency plus pro-incumbency.
Yes.
But Zaka, more than anything else, you know, the one thing is clear that this is about just about every constituency, OBCs, Patidars, tribals, women, everybody voting for the BJP. And this is what the Prime Minister said in his address at the BJP headquarters. He has thanked the BJP karyakartas and reminding each and every constituency that you voted for us and we are grateful. Let's listen in.
मैंने वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया. उसने गुजरात की स्थापना से लेकर के अब तक सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए. गुजरात के इतिहास का सबसे प्रचंड जनादेश भाजपा को देकर गुजरात के लोगों ने नया इतिहास बना दिया है.
Let me take that question to the guests who are joining us. Zafar Islam was very active on ground also. He was accompanying Mr. Shah at the BJP headquarters. I met you there, Zafar. Dr. Anshula Vijit is also joining us and our three panelists, in-house guests, are also with us. But first to you, Zafar. 156 is something even that the BJP did not expect, although the BJP kept saying that 150 par hoga.
Well, we didn't, our leadership never gave any number. All we said, and all they repeated time and again, that it will be a historic win. We will break all our previous records and will break the previous record made by Congress party. And today, when we look back, whatever we had said today, it has become a reality. We have broken all our previous records, and we've also have been able to break Congress's record of 149 seats as well. Because whenever we have gone to the ground, and you were there, Maria, the response from the people, receptiveness, whenever we felt we wanted to check the temperature, we always check the temperature, and we got the feedback that the receptiveness among the people is more than 100%. So we thought that instead of giving numbers, we must talk about surpassing 150 or historic numbers.
Yes.
But we were heart to heart.
Because we have Advaita, and because the Prime Minister made an important point, and I'm going to take that question with Zaka and also Advaita. That महिलाओं ने राज तिलक लगाया है, Advaita, and we keep talking about the Mahila voter because we have seen how it has played in the favor of the BJP. The Mahila factor again, Advaita.
Yes, always. And like I mentioned earlier, I think it was so heartening to see women not talking about security, safety, but instead talking about working from home, entrepreneurship opportunities,
infrastructure,
how to earn from home, infrastructure. I mean, the conversation has just moved in Gujarat for women. And I think a large part of that credit goes to Prime Minister Modi, once CM Modi, personally, because he really emphasized on education. He started schemes that empowered women and made that the focus of his governance and carried that on even when he became Prime Minister. So even in other states, like my home state of Uttarakhand, you know, the women vote for Prime Minister eyes closed. I mean, it's crazy the kind of support he has from the women.
And you pointed out the cooperative belt.
Yes.
Because the story of Gujarat is also about the support that the women of Gujarat have given to the Prime Minister and the cooperative belt, Zaka.
Yeah, I just want to show that filter because this is again a belt traditionally has been with the Congress. Last time too, this is a belt which hurt the BJP. But look at what has happened this time. And basically, I want to draw a distinction here as well. This is the Anand and Kheda belt, the Amul cooperatives, the milk cooperatives. And then, of course, you have the northern districts of Mehsana, Patan, Sabarkanta, Banaskanta, where a large number of farmers are from there. This is, of course, where the industries are, the cooperatives are. Remember, this is the first time we've had a cooperatives minister in the central government under Amit Shah. Of the 40 seats here, the BJP won 28, Congress down to just 10. And take a look at what the situation was in 2017. In 2017, it was Congress which had won more seats. It had 22 and the BJP had only 17. And this is the story across, like I said, whether it's cooperatives, whether it is Patidar seats, whether it is tribal seats. And I will talk a little bit later, you can take this to your guests as well, about this myth of the Muslim vote in Gujarat. The Muslims not voting for the BJP. I'll show that.
You should do that. You should do that.
And
I'll
tell you why.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do the aspect that every community has come out and voted ad nauseum to the BJP. Outright.
Look at the Muslim-dominated seats. There are 2 seats in Kutch. Historically, the Congress has always done well in both of these seats. This time around, the BJP winning both of those seats. There are inner city seats in Ahmedabad, and Nalin knows this because he's lived there, he's worked there. There are inner city seats in Ahmedabad where last time the Congress had won 4 of those inner city seats. Right now, in 5 of those seats, BJP has won in 3 and Congress only in 2. And then there is the outer seat in Ahmedabad, which also is a minority-dominated seat, which the Congress has won. Out of 12 Muslim-dominated seats in Kutch, in Ahmedabad, in other parts, out of 12, BJP has won 10. There is no way, and I challenge any psephologist to say that all of these 10 out of 12 seats were won just by the Hindus in that constituency voting. It cannot happen.
Those narratives have to change. Those storylines have to change. And this whole aspect about trying to blame it on Hindutva and Hindutvavadis and all of these narratives have to change because the lexicon is not working, it's not flying, it's delivery. And of course, as a responsible opposition, there are people who want opposition. There are people who are still Congressies, but they are not seeing the Congress on ground. Anshulji, we have had this conversation, but before I come across to that, one important point, as Advaita was mentioning and Madhya were talking about the Mahila factor, Nalin, this aspect that law and order is not an issue is also something which remains with the women in Gujarat. Because they don't want law and order to become an issue. The fact that they're talking beyond law and order is because it's no longer an issue.
Yes.
And Prime Minister said nearly 1 crore people, voters, are those who have never seen a government other than the BJP. This is something which is also significant.
Anand, first of all, my unreserved congratulations to the BJP on what is indeed, I mince no words, it's a historic victory. You got to hand it to them. Whatever the multiple reasons, I disagree with you on many accounts, but we'll come to them one by one. First of all, let me tell you that there was a lot of resentment on the ground in Gujarat. The COVID mismanagement, the unemployment, the lack of infrastructure on health and education was all there. It was all palpable. But let me remind you, since you're talking about psephology, there is a non-linear relationship between misery, frustration, suffering on the ground and voting patterns. That has been proven all over the world, right? There may not be a causal link between the two. Right, so you can have it on the ground, but there can be other factors that might overtake you during time of elections. They can be of greater emotional appeal, whatever. I have no doubt what that singular discernible factor it is, but I'll come to those words, those fatal words. I will say it, I will utter it, but there has to be a greater emotional appeal about something that has been proven. I'll give you one other example. I've said it many times. In the Bible Belt in the US, the white voter continuously votes against their own economic interests.
No, because you're making that argument. No, one moment. Because I was on ground, Anshul. हम भी वहां पर थे और हम भी घूमे हैं और हमने भी सुना है कि जो उनके इश्यूज थे कहां पर था इन्फ्लेशन की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं और जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे इश्यूज थे लोग वहां पे खुश हैं वहां पर स्टार्टअप्स की चर्चा होती है रुकिए वहां पे स्टार्टअप की चर्चा होती है वहां पर महिलाएं डेयरी फार्म में बात करती हैं, वहां पे स्ट्रक्चर की चर्चा होती है। माहौल बदल रहा है, लेक्सिकन बदल रहा है, जो बात करने का तरीका है वो बदल रहा है। अगर हम ये डिस्काउंट कर दें सारी चीज के people of Gujarat have voted because of reasons that you are thinking, which is not correct. I did not see it.
Maria, first of all, I'm not undermining your research at all. You know, and neither am I, which is usually what the logic is, disrespecting the voter. I can understand the voter. I mean, this happens all over the world. It's a psephological fact. It's an electoral reality. No, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
No, there can be other reasons why greater sentiments have taken over. I believe, you know, this didn't happen in Himachal, where actual ground situations, ground muddas, जो मुद्दा है, देखिए हम हिमाचल
Anshul, see, I don't want, I'm not, see, for argument's sake, let's take in your argument. If that was the case, you're seeing it's 40 seats in Himachal, but it's a two-horse race and just a 0.9% vote share difference. If Himachal was totally disgruntled with the BJP, then you should have had at least a 6 to 8% different vote share margin. The victory in each seat, you see the difference victory margin in each seat in Gujarat, and you see the victory margin in each seat in Himachal Pradesh. So the voter has not voted en masse for you. In Himachal, there is just a 0.9% voter share. Please understand, I know you can make political arguments, and please make the arguments, but I'll tell you, you have to accept 77 से 17 इतनी जल्दी फिसल गए, 77 से 92 उससे जल्दी पहुंचना चाहिए था आपको. That's a reality, sir. Even if it hurts,
वो बात सही है.
It's a reality. और हिमाचल में 4 लोकसभा सीट है, गुजरात में 26 हैं सर. 77 से अगर आप 92 पहुंच जाते तो उन 26 सीटों में आप सेंग लगा सकते थे. Last time all 26 went to the BJP, 25 went to the BJP. So these are important aspects that you have to control electorally. Where was your push? Where on a place where there is on a platter you have historically had 35 to 40% vote share. Correct me if I am wrong.
Yeah. Congress has never come down below 40 seats or 35% vote share. Never. This is the first election that they are breaking that barrier or that floor of 30%. They're down to 20. What is it? 27%?
Yeah,
27%. This is the first election in the history of Gujarat where the Congress has got less than 30% vote share.
And where are these seats coming from?
Less than 1 out of 3 is voting for the Congress. And in the BJP's case, more than 1 out of 2.
More than 1 out of 2 are voting. See, the BJP has also increased its vote share over a larger vote base by 4 to 5%. So, there are multiple factors which you have to consider in a state like Gujarat, especially when the Prime Minister is pushing the Gujarat model for the last 8 years. He has replicated the Gujarat model at various levels on his development story and also the Sangathan story. How is it that the Congress escaped all of this, Rashid Kidwai, and they didn't say that let's focus our 100% energies only on one state? हिमाचल हार गए, कुछ और हार गए, लेकिन अगर गुजरात में हमने सेंग लगाई तो राजस्थान पे भी फर्क पड़ेगा, मध्य प्रदेश पे भी फर्क पड़ेगा, छत्तीसगढ़ पे भी पड़ेगा, 24 पे भी पड़ेगा. Look how the political narrative was stitched last time when the BJP got less than 100. Look what the political narrative will be right now with the BJP getting 156.
Anand, this is not to take away anything from the BJP's spectacular performance in Gujarat, but if there were Labharti, if there were women voters who were blindly आँख बंद करके वोट दे रहे थे, the same voters were there in Delhi also, same women voters were there in Himachal also.
दिल्ली में भी बीजेपी का वोट शेयर 1% बढ़ा है, आपका 14% गिरा है.
I think we are in a parliamentary democracy where numbers matter.
अभी आपने बोला वोट पड़ने चाहिए था, वोट तो 0.9% है हिमाचल में.
Anybody who wins, it's the number of seats. It's not about vote share. It's not about the volume of it.
Sir,
what I'm
you
saying
just
is,
now
if
said,
there are,
अगर लाभार्थी है तो वोट देना चाहिए था, वोट तो दिया है.
No, vote to diya hai, but what I'm saying is that cannot be, if women voters were voting blindly for Mr. Narendra Modi's welfare scheme, then that would have reflected in a BJP ruled state of Himachal.
And you are okay to compare an MCD election in Delhi with a state election in Gujarat. You are okay to compare an MCD election in Delhi with a state election in Himachal, Rashid ji, to make that argument.
No, all elections are different.
So then why are you comparing Delhi?
No, but when I'm saying there is a Labharti in Gujarat, then there is a Labharti in Himachal also.
That Labharti will vote for the labh that the center and the state is giving. No, municipal body election को क्यों आप उसमें लेके आ रहे हैं as an argument?
Okay, for the sake of argument, let's keep out. But then women voters were there in Himachal also.
They have. So do you have the number that they have not voted for the BJP?
Do you have? It is seats that matter.
अब देखिए, अब तो आप आर्गुमेंट घुमा रहे हैं. मेरा simple point ये है, sir, if the Himachal voter was totally disgruntled with the BJP, then the margin of victory should have been more than 10,000 votes in every seat. In a small voter base of less than 1 crore voters in Himachal.
Just to add an element to that argument. Look, even when the BJP won, and they won huge last time, they got 44 in Himachal. That's a massive victory for a small state like Himachal. Like I said, the victory margin in many of the constituencies was between 500 to 2,000. I think between 500 and 2,000 was 18 constituencies. I think in Himachal, the same talking points that the Congress used in Gujarat, Mehngai, Berozgari, it worked in Himachal. Let's be very clear about it. OPS was the single biggest issue, and I'll show it to you on the wall if you want. The district of Shimla. Shimla alone has 2.5 lakh government employees. 2.5 lakh. And look at the results. Out of 8 seats in Shimla, Congress won 7 and the BJP won 1. Compared to 2017, when the BJP swept the state in the district of Shimla, Congress won 4, but BJP won 3. And BJP had a bigger vote share, and independent won 1, and this independent was, again, a BJP rebel. So they had 4. The point I'm making is, issues are there in every state.
Correct.
What did the Congress do in Gujarat? You basically left the field. You left the field open. Anshul, I think that's the point that's being made repeatedly by Anand, Maria, me, is that today you're in a situation in Gujarat where if 5 years down the line, if another assembly election were to happen, today the difference between you and the Aam Aadmi Party is 17 and 5. And the vote share difference is what, about 13-14%. In the next assembly election, you're not guaranteed being the single largest opposition party. You could very well lose that tag in Gujarat.
I mean, I agree in hindsight that the strategies that the Congress used in this election, we've spoken about it earlier, the micro strategy, might have been highly misplaced. We can say that in hindsight. Right, maybe we should have gone for more traditional methods of campaigning, which were like billboards, big billboards, massive meetings, or whatever you have, right? Sending your message clearly across, because the resentment was there on the ground. It was there, it was discernible, it was palpable. The reasons why, what I disagree on you, fundamentally on all of you, is the reasons why the BJP may have won. There are certain emotional issues in Gujarat which have become naturalized. They are there, you don't even recognize them.
Okay, Zafar will respond. Let's get Zafar. Zafar, respond to this.
See, whatever statement he has so far made, the Congress spokesperson, in terms of resentment among the people of Gujarat, I think what kind of spectacles they were wearing, I don't know. The people were by and large extremely happy with the kind of support they were getting from the government. And they were extremely happy with the central government as well as the state government. They wanted and they have supported the call made by the Honorable Prime Minister, because they have a lot of admiration for the Honorable Prime Minister. The whole of Gujarat, wherever you go, there's one leader who is being acknowledged.
But Zafarji, that's the emotional quotient.
Prime Minister, and people were expecting
the adulation, respect for the Prime Minister.
In terms of work, let me.
One second. In terms of Zafarji, on ground, I was also there. Maria was also there. It's not that there were not issues. There were issues on ground. The administrative corruption was an issue. Paper leaks was an issue that was raised by AAP, which was championed by the Congress. But people also agreed. There were issues on, they wanted better education and education systems which are there. These were not the ones which would take the vote away from you. These were cribs. These were issues, if not addressed, will become a problem for you going forward. But it's not that they didn't have problems. But largely, I agree with you where you say that largely they were satisfied with what the BJP had done, primarily under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
No, but also I would like to highlight that what Mr. Anshul is repeatedly speaking about, the resentment. There was no resentment on the ground. They may have some issues, and I'm sure that every government will face that issue, because people will have certain expectation which has not been delivered, and everybody would want them to government to deliver to every expectation of theirs, but it doesn't happen. But by and large, even if they analyze in terms of the performance of the government, in terms of deliverables, what they had, whether they had lived up to their expectations.
Let me ask you a candid question, Zafarji, before I bring in the Modi magic aspect. Let me ask you, had you not shuffled the July 2021, had you not shuffled your entire cabinet, changed it all round. 38 members of the entire Gujarat cabinet changed 1.5 years before election. You think you would have returned 156 seats?
See, whatever was warranted, it had been done. I mean, it is the responsibility of the leadership that to take such call. If they felt that the cabinet needs to be changed, they have changed it.
So that means there was anti-incumbency, there was dissonance.
People, they have.
But you addressed it.
No,
but you addressed it. But you addressed it.
Incumbency against BJP. No, and no. It is not. It was never anti-incumbency against Bharatiya Janata Party. Maybe with some elected leaders, maybe with some MLAs, maybe some.
Correct.
Ministers.
So incumbency was with the leadership only. No, leadership within the state. There was leadership within the state. There were cribs. You addressed that. So people were happy that you addressed the problem.
It's fairly clear.
Which was again historic.
One second. You changed.
No,
party
took a call at that point. That was also historic, which never had which was never experienced by any other party.
You didn't do
That's
that
why
in
today we got the historic
and
result.
The results are there for everyone to see.
Correct. Exactly.
So, but it is also
you address concerns.
Reacting to the concerns.
Accepts, yeah.
If there are concerns, if the party is getting its strategy right, Advaita, even if it comes at the cost of changing everything. But if it is that part of a strategy 18 months before the elections, if it is accomplished, then would you say that that is anti-incumbency, or is it about ensuring that they understand the ground situation?
And react to it, yeah.
Yes.
Address it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be reactive. In fact, the core meeting that's going on, I'm sure they're discussing Himachal more than they are Gujarat, despite the historic victory, because that's just how the BJP works. You know, they're on it 24/7. So they're not going to be sitting back on the historic win in Gujarat. They're going to be talking about what's happened in Himachal. And that's, I think, the core difference. And also, I think, you know, the Congress has to stop with status quoist arguments. You know, right now the Congress spokesperson was speaking about the Bible Belt. You know, I lived in the Bible Belt, did my college there. It was a red state, out and out. No chance of it ever going blue. Today, 2 decades later, it's a blue state. So people change, demographies change, ideologies change, opinions change, and that's just something that we have to contend with. And the Congress, I think the status quoist attitude has led it to this situation in Gujarat, where last time round they were at 77 seats. This time round, and when we were discussing about how this 40-seat block they have, and they never go below that, this time around, they've even lost that because the voter is now saying, stop taking us for granted. And why are they being taken for granted? Because of this status quo argument as well as attitude. Yeah. You have to go out there and get every vote. Exactly. The BJP didn't sit back in Gujarat. They went after that tribal vote. And they got it this time round.
Exactly. The voter wants to see you in action. The voter wants to see you woo their vote and make that effort. If the AAP does it in place, so they will vote for the AAP. Let's quickly look at what the national picture is for all the three parties. The BJP, the Congress, and of course, we'll talk about the Aam Aadmi Party. But first, most importantly, it's Modi magic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds sway. And now it's moved into that realm of respect and adulation, driving force behind the BJP's biggest ever electoral win in Gujarat. Not just the BJP, any political party's biggest ever win, even in terms of vote share, since the inception of the state of Gujarat. Instrumental in the Patidars, the OBCs returning to the BJP fold, the tribals coming into the BJP fold, revving up this entire poll machinery to counter 27 years of anti-incumbency, making sweeping changes even before voter dissonance would set in, reading the pulse on ground. Gujarat voters still in awe of the son of the soil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Vada Pradhan is the son. Hamara bhai hai jo wahan baith ke kaam kar raha, hum support karenge. That sentiment came through. That's the emotional quotient, EQ. Left nothing to chance in the home state. Held 31 rallies and 2 road shows. The effort is there. Effort लगाओगे, result मिलेगा.
But emotional नहीं है. बस emotionally factor नहीं है. So it cannot be dismissed as just pure emotions, Zaka.
So you were there for one of the road shows in Surat. Tell us about that story about how.
The aspect what happens is in Surat, in the Surat district, there are 2 aspects. Mandvi and Varacha, there were 2 places where they said that these are bastions, or these Varacha was slipping away. The AAP had sway. There was dissonance among the Patidar community there in that state. On the 27th, when the Prime Minister conducted that roadshow was decided in just about 12 to 18 hours before the Prime Minister landing. 7 spots were decided in a 28-kilometer stretch where they were going to come and stand there. What happened is, it translated into a 3.5-hour roadshow. On ground, the team just sent autos to say Vada Pradhan yahan se guzarne wale. That's all they said. And the PC of people there came. And PM Modi just stopped everywhere. 1.5 hours ka thing, 3.5 hours. And the next day the talk in Surat is Varacha is ours.
You know what happened in Varacha? Alpesh Kataria, again one of the prominent faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, Alpesh Kataria, Patidar. Surat, of course, is where the Aam Aadmi Party claims its whole story started from. Alpesh Kataria lost by 20,000 votes.
Whoa.
20,000 votes. This is Varacha, neighbouring constituency of Katargam, from where Gopal Italia, their state president, was contesting from. You know how much he lost by? 65,000 votes. 65,000 votes. And Surat, all 9 seats, including the 2 that you were talking about, which they've never won, all 9 seats going to the BJP.
So this is
I think
efforts.
that's what made the difference.
Efforts, emotional quotient, yes, but effort. How do you discount
No, and
that?
next day morning, मैं बता रहा हूँ 3.5 घंटे का rally. उसके बाद at the road show. Then at the rally, 4 hours people were waiting. And there were women who were standing there, and the videos will show. They just wanted a photo and they just wanted to see Modi. That's the level to which his adulation was. And the next day in the morning, Zaka, he left late. The roads were blocked. We were on the streets. We were on the roads. He left only about 11:30 in the morning. Because between 8 and 11 in the morning, the word is, and this is unofficial sources saying, that he was picking up the phone and he was speaking to important, influential people in this entire region to make sure that there is no dissonance and to give them assurance that their concerns will be addressed. And
he was at the party headquarters every day that he was in Ahmedabad.
That's effort.
That is effort. You cannot just dismiss this as emotional election. Yes, it was emotions, but the fact that the Prime Minister himself did not take a single voter for granted. Nalin Mehta, how do you look at this new BJP? Nothing is left to chance.
So I think this is certainly one of the key ingredients of this new BJP post 2014, that they're fighting every election like it's their last election.
That's right.
I mean, for example, in UP, a lot of people forget that in UP the renaissance started by the BJP deciding to contest Panchayati Raj elections, which they had not fought for 10 years before that in 2014. Now in Gujarat, even in Himachal, by the way, a lot of criticism was made of the Prime Minister for calling a rebel candidate, and people said, "Look, he's a Prime Minister. Why is he doing that?" But that shows the effort he's making as a karyakarta and the effort they're putting in on the ground. Now, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. And in Himachal, the difference is 0.9%. But the fact of the matter is, all of this. You've had 30 plus rallies. You had the roadshow. Anand, you were talking about it. You, Maria, Zaka, you all covered that. But all of this is built on a very deep brick by brick layer of organization, which is what has carried the BJP here by increasing their vote share by about 4% in Gujarat, and in Himachal they are neck to neck. While they have lost convincingly in the seat share, on vote share they're neck to neck, which is different from the pattern.
Yes, it is different from the pattern. The other thing, Amit Shah, 102 fever.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't cancel his roadshow.
Yes.
He was out there campaigning. So all these people, it's not, they don't, this is the attitude which says, party se main hu, mujhse party nahi hai.
It's sarkar bhi party ki wajah se.
हाँ, sarkar bhi party ki wajah se. So and when it comes from the top leadership, imagine how much it will energize the foot shoulder there. And the other thing, the Congress has allowed the Aam Aadmi Party an open road.
Absolutely.
Aao loot ke le jao. That is how you left the door open and come in.
You know, look at what has happened in Saurashtra. We've just plotted this on the magic wall. Just in Saurashtra alone, remember there are about 58 seats. So in about 18 of those 58 seats, that's about a third, you have BJP winning 14 of those and AAP winning 4. What is fascinating about these 18 seats is Aam Aadmi Party is either leading in those constituencies or won those constituencies, has won 4, and it was number 2 in the remaining 14. These 18 seats should have gone to the Congress Party. It went to the Congress Party in 2017. You could put it on Patidar agitation, farmer distress, whatever it is. But fact is that the winning margin in these 14 seats where BJP won was less than the votes that the Aam Aadmi Party polled. And where did it poll from? It didn't poll from the BJP's votes. It polled from the Congress's votes. And who left the field open for the Aam Aadmi Party in Saurashtra? It's the Congress. Because the Congress in this same belt, it had these 18 seats in 2017. You add that 18 to the current 17 that they have, that itself is 35 seats.
Yes.
And
it would have been respectable.
Anshul, the point that we have been trying to make, आपने दरवाजा खोल करके इनवाइट किया है, तो फिर क्यों कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, हम कंप्लेन नहीं कर रहे. You know, in hindsight, I agree with what you're saying. I think that this serious period of Atma Manthan is needed before we can go forward, because, you know, 2024 is coming. There is absolutely no doubt about it. You know, I'm not elated by these results.
No.
I'm certainly not. These are exceedingly disappointing results for the Congress party. You know, what I'm differing on is the nature of the verdict of the BJP, their emphatic victory, their historic victory. I mean, what is this emotional appeal? Is Hindutva. I mean, I'm not going to paraphrase it. It is Hindutva.
So it's okay. What is wrong with
about.
Hindutva? Hindutva is Hinduness. We are in Hindustan. No, don't try and give it a different connotation altogether in terms of the political lexicon, and let's not be apologetic about being Hindus in Hindustan or Hindutva being an element. No, I'm just saying, Anshul Abhijit, the simple point is, let's not decry being Hinduness. Hinduness is being a Hindu or being a Hindustani. So let us appreciate that this political lexicon won't work. Anshul Abhijit, I have very respectfully only one point to make. Sir, on ground, there are people, there are voters who want a strong, robust opposition. And if you were to look at Gujarat and Himachal, sir, what is happening is many are turning out and saying they still believe that the best opposition or the best option or to challenge the BJP is the Congress. They do not want a third alternative. And you should not allow a third alternative to come in and open the door and leave it open to them to go ahead and do something.
You know, I've got the vote share difference and the differential between the Congress and the BJP over the last many elections. Like I said, the best performance the Congress had was in 2017. The differential between the Congress and the BJP was not much. It was just 8 percentage points. But look at these two elections, 2019 Lok Sabha, 2014 Lok Sabha. You can say, okay, Mr. Modi was on the ticket. So you have almost a 30% difference here. Again, you have more than 30% here. So that's fair enough. Mr. Modi was on the ticket. He's son of the soil. You know, Gujarati has an emotional connect with Mr. Modi. They want to make him Prime Minister in 2014. They want to repeat that term again in 2019. That's fair enough. But from 49-41 in 2017, if you've come down to 53-27, essentially the BJP's vote share is double that of the Congress. So which means if there are 3 voters in Gujarat, 2 of them are voting for the BJP, only 1 is voting for the Congress. You cannot win an election like that. I mean, forget about winning an election. You cannot even come close. That's why this was a landslide. Because this 27% that Congress has been reduced to from 41, out of this 41, Aam Aadmi Party took away 13. The remaining independents, rebels, smaller candidates, they took away 7. So the remaining 21% vote share, 1 out of 5 voters who voted for the Congress in 2017 has not voted for the Congress this time around because they were disappointed with the Congress.
And you have to give credit where it is due, because you've got to take a short break, so I'm leading into that. From 2002 till 2022, one common factor across this thread in Gujarat for the BJP is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And if there is a Modi factor, then you have to acknowledge that Modi factor. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the Modi magic that is working along with a lot of other work which is there. So this is that X factor that PM Narendra Modi is able to bring. So let's look at the data dome. And the quadcopter has decided to do this without me. Wow, fantastic. So what is it that you're doing without me? Aap kya leke aa rahe ho, Nitya? Let's just have a look at this.
No, so the lift off in the forklift is jerkier than the drop off of the quadcopter.
Yeah, because I'm in it, no?
So you are the problem.
I'm the problem. Because they decide to have some fun with me. It is BJP's historic win in Gujarat, and the credit goes to this man, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, rising in stature. More importantly, the belief factor, the trust, the bharosa factor in him is only increasing. If 1 in 2 voters, more than 1 in 2 voters have voted for this man in Gujarat, it calls for something. After 27 years in power for the BJP, and since 2002, he has been a factor, and this factor is only growing stronger.
And that
raise the roadmap for 2024 Lok Sabha.
Push or pull factor hota hai. There is the strong pull that is there. And it is about bharosa, yaqeen, jo bhi boliye, it is about this man.
The magnet magic of Modi, magnetic aura of Modi, however you want to call it, it is there. You have to accept it. And those who want to break it, they have to fight harder than this man is doing to preserve it and grow it. Short break. Stay with us.
कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा। अब दो चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का जो वोट शेयर है वो ज्यादा डगमगाया नहीं है, पर जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट होता हुआ दिखाई दे जा रहा है।
जब भी बड़ा है, हाँ, डबल इंजन की सरकार के कारण जो लोगों को डेवलपमेंट दिखा, जो विकास दिखा, जो योजनाएं बनी, देखिए 2017 में यहाँ जीएसटी के कारण सूरत में बहुत बड़ी राजनीति हुई थी। राहुल गांधी जी वहां खुद जमीन पर 3-4 बार आए थे, उसके बाद भी हमने क्लीन स्वीप दे दिया था। तो कांग्रेस वहां उस समय एग्जिस्ट करती थी, लेकिन इसके बाद देखिए ये जीएसटी का मुद्दा हमारे प्लस में आ गया। यहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ। मैं टेक्सटाइल मंत्री हूँ, मुझे पता है, वही टेक्सटाइल वाले लोग यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा सबको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं, सामने से जुड़े हैं। तो ये मुद्दा तो रहा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट रहा। और लोगों को पता है कभी लोग नाराज होते हैं लेकिन कभी बीजेपी से विमुख नहीं होते हैं, उसको छोड़ नहीं देते। उनको पता है कि बातचीत से समस्या हल हो जाएगी, हम लोग को भरोसा है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति जो प्यार है, विश्वास है, वो तो कायम है, वो तो बढ़ता जा रहा है। क्योंकि डबल इंजन की सरकार में जो इंप्लीमेंटेशन होता है, जो इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होती है, जो डेवलपमेंट आता है, क्योंकि सूरत इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और वो वर्ल्ड का सामना करने के लिए जो मॉडल की बात आती है, गुजरात मॉडल के को लेकर आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री ने वो दिल्ली में मॉडल बनाया। तो अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी का मॉडल बन रहा है वो सूरत से बन रहा है। तो सूरत में कहीं पे भी कुछ चूक नहीं होगी। और कॉर्पोरेशन में भी आप देखेंगे उनको जो आप पार्टी को सफलता मिली थी, उसके बाद में जो महिला,
एक मिनट के लिए आपको रोक रही हूँ। अमित शाह, गृह मंत्री, द होम मिनिस्टर has also tweeted out that of course is a message of the victory that has been registered in the state of Gujarat। और एक संदेश आ रहा है गृह मंत्री से भी। दर्शना जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें बोली, एक बहुत अहम बात और दिलचस्प बात आपने बोली कि हो सकता है कुछ लोग नाराज हो जाएं, लेकिन संवाद बना रहता है। बीजेपी का संगठन की जो शक्ति है, जो ताकत है, 2017 से 2022 के नतीजों में दिख गई है। बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से अपना वोट परसेंटेज, वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है, जिस तरह की सीटें आपने बनाई है, इतिहास कहीं ना कहीं इसी तरीके के संगठनों से बनता है। क्या कहानी है और 2024 के लिए बीजेपी किस तरह की पृष्ठभूमि इस समय बना रही है?
देखिए, हम लोगों का, हम सिर्फ चुनाव आते हैं तभी काम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता। जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है कॉर्पोरेशन, तो कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में जो गलती होती है वो सुधार कर हम लोग एमएलए जीतते हैं। आज मेरे 7 एमएलए जीत गए और 7 एमएलए के साथ में उसी की ताकत पे लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा। तो इसमें कितनी ताकत बढ़ गई? 150 लोग जमीन पर रहेंगे जो अपने अपने सांसद को जिताने के लिए, अपने प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री के लिए वो जो निकलेंगे, तो ये और दोगुना हो जाएगा।
जी जी, आपका वोट परसेंटेज एक्चुअली बढ़ गया है, 53-54% आ गया है। भाजपा बहुत खुश होगी। दर्शना जी, शायद आप मेंशन करने वाली थी महिला पावर के बारे में। आप बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा को भी बहुत सालों से संभाल रही हैं। मैं मुझे याद है 2017 में मैं आई थी गांधीनगर में, आपका जो नया ऑफिस खुला था बीजेपी का हेडक्वार्टर्स, वहां मैं आपसे मिली थी। और बहुत सारी महिला जो आपके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो दिखती हैं गुजरात में, और महिला की जो आवाज है वो बहुत जोर से सुनाई देती है गुजरात में। तो आपको लगता है ये महिलाओं का जो विश्वास है वो भी बना हुआ है?
अगर बीजेपी के हमने महिलाओं के बढ़ा दिया है, मैं वही बोलती हूँ कि 10% वोट बढ़ा लिए हम लोगों ने उनके प्रति। और वो चीज मुझे मेरी वराछा सीट पे दिखती थी कि वहां की महिला मुझे बोलती थी कि हम लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ हैं। जब योगी जी का रोड शो हुआ और राम मंदिर की बातें आई, तब भी वो लोगों ने ऐसा ही किया कि बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों को कि भाई हाँ चलो, ये सब चीजें जो हमारी अपेक्षा है, धर्म के लिए जो गोपाल ने राजनीति करी, वो जो अपशब्द बोले, प्रधानमंत्री की माता के प्रति अपशब्द बोले, तो ये कोई महिला सहन नहीं करेगी। और जब महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है। और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज्यादा कॉर्पोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए, और मुफ्ती रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट होती है।
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature, 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is...
Back on this continuous coverage, and even as Zaka is fiddling with the wall there, Maria, I'm going to call that forklift once again. We try to find out why is it that only with me on board they do this jhatka. They're actually having fun. They want to see me fall down. इसीलिए मैंने उनको कहा कि unless there is a footrest and a footbed there, I'm not getting on top of this. So there you go. I'm going to get back in. I'm going to lock myself, and I'll tell you. अभी झटका नहीं देना, आराम से उठा. अभी तो उठाया ठीक से. All right, let's go up.
That's smooth.
See, this is much smoother, isn't it? Yeah, but suddenly it will start acting funny. Let's try and quickly look at the numbers and how they stack up, ladies and gentlemen. And this is an assembly which we will have to try and decipher what went wrong. What went wrong for the BJP and what the Congress could have done right to cash in, perhaps, and further push the ante on the BJP and push them down to take the story forward. With this seat share, the Congress can hold out as hopes. Rashid Kidwai said, it's like Santa Claus. Delhi MCD aapko de diya, Himachal Congress ko de diya, and voter ne Gujarat BJP ko de diya. But fact is, what are they going to do with this victory? What it does is that it sets the Congress party, yet another state, that they are in power. So in the northern belt, in the Hindi belt, if you were to look at it, right now they are in Punjab, they are now in Himachal, and they can fight to retain Rajasthan and try and make inroads in Chhattisgarh and, of course, Madhya Pradesh, and, of course, retain Chhattisgarh. So that's the narrative for 2024. But here, it's a fight of who is going to be chief minister. Will they retain Pratibha Singh, or will there be flux? Because if it is not Pratibha Singh, then we may just see friction, fraction here, and of course defection moving towards the BJP. So the BJP will also have to introspect. They shouldn't have lost like they have with a 0.1%, 0.9% vote share difference. Let's get down and talk about Himachal a little more threadbare. Some of the lessons. Not all is well in all parties, ladies and gentlemen. And I was talking to somebody who said that ये Congress की आत्मा BJP पे चली गई. This is the Congress of the 70s and the 80s. That's the form that the BJP has taken. And I'm going to get out. Thank you very much. And push this up and take this conversation with Zaka and Maria. Zaka, on the wall, critical seats that the Congress party has pulled away or the BJP has actually lost.
We've talked about the rebel factor, and I keep going back to that. In small states, that makes a huge, huge difference. BJP candidates who were denied tickets, who then stood as independents, there were 10 of those constituencies across various parts of the state. In 10 of those constituencies, you had here in the lower reaches and, of course, in the upper reaches as well. In 10 of those constituencies, 5 of those constituencies, the Congress won, the BJP won only in 3, and the others got 2. So basically, if you were to take, all those 10 constituencies, these were won by the BJP in 2017, 10 rebels standing, the BJP out of those 10 loses 7 and wins only 3. And this is across, like I said. And I want to just individually go with each of those seats. And I want to talk about some of these seats. For example, the seat from Nalagarh, KL Thakur, the difference between him and the BJP candidate was 18% votes, which means for every vote that the BJP candidate got, every 5 votes that the BJP candidate got, this gentleman got an extra vote. He got 6 votes when the BJP candidate got 5. So 1/5 more votes he got in this constituency. So imagine if he was overlooked for a ticket, something must have been wrong. I want to go back to the rebel factor again. And again, in the Solan seats, this is where Priyanka Gandhi, of course, had her first address. The Congress's Malinder Rajan winning there from Indora. The neighbouring constituency where it was a fight between the Pathania cousins. The Congress Pathania, which is Bhavani Singh Pathania, winning there in that constituency. This is Fatehpur. And then the other rebel who won from Dera. Again, Hushiyar Singh was in a fight with a BJP candidate. Hushiyar Singh was a BJP rebel. He again won. The differential between him and the BJP candidate was over 12%. So the point I'm making is these were candidates who were overlooked for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was. Maybe the party thought they couldn't win. Maybe they underestimated, the kind of support that they had, factionalism, whatever it was. But they were polling in one case, 18% more than the official candidate. In another case, 12% more than the official candidate. I think that's a problem.
Could this have been addressed? Could this have been arrested, perhaps? Ticket distribution going wrong, it's really unheard of as far as this BJP is concerned.
See, ticket distribution, Maria, is always a call taken collectively by the committee, Central Election Committee, based on the feedback they get from the state leadership. Also, this went wrong. I mean, they give the best winnable candidate. Whoever is the winnable candidate, they give the ticket to the winnable candidate, irrespective whether they're strong, weak in terms of people's eye. Because at the end of the day, our party wants to win every single seat they are fighting, and whichever candidate appears to be the best, they always choose the best person. But sometimes it does happen that the feedback what they have received from the state leadership or the local leadership may not have been in line with the ground realities, and that's
quite surprising. The party president of the BJP is from Himachal, Zafarji. The incumbent chief minister completes a full term. This is a fight which has predominantly been between P.K. Dhumal and Veerbhadra Singh Ji. Both of them, Dhumal Ji and Veerbhadra Singh Ji, not directly in the fight. Veerbhadra Singh Ji no longer with us. But there was a legacy fight or a sentiment aspect where P.K. Dhumal Ji's son, Anurag Thakur, is minister at the centre. So they're all powerful personalities who are representing Himachal both at the state and at the national level. Still, there is so much of dissonance that there are 21 rebels. How much seats they won, some of the seats they dented, these are aspects which the BJP has to consider. Clearly, the factionalism life, that's why I am quoting somebody who said that this erstwhile 70s, 80s का जो Congress है, वो आज BJP हो गया है. वो Congress का भूत BJP में आ गया है, and it's going the Congress way. Now, that's something which you have to address as a party, whether you want to do that or not. You may reject this, entire comparison outright, Zafar Islam. But this is a concern that people are raising who are watching the party's growth and how things are manifesting. But to Anshul Abhijit, to your credit and to the Congress's credit, you caught a local issue which was a dukhti nas. That was the OPS issue. There was the apple growers issue. Maria was there on ground and these did come out. But more importantly, how Priyanka Vadra campaigned, the tone of the campaign, localizing the issues and attacking the BJP where it would hurt them. Is that something as a template you want to take forward?
Certainly, Anand. I mean, thank God. I mean, मैंने सोचा कि आप कांग्रेस की तारीफ ही नहीं करेंगे. 40 सीट ले आए और ये आप कह रहे हैं कि 1% का डिफरेंस था. ये क्या जीत हुई? और being so cynical, ये तो रिबेल के लिए वजह से जीत गए. तो आपने तारीफ तो की, शुक्र है.
देखिए, तारीफ की बात नहीं है. मैं इस बात से कहता हूं कि चाहे जीत कैसी भी हो, आपको क्रिटिकल होना जरूरी है कि आप इससे बेहतर जीत सकते थे. एज अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ये होना जरूरी है, नहीं तो वो हंगर नहीं रहेगा. इसीलिए प्लीज कैरी ऑन.
नहीं, बिल्कुल आनंद. एक इनवैल्यूएबल लेसन तो ये है ना, तो एक मिथ तो बस्ट हुआ. There's a myth that has been busted that on a 1-to-1 contest, it was assumed that the Congress would always, fall behind or found wanting. It can be done. It can be done. I'm not saying it can be done easily because, every contest is a tough contest to win. One has to respect the electorate and try and convince them to vote for you. But it can certainly be done. And it's an invaluable lesson. You're absolutely right for the Congress in future and for the opposition as well. For the
it's also about collective leadership of the Congress party but a great degree of credit is being given to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Do you think she is electorally perhaps more sharp, Rashid, than her brother, who chose to cross Gujarat and spend just one day there in a poll-bound state?
I think, Maria, all comparisons are very unfair. But of course, Priyanka Gandhi has shown a sense of determination. Remember, she had do a lot of flag for her Uttar Pradesh campaign, but finally she got it right, and it was a combination of the ground level situation, issues, etc. I think the Congress needs to really introspect, take drastic actions also regarding Gujarat. That's, during the break, someone called me and, read out a thing. Though Gujarat is a dry state, he said, अब इतनी भी मयस्सर नहीं मैं खाने में जितनी छोड़ दिया करते थे हम पैमाने में. So this is what Congress people are saying.
Chief Minister कौन होगा, Rashid? Who will be the Chief Minister in Himachal?
I think, Maria, as far as late Veerbhadra Singh was concerned, he belonged to the entire Congress. So I think it would be unfair to reduce this, that Vido is a legitimate successor or so, or a presidential candidate, because she's a Lok Sabha member of Parliament, and there will be dynasty charge. There are some other good contenders are there. I think the Congress should play by the year. Hold us.
It will create a little bit of flux, Rashidji. We have limited time, but one aspect, again, Himachal is another story. In terms of votes, the Congress has always had a steady share of votes. It's the BJP vote share which fluctuates, the voter which fluctuates. That's the one that dissolves and dissipates. In this scenario, if the Congress is saying, all right, 15 seats because of the seat, but the vote share is not something which will translate at Lok Sabha. It's not that gap which the BJP will not work to bridge.
No, you look at the 2019 Lok Sabha, the BJP won all seats with a 70% vote share. So, Lok Sabha, because Mr. Modi is on the ticket, and obviously, people vote differently for the Lok Sabha because there's a tall leader on the ticket. But if you were to come back to the Vidhan Sabha currently, and I want to run this, why the Congress made such a huge issue about the OPS scheme. The reason for that was around Shimla. If you just take a look at Shimla, there are 8 constituencies, I think 8 constituencies there. The Congress won 7 out of those 8 constituencies. There are 2.5 lakh government employees just in Shimla alone. It is said that in Himachal Pradesh, I think 1/10, I think if I'm not mistaken, 1/10 of the jobs there are Sarkari jobs. People who are working there are in a Sarkari Naukri of some form or the other. If such a huge number of people are Sarkari employees, and for them this is a concern, and to be fair, I don't think the BJP Jairam Thakur was a little wishy-washy about OPS. Dekhenge, committee bithayenge. Whereas Priyanka Gandhi, and again, I'm not taking anything away from her, in her very first rally, she said, the first thing we will do, we will bring back OPS. पहले कैबिनेट की पहली निर्णय ये होगा कि OPS को हम वापस लेके.
Well, I can also say that I will buy you a patola sari, but can I afford it? That's the question, Akashi. I can give.
You can. I don't know. I can. You certainly can.
I'm just saying that I certainly cannot. That's why I settled for a pocket scare. But that's the case. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi also talked about. He said that आप वादे तो कर रहे हो, निभाओगे कैसे? आमदनी अठन्नी खर्चा रुपया आप कर सकते हो कि नहीं कर सकते हो? This is something which the Prime Minister said. We want to wind up so quickly trying to understand what the national picture would be, how things would be going forward, ladies and gentlemen. The big national picture is that the election winning machine, that is the BJP, is unstoppable. Look at the juggernaut. Yes, the setback at Himachal notwithstanding, but if you go into the, read between the lines, it's actually not such a big setback. They just need to correct certain wrongs. So those little fixes can be made. But Gujarat is the story. Modi wave only getting stronger in the run-up to Lok Sabha 2024. The Modi vote is only getting more solid, robust. Vidhan Sabha mein ye jadoo hai to Lok Sabha mein kya hoga? You think about it. Worst ever show in Gujarat proves it just cannot take on the BJP, especially in stronger bastions beyond the Rivayati aspects. And of course, left on a sticky wicket ahead of the high stakes Karnataka polls. There is Madhya Pradesh coming, there is Rajasthan they'll have to defend, and of course, going forward, other states where the BJP will mount a far more stronger challenge. Claims national party status after the Gujarat performance. The AAP desperately needs to be in 4 states to call itself a national party. Otherwise, it's a regional party. Gujarat is the 4th state where it has got over 6% vote share. That's where it qualifies to become a national party. But just because they are a national party, are they the alternative? No. जितनी deposit ज़ब्त हुई है, उससे तो कम ही सीटें जीते हैं. So clearly, the AAP also has to think about a few. For you, one single aspect that is the highlight.
through the course of the last 12 to
I
14
think,
hours?
like I said, I think the word for me in Gujarat is this is a watershed election. This is as big, if not bigger, than the 1985 election. Biggest mandate for any party in the history of Gujarat. And after 27 years of anti-incumbency, I think we should just kill that word. I don't think that, certainly in Gujarat, it doesn't seem to exist.
सर तारीफ करने हुए हील पहन के 15 घंटे खड़ी हो मारिया देखो but what stands out for you?
It is about cult of Narendra Modi, but also the BJP emphasizing on Sangathan and also saying नेतृत्व जरूरी है लेकिन state की leadership भी जरूरी है. I think the big takeaway from that speech of Prime Minister Narendra Modi was, and I'm going to repeat it, that नरेंद्र मोदी ने वादा किया था कि नरेंद्र कोशिश करेंगे कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े. So I think that is important. This is about the beauty of the party that I cover.
Humility has to be there, that I want you to do better than me and I'll work harder and perhaps lead by example. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic journey over the last 15 hours and also in the run-up to this result day. One of the many result days that we're going to bring to you through the course of the next 15 months because we are building up to Lok Sabha 2024. The tone has been set. This is the platform. You are the audience and we are the ones who will deliver an exciting, engaging election coverage like no one else. Thank you very, very much. Namaste, Jai Hind and bye-bye. Counting is going to get underway.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
The first leads coming in right at the bottom of the screen for the BJP from Gujarat.
The best election team delivered yet again.
The Congress has passed the halfway mark and now has got the position of strength to form government in Himachal Pradesh.
Never happened in the history of Gujarat for an incumbent party to come back after 27 years and record a historic mandate.
Vote for BJP is a vote for Modi, and that is what is becoming increasingly clear.
Elections equals CNN News 18.
वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया, सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए.
Welcome ladies and gentlemen. बाकी सब मोह माया है, गुजरात पर सिर्फ मोदी ही छाया है. That's the verdict from Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen, and the Prime Minister saying very, very clearly that it's the effort of the karyakartas that's come and borne fruit, and of course the trust, the bharosa, the confidence of the voters of Gujarat. As the Statue of Unity stands tall, this beautiful vista overlooking the beautiful Narmada Valley in Kevadia, let's also call out how Gujarat has voted. It's a record-tode voting, ladies and gentlemen, and we present to you here in our continuous coverage at CNN News 18. This is a number which is going to be very, very, very hard to beat in the future Vidhan Sabha elections in Gujarat. 53% vote share. More than 1 in 2 voters has come out and voted decisively for the BJP. The opposition, the Congress and the AAP put together total 40% vote share, and the others add their 47% vote share. So they combined do not fall about 6 to 7% short of the BJP. That is the impact of this election. And that is after 27 years in power. A massive pro-incumbency trust vote that's been given, handed over into the jholi of Narendra Damodar Modi by the people of Gujarat, setting the tone for the next 15 months ahead of Lok Sabha 2024. And as I make my way back into the studio, It's over to Zaka and Maria, who've been there right through the day, getting you the best ever election coverage. Over to you, Zaka.
What a fascinating story this has been in Gujarat. The BJP has had now an institutional presence in Gujarat. And for me, the most fascinating aspect of this election, look at this map. It's a sea of saffron. It's a sea of saffron in a way that no party, forget about BJP or Congress, no party in the history of Gujarat has got. For me, the fascinating part about this election was all the mistakes that were made, all the lessons that needed to be learned from 2017 have been learned. Patidar dominated seats, look at this, BJP winning 34 out of 39. Compare that to 2017, where the Congress, particularly in Saurashtra, in the rural seats, the Congress ran the BJP very, very close. The BJP has learned from that mistake, and today the BJP completely dominating the Patidar seats, 34 out of 39. Another social demographic where they've really, really improved, again, learnt the lesson from 2017, is the tribal seats. And I want to specially mention the tribal seats because they spread all the way from Banaskantha and Sabarkantha in the north to Panchmahals, Dangs, Navsari. And remember, the tribal seats, many of those constituencies had 70% plus voter turnout. So a large number of tribals came to vote. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, 26 out of 30. 26 out of 30 at a strike rate of 95%. The Congress, and mind you, these are seats that are traditional Congress voters. The tribals have been traditional Congress voters. Just 3 out of 30. Just compare that to 2017 and you see the difference. It was Congress at 15. It was BJP at 12. Once again, a social demographic where they've corrected it. The Prime Minister was talking about this, and I think it's a very, very important aspect. When India gets its first tribal woman president, the tribals of Navsari and Dangs and Panchmahals and Sabarkantha and Banaskantha have come out and affirmed the choice of the first woman tribal president and given the BJP
and
a huge
woman
mandate.
voter.
Yes.
The Prime Minister saying that women ne Ashirwad ka tika lagaya, tilak lagaya. But I think, for me, the story of this election is about the partnership. Partnership between the central leadership and the state leadership. What the Prime Minister said was very, very interesting, Zaka. That Narendra ne वादा किया था कि वो कोशिश करेंगे कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े. I think that is the beauty of this election partnership that we are looking at. The BJP sending a message, yes, it is about Narendra Modi, but it is equally about ensuring that the states have important leadership in, say, Bhupendra Patel this time around. And I think Anand is ready to step down.
Yes, Anand? Absolutely. I've been listening to the two of you in my quadcopter. That's what this beauty of technology, real meeting, real, artificial meeting, virtual, all of that put together. But the fact is that in an assembly, Vidhan Sabha seat, the Prime Minister talked about it too, as we land Aram Se. This is where it just swings a bit. There you go. See? Now set me down properly, please. I was just saying that Bhupendra Patel won by merely 2 lakh votes in a Vidhan Sabha election. That's a record in itself. Let me get down and get across here. Thank you very, very much, Alexis. Zaka, that's important. Ghatlodia, BJP bastion. But the fact is that merely 2 lakh votes, larger than the Lok Sabha victory.
Oh, absolutely. Ghatlodia, in fact, is the biggest constituency in all of Gujarat in terms of the voter population. The largest electorate is in this constituency, and this constituency has now given 2 chief ministers. Anandiben Patel was from this constituency, and now Bhupendra Patel twice from this constituency. I think it's a phenomenal achievement in an...
Well, I can't hear you, Zaka, because this quadcopter is making a lot of noise. Alexa, I know you like to be in the studio with us, but we don't want to have the discussion with your rotors on. So please, out of here. Thank you very, very much. The quadcopter has been great fun. You've done a fantastic job. I don't think we're going to be seeing you again very, very soon. Are we? Okay, we'll see. But story, like you said, you know, Amiben Yagnik, Rajya Sabha MP, what was the effort that was put there in the Congress party if they really wanted to challenge the incumbent chief minister? Returned more than 2 lakh votes. This is not just selection, outright rejection.
With 1 lakh, this time it has doubled to 2 lakhs.
Exactly, and that too the average size of an assembly constituency is about 2.5, maybe 3 lakhs. To have a 1 lakh lead in such a constituency, like I said, the biggest in terms of the number of electors in this constituency. And remember, Bhupendra Patel, you know, I keep going back to that image from 2017-18. He was sitting in the last row
Yes.
first-time MLA, had no clue that he was
July
going to be
2020.
You know the
2020.
interesting story?
July
As he was
2020.
trying to get inside,
Yes.
the security guard stopped him. They said, "आपको जाने का permission नहीं है." They
Then he
quite
said,
literally
"मैं
stopped him, and then suddenly they realized, oh, he is now going to be the chief minister there. So he walked in as an ordinary karyakarta or an MLA at that time, and who was not even getting inside, and he walked down to Z security and getting into the car.
Unbelievable, unbelievable story, no doubt about it.
Before we move forward and talk a little more, let's listen into what the Prime Minister had to say. Quick, short excerpt.
भाजपा का बढ़ता जन समर्थन ये दिखाता है कि परिवारवाद और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जन आक्रोश लगातार बढ़ रहा है और मैं इस बात को स्वस्थ लोकतंत्र के लिए एक शुभ संकेत के रूप में देखता हूं और साथियों, इस बार वाकई गुजरात ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया है। मैं नड्डा जी सहित सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और विशेष रूप से मैं गुजरात की जनता को भी नमन करता हूं। चुनावों के दौरान मैंने गुजरात के भाई बहनों और युवाओं से कहा था कि इस बार नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड टूटना चाहिए और मैंने वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया। उसने गुजरात की स्थापना से लेकर के अब तक सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। गुजरात के इतिहास का सबसे प्रचंड जनादेश भाजपा को देकर गुजरात के लोगों ने नया इतिहास बना दिया है।
Formation of Gujarat in 1960 when the Bombay province broke away Junagadh and then merged with Gujarat. The state of Gujarat saying तब से लेकर अब तक का record तोड़ दिया, record तोड़ने में record तोड़ दिया. The gratitude is there, but also the message, ladies and gentlemen, that for the Modi magic to prevail, the karyakartas have continued to commit to the party. The work of Bhajpa, the rise of Bhajpa is because of the work discipline, the effort that's put on the ground, and it is the organizational structure that works. It's been put there, it's been tested, and it works, and that's what is the secret or recipe to success. The Modi magic casting a spell yet again. Driving force behind the BJP's biggest ever win in Gujarat, and this Gujarat model is what will now be taken across to the various states, union territories, and of course Lok Sabha 2024. Instrument in also Patidars, OBCs returning to the BJP fold. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's magic, Ashwasan, and the effort the PMO took in terms of the entire reshuffle of the cabinet and the assurance that the PM is still there, he's still connected and he's still reachable. Revved up this entire poll machinery to counter 27 years of anti-incumbency and to ensure that 2017 is an aberration in the BJP's performance in Gujarat, and it will be forgotten with this 156. Gujarat voters still in awe of the son of the soil. Not just in awe, we should replace that with adulation now. That's what's coming through. Respect, adulation, a certain level of reverence in certain groups who say we will do anything for that man who's always working for us. That's the belief they have on him, the trust they have. Left nothing to chance in the home state, held 31 rallies, 2 road shows, spent 25 days on ground, 25 days of the Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister there since Diwali, the effort that was put in, all of it coming together for a record-tod record. That's what's happened.
And चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाता है, चुनाव का लक्ष्य जीत होता है. That's clear, that's evident. Let me bring in the guests at this hour and go straight to Professor Nalin Mehta. Nalin Mehta, your big takeaway from Prime Minister's speech at the BJP headquarters.
I think the biggest takeaway for me was humility. I think the forward-looking message that he gave out on this, the point he made about Himachal as well, we shouldn't forget Himachal, about the very the sliver of a difference in vote share in Himachal, the assurance he gave to the people of Himachal in terms of central government assistance and things like that. But on Gujarat in particular, I think the message that he's setting the stage for election battles to come. He's saying this is a portent for days to come. He's talking about the always present Modi imagery of the people that attack him. He made sure that he mentioned that, which I think is now par for the course with the Prime Minister. But all in all, a very measured speech and something which I think Mr. Modi could have, he could have been more celebratory. But he wasn't. I think he was very measured. He was very prime ministerial in his approach today.
Well, that is something that we've seen in the recent past. That's a change in the stature and also demeanor of the Prime Minister. He will do what he has got to do in his role as a campaigner. Right now, he's talking as a Prime Minister and as a leader, and he wanted to celebrate the victory with the people. But Nishant Rawal and Sanju Verma ji, namaste, along with Nalin Mehta joining us this evening. Nishant ji, sabse pehle to congratulations on the victory in Himachal. But the focus will also be 77 se 17 in Gujarat.
Anandji, I've been doing debates since 8 o'clock in the morning, and you are the first one who congratulate us for Himachal Pradesh victory. Because today, what happens since entire day, people are congratulating to BJP. Even I am congratulating Bharatiya Janata Party Gujarat division and Pradhan Mantri ji as well for the amazing victory that they made the record. They broke the record of Congress Party, 149 seats in Gujarat. But other way around, Himachal Pradesh is also an important state of North India, and it was ruled by BJP. Two things happened today. BJP made the record in Gujarat with 156 seats, which was the amazing record. But other way around, in 2017, BJP won Himachal Pradesh, BJP won Gujarat, BJP was ruling in MCD as well. But today,
but Nishanji, I'll tell you what.
2 days, they won one state, Gujarat,
you should look at that,
and they lost.
You should look at it's easy. I know you are a politician, you are a spokesperson of a political party, so you will have to make your arguments and you'll have to show your party in good light, and I respect that also. But let's look at the absolute numbers. What separates you in Himachal between the BJP and the Congress? 0.9% of the vote share. That's the difference. Okay, what separates you in terms of vote share in Gujarat? 28%, and it is 53%. So nearly 30%. You are nearly 42% last time around. You have slid down. So the performance is also what separates you in Gujarat, 17 seats and 156 seats. This 1%, because it's a two-party race, no AAP, none of the, nobody else, the difference is 15 seats. So take the 15 seats and we commend you. But if you were to win Himachal hands down, sir, then you should have at least a 6 to 7% different vote share and a massive runaway victory that would have been registered. That's not happened, Nishanji. Sanju Verma ji, Himachal, the fact is there are two plans, and along with the congratulations which are all happening all around, the fact is a lesson is to be learned. If you are Sangathit and united, you will win like Gujarat. If there are factionalism and 21 rebels fighting within the inside a particular state, you will end up like Himachal.
Anand, I think that is very well put. First, let me start by congratulating, Nishant, the Congress counterpart on the panel, for that victory in Himachal Pradesh. I think let's not shove things under the carpet, and that is certainly not one of my strong points. Yes, the internal rebellion perhaps could have been contained. I think it would be improper on my part to sit here and wax eloquent, because the party top brass, I'm sure, has taken cognizance. For instance, look at a rebel like Ashwini Sharma in Himachal Pradesh. I mean, where in a constituency, the total voter size, because Himachal Pradesh, let's face it, is a very small state of barely a crore in terms of population. Somebody like Ashwini Sharma gets more than 13 or 14,000 votes. So certainly introspection needs to be done. Let's not try and beat, around the bush on that one. But I have to say this, what a stellar victory it has been in Gujarat. You know, to say that you have won, I mean, even if we had won crossing 127, which was our record in 2002, it would have still been a landslide. But to get more than 156 odd seats, I think that is unbelievable. But my key takeaway, you know, Zaka, Anand and Maria, is this. As the Prime Minister said, I think the last few lines of his speech, which was electrifying as always, was that अभी हम पर और जुल्म होने हैं, हमको अपनी सहन शक्ति का विस्तार करना पड़ेगा, हमको अपनी समझदारी का विस्तार करना पड़ेगा. And I think Prime Minister is also not known to hold his punches. Yes. Nalin Mehta made a very important point about the Prime Minister's speech not being overduly celebratory, but at the same time it was measured. Right. And I'll tell you why.
Sanju, the point that you made. Seconds. Yes, okay, quickly, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. You know, this is not for CNN News 18, but I think media needs to learn that you cannot be calling Arvind Kejriwal an alternative to Narendra Modi. You know, this man said, मैं भविष्यवाणी दे रहा हूँ, आप लिख लीजिए, हमको 90-92, which means 90-92 seats तो जरूर मिलेंगी. ये बड़े गंदे लोग हैं. आपको आम आदमी पार्टी को 150 सीट्स देनी है. Basically, when he said गंदे आदमी,
yes, I get that. You know, Sanju, the point that you made specifically about the rebels, I think that is actually reflecting in the numbers as well, Zaka. The rebels, the number of seats, in fact, the vote that they have polled is similar to the loss that the BJP has had.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, of those 21, I think the BJP managed to get a few of them back as well, got them to withdraw the nomination. But there were 10 of them who cost the BJP. BJP rebels who stood as independents who cost the BJP. Out of those 10 seats, the Congress has won 5. That's up 1 from last time. The BJP is down 2 from last time. So this figure should have been 5. It should have been 5-5. And the others 2 have won as well. So this figure should have been 5 plus 2, 7. So 7 of those people had won last time. This time only 3. And I just want to just quickly run through the constituencies. It's across. It's in Lower Himachal. It's in Upper Himachal. From the constituency of Indora, Malendra Rajan of the Congress has won. Here again, it was the fight between the two Pathaniyas, as it were. Yes. The Pathaniya from the Congress party, of course, won in that. In Dehra, Hoshiar Singh, BJP rebel, stood as an independent. He has won. He polled almost 25-26% to the vote in that constituency. Same here in the case of Nalagarh, KL Thakur, again BJP rebel. He polled, I mean, the difference was 17%. He won by 17 percentage points. That is not a small margin. So the point I'm making is that BJP rebels was a huge problem, and it was across the state. It was in the lower reaches. It was in the upper reaches. It was in Kulu Manali. It was in Kinnaur. So when you have a factor that is affecting a party, a ruling party, across regions, then that's a problem. This is a problem. Yes, the BJP did try to address it. Unfortunately, it didn't get resolved.
I think we'll talk Himachal in detail. But I think, you know, the factor and the story of this election will be about Gujarat.
Of course.
And Zaka, look at this. Tribals ne diya, महिलाओं ने दिया, OBCs ने दिया, पटीदार ने दिया, सब ने दे दिया बीजेपी को. मतलब कहां पर है चुनाव? यही बोल रहे हैं.
चुनाव भी नहीं, but the other part is the voter is also turning around and saying, Nalin Mehta, that we don't want an AAP. We don't want a third option in these states. Look, they kept it as a two-party fight. They kept it between the BJP and the Congress. It just looks like that the voter is calling out to the Congress and saying, come out and fight, wake up. We are happy with you. We want to vote for you, but you come out and fight. There is no campaign called a silent campaign. The AAP is getting things on a platter, sir. Punjab, Congress gave it away. They had it in their kitty. Even at the MCD elections, look, the AAP has lost in its bastions. It's down by about 12 to 14% votes in MCD. And the
impact of Punjab should have been felt on Himachal, which hasn't been the case. It's the neighbouring state.
The story of AAP in both of these states, in Himachal, its vote share is 1%.
Correct.
In Gujarat, its vote share is 13%. That is a story for me. I mean, why would, I mean, you would imagine that a new party, a 10-year-old party, has greater chance of success in a smaller state and not in a bigger state. And yet, how many rallies did Mr. Kejriwal address in Himachal Pradesh?
They didn't do it because they realized that the Congress was strong there even as a regional base of Veerbhadra Singh, and because it was Veerbhadra Singh versus P.K. Dhumal. Here the Congress said we are doing a silent campaign. They actually gave up the impetus. Nishant ji, and I'm going to ask you, Nalin Mehta and then Nishant, please. 77 to 92, मैं बार-बार यही कहता हूँ, 77 से 92 का रास्ता छोटा था या फिर 99 से 156 का. How could the Congress give it away on a platter to a party that's not even a decade old? Nalin Mehta.
So, the story of the Congress in Gujarat is of a party that simply deserted the battlefield. In the sense that if your generals are not going to lead from the front and you're not going to fight the fight yourself, why should voters fight for you? And these are voters who have stuck through thick and thin with the Congress across almost 3 decades of BJP dominance. The Congress never fell below 38%, 35, 36, 37% in the last 20 years. Now, if you look at the non-BJP vote, that it was around 41% with the Congress last time. It's remained around 40% overall this time, but split between Congress and AAP. About 13% is the swing, minus swing against Congress, and 12.5% has gone to AAP. That's what has happened this time. So Kejriwal is now setting himself up to gobble up the Congress as you go forward. That was the punt. Now that's not gone deep enough, but he's made enough inroads, including in rural Gujarat. The other thing I want to say is that I've just been looking at some figures. It's not just that the BJP increased its vote share by around 4 percentage points to roughly around 54% plus. I'm looking at the vote percentage margins in the seats. Seats with over 50,000 margin in Gujarat are almost 50.
Wow.
Seats with over between 40,000 to 50,000 margin are 20 plus. 30 to 40,000 is similar. There are very few seats in Gujarat which were by thin margins. So I think the scale of this victory is, on every analytical category, there is no analytical category in which there's been a contest.
And Bhupendra Patel winning with 2 lakh in an assembly constituency, and that will be perhaps the highest in this election, just as he won with 1 lakh votes, in last time around in 2017. But Rashid, again, the point that is being made, let's emphasize on that Himachal is a state which is close to Punjab. Punjab is a state which has been won by the Aam Aadmi Party recently, but it fails to make any impact in Himachal. As far as Gujarat is concerned, they realize that perhaps there is an option there, but it is the Congress which has completely collapsed in Gujarat, and it has led to the growth of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Maria, I think we must understand Arvind Kejriwal. He's in some ways he has national ambitions. He likes to play big. He always tries to draw attention, a spotlight on him. You look at his move to contest against Prime Minister Modi from Varanasi. He knew that his chances were next to nothing, but he did that. So I think in his assessment, he realized that it will be far more prudent to go to Gujarat and make a big issue about it. Somehow be a spoil sport or a kind of.
But Isudan Gadvi lost. The face Gopal Italia lost. And as far as these 5 seats are concerned, and I'll bring Zaka on this, where are these seats coming from, Zaka?
No, so 4 out of those 5 seats are coming from Saurashtra. I just want to run this quick data point, and you can get our guests to talk about this. Just in Saurashtra alone, and I'm stressing Saurashtra because, like I said, almost 60 seats are in Saurashtra, and this is where the Congress did exceedingly well last time. Yes, you could attribute it to Patidar agitation, farmer unrest, and so on. But look at this. 18 seats, where 14 of which the BJP won, the Aam Aadmi Party polled more than the victory margin. So which means 7 out of these seats the BJP won, 4 out of those 5 that I'm talking about, which the AAP won, are in Saurashtra. Net, the loss is to who? The loss is to the Congress party. So essentially the point I'm making is the Aam Aadmi Party has cut in deeply into the Congress votes in a way that had the AAP not been there, had it been a straight fight between BJP and Congress, this figure would have been a little more balanced. Congress won 0 seats out of this. Aam Aadmi Party finished second in 14 minus 4, 10 seats. 10 seats out of these 18, the Aam Aadmi Party was number 2 party. In 4 seats, of course, it was the leading party. So the point is that it hurt the Congress party in rural Saurashtra. I think somewhere both pollsters as well as even political parties were making this false assumption that in Gujarat, the AAP will only be visible in urban pockets, and if it hurts anyone, it will hurt the BJP as much as it would hurt the Congress. In Gujarat, it's actually hurt in rural Saurashtra more than it has hurt anywhere else.
The AAP was visible. The AAP was making noise even in social media. Nishant Rawal ji, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, भारत जोड़ो अभियान बढ़िया है, लेकिन गुजरात क्यों छोड़ दिया? It is nice that the party, there is an effort to rejuvenate the party and put it all together, but here it is, you've deserted Gujarat. You had 77 the last time. This was the biggest dent in the political narrative. If the Congress nationally wanted to say, we are the party who still are the fulcrum of the opposition. Had you mounted a challenge against PM Narendra Modi and the BJP?
Anandji, I'm completely agree what Zakaji just showed on the screen, that how the B team are being sent to Gujarat to eat the vote share of Congress completely. See, they were sitting on 2% of vote share just last year in 2021, all the Jilla Panchayat and Municipal Corporation elections. And suddenly their vote share increased to 13%. So it looks like that AAP came here in Gujarat not to get more seats, not to be on second position as the opposition party, but they came here for the status of their national party, to increase their vote share, to harm the voters and to harm the vote share of Congress party. If you combine, Aam Aadmi Party took the vote share of Congress completely. That is the initial assessment of Gujarat Congress and Indian National Congress as well.
Yeah.
The headquarters is also done so many meetings, and
So
we have
Congress
been informed
plus
that Aam Aadmi
AAP
Party
plus others are still 6% less than what the BJP has managed. So still the question here in Gujarat would be about 156. So Sanju, come in on this. For the longest time, we kept on saying it's a two-horse race. The first horse has just kept on, ran away completely. But the second and the third horse, are you seeing Aam Aadmi Party as a potential challenger in future in Gujarat?
Maria, without wanting to sound offensive, and I don't want to, seem overtly overconfident, but I think the Prime Minister summed it up very well. Obviously, he has his limitations, and he did not directly call out the bluff of the Aam Aadmi Party. But today, I am not going to hold back my punches on this. I think it needs to be said, Maria, let's be very clear about this, that Arvind Kejriwal started the campaign in Gujarat by saying they are on course to win between 90 to 92 seats, and he actually exhorted the Janata, saying 150 तो मुझे जरूर दीजिए, 90-92 तो हमको मिल ही जाएंगे. Look at the confidence, despite the fact that they only won 27 seats in the Surat Municipal Corporation elections. They lost deposits in Rajkot, lost deposits in Bhavnagar, lost deposits in Jamnagar, lost deposits in Ahmedabad. But what happened? The media only focused on Surat. Same thing happened in Goa. They won 2 seats with a 6.3% vote share. The media focused on those 2 seats, but did not champion the fact that this man who champions himself as the anti-corruption crusader lost deposits in 35 seats in Gujarat, lost deposits in 65 seats in Uttarakhand, with Ajay Kothiyal, their so-called CM face, abandoning them right after the elections. To be an alternative to Narendra Modi, to be an alternative to BJP, you have to have a track record. 10 years back, Arvind Kejriwal was largely limited to 1.5 states. Perhaps now it is 1.75 instead of 1.5, but he's not a serious contender in the run-up to 2024.
Since you pointed out that part of the speech of the Prime Minister, Advaita is back with us. Advaita, according to you, the big takeaway of Prime Minister's speech?
Well, I think, he touched on very important factors. As always, he's a great messenger, and he knows exactly what message he wants to deliver. I think the historic nature of the Gujarat win is something that he didn't overstate, and he doesn't need to, because I think we're all aware of just what's happened in Gujarat. I mean, since independence, I think we've not seen a situation like this, where you've been 27 years in government, and then you buck the trends and you come back with a historic mandate that beats the best ever that's ever happened in Gujarat, which was Solanki and 149. Gone way beyond anything anyone predicted, any of the psephologists predicted. They kept saying, if you recall, it's going to be historic. But even then, like I mentioned at that time, that the BJP isn't really exactly sticking to a figure or saying what they mean by historic. But today, as we sit here and we look at the leaderboard, we know exactly what they mean by historic. There is no opposition in Gujarat. And AAP has whittled down. I mean, they've not even managed to get the Congress vote. So there was this huge discussion of, they'll be eating into the Congress vote and this and that and the other. No, that we've realized is just pure analysis. BJP has scored in areas like the tribal belt where they were never a factor.
No,
they swept
they
more
have.
seats.
See, BJP has made its efforts in areas where it realized that the Congress had scored the last time around. They wanted to correct that. So that was the approach of the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party had to come in with all guns blazing and making larger than life noises because they wanted to be heard. They were a nobody anyways. But what net stands out for me, Rashid Kidwai, is that on ground, and I'm telling you from personal experience, in 4 days from Surat all the way to Somnath, there were people who came out and said, "Hum to Congress hi hai, sir, lekin Congress kahan hai?" This sentiment, sir, I heard not just in Gujarat. I heard this in Uttar Pradesh. I spoke to people who said, "Hum to khade hain, sir. Netritva kahan hai? Congress kahan hai?" Same thing I heard even in Uttarakhand. Same thing I heard in Goa. It was. This is what the sentiment that
and
came.
I'm going to take that
and Rashid Kitwai.
Anand, where in fact the Congress and the BJP has made significant. I mean, it's almost like 50-50. Now that entire cooperative belt has gone towards the BJP. I heard the same. Congress kahan hai?
Rashid Kidwai. Now, who's to blame for that?
I think it's Congress party is to be blamed. There was a huge strategic mistake. You know, Anand, as a result of Himachal Pradesh shows that if there is, men on the ground, political activities there, you have regional satraps, you micromanage elections, then results can be good. Mr. Modi can be, politically speaking, in an assembly election, BJP can be defeated. But that was not done in Gujarat, and there are consequences. There are a lot of things are being said about Arvind Kejriwal. I think Arvind Kejriwal has a legitimate political right to be ambitious. We have seen VP Singh, how quickly he had bridged that gap between him and Rajiv Gandhi within a span of 2 years or so.
Yes.
So let's not be very dismissive about Mr. Arvind Kejriwal just because of that. I think,
No, sir, it's not about being dismissive. Sir, if the MCD elections are to go by, then Arvind Kejriwal has a serious problem. The Aam Aadmi Party has a serious problem. Go into Punjab today and do a dipstick. People in Punjab are saying, "Aaj election karao, aap nahi jeetega." So they have a serious problem. In MCD, in May, June, in April, May, they were projecting 180 seats. They were planning to repeat what in 2017 the BJP had done in MCD. Now today they have barely, they were actually sweating. They were wondering, and now they've got the numbers, they've got majority, but the BJP has got 104. They were not even supposed to get 40. So that's
exactly. So Anand making tall claims is not a sole domain of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal.
No, sir. It's about electoral efficiency, sir. Electoral efficiency. BJP Delhi ke bahar, except for Punjab, where they were fed up of the Rivayati parties. Sir, you and me, had we formed a political party and worked for 1.5 years in Punjab, we would have gotten votes. I'll tell you why. Because look at the.
I'm not sure about that.
No. I'm just saying. Look at the people.
Sorry, I'm bringing this, but between a Tambra and a Muslim from Bhopal, I don't think you would win in Punjab. Joke, okay?
I totally understand that, but that is the situation on ground. The frustration was, look who beat the Akali Dal, Sukhbir Badal. Look who beat the people who've been winning elections for 4-5 times, former chief minister, were beaten by people who are nobodies. Yes. Because people said, "Koi bhi inke khilaf khada hoga, hum vote denge." That was the sentiment at that time. So can that be the parallel for the base to go and challenge Narendra Modi at his bastion and with only one particular pocket, and you didn't even have presence in booths? How many booths were the Aam Aadmi Party people mentioned? But people have come out and voted for the AAP despite them not being there in a lot of places.
Isudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia are losing, but they are voting for people who were not seen as much. Zaka.
Correct, because they said
so there is a message कि ठीक है आप अपना चेहरा जो बना रहे हो, लेकिन for me it could be the local factor.
नहीं, और दिखो. The simple point is कि आप सामने आके दिखो, BJP को भी वोट इसलिए नहीं मिला है क्योंकि they love Narendra Modi. They love Narendra Modi, but Modi आया. This part is important, ladies and gentlemen. Even in Ayodhya, Yogi aaye, Baba aaye to vote pada. This is a sentiment, and Baba gaye, Modi gaye.
Vote jab tak mangiyega nahi to
the leader has to go to the voter to show the humility that I am here and I need you. That aspect is something which was absent and if perhaps was lost on the Congress party in Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen. There are lots to talk about. We'll turn the focus onto Himachal, but when we come back, we'll start with the national footprint of the BJP 2014 to 2022, the road that they are traversing and the challenges ahead. When we come back, request our guests to stay on with us. Stay with us.
के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था
जी जी
कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे, लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का, और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है, और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshana Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshana ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए। थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा। और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं। कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है। क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी। और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया।
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे।
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है। तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ। देखिए, जहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई, और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए। इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी, और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी। उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यहीं पे आ गया, उसके मुख्यमंत्री के कैंडिडेट का वो भी, आप जहां जहां वो सीट में लीडिंग कर रहे हैं, वहां का आप इतिहास वो जो हम समीक्षा करेंगे तो उसका वो रिजल्ट दिखकर आ जाएगा कि कांग्रेस के शेयर उनको मिले हैं, ना कि बीजेपी के। हमारे तो वोट बढ़ते ही गए हैं।
यही सवाल दर्शना जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी,
इससे ज्यादा ये वोट।
जी दर्शना जी, यही सी आपसे पूछना चाहती थी, जब हम गुजरात के बारे में बात कर रहे थे तो 2 चीजें सामने आ रही थी। एक तो कि बीजेपी की सीट्स कितनी वो बढ़ा पाएंगे, 99 से कितना आगे टोटल टैली में वो ऐड कर पाएंगे। दूसरी चीज ये सामने आ रही थी जो काफी लोगों को इंटरेस्ट कर रही थी कि वोट शेयर का क्या होगा, क्या बीजेपी का वोट शेयर कम होगा या जो ऑपोजिशन का वोट शेयर है वो स्प्लिट हो जाएगा। अब 2 चीज सामने आ रही है कि बीजेपी का
The two champions of the two states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who championed the cause of the BJP along with the party president and of course this entire team romping home in Gujarat. Phenomenal victory there, but along with that, Mallikarjun Kharge taking over as the Congress president. Does that augur well for the Congress that they have been able to wrest Himachal away from the BJP and continue the Rivaj? We'll have to wait and watch, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not the Congress party recalibrates, learns its lessons. But the BJP has set things in motion. And sources close to CNN News 18 telling us right now the election breaking that is coming through, that the BJP's core group meeting is currently underway at the party headquarters in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Party President JP Nadda, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who were there, all of them at the BJP national headquarters. They're all there, along with the National General Secretary BL Santosh, among other leaders. So they're strategizing, looking at what went right, what they did right, what they need to take and adopt into the national model, what next for the BJP, along with what went wrong. So all these aspects are being talked about.
And deciding the observers, Anand, that is the way party functions, that every time there is a victory of this nature, we have seen Prime Minister hold a stock-taking meeting, and also the party will be decided of observers who will be travelling to the state of Gujarat for the legislature party meeting, completing the formalities, and of course the big oath-taking ceremony which will be happening on 12th. So the party is not resting. It is about celebration, of course, but it is also about ensuring that the next course of action and the next processes are smooth.
All right, so now it's time to take the lift off again. Is baar kya forklift hai ki
well, we've got to
airlift
keep
hai,
trying.
kya
We've got to
hai?
keep trying something or the other, and you know these guys want to keep me busy and they पता नहीं इनका क्या system है Zaka, that they always want to take me out of the studio. यहाँ पे आपकी बार बोला studio से बाहर नहीं लेके जाएंगे. This arm comes in, studio के अंदर ही ले जाएंगे, लेकिन एक ऊपर अलग level पे ले जाएंगे. So I asked them, what have you made at this level? They said, ऊपर आओ, फिर पता लगेगा. So let's just take a look. It's just that I've got to be steady. Aram se. All right, lift me up. This. All right. There you go. Okay. All right. So we're back up here at the Alexa Data Dome. It's beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And let's try and open it up. Let's see how it looks at this point. 156 seats for the BJP in Gujarat. Let's also look at now at the Himachal picture. What happens if Gujarat is colored saffron? This time around, Himachal is colored blue, ladies and gentlemen, because of the 40 seats that Pratibha Singh led Congress party in Himachal has been able to win. Is this a legacy or a thank you for Veerbhadra Singh from the Congress supporters in Himachal? Or is it also a result of factionalism within the BJP, along with the issues like OPS and some other aspects, farmer, apple growers, discontent? All of these factors have contributed, but net-net, the difference between the two parties is less than 1% vote share. And that's translated into 15 seats plus for the advantage for the Congress over the BJP. That means this was a totally two-horse race. No Aam Aadmi Party here. They made tall claims. Even here on CNN News 18 during our poll coverage, AAP came and made tall claims. Zero. Nada. That's what's happened. Back as we head down, Zaka, it is important for us to understand that the AAP will make tall claims because they are a new party. They want to create a splash. But there has to be a certain responsibility and ownership about the statements that they make. They cannot run away from that.
No,
and
absolutely.
1%.
I think, I mean, the fact that AAP had 1% vote share in Himachal Pradesh as compared to 13% in Gujarat, bigger state, I think that is a story in and of itself. We talked about the rebels, the BJP rebels who cost the party. Let's also quickly run you through the different geographies of Himachal. I just want to quickly look at Upper Himachal and Lower Himachal. Upper Himachal, of course, Mandi, Kangra, and then, of course, you have the Lahaul Spiti, the sparsely populated centers, and then there is Kulu Manali. In the upper reaches of Himachal, it is, Congress was leading. It was 19 seats out of 34, BJP 14 out of 34. BJP was down 7, and the Congress was up 8. So it was by and large between the two parties. Yes, the BJP did lose, but the gap was only about 5 seats between the Congress and the BJP. This is, I'm talking about, seats like Kangra, Mandi, where the BJP did reasonably okay. Then in Lower Himachal, which is Solan, Hamirpur, Bilaspur, these are again populated centers. Look at this difference. This is a difference of 10 seats. It's twice the difference that we saw in Upper Himachal, and a gain of 11 for the Congress, a loss of 12 for the BJP. And I think this is where the BJP sort of managed to lose the election in lower Himachal, in Solan, in Una, and then Hamirpur and Bilaspur. I think this will take a lot of reflection, a lot of introspection to find out if, you know, the party president is from Bilaspur and a senior minister is from Hamirpur. Why did it go wrong there in those two significant districts?
With just 1% difference, you have 10 seats.
Oh, absolutely.
Lost.
It's a small state. I mean, last election, I'm not sure about the numbers this time, but last election, there were 18 seats which had a victory margin between 500 and 2,000 votes.
And now in a lot of, it will be interesting analysis, the rebels, 21 rebels, the votes that they have polled, how many seats had they gone back to the BJP? What would the actual net result have been? Would it have been a 3% plus vote share for the BJP over the Congress? Then factionalism hurts. And that's also a lesson to learn for everybody. Other states, other regional groupings of the BJP have to realize, संगठित रहना है कि you need to have, are you going to be
No, this is a lesson for Rajasthan. Rajasthan, you know, we keep talking about Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. Of course, it's all there in the media and you know, the rift is very open. Let's be very clear about it. The BJP in Rajasthan is also a divided house.
Also fractured.
Right.
Unless they fix that, I think Himachal is a wake-up call.
And Zaka, 13 states are going to polls next year.
Yes.
And of which Karnataka is an important state, where the BJP has the challenge of that leadership and factionalism as well.
Like Rajasthan, Karnataka, two big states which contribute immensely to the Lok Sabha also, where you cannot have fractured Sangathan at all. Let's listen into what Pratibha Singh had to say. She spoke with Akash.
क्या मैं भावी मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहा हूं हिमाचल प्रदेश की?
Just won the elections. The whole results are not fully out. Let the whole election results be out. Then whatever the people who have won the election, they say, that will be conveyed to the High Command. And what High Command takes a final decision, that will be acceptable to all.
Ma'am, what do you think went in your favor?
I think old pension scheme. And we said we'll help the women also. And we'll give employment to the youth also. So there were many factors which appealed to the people and they said ki we will vote for the Congress. We have to all get together, all people who are elected, and then they decide what to take a further action.
Also the huge love or respect for Veerbhadra Singh ji, which is also translated into votes or gains for the Congress party. The other aspect is they didn't declare who their chief ministerial face will be. But अब लड़ाई चल रही है कि मुख्यमंत्री कैसा हो, सुखविंदर सुक्खू जैसा हो या प्रतिभा सिंह जैसा हो. We've just got news coming through that some of the senior leaders, Bhupesh Baghel, Bhupender Hooda and Rajiv Shukla will now be travelling to Shimla. Earlier there was talk that they will all be meeting in Chandigarh, but they're going to travel to Shimla to meet with the legislators, and perhaps a decision will be arrived on who will the chief ministerial face will be. The indications are the person who wields the clout, the sentiment overall right now is Pratibha Singh, the widow of Veerbhadra Singh, and of course Vikramaditya Singh. But the Congress top leadership has been pushing Sukhwinder Sukkhu. So now will they have to decide carefully, or are we seeing drama in Himachal will be another story?
But Anand, you know, when you look at the poster there in Shimla and across Himachal, it was about Veerbhadra Singh. That image of late Veerbhadra Singh, the most, a leader of the Congress party, the longest serving chief minister. In fact, Pratibha Singh is joining us live. Pratibha ji, नमस्कार और सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाई. क्या हम भावी मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं? The next chief minister.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. That has not been decided yet. We have to decide that first. Let the all elected people sit down and talk about it, and then we'll decide what has to be done.
What worked for you, Pratibha ji? What worked for your party?
Actually, it was Veerbhadra Singh's legacy, his work done, and people appreciated that, and it was on his name only that we fought this election.
So because it was an election fought in the legacy and the name of Veerbhadra Singh, would you think that it will be only prudent for the Congress to have you as the chief ministerial face?
I'm not talking about the chief minister post. Just now we have to all get together. All the elected people have to sit down and decide what has to be done. It will be conveyed to the High Command, and High Command will decide what has to be done.
The difference between the Congress and the BJP is just 1%. In fact, less than 1%. Where do you think you have gained? And this 1% has translated into a seat gap of 15 seats.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, we'll try and see if we can fix that video with Pratibha Singh ji. But I think one of the factors is you've got to give credit where it's due. And I agree with what Maria was saying. This entire election was fought on Veerbhadra Singh's legacy. In fact, this victory, you go back and check the last time the Congress won, when Veerbhadra Singh was on the ticket, when he went on to become Chief Minister for his last term, the 7th term. It was today's victory is a bigger victory than that. That time, Congress had only 36, BJP had 26. This time, the Congress has 40 and the BJP has 25. So it's a bigger victory, both in terms of the Congress's scale of victory, here at 44 more than what they got in 2012. And BJP is one less than what they got in 2012. And that, of course, for the longest time, Himachal politics was PK Dhumal versus Veerbhadra Singh. Now you're seeing a generational shift. Also, one factor I think it's very important to point out. Pratibha Singh, if she is made Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, will be the second only woman Chief Minister in the country right now. I think that's significant.
Yes, it is significant, but it is also important that there are more women who are there in active politics and who are also now chief ministerial faces. Sanju Verma, I'm sure you will agree with that. But I just want to quickly get Nishant Rawal in here. Nishant Rawal, the Congress party, will it be able to keep its flock together? Are these lessons learned? Will they be implemented in Rajasthan? Or we've lost him there. Nalin Mehta is with us. Nalin, do you think Congress will learn the lessons before I go across to Sanjuji for a quick comment?
So I think we were just talking about this before we came on air, Anand. I think for the Congress, Himachal is a good result. The fact of Gujarat is a complete write-off. Gujarat is really a disaster for the Congress, lower than what was expected, even by the party's optimists. But Himachal is a good result. It allows the Congress to fight another day. It gives it hope, and it says that look, all is not lost. And they've beaten the BJP in a straight head-to-head contest. Now the margin of victory is less than 1%. While the seat share difference is high, in terms of vote share, it's about 0.9% difference, which the PM also pointed out in his speech. But the fact that the Congress now has another state government gives the Congress, it gives it hope to fight another day.
महिला विश्वास करती है तो पूरे जी जान से करती है और इसका जो अनुभव मुझे 2009 से है। 2009 में जब कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट हारा था मेरे सामने, तब भी उसके घर की महिलाओं ने मुझे वोट दिया था। उसके बाद में 2014 में मेरा वोट शेयर बढ़ा, उससे ज़्यादा 2019 में हुआ। हाँ, उससे ज़्यादा कॉरपोरेशन में कुछ गलतियां हुई, लेकिन हमसे नहीं हुई। वो कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर वो आप में कन्वर्ट हो गए, इसलिए वो राजनीति करने आ गए, मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटने आ गए और मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटते बांटते थक गए। जो घर की बात होती है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अहम होती है कि घर का सपना होता है। 2017 के चुनाव में उन लोगों ने वो कर लिया था कि घर का सपना दिखाया था, 100 रुपये भी ले लिए थे। लेकिन तब उनको पता चल गया कि अगर कोई देगा घर तो प्रधानमंत्री देंगे, सिर्फ महिलाओं के नाम पे प्रधानमंत्री घर देंगे। और जब महिलाओं के नाम पे घर होता है तो ये अनुभूति की बात होती है। अपने घर वाली महिला निकलकर जो योजना का लाभ लेती है वो सीधी वोट में बीजेपी को कन्वर्ट होती है।
एक बेनिफिशियरी वोटर है बीजेपी का और उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक महिला वोट भी है और वो हमेशा दिखता है स्टेट इलेक्शंस में। अब ये ट्रेंड हो गया है।
Let's tell you the story of the numbers and how they've panned out so far. Well, these are the numbers as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned. It's a clean sweep for the BJP. They have created a history of sorts, 156, and this is a party that has been in power for more than 27 years. I think in independent India's electoral history, you don't have an example of this nature. 156. Let's talk about the story of Himachal Pradesh. That's where the revive, the custom has been kept. Whichever is the incumbent government is usually voted out of power. Looks like that the Congress party has an advantage, 39-26. That's the numbers we're looking at. Mallikarjun Kharge, the new Congress president who led the campaign. Of course, the local leaders, the regional satraps were very, very important. But yes, Himachal is a close contest. Still, we have the last ballot count. It will be an interesting election to watch out for. The BJP, of course, a close second on 26. AAP is not able to make any kind of gains in Himachal. Yes, there are certain independents, others 3. And that's a very, very crucial number to watch out for. So that's the story of those two states. And talking about how this is going to be, how it has turned out in the urban areas, the Saurashtra region, all of those areas, Shivani, will be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, we will go to Ridhima too for all of that, because you know the urban areas is where the Aam Aadmi Party registered the contest for the BJP, especially revolving around Surat. And Darshna Jardosh, who's the MP from Surat, MOS Railways, continues to join with us. Darshna ji, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए. थोड़ा इंटरप्शन हो गया था पहले, आप सूरत के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. यहाँ पे बहुत टफ कंपटीशन आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश करी कि बीजेपी को दे, उस तरह के गेन्स उनको नहीं मिले. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फेथ गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से दिखाया, अभी 156 हो गया है स्कोर बीजेपी का, तो ऐसी विक्ट्री तो क्या आपने सोचा था?
हाँ, हम लोगों की प्लानिंग ही ऐसी थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो लोगों को भरोसा है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भरोसा ये कायम रहा. और सबसे ज्यादा बात है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब खुद आह्वान कर लिया था कि भूपेंद्र भाई का रिकॉर्ड हम लोगों को तोड़ना है, तो इसके पीछे हम लोग सब पूरी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं. कभी आप पार्टी को हम लोगों ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि वो हमारे साथ कंपटीशन में है. क्योंकि जब उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष लड़ रहा था, वो सीट की जो आप सूरत की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां मुझे 2019 में 1.25 लाख की लीड मिली थी. और वो जगह पे वो राजनीति करने आ जाएंगे वो, और जो डेवलप शहर है, जो स्मार्ट शहर है, जो फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है, और वहां पे डेवलपमेंट की लोगों को अनुभूति होती है, तो वहां से तो आप पार्टी का झूठ का पटारा टूट ही गया.
और वहां वो जो तो कहेंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी तो कहेंगे कि गुजरात की 2 पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स में अगर वो 5 सीट भी जीत जाते हैं, 10% तक का उनका वोट शेयर हो जाता है, तो वो तो बड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, वो तो यही कहेंगे.
नहीं, बीजेपी को टक्कर नहीं दे रहे हैं, वो तो कांग्रेस का जो वीकनेस है, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की और जो सूरत ने शुरुआत करी थी, कॉर्पोरेशन में सूरत में एक भी बंदा नहीं है, तो वहां उनको रिप्लेस हुआ था, वहीं से ये शुरुआत हुई है. तो आप पार्टी को जो लग रहा है वो तो प्रूफ हो चुका है हमारे यहाँ. देखिए, जहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ मेरी 7 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आप पार्टी के कैंडिडेट ने विड्रॉ कर लिया था, तो वहां सीधा कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की टक्कर हो गई और वो सीट भी हम 15,000 वोटों से जीत गए. इसके बाद में जो कॉर्पोरेशन में कांग्रेस को एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, वही सीट बीजेपी की कांग्रेस की सीट वो आप पार्टी को मिली थी, और इसी से उन्होंने राजनीति की शुरुआत करी. वो उसका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष
किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा. और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया, सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए.
प्रचंड बहुमत, अप्रत्याशित जीत. That's what was expected and planned for in Gujarat. The BJP has got it. They wanted to change the Rivaj. They couldn't. The Congress wrests control in Himachal Pradesh. The story of 2 states, 250 assembly constituencies or assembly seats, 182 in Gujarat, of which 156 have gone to the BJP. Again, with 68 in Himachal Pradesh, 40 have gone to the Congress party. So clear mandates in both cases. But the story for everyone will be Gujarat. The Gujarat model works. The Gujarati still believes in the son of the soil, the son of Gujarat, who is also the Vada Pradhan or the Prime Minister, that is Narendra Modi. That story, ladies and gentlemen, has flummoxed everybody. It's changed, and it is perhaps further going to change the political lexicon, because this is now pro-incumbency vote. And how do you win a pro-incumbency vote 2.5 decades later of being in power? Zaka Jacob, Maria Shakil with me, and let's just take it with you. How do you do it? This is how you do it. You continue to remain in power,
27, 32 रहेंगे.
It is a bit like Virat Kohli going out of form and then coming back and scoring 100. Yeah. That is what the BJP has done this time around. As Anand, as we wait to forklift him, let's just quickly, for me the story, and I keep going back to this. 2017 was a wake-up call for the BJP. They have learnt every lesson from 2017. Where did they lose out in 2017? Most notably, most volubly in Saurashtra and in the Patidar-dominated seats. You can see how they have come back. Just take a look at that. In Saurashtra, the Congress only one seat. 34 out of the 39 seats in Saurashtra, the Patidar-dominated seats, the BJP has come back. And look at this. This is a gain of 12. The AAP has also had a gain of 3. Congress down 15 from 2017. Just compare this map for 1 second to what happened in 2017. Look at that sea of blue. Look at that sea of blue that has been completely replaced by a sea of orange. BJP had 22, Congress had 17, and now that story has completely reversed with a sea of orange here, just one blue. So I think that, for me, is one visible story. The other one, and this will have impact beyond Gujarat, and that is the tribal-dominated seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story that is going to have resonance in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, even in states like Karnataka. Look at this complete sea of saffron, not just in South Gujarat, even in North Gujarat as well. The BJP winning 26 out of 30 tribal-dominated seats, a gain of 14 seats. Never underestimate the power of symbolism. When you have the first ever woman tribal president, the tribals of Gujarat are enthused to vote in a way that they have never done in 6 decades of the existence of that
also
state.
indicates what it means for the tribals that they are getting representation at the highest seat in terms of constitutional authority. Let's just quickly bring down the robotic arm of Alexa and then quickly go up again and look at how the Gujarat Assembly will look like given the current scenario. There you go, come down slowly. अरे जिस इतनी आराम से जैसे नीचे आ रहे हो भाई, जब मुझे ऊपर ले जाते हो तो why can't you go in the same manner? ये झटका क्यों देते हो हर बार? मेरे को almost ले फिर गया. All right, let's just go carefully. All right, let me just turn around and look for the opposition. This data dome looks beautiful, doesn't it? Fantastic. There you go. All the dots coming through, 182 dots that will be. This is the Gujarat Assembly. Where is the opposition? Where is it? Where is it? यहाँ सब तो ऑरेंज 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 ही तो है. बीजेपी कहाँ है? Where is it? Oh, इधर कोने में. That's where. This is how small the opposition is. They actually don't qualify to be the opposition in the Vidhan Sabha because they are just about 22 seats together. 22 to 25 seats. 156 is with the BJP. They're running away. But the BJP also now has a problem of plenty. How do you keep these 156 MLAs occupied and get them to work? Yes, they have to work for Lok Sabha 2024, but you're not working election to election. That's what the Prime Minister said. So they got to continue the story forward so that they can retain it. Now, the benchmark for 2027, think about it. Will we hold on to 156? Can they do it? That's the big challenge for the BJP in Gujarat. But this is a phenomenal story. It will go in the record books. It will be a case study. It will be talked about in electoral history as a never before and perhaps a never again, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get down. Thank you very much, Alexa. Now, can you set me down so that we can take this conversation forward with our guests?
Pro-incumbency plus pro-incumbency plus pro-incumbency.
Yes.
But Zaka, more than anything else, you know, the one thing is clear that this is about just about every constituency, OBCs, Patidars, tribals, women, everybody voting for the BJP. And this is what the Prime Minister said in his address at the BJP headquarters. He has thanked the BJP karyakartas and reminding each and every constituency that you voted for us and we are grateful. Let's listen in.
मैंने वादा किया था कि भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड तोड़े, इसलिए नरेंद्र जी जान से मेहनत करेगा. और गुजरात की जनता ने तो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने में भी रिकॉर्ड कर दिया. उसने गुजरात की स्थापना से लेकर के अब तक सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए. गुजरात के इतिहास का सबसे प्रचंड जनादेश भाजपा को देकर गुजरात के लोगों ने नया इतिहास बना दिया है.
Let me take that question to the guests who are joining us. Zafar Islam was very active on ground also. He was accompanying Mr. Shah at the BJP headquarters. I met you there, Zafar. Dr. Anshula Vijit is also joining us, and our three panelists, in-house guests, are also with us. But first to you, Zafar. 156 is something even that the BJP did not expect, although the BJP kept saying that 150 par hoga.
Well, we didn't, our leadership never gave any number.
हाँ,
all
ये
we
सही
said,
बोला आपने, हाँ.
and all they repeated time and again, that it will be a historic win. We will break all our previous records, and will perhaps